All of humanity has crossed over into a world of trains. Each person commands a train that belongs solely to them, driving it to unknown stations, gathering supplies, and growing stronger with every upgrade. At the beginning of the game, every conductor is granted a single chance to draw a personal talent. Conductor Lu Xingyuan drew a talent called Colored Hex. Each time his train rises by one level, he will randomly obtain a new colored hex. The first hex, Infinite Firepower. You may designate one weapon and release it from all rules of consumption, allowing it to remain eternally in a fully loaded state. The second hex, Prismatic Orb. Each time you arrive at a new station, a spell orb containing rich rewards will drop at your side. The third hex, Reforging Transmuter. All of humanity has crossed over into the train world, driving their own exclusive trains to unfamiliar stations, gathering supplies, and upgrading themselves step by step. At the beginning of the game, every conductor is given a chance to draw a talent. Conductor Lu Xingyuan drew the talent known as Colored Hex. Each time the train gains a level, it randomly acquires a new colored hex. The first hex, Infinite Firepower. Designate a weapon and release it from consumption so that it remains forever fully loaded. The second hex, Prismatic Orb. Every time you reach a new station, a spell orb containing generous rewards will fall into your hands. The third hex, Reforging Transmuter. The global train survival game now begins. The rules are as follows. Every conductor, please remember them well. 1. You possess an exclusive train of your own. It is your moving fortress and the extension of your life. As long as the train remains, you remain. 2. Every day at 10 in the morning, your train will arrive at an unknown station. This is your only chance to gather resources. 3. Gather, upgrade, and expand. Each time you level up, your train will gain a new carriage. 4. The first 3 stations form an absolutely safe novice protection period. Make good use of this precious time. 5. Your initial supplies have been placed in your novice chest. 6. Every conductor has one chance to draw a talent. 7. There are various chests scattered throughout the stations. Opening them can yield generous rewards. 8. Zones have been established. The chat channel and trading channel are now unlocked. 9. Finally, remember the core law above all else. This is a game of luck. May your journeys be long. Cold air and empty carriage. The unfamiliar sight before him plunged Lu Xingyuan into deep silence. He clenched his jaw, the last fragments of his previous life flashing through his mind. Plans just formed, hopes not yet fulfilled, only to be swept away by this sudden crossing. A train survival game. As a veteran reader of many years, his heart had long since grown steady. He calmly digested and absorbed the information he had just received. His gaze fell on the very front of the carriage, where a huge light screen displayed a clear label, train control panel. He walked forward and immediately saw a personal information sheet. Conductor Lu Xingyuan. Level 1. Zone District 11. ID 00110215. In the upper left corner, a high-resolution headshot of him appeared. He looked, he thought, quite spirited. As his gaze moved downward, the chat channel and trading channel came into view. Lu Xingyuan opened the trading channel and was surprised to find a single trade listing: 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, no target specified. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingyuan completed the trade almost instantly, his hands moving with practiced speed. The next second, a streak of light flashed, and a heavy bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand. So the game was real after all. When he opened the chat channel, the current number of online users in his zone was clearly displayed: 100,000. With a group that large, the flood of messages was beyond imagination. Amid the torrent of messages, some people cried out in confusion over where they had been taken, while others laughed with wild excitement at the chance to cross over into a world that felt torn from the pages of fiction. Some users reported that they had been frail or ill before, barely getting by. Yet now, within this train world, their bodies felt whole again. Others boasted about the status they had held in their previous lives, only to find that here such identities meant nothing at all. As the survivors gradually calmed down, useful information finally began to emerge in Lu Xingyuan's field of view. Some asked whether anyone had opened their novice. Reports came in. One person had found only a small piece of bread, another proudly described drawing a heavy steel machete that admittedly did look quite impressive. Some complained bitterly that their novice chests had been empty, suspecting that the game itself was targeting them. Others insisted that this truly was a game of luck, hinting that they had drawn something extraordinary. Someone noticed too late that the bottle of mineral water they had just drawn from a chest had already been traded away in an impulsive test. Their indignant complaint flashed briefly across the chat, then disappeared into the flood. Lu Xingyuan ignored the chatter without a flicker of guilt and turned instead to the novice chest beside him. A game of luck, is it? He murmured inwardly. To be honest, he had always considered his luck fairly decent. If that was the case, he opened the chest, and his eyelids jumped. Inside lay a submachine gun. Its black body gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, exuding a sharp, killing intent. Standard submachine gun. Category: Basic Artifact. Level 1. Description: grip it, and you can feel both the reliability and the chill of the metal. It provided a basic stream of fully automatic firepower, more than enough to handle most threats at the early stations. At a distance, speed wins up close precision and speed both belong to the gun. His mood brightened at once. Compared to conductors who had drawn only melee weapons, his luck was obviously better. However, ammunition 030. He stared stunned. A weapon with no ammunition, no different from a cigarette without a lighter or a tool without the means to wield it. Before he could dwell on it, new messages lit up the chat. People were asking whether anyone had drawn their talent yet. Some described talents that let them fall into deep energy-saving sleep whenever activated, drastically reducing consumption. Another reported a talent called Strength Amplification, which granted a threefold increase in strength for a short period when activated. Someone else claimed to have obtained Fireball, laughing that they had unexpectedly become a mage. One cautious voice advised everyone to stay low-key and keep their talents secret when possible. Talents were the foundation of survival. Flaunting them would only attract those with darker intentions. After that, few people revealed their talents openly. The rare ones who did were usually those stuck with useless abilities, posting only to complain and seek consolation. Xingyuan stopped paying much attention to the channel and instead focused on a small line of text that had appeared in his vision. Draw talent now. Yes. At the stir of his thought, a wheel began to spin wildly. The next second it locked into place, displaying two words: colored hex. Colored hex. Talent description: each time your train gains a level, you obtain one chance to draw a colored hex. Xingyuan's eyelids twitched violently. This talent, it seemed, actually quite good, didn't it? Current draw count 1. Proceed with draw. Draw. This time, there was no familiar choice among 3 options. The system simply made the selection for him. Congratulations. You have obtained infinite firepower. Hex description: designate a weapon and remove it from this moment on from the game's rules of consumption. Ammunition, durability, energy. Such concepts would no longer apply to it. From now on, its state would be fixed to a single eternal status, fully loaded. Xingyuan froze completely. A moment ago, he had been fretting over having a gun with no ammunition. Now infinite firepower had fallen straight into his hands. It was as if he had been handed a cheat. Without hesitation, Xingyuan assigned the hex to his standard submachine gun. The ammo display, which had read 030, instantly changed to the symbol for infinity. Unlimited. Infinite firepower submachine gun. Category: extraordinary artifact. Level 1. Description: the very concept of ammunition has been erased from its governing physical laws. Pull the trigger and the firepower will come, without pause, without end. In fact, among the enormous base of 100,000 conductors, there were quite a few who had drawn firearms from their novice chests. Cases like Xingyuan's, where there was a gun but no ammunition, were not uncommon at all. In the chat, someone complained in frustration that they had drawn a gun but no bullets and felt it was utterly useless. Another grumbled that there was only a single round in the magazine, as if the system were hinting that the bullet was meant for themselves. Another player's avatar vanished from the online list, and the number of connected users dropped by 1. Someone sighed in awe at how ruthless people could be. Yet another message appeared, half laughing and half exasperated, from someone who had drawn 20 rounds of universal ammunition, but no gun at all, and could not help but question what use bullets were without a weapon. Someone suggested that the person with surplus bullets should hand them over, since they were useless without a firearm anyway. The other retorted that by the same logic, the one holding a gun without ammunition might as well give the weapon away. One of them argued that a gun without bullets was no different from scrap metal. Their debate dragged on, neither able to convince the other, leaving Xingyuan shaking his head as he watched the discussion scroll by. It had little to do with him. With his infinite firepower hex blessing, he did not need to worry about ammunition at all. He only had to pull the trigger and let the bullets pour out without restraint. He did not dare to test fire the weapon inside the carriage. Reluctantly, he set the submachine gun down and turned his attention to checking the conditions required to upgrade the train. The conditions for upgrading from level 1 to level 2 were as follows: 500 units of wood, 500 units of metal, and 100 units of glass. Only these 3 materials were needed, and the required quantities did not seem particularly large. It did not look too difficult. He had opened his chest and drawn his talent. Now all that remained was to wait for the train to reach its destination. Glancing at the time, Xingyuan noted that it was 20 past 9 in the morning. That meant there were 40 minutes left before they all reached the first platform. No one could say whether the platform would be dangerous, but Xingyuan was used to planning for the worst. He seized the time, repeatedly drilling and familiarizing himself with his weapon, while also running through sets of exercises to warm up his body, ensuring he would be in peak combat condition. In the chat channel, many others were also discussing the imminent arrival at the first platform. Someone admitted they felt inexplicably nervous. Another wondered whether, since they were still in the novice protection period, they would be safe from danger. A cooler voice replied that the protection covered only the metal shell of the trains, not the people themselves. The moment one stepped off the train, life and death depended entirely on one's own strength. Someone then reasoned that if safety extended to the train, they could simply stay aboard and avoid danger altogether. Yet another voice pointed out that if one never left the carriage there would be no way to gather supplies. Without water or food, how could anyone hope to survive? The argument briefly stunned the would-be Shuden into silence. At last at 9:30 the game issued a notification train operation notice. Next stop, single-player platform, South City gas station. This platform was classified as a white platform. All conductors were urged to make ready. Each conductor's platform upon arrival was different. Single-player platforms in particular meant that the conductor arriving there would be completely alone. Platforms were divided into several tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The higher the platform's tier, the richer its resources would be. A gas station he thought should have some usable supplies. Weighing his options, Lu Xingyuan twisted open the bottle of mineral water given to him by the kind-hearted conductor, took a small sip to replenish his fluids, then gripped his submachine gun firmly ready to fight at any moment. At 10 o'clock the train pulled into the platform right on time. Looking out through the window, Lu Xingyuan saw a standard small gas station with only 4 pumps standing alone on the forecourt. Behind the pumps stood a square service building with an entire wall of glass. Through the glass, he could faintly make out the shape of the checkout counter and the shadows of shelves inside, likely where most of the supplies were gathered. Lu Xingyuan could not help thinking it was a pity that the train could not use gasoline. Otherwise, he would at least have liked to see what 98-octane fuel was like. In the past, he had only been able to afford a few units of 92-octane. 95 had already been beyond his reach, something he had only ever heard others praise as being as smooth and rich as a fine spirit. Pressed close to the window, observing in secret, Lu Xingyuan made no rash moves. After all, the stopover would last an hour and the gas station was not large, there would be ample time. Other conductors were clearly less cautious than he was. One voice in the chat pleaded for everyone to be careful and not to disembark lightly, insisting that platforms truly could be dangerous. He described how his first platform had been a seemingly ordinary package pickup point, yet unexpectedly a corpse-like creature had been lurking inside. He recounted how it had managed to bite him once before he fled back to the train at full speed, slamming the door behind him and leaving the creature shut out, unable to harm the carriage. Now he added the wound was beginning to itch and burn, and he feared that his time might be running out. Not long after his avatar went dark, the number of users online dropped once again. People in the chat cried out in alarm at how dangerous this world truly was and that such creatures even existed. They lamented how quickly their companion had been lost. Others insisted they had warned everyone not to explore recklessly, that this was a struggle to survive, not a leisurely journey. Someone wondered aloud how in the blink of an eye the number of people online had dropped by more than 100, marveling at such a high rate of elimination. Another declared stubbornly that nothing could persuade them to leave the safety of the train. They had no desire to be bitten by such creatures. Lu Xingyuan glanced away from the chat, his mood hardly stirred. At this point, his only survival resource was half a bottle of mineral water. If he refused to explore the platform and gather supplies, there would be nothing ahead of him but a dead end. He waited patiently for a long time without seeing any movement at the gas station. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly opened the train door and stepped down. Even after disembarking, he continued to wait, ready to retreat into the train at the slightest sign of disturbance. With the novice protection period still active, the carriage itself remained an inviolable sanctuary. Still nothing moved. With his finger resting lightly on the trigger ready to fire at any time, Lu Xingyuan slowly advanced toward the service building. The interior furnishings disappointed him. The shelves held only automotive-related items: wiper blades, fuel additives, windshield washer fluid. Far from the food he had hoped for. Still, there were plenty of tissues and laundry detergent, which would be useful in their own way. Then he noticed something. A sudden glint of light caught his eye. On the service counter at the very back there stood a box shimmering with a silver sheen. A treasure chest. Excitement surged through Lu Xingyuan. With the chest, everything became much simpler. He might be able to draw basic food supplies from it. He moved forward cautiously. Just as he was about to reach the counter, a figure suddenly sprang up from behind it. The sudden appearance nearly stopped his heart. Reflex took over. Lu Xingyuan instinctively pulled the trigger. A torrent of fire roared forth as bullets poured out, as if they cost nothing, tearing into the figure ahead. The target was riddled through in an instant and collapsed to the floor, utterly still. What the hell is this? Looking at the being he had turned into a pulp, Lu Xingyuan fell into silence. He had no idea how many bullets he had fired. All he knew was that he had shot the other party for a full 3 minutes. Damn it, the other was just a 22-month-old baby, being startled like that was bound to trigger an overreaction. This seems to be a zombie. After careful examination, Lu Xingyuan could basically confirm the identity of the being. Indeed, it was a zombie. Looking at its appearance, it seemed to have wanted to hide behind the service desk for a sneak attack, but it never expected that the young man's martial virtue was so abundant and bullets were flying like they were. There shouldn't be any danger now. Holding the gun, he swept through every corner, and after confirming safety, Lu Xingyuan's tense nerves finally relaxed. As he gasped for breath, he could even hear the sound of his wildly beating heart. Damn it. I should have just opened the treasure chest on the train. I really am an idiot. After all, the train would only stop for an hour, and if he didn't board before the train left, he would be stuck at this station forever. Level 1 Treasure Chest. Description: stable acquisition of basic survival supplies and materials, with a small probability of obtaining equipment blueprints or rare materials. Upon opening it, 5 items appeared before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. A bag of 500 grams of grape toast. A 500 milliliter bottle of Pepsi. 50 units of wood. 10 units of metal. Additionally, a silver coin was included embossed with a train pattern. Train currency. Description: the universal currency of the train survival world, widely useful. Lu Xingyuan didn't have time to study it further, and immediately transported the obtained materials back to the carriage. Damn, if I had known, I would have brought the treasure chest on the train to open it. I really am a fool. After several trips back and forth, he finally finished moving everything, mainly the wood and metal, which were heavy and cumbersome. Glancing at the time, he found that there were still about 10 minutes until departure. Lu Xingyuan gritted his teeth and forced himself to scour the resources in the service station. He could ignore the fuel additives and wiper fluid, but toilet paper and laundry detergent were quite useful. Now he was completely broke. As long as there were supplies, anything would do. Finally, just 3 minutes before departure, Lu Xingyuan boarded the train completely exhausted and collapsed on the floor, gasping heavily. After resting for a moment, he stood up, drank a few sips of cola, and ate a couple of pieces of toast, finally feeling a bit better. Now it was time to count his spoils. In addition to the materials from the treasure chest, Lu Xingyuan also collected 10 packs of toilet paper, 10 bottles of Blue Moon laundry detergent, and 3 iron racks for placing goods. These also counted as metal and could be used for upgrading the train. The train is now in operation. Please sit tight. With the sound of the whistle, the previously stationary train started moving again, continuing along the endless track. Messages in the chat channel also began to pour in thick and fast. While we finally set off, right outside my window, 2 zombies are wandering aimlessly. Although the train is under protection, I'm still scared to death. Has anyone gone down to the platform to scavenge for supplies? I have. I went down. Maybe I was lucky, though I didn't encounter any danger. The resources on the platform were really lacking. I only found a few bottles of mineral water. Huh. You won't believe it, I found a treasure chest. It had a lot of good stuff inside. No way. You found a treasure chest. Really? Lu Xingyuan didn't show much emotional fluctuation at this news. Among the 100 train conductors, there are definitely others with strong talents besides himself. Talent is crucial for early success. Without the boost of unlimited firepower, he wouldn't dare to get off the train. Of course, just as the game initially suggested, this is a game of luck. No matter how good your talent is, you can't escape the favor of Lady Luck. The next station won't arrive for another 24 hours, which is quite torturous for Lu Xingyuan, who can only pass the time in the chat channel. He initially planned to look out the window at the scenery to relieve his boredom, but sadly discovered that outside was an endless wasteland, the scenery seemingly frozen in place, unchanging. Is this still Earth? The window was fixed, he couldn't roll it down, and even the wind was a luxury. Perhaps this was to prevent some psychologically fragile conductors from jumping out to commit suicide, but wasn't this a form of torture? Lost in thought, drowsiness washed over him, and Lu Xingyuan quickly laid down on the cold floor and fell asleep. The sudden turn of events had been a significant strain on his mind and body. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lu Xingyuan suddenly sat up straight, as if resurrected. Ah, my luck has run out. While other conductors were missing their parents and loved ones, Lu Xingyuan, being an orphan, could only think about the unfinished game. Glancing at the time, he found it was already past 7 in the evening. He had really slept for a long time. His arms were a bit sore, likely from shooting. As a shootin', he indeed lacked exercise. After eating a couple of pieces of grape toast and taking a small sip of water, Lu Xingyuan entered the chat channel. A few hours earlier, the messages were quite mixed. Some were saying they wanted to leave, stop the pranks. I don't have time to play with you. Others were looking for parents, grandparents, and relatives. Where's my husband? And some were declaring their ambitions to rule the new world. Xingyuan will suppress all eternity and dominate the world. Ha ha ha. But as time passed, the various demands of the train conductors gradually unified. Water? Who has water? I haven't had a drink in 7 or 8 hours, been dying of. Could someone kind-hearted give me some food? I'm so hungry I can barely move. I really want to eat Haidaleo Northeast barbecue and Tasudin burgers. Hoo. Something feels missing. An 18-year-old pure girl is willing to exchange water and food for original taste items. She hasn't changed for 3 days. Interested young men can private message me. Now that feels right. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. In a survival world, how could there be no sisters exchanging water and food for various original tastes? I originally had a bottle of water, but I don't know who traded it away so quickly. I will remember him for the rest of my life. Who is it? So bad. Let me draw a circle to curse him, okay? Lu Xingyuan, feeling a bit guilty, closed the chat channel and started exercising in the carriage. Lu Xingyuan initially believed that with the unlimited firepower he possessed, he was invincible. However, his first experience made him realize that he had underestimated the situation. While his weapon was unmatched, he himself was not invincible. The aching and swollen arms and shoulders were the best proof. His physical condition was too poor to sustain continuous output. To put it bluntly, he simply lacked endurance. Xingyuan was furious. He had to prove himself. Let's do 20 push-ups to test the waters and see where my... Lying on the cold floor staring at the solitary yellow light on the ceiling, Xingyuan comforted himself thinking that managing to do 2 push-ups in one go was quite an achievement, wasn't it? Even the smallest things were quite adorable. Throughout the night, Xingyuan flailed around on the floor like a dead fish. He did not know how much his physical condition had improved, but he understood that he could not continue to struggle like this. Damn it, I'm getting too hungry. The bottled water was already finished, and only 3 slices of toast remained. Xingyuan wisely ceased his movements, lying still on the cold floor to reduce his energy consumption. Others had also reminded him in the chat channel. If we can't find food, let's not waste energy and try to conserve our strength waiting for tomorrow's station. That way our chances of survival will be greater. Then won't my talent for falling asleep on the train come in handy? Just before sleeping, Xingyuan searched the chat channel again, using train currency as the keyword. However, he found no useful information. Either no one had obtained it, or those who did kept it secret. He leaned more towards the latter. It was impossible for him to be the only one with currency. So many veterans must be hiding it. Time to sleep. At 1 in the morning, Xingyuan fell asleep. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning. Having already had breakfast, Xingyuan was on high alert. Train operation notice: next stop, single station Flipflower Garden. This station is, please prepare yourselves. At 10 o'clock, the train smoothly stopped next to a small garden. Through the train window, Xingyuan clearly saw strange figures wandering in the distance. Their eyes were murky, their faces were grim, and their bodies were twisted. Common zombie level 1 description: the most common type of infected. They possess a tenacious life force. Their bites contain a virus that can cause infection. However, the numbers were even greater than he had imagined. Within his line of sight, there were already more than 8. And this did not include those hiding in the shadows. Xingyuan's gaze shifted to the vending machine in the garden, where he could faintly see a variety of goods displayed. He licked his dry lips. The scent of humanity was very apparent to the zombies. The moment Xingyuan stepped off the train, they sensed him, and all turned their heads in his direction. This eerie scene was enough to raise every hair on one's body. Xingyuan's heart raced. Who could remain calm in such a situation? The zombies lunged at him, moving faster than he had anticipated. Xingyuan pulled the trigger on his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire. One could only say that his shooting skills were quite poor. At a distance of 20 meters, he only hit 4 out of 10 bullets. However, with unlimited ammunition, he didn't care and just kept firing. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Flames belched from the muzzle as a rich smell of gunpowder filled the air. The first zombie was quickly taken down, but the second, third, and fourth zombies were already closing in. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. At the critical moment, Xingyuan spun around and dove back into the train car. Bang! Just as he was about to grab the zombie, it was suddenly repelled by an invisible barrier. Newbie protection. For the first 3 stations, the train would not take any damage. And Xingyuan, being inside the train car, was naturally invincible. The invisible barrier stood between the train car and the zombies, preventing them from advancing even a single step, leaving them clawing and snapping at Xingyuan, who was forever out of reach. At that moment, Xingyuan's heart was racing above 180. Damn it, the 12 consecutive defeats of the Lucky Star were nothing compared to this. He lifted his gun and pulled the trigger at the zombies that were close at hand. At such a close range, he couldn't possibly miss, so he easily cleared all the zombies in front of him. Counting carefully, there were as many as 12 indeed, confirming that zombies were hiding in the shadows. After clearing the area, Xingyuan cautiously probed around to ensure no hidden zombies remained, and only then did he confidently get off the train and head straight for the vending machine. It was packed with various supplies. There were all sorts of items: bread, jelly, ham, sausages, cola, Sprite, bottled water. Over 20 kinds. He struck it rich. With a smash, Xingyuan broke the glass door of the vending machine with a brick, desperately scavenging everything without leaving a single item. After tossing everything into the train car, he then began to carefully explore the entire garden. As expected, in a corner flower bed, he discovered a treasure chest. This time he had learned his lesson. Instead of opening it on the spot, he moved the treasure chest back into the train car. Then he began to scavenge various upgrade materials. Whatever seats he found, he dismantled them for the wood needed for upgrades. Any fitness equipment he came across was ruined for the metal required. Even the vending machine from earlier could not be overlooked, as it was both metal and glass. The only issue was that he lacked proper tools. If only he had an axe or a hammer, it would greatly improve his efficiency. After multiple trips back and forth, he still couldn't finish moving all the supplies from the garden. With only 5 minutes left before departure, Xingyuan became too lazy to continue. Like a dead dog, he lay on the floor, soaked in sweat, gasping for breath. Train operation, please fasten your seatbelts. The sound of the announcement rang out once again. After resting for a good 10 minutes, Xingyuan finally struggled to his feet and began to tally up the spoils from this stop. First, the food: 3 chicken-flavored ham sausages, 5 bags of cucumber-flavored chips, 2 packs of strawberry-flavored wafers, 2 bags of spicy konjac. Snacks: 1 pack of 5-spice sunflower seeds, and a box of Dove chocolate. Next, the drinks: 5 bottles of 500 milliliters Waha bottled water, 3 cans of 330 milliliters Pepsi, 2 bottles of 1-liter iced tea, and 1 can of 250 milliliters Red Bull. This was all the supplies from the vending machine. With these, he should be able to sustain himself for quite some time. It was worth the effort of killing 12 zombies, truly not easy. He opened one ham sausage, popped it into his mouth, and took several gulps of iced tea, finally appeasing his hunger. Then his gaze fell upon the treasure chest. It was still a level 1 treasure chest. However, this time the rewards were quite different. Beginner Gene Enhancement Potion. Category: Standard Creation. Level 1. Description: utilizing the pinnacle of biological technology from the old world, this potion safely breaks through the physiological limits of the human body, comprehensively enhancing strength, reflexes, and endurance. A vial of deep blue potion suddenly appeared before Lu Xingyuan. The potion was thick, shimmering with specks of light. The method of using it is quite simple. Just open the cap, expose the needle, and jab it into the arm to activate. Lu Xingyuan couldn't believe his luck. This beginner gene enhancement potion could be considered a rare find among level 1 treasure chests. Now I finally understand what was wrong. Damn it, I've crossed over into a survival world. Where's the reliance on hard training to enhance my body? Those push-ups last night were clearly for nothing. Without any hesitation, Lu Xingyuan plunged the needle into his arm. That was reckless. He blacked out from the pain. No one had warned him it would hurt this much. He lost track of time, but when Lu Xingyuan finally woke up, his first reaction was hungry. Extremely hungry. Starving like a thunderous explosion. He felt he could eat an elephant. Every organ and every inch of flesh in his body groaned with hunger. He quickly ate a few pieces of chocolate to replenish some energy, and only then did Lu Xingyuan begin to feel a little better. Next, he started to check his body for changes. Wow, this bicep, this six-pack, these thigh muscles, and this. Am I still myself? Feeling the explosive power within him, Lu Xingyuan realized he had underestimated this beginner gene enhancement potion. He had thought it was merely a basic creation, the effects of which would be average, but unexpectedly, it had brought about such earth-shattering changes in his body. Just as the potion's description stated, it not only enhanced his strength, but also greatly improved his reflexes and endurance. Now he could hold his own against zombies, even without a gun. Of course, getting bitten was another matter. After consuming half of the food he scavenged, Lu Xingyuan's hunger had somewhat diminished. I thought this food could last me 3 to 5 days. It seems the next stop wouldn't allow for any laziness. Lu Xingyuan, completely naked, was browsing through the chat records. The reason he was undressed was not due to any perverse tendencies, but because his clothes had long been soaked with sweat, smelling quite foul. Since that was the case, it was better to hang them up for a bit. The current temperature in the carriage was quite suitable, around 23 degrees, neither too cold nor too hot. Lu Xingyuan habitually glanced at the number of online players. It was just the second day of the game, but the number of those eliminated had already surpassed 2,000, truly terrifying. Other train conductors had noticed this as well, and were frantically discussing. Over 2,000 people have logged off already. Isn't this elimination rate a bit too high, eh? It seems this game has no intention of giving us a way out. Not to mention the dangers at the arriving station. The supplies are pitifully scarce. Damn it, is there any hope for humanity? Just let it perish, I'm tired. While many conductors had indeed been eliminated, it was equally undeniable that as time passed, more and more conductors were gradually finding their footing and living better. The trading channel had noticeably become lively. From the initial lack of supplies listed, it now had swelled to 20 or 30 pages. 50 milliliters of mineral water in exchange for 10 units of wood. 100 grams of bread in exchange for 20 units of metal. Mineral water for food. Message me privately. Food for a lattice. Original scent. Must see the photo. First, ugly ones, please refrain. Damn, are they really that capable? To be able to offer food in exchange for such useless things. What shocked him even more was that this trade went from being posted to completed in less than half a minute, indicating that some lady had already lost her original scent. Indeed, nearly 30 hours had passed since arriving in this world, and many people hadn't even managed to get a drop of water, let alone food. Faced with the threat of survival, who had the time to show off? Living was the most important thing. However, what truly made Lu Xingyuan's eyelids twitch was a trade that read 200 milliliters of water or 100 grams of bread in exchange for 1 train coin, as many as you want. Note, this trade is valid long-term. It seemed many people had already acquired train coins and realized their rarity, which was why they were willing to part with precious food and water for trade. This trade information naturally sparked discussions among other conductors. Train coins. What is that? How can it be so valuable? 1 train coin can actually be exchanged for 200 milliliters of water. I'm utterly astonished. I really want to drink water. My lips have already cracked. If only I had a train coin, I could swap it for 200 milliliters of water, enough to save my life. I only regret that I wasted all my urine, otherwise I could have held on a little longer. Who has train coins? Hurry up and trade. Train coins must be extraordinarily valuable, or otherwise they wouldn't offer such a high price. I advise those with train coins to trade cautiously. Of course, who doesn't know these coins are precious? But when life is at stake, can holding on to these coins serve as a talisman? If I can't even get through today, what future? After a heated discussion, a conductor named Li Yang stated that he had 2 train coins. I found them in a level 1 treasure chest at the second station. That station was safe, and there was only 1 treasure chest. I had thought I could find the necessary living supplies inside, or at least materials for upgrading the train, but unexpectedly there were only these 2 train coins inside. Now I am completely out of supplies, but if I don't drink water soon, I will die of thirst. So even though I know these train coins are precious, I have no choice but to trade. 2 train coins. This guy's luck both good and bad. A conductor named Wang Tianhua quickly jumped in his avatar, depicting a young man in his late 20s, eyes gleaming with sharpness. Give them to me, and I'll provide you with the water and food you want. He was the one who had posted the train coin trade request in the trading channel. 200 milliliters of water plus 100 grams of bread for your 2 train coins. I've already sent the trade request, so hurry and accept it. Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin, feeling that he could also get involved. Haha, 200 milliliters of water to exchange for a train coin. Your calculations are far too optimistic. I'll offer 250 milliliters of water, or 150 grams of bread, for a single train coin. I'll bid 300 milliliters of water. Though I lack food resources, water is far more vital than sustenance. In truth, before Lu Xingyuan could even intervene, other train captains had already grown impatient and descended into the bidding war for train coins. As their offers escalated rapidly, rival train captains grew feverish with greed. These train coins must be extraordinarily valuable. How marvelous it would be to possess just one. Lu Xingyuan entered the fray and ended the contest outright. His bid, 100 milliliters of cola plus 200 milliliters of mineral water for a single train coin. The chat channel erupted instantly. Cola, did I read that correctly? He actually is cola. What the yay? I can't even sip a drop of water, and he secured cola. Could his luck possibly be this extraordinary? Were the 2 stations he reached utterly devoid of danger? Liang, deal, I'll trade. But I want only the cola, none of the mineral water. 2 train coins for 1 unopened can of cola. How about it? To savor cola once more before death, I'd have no regrets. Cola might not be the optimal survival resource, but desire after all needs no justification. As an otaku shuden, he knew his limits while he was fated to travel only so far. What then was the point of futile struggle? To relish the present, that was paramount. A transaction window materialized. 2 train coins were placed inside. In the next instant, light shimmered, and a frost-chilled can of Pepsi landed in his palm. A sharp hiss. The tab snapped open, a sweet aromatic fragrance surged forth, lighting up Li Yang's face with pure delight. He drained it in one gulp, and let out a thunderous resonant belch. Exquisite. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, now in possession of 2 train coins, received an incoming friend request. Wang Tianhua requests to add you as a friend. Accept. Decline. Lu Xingyuan idly turned the 2 train coins between his fingers, without hesitation. Though he had no idea what lay behind the request, he sensed ill intent, and rightly so. Moments later, the chat channel exploded with his shattered composure. Lu Xingyuan, is that your name? You'd better brace yourself. Dare to snatch what's mine, and you'll pay dearly. Other train captains watched the spectacle with gleeful anticipation. Conflict erupting as early as day 2. How thrilling. Yet they were somewhat disappointed. Lu Xingyuan, the central figure, ignored Wang Tianhua entirely, driving the latter deeper into disarray. Day 3. Lu Xingyuan awoke shortly after 8 o'clock. A simple breakfast, a sausage stick and a chocolate bar, sufficed. He exhaled into his palms. Quite pungent, he murmured. As a fastidious young man who prided himself on cleanliness, going days without brushing his teeth had become genuinely unbearable. These upgrade materials are proving far harder to gather than I anticipated. As the supplies were loaded into the carriage, the game automatically tallied their quantities. Wood 8,500 units. Metal 5,500 units. Glass tin 100 units. Frankly, this progress left Lu Xingyuan deeply unsatisfied. I've worn myself ragged, yet this is all I get. Survival is arduous. Xiao Lu sighed. At 9:30 m. Train operation alert. Next station, multi-captain platform, Jingshui Street, maximum concurrent docking capacity 3 trains. Platform classification green level. Prepare for, a multi-captain platform. And a green level 1 at that. Lu Xingyuan instantly perked up. So, he'd encounter other train captains here. Now that promised intrigue. The chat channel detonated. Whoa, I'm arriving at a multi-captain platform today. Me too. Multi-captain platforms mean cooperation and synergy among train captains. Exactly. 1 + 1 yields far more than 2. Any fellow captains heading to Furong Residential Complex next? Speak up. Why am I still stuck on a solo platform? That's unfair. I want to latch onto someone strong. At 10 o'clock sharp, Lu Xingyuan's train settled smoothly beside the platform edge. Two other trains stood docked there alongside his, identical in sleek matte black, indistinguishable down to the last detail. Lu Xingyuan concealed his assault rifle and peered cautiously from behind the window. Monsters lurking on the platform were terrifying, but fellow human train captains. So, let's stealth be his creed. No shame in that. Soon two figures disembarked from the other trains, a man and a woman. The man appeared 30-odd years old, bald and imposing. She looked 26 or 27, her voluminous waves cascading like dark silk. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing them carefully. No visible weapons on either. No weapons, and yet you descend so recklessly. Are you truly that fearless? If even white-level platforms teemed with peril, a higher-tier green platform surely harbored greater threats. His gaze swept across the street ahead. It stretched roughly 200 meters, clean, orderly, lined with storefronts arranged in meticulous succession. Even their signage followed a uniform template. Yadi e-bike specialty store. Ima e-bike flagship outlet. Xiao Dao e-bikes. Even when powerless, they still roll. Ninebot mobility. Xiao Niu e-bikes. Damn it. Why the hell are all these shops selling e-bikes? Lu Xingyuan's expression tightened. Wouldn't any supermarket suffice? Hey, brother aboard the train. Aren't you coming down? By then the bald man had approached Lu Xingyuan's train, craning his neck to peer inside. Newcomer protection didn't merely shield against monsters. It also barred entry by other trains. Yet even through that barrier the bald man glimpsed the floor strewn with food and water, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Holy, how does he have so much water and food? That drew the wavy-haired woman's attention instantly. Where? Let me see. The carriage door slid open, and Lu Xingyuan stepped down slowly, peering freely into another's train. Don't you find that rather impolite? It's you. You're Lu Xingyuan. The bald man recognized him instantly. The wavy-haired woman caught on just as quickly. He's that Lu Xingyuan, the one who traded cola. That transaction had already catapulted Lu Xingyuan to fame, and since every train captain used their own photograph as an avatar, recognition was inevitable. His profile photo was already striking, yet the man himself surpasses even that. Brother Lu, it's quite fateful for the three of us to gather at the same platform. Why not cooperate and scavenge for supplies here? The bald man immediately extended the invitation. With your ability to gather so many supplies, your strength must be exceptional. With you here, we can explore more safely. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. You're thinking too much. I'm just lucky I didn't encounter any danger at the previous two platforms, which is why I could scavenge supplies so easily. The bald man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haven't the game rules warned us? In this world, luck is more important than strength. The bald man was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haven't the game rules warned us? In this world, luck is more important than strength. The woman with big waves brightened up at the bald man's words, nodding eagerly. Yes. Since you're so lucky, following you will surely keep us safe from danger. Clinging to the thigh of the big shot, she was sure to reap plenty of benefits. However, Lu Xingyuan's firm attitude exceeded her expectations. I said it's not good. Are you deaf? The woman with big waves had a stiff expression, and after a long silence forced a smile. All right. Then shall we cooperate? The bald man nodded. No problem. The woman immediately assumed a weak posture. I'm just a frail girl, so you'll have to help me out a bit and grant me some supplies. The bald man made an okay gesture. At this time, Lu Xingyuan had already entered a shop. Inside, various electric vehicles were parked, and no danger was in sight. Having been enhanced by genetic agents, his perception was greatly improved. If anything was amiss, he would sense it. Could it be that after 2 strokes of bad luck, I finally caught a break? After all, the level of the platform only indicates the abundance of resources and is not directly tied to danger. If that's the case, let's start scavenging. These brand new electric vehicles are the best resources, with frames made entirely of metal. Additionally, there are materials like plastic, rubber, and electronic components. Although they may not be useful now, they might come in handy later. Lu Xingyuan rummaged through a cabinet and quickly found a long string of keys. After trying them one by one, he soon started one of the vehicles and sped towards his train's location. There was a height difference between the train and the platform, but Lu Xingyuan was meticulous enough to bring a ramp, placing it in front of his train's door, allowing the electric vehicle to drive straight into the carriage. One vehicle secured, Lu Xingyuan swiftly returned to prepare for the next one. Meanwhile, the bald man and the woman with big waves were searching for food and water in the shop. After searching around, they found nothing. Are you kidding me? A store this big and not even a bucket of water. The already parched woman with big waves felt even more frustrated, and this is supposed to be called a green platform. This is ridiculous. The bald man was equally displeased. Not everyone could be as lucky as Lu Xingyuan in collecting so much water and food. He hadn't had water for nearly 72 hours, unable to even produce a drop of saliva. Just then they saw Lu Xingyuan speeding by on an electric vehicle. The two exchanged glances and immediately realized The reason this station was a green platform was that there were plenty of upgrade materials available. Why don't we transport some electric vehicles back too? Having come all this way, they certainly couldn't return empty-handed. They had to embody the spirit of a fisherman. If I can't catch fish, I'll steal cows. If I can't steal cows, I'll steal vegetables. In short, I must not return empty-handed. The two immediately imitated Lu Xingyuan, continuously transporting electric vehicles back. Lu Xingyuan said nothing. There were enough electric vehicles that they wouldn't be able to carry them all within an hour. 20 minutes later, Lu Xingyuan had cleared out all the electric vehicles from the first store. He promptly shifted his focus to the solid wood tables and chairs, as well as the wooden counter. Right, the ceiling seems to be built from wooden boards too. Estimating that the metal was sufficient, he pushed over 20 electric vehicles into the carriage, filling it to the brim. It was time to focus on attacking the wood and glass. After a round of destruction, he dismantled the tables and chairs into pieces, transporting them on the electric vehicle in successive trips. Breaking the glass windows of the shop was even simpler. A single brick did the trick. The shattered glass was all tossed into the carriage by Lu Xingyuan. Regardless of whether the glass was good or bad, reaching 100 units was enough. This electric vehicle. Arriving at the third store, just as he was about to break the glass, Lu Xingyuan was attracted by a black electric vehicle positioned right at the front of the store. Finding the key, he inserted it and turned it, only to discover it had no battery. Frowning, he suddenly thought of something and opened the seat bucket. A treasure chest appeared before his eyes, glimmering enticingly. While hidden indeed, he had once thought that this platform had no treasure chest, or that it had been scavenged by those two people. The misunderstanding was cleared up. 10:50. There were still 10 minutes before departure. The bald man and the woman with big waves stood waiting in front of the train. Brother Lu, your haul this time. What the heck is this? A treasure chest. The attention of the two was instantly drawn to the treasure chest that sparkled with a captivating luster. You're too lucky. You found a treasure chest. The woman with big waves couldn't hide her envy and jealousy in her words. Even though they had reached the third station, most train conductors had never seen a treasure chest. The woman with big waves was one of them, so she was very curious about what could be found inside the chest. Can we open it to see? There's nothing worth seeing. Lu Xingyuan completely ignored her request and tossed the treasure chest into the carriage. The expression of the woman with big waves stiffened instantly. Brother Lu is right, it's better not to open it. After all, this treasure chest belongs to Brother Lu. What if something good comes out? Wouldn't we suffer? Today, being able to come to this green platform and collect so many upgrade materials without encountering danger is already enough luck. We really must thank Brother Lu for sharing his good fortune with us, don't you think? The woman with big waves seemed to have received a signal and immediately drew out a dagger hidden in her hand, thrusting it directly at Lu Xingyuan. If she had hesitated a bit earlier now, her eyes were filled with determination and extreme madness. Die. If you want open the treasure chest in front of me, then I will open it myself. Before Lu Xingyuan arrived, the bald man suggested, let's eliminate this guy. Kill him. Are you crazy? I can't do something like that. The big waves were completely stunned. Are you stupid? If we kill him, all the supplies on his train will be ours. The bald man continued to whisper, lowering his voice. If this continues, both of us will starve or die of thirst. Or do you guarantee that at the next station there will be water and food? Are you willing to gamble? You can't afford to. The big wave's pupils trembled, as if her heart was shaking too. Therefore, to survive, we can only take ruthless action against him and plunder all his supplies. In this world, there are no laws or morals. We must resort to any means necessary. The bald man gripped her shoulders tightly. So listen to me, take a chance. He shoved a fruit knife into her palm. She swallowed hard. She had to admit that she was somewhat tempted. What truly drove her to consider killing Lu Xingyuan was his current attitude. What are you pretending for? I ask you, what are you pretending for? Just let me open a treasure chest and see what it's like. I'm a beauty too. Who do you think you are to look down on me like that? Kill. The sharp fruit knife glinted coldly as it aimed directly for Lu Xingyuan's heart. The big waves felt no panic, only indescribable excitement. It turns out that killing isn't such a difficult task. However, bang. The speed of the punch was faster than that of the knife. Her chest caved in, feeling like several ribs had broken, and she was sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground, the fruit knife falling from her hand. Pain continuously stimulated her brains, nerves causing tears to flow from her eyes in an instant. She trembled as she looked at Lu Xingyuan's cold expression, her fear magnifying infinitely. How could this guy be so strong? She was on a completely different level from him, but she had not lost yet. The big waves immediately looked at the bald man. He was in a dazed state. He just knocked someone away with a single punch. Oh, was this guy even human? The woman, although slender, weighed over 100 pounds. He thought he couldn't do it, but he still had a trump card, didn't he? His talent allowed him to double his power in a short time. Perhaps this would be enough to take down Lu Xingyuan. He dared to act, but it was after deep consideration, not an impulsive decision. However, the next second a dark gun barrel was aimed at him. He fell silent. He had seen pants hiding explosives, but never guns. I thought you were exceptionally gifted, but it turns out you were just using props. If you had a gun, you should have taken it out earlier. I wouldn't have had to create so much inner drama. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. There was no need to see whether the gun was faster than a punch. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm not with her. I never thought she would dare to ambush you. The big waves fell silent for 2 seconds and raised a middle finger. Damn you. The bald man had no time to pay her any mind and looked at Lu Xingyuan with a flattering expression. Brother Lu, let's team up and eliminate her. Then we'll take all her supplies. He made a gesture across his throat. Most importantly, her train can be disassembled into materials for your upgrades. A skilled master like you will definitely be the first to become a level 2 train conductor. The rumor about how a train conductor's death would leave a train without an owner to be disassembled by other conductors had already spread in the chat channels. Many conductors were worried. This setup would only incite conflict and killing among conductors. Don't you have anything else to say? Lu Xingyuan's gun was still aimed. The bald man was taken aback. Wow, what do you mean? Up until now you haven't said anything that would make me not pull the trigger. The bald man's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Do you have train currency? No. I have. Don't kill me. You're lying. Da-da-da. The bullets surged instantly, turning the bald man into a sieve. The enhanced physical qualities from the gene agent made the recoil of the submachine gun negligible for Lu Xingyuan. Thus, every bullet hit the bald man's body with not a single one missing. This should have killed him completely. Lu Xingyuan didn't dare to be careless and fired another burst of bullets. Mainly this was not a normal world, but one filled with extraordinary powers. He couldn't guarantee whether the other party possessed any extraordinary life-saving methods. The big waves witnessing all this were swallowing saliva madly behind him. This guy is so damn ruthless. Even after turning someone into a sieve, he still fires more bullets. What's the difference between him and a demon? The big waves trembled and begged for mercy. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Give me a chance to live, and I can follow you, be your dog. I don't want my train anymore. I can become your vassal, your tool for satisfaction. How about that? I actually have quite a lot to offer. She frantically unbuttoned her clothes, attempting to entice Lu Xingyuan with her fair skin. Becoming the other party's vassal was not a bad thing. It could even be beneficial. He is so powerful, following him would surely lead to a life of comfort, and she wouldn't have to worry about food and water anymore. Please, I have studied the classics. Lu Xingyuan pulled the trigger, directly blowing her head off. What do you take me for seriously? After searching both of them, Lu Xingyuan found no train currency and wasn't surprised at all. If they truly had such a thing, they would have used it to trade for food and water long ago. He was just taking precautions. After the train's owner perished, the new conductor protection naturally disappeared. 2 prompts appeared. Detected unknown train, would you like to transfer resources? Detected unknown train, would you like to disassemble it? Transfer. Sorry. The current train capacity has reached its limit and cannot be transferred. Damn it. Isn't this nonsense? There is only 1 minute left until the train departs. Moreover, the train continued to advance steadily along its predetermined track. Pay attention. The man named Xiao Shui decided to treat himself a little better today. With a pop, the metallic tab of the Pepsi can was pulled open and a rush of white foam erupted. Lu Xingyuan tilted his head back and swiftly drank half the can, letting out a satisfying burp. Once the tension in his nerves had eased a bit, he finally stood up and began to work transferring the electric bikes piled up in the initial carriage to the second carriage. Yes, that's right, he had now become a proud level 2 train conductor, acquiring a brand new carriage. It was precisely because of this that he was able to successfully transfer the supplies from the bald man and the big wave vehicle without causing any waste. After all, Lu Xingyuan knew very well how difficult it was to obtain upgrade materials. The 2 trains were successfully disassembled into a pile of materials, which were placed at the end of the second carriage. Even a level 1 train provided far more materials upon disassembly than one might imagine. Isn't this just encouraging train conductors to fight amongst themselves? Going down to the platform to explore means facing unknown and ferocious monsters, but harming one's own kind is much simpler and more efficient. Shivering with fear, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly did 2 push-ups. People change like the weather. If one does not strive to enhance their strength, they will eventually end up polishing someone else's shoes. Okay, it's almost cleaned up. The newly added second carriage was much larger than the initial carriage, allowing Lu Xingyuan to transfer all the collected supplies effectively. This game is really stingy. It doesn't even provide the most basic backpack. Silently cursing the planners, Lu Xingyuan refocused on the prompt for upgrades. Train upgrade modification. This is one of the basic mechanics of the game. Every time the train levels up, 3 optional enhancements will be unlocked, which can be implemented at the cost of train currency. At this moment, the 3 options before him were delayed departure green, 2 train currency. After modification, the train's maximum stop time at the platform increases by 1 hour. You can still choose to depart at the original time, 1100. Comfortable sleep white, 1 train currency, gain a 2-meter comfortable bed. External armor plate green, 2 train currency. Install lightweight armor on the critical parts of the entire train. Permanently increases the train's durability by 10 points and provides a slowly regenerating temporary shield at each stop. The train's modification levels, like those of the platform, are divided into 5 grades: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The higher the level, the more train currency is required. The level 1 treasure chest at Xingyuan Street Station had long been opened by him, containing only 2 train currency. So in total he now had 5, just enough to complete 3 modifications. There is no need to elaborate on the delayed departure. The initial train currency should be invested in time itself. An additional hour of looting is sufficient to kickstart the resource snowball. Next is the external armor plate, which is also a very important modification. After all, the novice period has already passed. The train is no longer under any protection, whether from monsters at the platform or other similar kinds. They can all cause damage to the train. At the moment the train set off, the game provided the prompt novice protection has ended. Following this was an explanation regarding the train's durability. A level 1 train possesses 100 points of durability. A level 2 train has 200 points. A level 3 train has 300 points. And so forth, with each level increase adding 100 points of durability. If the durability drops to 0, it means the train conductor is eliminated. Although 10 points of durability is not much, one must not forget that it also has a slowly regenerating temporary shield that refreshes for free at each stop, providing a shield equivalent to 20 points. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. He would first take these 2 modifications. The train currency in his hand was instantly reduced by 4. Wait, no. The deduction also included the metal stored in the second carriage. It turns out that modifying this external armor plate consumes my own materials. Are you even human? You want my currency and my materials? Oh, why not just take my life while you're at it? This modification is really not cheap. It directly cost him 200 units of metal. Fortunately, he had collected enough materials. Otherwise, even if he paid to buy the modification, it wouldn't take effect immediately. The effects of the external armor plate modification could be felt directly within the carriage. The most noticeable difference was the tactile sensation. While the train was moving, there was a solid feeling of weight. Visually, the inner walls were also covered with a rough metal layer, appearing extremely reliable. Seeing this scene, Lu Xingyuan felt a bit better and proceeded to modify the comfortable sleep as well. Sleeping on this cold floor was indeed uncomfortable. His back and waist ached, making him feel sluggish every morning. With this comfortable bed, it should be much better. Cautiously pouring a bit of water from a mineral water bottle to wash his face, Lu Xingyuan then looked at the new prompt. Would you like to draw a new colored hex? There is certainly a result of hard work behind today's achievements, but one cannot deny that talent has also played a small role. Without the ability to bathe in incense, perhaps washing his face clean could bring some good luck. Lu Xingyuan pressed the draw button. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the colored hex prism pipe. Hex explanation: every time you reach a new station you will receive a prism magic ball filled with abundant loot. The loot inside the magic ball increases with the train's level. Lu Xingyuan fell silent. Could this be a bit too overpowered? With this hex, even if he doesn't get off the train, he can still live well. Lu Xingyuan was already starting to look forward to the prism magic balls that would drop when they arrived at the station tomorrow. Tomorrow is definitely a good day. Approaching the control panel, Lu Xingyuan found that for some unknown reason his friend request list had turned into 99. Train conductor Zhang Tao has requested to add you as a friend and left a message: big brother, please take care of me. Train conductor Wang Lily has requested to add you as a friend and left a message: are you there? Are you interested in a cup married woman? Train conductor Zhao Qing has requested to add you as a friend and left a message: handsome guy, if you agree to my friend request, I can give you my original flavor for free. Train conductor Oman has requested to add you as a friend and left a message: damn brother, how did you manage to do it? It's only the 3rd station and you've already leveled up to 2. That's amazing. Give me a spot on your friends list. So that's how it is. From the last message attached to the friend request, Lu Xingyuan guessed the truth of the matter. Ignoring all these friend requests, Lu Xingyuan entered the chat channel. At the beginning, the train conductors were discussing the disappearance of the newbie protection. Does the absence of newbie protection mean that my train will be attacked by those monsters? I strongly request that the game extend the newbie protection period to 7 stations. 3 stations are simply too short. I haven't even had the chance to familiarize myself with this world. It seems there's no way to continue hiding in the train. I must face the ferocious monsters. Wah, I don't want to. This is just too cruel for a girl like me. But soon someone noticed something amiss. What the hell? Am I seeing things? How come a conductor has leveled up to level 2 already? I just wanted to check how many people were online, and instead I witnessed such an explosive scene. What a... Level 2. Are you kidding me? The materials for leveling up are so hard to collect. How could anyone level up this quickly? What the hell? It's actually true. Lu Xingyuan. Why does this conductor's name sound somewhat familiar? Isn't he the one who exchanged cola for train currency yesterday? Wow, this is a true big shot. To level up to level 2 so quickly, that strength is incredible. I'm crying. How can the gap between people be so large? I haven't even gathered 1/10 of the materials, and he has leveled up directly. I think he must possess an exceptionally strong talent to level up so quickly. Who is this guy deliberately saying such things? Lu Xingyuan frowned. Talent is like a girl's underwear. Unless absolutely necessary, one should not casually reveal its color. This guy is obviously trying to lead the conversation. Among the flood of messages, Lu Xingyuan also saw his old acquaintance Wang Tianhua. He was cursing loudly. Is it because of the train currency that you leveled up so fast? Damn you, I was supposed to be the first conductor to level up to level 2. Faced with the curiosity and questions of the crowd, Lu Xingyuan did not respond, but silently sent a message about trading. Those with train currency can come to me to exchange for water and food. However, after this incident, the number of conductors willing to trade their train currency drastically decreased, even if the prices offered were much higher than before. Lu Xingyuan didn't mind. He directly stepped onto a silver electric motorcycle parked in the first carriage. What was the brand of this bike again? I think it was called No. 9. Lu Xingyuan often saw the ghost fire youths riding this thing, racing on the streets, performing all kinds of tricks. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that behind every one of these yellow-haired riders seemed to be a young and beautiful girl with legs that were white and slender. As for whether they were smooth or not, he didn't know. If he had touched them, he might have been able. I never expected that one day I would also ride this thing. The electric motorcycle is a very important strategic resource. It can enhance your travel efficiency, meaning your exploration range becomes broader. The only regret is that he has no means to recharge. Once the battery runs out, that's it. When the time comes, I'll ride the motorcycle with one hand and shoot with the other. The throttle is on the right, so I can only hold the gun with my left hand. Fortunately, I often practice shooting left-hand in the western regions, so I quickly found the feeling. Not bad, not bad. It would be even better if I could carry a young and beautiful girl in the back. Just as he was thinking, a message popped up in the trading window. Conductor Gu wanting 1 train currency for a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, plus a chicken-flavored sausage. Do you want to exchange? Lu Xingyuan glanced at the profile picture. The other party was a young girl with an oval face, big eyes, long hair, and very fair skin. Just looking at the profile picture made her seem quite charming. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel moved. It is said that in every survival world there is a lucky girl like this. They don't have to do anything and can effortlessly acquire resources that others cannot. Could it be that this girl in front of me is the lucky girl of this world? Too expensive. I can only give you 1 bag of cucumber-flavored chips and 100 milliliters of mineral water at most. I'm a college student. I'm still a little beast. How about this? I'll give you 2 train currencies, and you give me a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, a chicken-flavored sausage, and this hits the mark. To casually take out 2 train currencies, and you still say you're not a lucky girl. You have a lot of currency, huh? What do you want to do? No need to be so nervous. I'm not a bad person. Don't you think that statement makes you sound like a bad person? Isn't it said that college students are easy to deceive, very innocent and foolish? Why is this person's vigilance so strong? How about this? I'll exchange you a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, a chicken-flavored sausage, and a piece of important information for the 2 train currencies in your hand. What do you think? Information. Important information. What kind of tone is this? Lu Xingyuan frowned. First, tell me what kind of information it is. It's about the correct way to use train currency. Aren't you interested? I think I'm probably the only one in this entire section who knows about it. The other party fell silent. There was no immediate reply. It seemed she was tempted. All right, let's proceed with your trade. The chips and sausage were transmitted over, and Lu Xingyuan successfully received 2 train currencies. He kept his word and immediately told the other party the correct usage of train currency. Gu Wanqing. Why do I feel like I've been conned by you? Even if you didn't tell me, once I level up, I'll naturally know. Isn't it better to know in advance? At least there's some psychological expectation. I still feel like I'm at a loss. That's not my concern, and the trade has been Fortunately, the other party wasn't that kind of difficult little fairy and didn't say much. At night, Lu Xingyuan lay down on the comfortable big bed that had been modified with 1 train currency. The soft feeling of the mattress relaxed every muscle in his body. The currency spent was worth it. The next day, at 9:30, train operation notification, next stop single-person platform, Liangliang Fruit, Wholesale Market. This station is white platform. Please be prepared. A single-person platform, the luck isn't too bad. Although Lu Xingyuan didn't fear meeting other conductors, it was best to avoid it if possible. At 10 o'clock, the train arrived on time. At the same time, a prism magic ball fell in the carriage. Touch. Open. Obtain. Junior Zombie Serum 2. Category: Standard Creation. Level 1. Description: can neutralize viral infections caused by bites or scratches from ordinary zombies. Warning: ineffective against mutated organisms, advanced zombies, and zombie king pathogens. Lu Xingyuan's eyes suddenly brightened. This is a life-saving item. After all, as of now, there is no solution to the zombie virus. Once scratched or bitten, the only fate awaiting one is death. Even though he has an infinite firepower submachine gun, he cannot guarantee he won't be harmed by zombies. However, with this serum, it is equivalent to having an extra layer of insurance. He placed one vial of the serum in the compartment of the vehicle and carried the other with him for emergencies as Lu Xingyuan slowly got off the vehicle. This is an abandoned small fruit wholesale market. Rotting fruit boxes are piled into small hills, and yellow-brown juice flows freely on the ground with the air filled with a sweet, yet nauseating. Lu Xingyuan instinctively pinched his nose and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. So far he had not discovered any danger. He slowly ventured deeper into the fruit market searching for the cold storage. The fruits outside have all rotted, but the fruits in the cold storage should still be edible, right? If he could find fresh fruits, that would be a real jackpot. It's all fun and games online, but who wouldn't want to sit in the compartment eating big bananas in reality? How delightful it would be. Soon Lu Xingyuan found the location of the cold storage. However, the external machine hanging on the wall had long stopped working. This made Lu Xingyuan's heart sink. Damn, could it be that there's nothing left? He forcefully turned the heavy doorknob, and with a dull creaking sound the cold storage door opened. Lu Xingyuan immediately prepared to shoot. Fortunately, the imagined zombies did not appear, only a faint smell of decay wafted out. The situation was not looking good, and he quickly rushed inside. The power system had long since collapsed, and naturally there were no lights in the cold storage. However, thanks to the enhancements from the gene serum, his vision had become exceptionally good. Even in the dim light, he could clearly see the neatly stacked boxes of fruits, which were the most basic and common bananas and apples. The top few boxes had already grown mold and spoiled, emitting a faint sour smell, but the boxes below seemed to be relatively fine at first glance. Lu Xingyuan picked a naturally ripe banana. After peeling it, he found no bad spots and directly performed a deep swallow. The taste was just right, and the flavor was also correct. His eyes lit up. Very good. The electric vehicle made 5 trips back and forth. Total harvest. Bananas 2 boxes. Apples 3 boxes. With such a harvest, it was already quite sufficient. If he ate slowly, it could at least last for a week. As for the remaining rotten fruits, Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin. In fact, there were still a few boxes that looked decent, and the degree of rot was only slight. It would be a pity to just throw them away. I have an idea. Sell them at a high price to college students. A total of 5 boxes of slightly rotten fruits harvested. Finally, there are those rotten fruits that have already leaked juice. Forget it. Too lazy to move them. I won't be able to sell them for a good price anyway. Lu Xingyuan was not interested in the 3 coins and 2 dates in a beggar's pocket. Who the hell is rich enough for me to make a profit? Remember, we are not begging on our knees. At 11:20, after collecting the supplies for the upgrade train, Lu Xingyuan chose to depart. Moreover, the black train head pulling 2 black compartments traveled on a track with no end in sight, lonely and desolate. Inside the compartment, Lu Xingyuan picked a big red apple, simply rubbed his palm on its surface, and then put it into his mouth. With a forceful bite, juice burst. In the past, apples were definitely considered the most boring type of fruit. If they weren't about to rot, he wouldn't even touch them. But now Lu Xingyuan was almost moved to tears by this sweet and delicious apple. While munching on the apple, Lu Xingyuan browsed through the messages in the chat channel. Damn, my train was attacked by monsters. Before reaching the station, I noticed that there were monsters on that platform. I thought hiding in the compartment would help me escape, but I forgot that the newbie protection period is over. Monsters can now attack the train. My durability has dropped by 20 points, and one side of the compartment has a huge hole. The wind is rushing in. I'm really having a tough time, sob. I'm worse off than you. My train's durability is down to less than 30 points. Does anyone know how to repair the train? If there are monsters at the next station, won't I be doomed? Is there a kind-hearted senior who can help me? I want to say that monsters will only attack the train when it reaches the station, but is there a possibility that monsters could attack while the train is in motion? Damn, can you not say that? How can we live like this? Not fun. This game isn't fun at all. This speculation made Lu Xingyuan's eyelids twitch. Encountering monsters while the train is moving. It's not impossible. If that's the case, then he really shouldn't sleep too deeply and must always be on guard. Thinking of this, he quickly opened Gu Wonking's chat interface. Fortunately, the other party's avatar was not grayed out, indicating that she was fine. But this is quite normal. After all, she is the legendary Koi girl. How could she be eliminated so easily? I want your coins. What thunderous statement. Do you want some fruits? Fruits? No wonder you're a big shot. You even managed to get these kinds of things. How about it? Of course. I love fruits. Is there any food that you pig girls don't like? Stop talking nonsense and send it quickly. Lu Xingyuan quickly sent a photo. 1 box of apples, 1 box of bananas. I only want 4 train coins from you. How about that? Quite a bargain, right? I didn't find any chests at the last station. Not every platform refreshes chests. So he planned to make up for it from Gu Wanqing. Are you out of your mind? These apples and bananas are spoiled. How can you have the nerve to sell them at such a high price? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Not at all. Although these 2 boxes of fruits are a bit spoiled, they can still be eaten with a little peeling. Besides, you know our current situation very well. Being able to eat fruits is already excellent. Who has the right to be picky? I'm only selling the fruits to you because you are beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong. Otherwise, I would have long sold these good goods to someone else. With 3 train tokens in hand, Lu Xingyuan felt in high spirits. This girl has quite the strength. This is already the 5th train token I have obtained from her. Even the tokens I have found on my journey amount to only 3. The koi girl is terrifying. Selling fruits. Slightly rotten fruits guaranteed to be juicy. Now on special, just 1 train token for 2 baskets. Interested parties, please message me. Gu Wanqing. What the hell? Lu Xingyuan. I thank you on behalf of my grandfather. Before long, Lu Xingyuan sold off the rotten fruits he had in hand. In the end, he even sold at a special price of 1 train token for 3 baskets of rotten fruits. There was no choice. These things could not be preserved for long. If he didn't sell them quickly, he might not even get 1 train token in return. Now he had a total of 15 train tokens in hand, which was quite a fortune. Now I need to gather materials for upgrading. The materials required to upgrade the train from level 2 to level 3 are as follows: wood 1000 units, metal 1000 units, glass 200 units, rubber 100 units, simple circuit boards 50 sets. First, the demand for wood, metal, and glass has doubled. Additionally, rubber and simple circuit boards were added. The first 3 items are manageable. He has a significant stock of them. However, he hasn't collected any rubber or simple circuit boards. It seems that reaching level 3 is not so simple. Just as he was about to lie down to rest, a friend request suddenly popped up. Train conductor, Sun E requests to add you as a friend. Initially thinking the other party was there to buy fruits, he didn't expect them to have grander intentions. Hello, I am the vice president of the Mutual Aid Society, and I sincerely invite you to join our organization to contribute to the continuation of human civilization. Mutual Aid Society. Lu Xingyuan paused slightly. Has an organization emerged so soon? In fact, by the 2nd day of the game, forming alliances had become a consensus among many. However, turning a consensus into a real organization is no easy task. The Mutual Aid Society has indeed shown some means in quickly pulling together a team. As for being invited, Lu Xingyuan did not feel too surprised. After all, he was the first train conductor to upgrade to level 2. Through the friend request, Sun E immediately sent a new message. In this apocalypse, strong individuals like you are the hope of all survivors. Our Mutual Aid Society needs your strength to support this big family. The strength of one person has its limits, but the power of many can sustain civilization. Please join us. Your abilities should not only benefit yourself, but should also illuminate the paths of more people. Of course, the organization will never treat you unfairly. Lu Xingyuan frowned slightly. Why does this sound so annoying? What does your Mutual Aid Society plan to do? Our strategy is clear: concentrate resources, create vanguards, and form combat capabilities. Let a portion of the train conductors become strong, first establish order, and then systematically motivate all survivors for overall improvement. Who are those selected individuals? Naturally, they are the lucky ones with powerful talents. So joining you requires revealing one's talents. We are one big family. Every member of the organization is family, and there should naturally be no secrets between family members. Then what is the talent of your leader? Joining us, you will naturally be told. Sorry, I don't have any intention of joining you for now. Just wait a moment. Inside a train speeding along the track, Sun E, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, did not end the conversation with Lu Xingyuan, but skillfully opened a chat window named Pan Wei. Since that's the case, telling him is no harm. Pan Wei quickly replied. After all, he is the first train conductor to upgrade to level 2, possessing enough luck and strength. For such a person, we should certainly show enough sincerity. Okay. Sun E appeared somewhat reluctant. In his view, Lu Xingyuan was merely lucky, while the president was the one with real strength. Others are scrambling to join the Mutual Aid Society, yet you're pushing back. Sun E adjusted his glasses, snorted coldly. I hope you can remember the president's kindness. However, the next second his expression froze. He saw the chat interface with Lu Xingyuan displaying the message, "You have been blocked by the other party." This guy blocked me. Sun E clenched his fists, never expecting such an outcome. It seemed Lu Xingyuan did not regard their Mutual Aid Society highly. Pan Wei, interesting. Sun E, President, I suggest we regard this Lu Xingyuan as the first target of our Mutual Aid Society's judgment to make an example out of him and deter those with ulterior motives from underestimating us. Just as Lu Xingyuan was about to lie down to rest after yawning, he received a private message from Gu Wanqing. After their last transaction, they had added each other as friends. Wow. The chat channel is so lively, with various factions resorting to unscrupulous means to recruit people. For those train conductors with powerful talents, they are offering ridiculously generous conditions. Food and water are plentiful, and they will provide high-quality meat, eggs, and milk. All the materials for upgrading the train up to level 5 are covered, and there are free train tokens to collect every month with a minimum of 10 tokens per month. The ordinary train conductors were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, feeling as if they were living in 2 completely different worlds. You believe that? It's just a marketing tactic. Really? Are you sure this isn't just out of spite because you haven't received their invitation? Lu Xingyuan retorted, sending screenshots of invitations from the Mutual Aid Society, the Iron Revival Society, the Pure Thought Brotherhood, and other factions. What are you talking about? Who do you think you're looking down on? Among these invitations was even one from the Tianhua Society. The founder of the Tianhua Society was none other than Wang Tianhua, with whom he had previous conflicts. The fact that they could set aside past grievances and lower themselves to invite him was proof of how sought after he was. I bet you haven't received any invitation at all, have you? Who says so? There are factions that have invited me, okay? They're not as pitiful as you claim. Oh, I'm curious which blind faction would actually invite someone like you, a small fry. Crimson Core. Yes, this is an organization primarily led by women filled with sweet and soft little cakes. Would you like to join me? I don't want to. Lu Xingyuan rolled his eyes. How foolish must I be to seek out suffering by joining this? However, he was somewhat surprised that Gu Wanxing also did not join. It seems quite troublesome. I still prefer the leisure of being alone. Did they ask you to report your talents? Yes. Did you not report? How did you know? Your talent must be exceptional, right? If it were ordinary, you would have already huddled with them for warmth. I feel a bit tired, I'm going to sleep now. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Xingyuan had eaten 3 bananas and let out a satisfied burp. Bananas do not store as well as apples. He must prioritize finishing the bananas. In the chat channel, after a night of fermentation, various factions had begun to take. Undoubtedly, the most powerful was the mutual aid group that was established first. Train Conductor's son, E said, after our relentless efforts, the mutual aid group now has 8 members and has been promoted to a second-level train conductor. I believe this already proves our strength quite well, so those who wish to join our train conductor group, please hurry. Time waits for no one, and a step behind means falling behind in all things. 8 second-level train conductors. This instantly caused a huge stir. Wow, this is incredible. This is the benefit of banding together for warmth. An individual's strength is insignificant, but when united we can overcome any difficulties. I want to join the mutual aid family. I also want to become a second-level conductor. To Lu Xingyuan's surprise, the second-rank faction was actually the Tianhua Association, led by Wang Tianhua, which had a total of 6 second-level train conductors. This guy actually has some strength. Ranking third is the Steel Revival Association, with a total of 5 second-level train conductors. Of course, according to them, although the number of second-level conductors in their organization is not the most, they possess the strongest actual combat power, because their president is about to advance to the 3rd level. Really? So soon? Although skeptical of this information, Lu Xingyuan understood that he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. The 4th ranked was the Pure Thought Brotherhood, with a total of 4 second-level train conductors. The 5th was the Crimson Core, also with 4 second-level train conductors. As for other scattered factions, their organizations only had 1 or 2 second-level train conductors, which were relatively weak. Indeed, having many members makes things easier. With so many little brothers gathering resources, how could the train's level not skyrocket? If that's the case, why don't you start your own faction? Why? Do you want to be my first loyal minion? Get lost. At 9:30. Train operation announcement. Next stop, single-use platform, Dog Paradise. This is Green Platform. Please be prepared. Green Platform. I look forward to it. At 10 o'clock, the train arrived on time. A magic ball fell. After picking it up, it contained 10 sets of simple circuit boards needed for train. Great, taking a firm step towards the upgrade goal. Observing the outside world carefully through the window, Lu Xingyuan saw the so-called Dog Paradise. As far as the eye could see, rusty grid fences lay in ruins resembling the skeletons of giant beasts. Dozens of low concrete dog houses were lined up in silence, their window holes pitch black. Weeds sprouted from the cracks in the concrete floor, and more prominently were the dark stains seeping into the ground, along with some scattered gnawed white bones. Even more eerie was the profound silence of the entire base. There were no birds singing, no insects chirping. Lu Xingyuan tightly gripped the gun in his hand, finding a sliver of safety. But in the next second, without warning, a loud bang sounded, and a crimson eerie figure suddenly pressed against the window. It was a zombie dog. Its eyes were murky like gray mist, its entire face a blurred, rotting mass of flesh, with only the sharp, intertwined fangs in its mouth appearing exceptionally clear. No cavities. Good, you are a hygienic and clean dog. Zombie dog level 1 description: canine infected by the zombie virus, extremely agile, with a lethal bite. Warning: danger rating higher than ordinary zombies. The zombie dog continued to pound against the window, and the temporary shield provided by the external armor was gradually weakening. If this continues, the train will soon be damaged and lose durability. However, as of now, there is no method found to restore durability. Lu Xingyuan knew he could not hesitate any longer. He directly pulled the trigger in his hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames burst forth, shattering the train window, and then bullets accurately struck that zombie dog. Although the zombie dog had extremely high speed, it displayed some shortcomings in vitality and was easily shot through by Lu Xingyuan. However, new zombie dogs continued to emerge their speed, leaving crimson afterimages. They rolled their throats with inhuman growls, bringing a stench from all directions. Xingyuan's finger on the trigger did not let go, and bullets poured continuously like a dense rain on the zombie dogs in front of him. It must be said that the unlimited firepower is truly overpowered. Under this continuous fire suppression, in less than 10 minutes, the last zombie dog also perished. At this moment, the front of the train door was piled high with the bodies of zombie dogs densely packed like a small mountain, a sight that was shocking. The temporary shield provided by the external armor had long been exhausted, and the train door was noticeably twisted and deformed, but fortunately it still opened. Xingyuan carefully moved the bodies of the zombie dogs aside, fearing that their blood carrying the zombie virus would contaminate him. After struggling to clear a path, he began to explore the dog paradise in front of him. The rewards from the green platform should be quite bountiful, right? However, after circling around, Xingyuan was somewhat dumbfounded. Rusty steel turned out to be the only valuable resource here. Are you kidding me? No, something is definitely wrong. Xingyuan continued searching. After all, he had 2 hours of stop time, so there was no rush. Fortunately, he had an electric vehicle, otherwise searching through this 200 acres of breeding base would indeed be quite challenging. Finally, he discovered something unusual. In the cement brick house in the center, there was actually a secret underground passage. Standing in front of the passage, he perked up his ears and could hear a low wailing sound. Having determined the source of the sound, it was the underground passage in front of him, sealed by stone slabs. Xingyuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to proceed. After much effort, he arrived at a small green platform, only to find a pile of scrap metal outside. Who could endure this? If there was truly danger down here, he believed the gun in his hand should be capable of taking it down. Even in the worst-case scenario, suffering injury, he had the zombie serum as his trump card for survival. If it wasn't a zombie-like monster, then it was as if he never... After all, he possessed a body enhanced by genetic agents endowed with immense strength, and effortlessly moved the stone slab aside. Immediately, a foul stench surged up from the underground passage. Once the smell had dissipated somewhat, Xingyuan slowly descended the stairs. The underground was but a single dark layer lacking light, not very spacious, roughly around 20 square meters, filled with dust and cluttered with various specialized dog-keeping tools. Xingyuan quickly fixed his gaze on the locked dog cage within which lay a dog, not a zombie dog, but the most common type, a big yellow dog. The big yellow dog had been locked in the cage for an unknown period, frail and emaciated, its eyes clouded with age. Upon seeing Xingyuan, it struggled to rise, wanting to stand, but failing, it could only wag its tail with great effort to express its joy. "So it's you," Xingyuan said, stepping in front of the cage and reaching out to pet the big yellow dog's head. The dog did not bite him, allowing Xingyuan to lower the gun. He knew that the big yellow dog was the most understanding. The dog showed a look of enjoyment, making soft whimpering sounds, and even turned over to expose its belly. However, Xingyuan could clearly feel that its life was gradually fading, clearly nearing its end. What a pity. If only I had come a few years earlier, perhaps I could have set you free. Sighing, Xingyuan realized the dog had been locked up for countless years. It faced nothing but this perpetual darkness, with its precious youth wasted in this cage. Thinking this, he opened the cage door. The big yellow dog wobbled out and followed Xingyuan's footsteps to the train door, but it had the sense to stop at the entrance. Xingyuan took out the last 2 pieces of sausage and a bottle of mineral water. "Wanna eat?" The big yellow dog wagged its tail. Xingyuan tore open the packaging and broke the sausage into pieces, feeding it to the dog. Probably having not eaten in a long time, the big yellow dog enjoyed the food. However, after finishing one piece, it did not go for the second, but instead looked at the water in Xingyuan's hand. Xingyuan unscrewed the cap and poured some water into his palm for it to lick. After drinking about 200 milliliters, it ceased its licking. Xingyuan finished the remaining water and threw the empty bottle into the distance with force. "Go. Big Yellow, fetch it back." The aging dog finally had a chance to run. It took off using all its strength. "Good job, Big Yellow," Xingyuan said, patting its head. However, the next second, he suddenly felt something. The big yellow dog too sensed something. Man and dog locked eyes. In the next moment, the big yellow dog's form vanished, leaving behind a patch of foxtail grass that swayed gently without any wind. Xingyuan stared blankly for a while before picking up a pendant from among the foxtail grass. It was a red string holding a dog's tooth. Sensitive dog tooth category, extraordinary artifact, level 1 description. You found it in the cage of the underground kennel, frail and nearing the end of its life. You opened the cage door and it experienced freedom for the first time. Before parting, it chose to gift you this fallen milk tooth. Wearing it slightly increases movement speed. It has hardly run in its lifetime, so now take it for a run. Xingyuan wore it around his neck and could clearly feel his body becoming lighter, as if an invisible force was uplifting him. "Ah, I knew it," Xingyuan sighed. He had known from the first moment he saw the big yellow dog locked in a cage that this hidden mission would inevitably have a tragic ending. However, he felt he had done his utmost to send it off for its final journey, leaving no regrets. At 11 o'clock, Lu Xingyuan chose to depart. The train traveled along its designated track, cold wind continuously pouring in through the broken window. The train's durability had now decreased by 10 points, leaving only 200 points. Not bad luck this time, managed to gather quite a bit of supplies, Gu Wanqing messaged. Share some with me. Lu Xingyuan reached out. A pack of 7-dimensional space fell into his hands. He slowly typed a question mark. Didn't you say you wanted it? Do you think I can use this? But I have nothing else left. It turned out that the platform Gu Wanqing arrived at was a shop specializing in selling women's sanitary products. The supplies in the shop were undoubtedly invaluable treasures for her as a girl. After all, no one can guarantee that zombies won't be attracted by the smell of menstrual blood. If you don't need it, return it to me. This thing is very precious. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bear to keep it. If you don't need it, return it to me. This thing is very precious. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bear to keep it. After all, he didn't get his period either, so it was better to let it serve its purpose. I'm so miserable. How so? Lu Xingyuan used the chat system's photo feature to send a picture of the broken window to the other party. 666. How can you be so indifferent? This glass is covered in blood. It seems a fierce battle took place today. Not just a fierce battle, it was a bloody fight. I almost lost my life. Since you're in such a pitiful state, I'll show some kindness and give you a bit of comfort. Oh, call me Xingyuan and let me hear it. Xingyuan. 2 train coins fell into Lu Xingyuan's hands. Could this be a bit too extravagant? Those who said in the comments to call X for 50 coins might be scammers, but calling Xingyuan, that's for real. Xingyuan. Stop. Lu Xingyuan cleared his throat, and for the first time used the voice function, speaking in a high-pitched tone, producing the legendary bubble sound Xingyuan. Soon Lu Xingyuan received a voice message. Hurry up and roll away, you dead clamp. What the hell? Why does it sound like lazy sheep? It's too expensive. You think you can exchange 2 train coins for such a small amount of materials? Upon learning that Gu Wanqing was just a little short of materials to upgrade the train, Lu Xingyuan unhesitatingly extended his helping hand. That's the price outside. It's precisely because that's the price outside that I say you're too greedy. Aren't we friends? Shouldn't friends help each other? Charging me such an exorbitant fee, now doesn't your conscience hurt? Moreover, the most important thing is that I gave you 2 train coins for free when I saw how injured you were. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment and felt there was some truth to it. Alright, I won't charge you for my fee then. Who told me I'm a good person? You're truly a super nice person. Lu Xingyuan sent over the 30 units of metal and 20 units of glass that the other party was missing. With that, the other party had gathered all the materials needed for the upgrade. Can the train be upgraded while it's in motion? Their talents were both their greatest trump card and their strongest support. From beginning to end, they hadn't revealed. In no time, Gu Wanqing sent a screenshot that clearly displayed the train's upgrade modifications. Arrive early green, 2 train coins. The train can arrive at the platform half an hour early. Small refrigeration box green, 2 train coins can store perishable goods like meat, medicine, extending freshness time to 3 platforms. Signal bait green, 3 train coins can release a bait signal, once attracting monsters within the platform to a designated location. All 3 modifications that refreshed were green. Truly the legendary lucky girl, her luck was indeed better than his. Arriving early needs no further explanation. It may not have much impact at a single-person platform, but at a multi-person platform, it's simply invincible, leading other trains by half an hour, completely capable of seizing the initiative and gathering all the resources. Of course, it is also a double-edged sword. If there is danger at the platform, naturally, you will also become a living target by arriving early. The second small refrigeration box is also quite appealing. With it, he wouldn't have to worry about the few baskets of fruits in his hands rotting. As for the third one, it's not just a life-saving artifact, but also a tool for dealing with others. If he encounters those unscrupulous train conductors, without a second word, directly fire the signal bait onto their train. What do you choose? Lu Xingyuan asked. Of course I'll take them all. The little rich girl lived up to her title. She could actually pull out 7 train coins in one go. Truly impressive. This refrigeration box is even bigger than I imagined. So what? So if you have fruits that you can't finish and are about to rot, you can transfer them to me for storage. Why do I feel like you have ulterior motives? Do you think your sister Qing looks like someone with ulterior motives? You're not just like that, you completely are. The next day, Lu Xingyuan did 30 push-ups and 50 squats, waking his body up. Because the train had already issued a running prompt. Ahead is the station, a multi-person platform at Furong Community. It can accommodate up to 10 trains at once. And this was a green platform. With 10 trains arriving at once, won't the small platform get overwhelmed? He picked up the prism ball that rewarded him for arriving at the station, which contained only 2 train coins. What a haul! Lu Xingyuan shook his head and then got off the train. The other conductors also all disembarked. They exclaimed in surprise, chattering away, I didn't expect there to be 2 level 2 conductors at this station. That's right, besides Lu Xingyuan's train pulling 2 carriages, there's another train also pulling 2 carriages. And his train was flamboyantly painted pink. What is this? Train modification. Someone actually spent money just to change the color of the carriages to their favorite color. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? The conductor of the pink train was a spirited young man with yellow hair, wearing a white tank top. On his exposed arms he had a green dragon tattoo on the left and a white tiger tattoo on the right. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention before speaking. Brothers and sisters, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Gang, the leader of the second action group of the Tianhua Society. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's expressions changed instantly. After all, the Tianhua Society was currently the second most powerful force after the Mutual Aid Society, boasting over 6 level 2 conductors. So it's a big shot from the Tianhua Society. What an honor. To be honest, I've always wanted to join the Tianhua Society, but my applications have been rejected multiple times. I wonder if Brother Gang could use his connections to pull me into the organization. Wow, you're so impressive. Make sure to help out your sister later. These flattery made Lu Gang quite pleased, and he nodded in satisfaction before getting to the point. As you all can see, the environment of the Furon community behind is complex with many floors. On the surface it seems safe, but who can guarantee that those dark stairwells don't hide any monsters ready to ambush you? As soon as this was said, a clever conductor immediately grasped the implication, his expression slightly changing. So, Brother Gang, you mean? What I mean is that I will lead the team to explore this dangerous and complex Furon community together with you. That flamboyantly dressed woman suddenly jumped up excitedly. That's great. If Brother Gang can become a leader of the Tianhua Society and has upgraded the train to level 2, his strength is undoubtedly impressive. With you leading the team, we can surely explore the community thoroughly and collect enough resources. However, not a single person present agreed with her. Everyone looked at her with complex expressions, and she quickly realized something, retracting her neck. Lu Gang chuckled. If I lead you all to explore the Furon community and ensure your safety, it's quite a tough job. You all should at least show some appreciation, right? The flamboyantly dressed woman instantly froze, taking a step back into the crowd. But unfortunately, she had already been targeted. Who told her to be the one to stick her neck out? Let's start with you. Unlock your train privileges. I want to go on your train and see if there's anything valuable inside. Normally, conductors cannot enter other people's trains, but if the owner permits it, then it's a different story. The expression on the woman's face became increasingly stiff as she forced a smile towards Lu Gang. Brother Gang, this might not be appropriate. Lu Gang smiled and replied, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Just as the woman wanted to say something more, Lu Gang's palm struck her face faster than her words. With a loud slap, her face instantly reddened and swollen. The woman opened her mouth ready to cry out, but Lu Gang revealed his weapon, a finely forged steel machete, its blade glinting with a cold light, intimidating and formidable. The woman immediately fell silent, covering her mouth tightly to suppress any sound. Why must you do this? Lu Gang shook his head helplessly. The woman quickly boarded her train, unlocking the permissions, and an invisible barrier vanished, allowing Lu Gang to enter effortlessly. Before long, he descended from the train carrying the gathered supplies: 1 train coin, 2 bottles of mineral water, and some upgrade materials. The woman felt a sharp pang in her heart, but coveting his strength, she could only endure. Next, Lu Gang spoke coldly. I hope everyone cooperates willingly and doesn't waste time. After all, the stop time is precious. The second, third, fourth person. One by one, they dared not express their anger, only watching helplessly as Lu Gang came and went. When it was the 5th person's turn, a small man wearing glasses pointed to the last person in line, Lu Xingyuan. Brother Gang, I think you should search him first. He is a level 2 train chief and probably has more resources than us. Others' expressions immediately changed. This guy was quite clever. He had directly redirected the disaster. Would Lu Xingyuan, also a level 2 train chief, allow Lu Gang to pillage him just like that? Probably not. If that happened, a conflict between the two was inevitable. A battle between level 2 train chiefs, who would win was hard to say. If it ended in mutual destruction, wouldn't the man in glasses escape the looting? Of course, even if Lu Xingyuan did not resist and accepted the exploitation honestly, he wouldn't be at a loss. Lu Gang's gaze immediately fell on Lu Xingyuan. I certainly know him. It's just that I have a habit of saving the best for last. However, since you've already spoken, let's start with you. He raised the machete in his hand, pointing the tip at Lu Xingyuan. Do you have any objections? Yes, Lu Xingyuan nodded. I have many objections. Lu Gang's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to say something, a burst of gunfire rained down on him. His body was instantly riddled with bullets, unable to activate his talents, and he met his end. Blood spread across the ground, stimulating everyone's nerves. However, having experienced so many bloody and brutal scenes, their endurance had long been enhanced, so they didn't scream. But did this farce end a bit too quickly? Just a second ago, Lu Gang was arrogant, and the next moment, he was lying on the ground. Indeed, within 5 steps, the gun was both accurate and swift. The glasses-wearing man was the first to react, forcing a smile. Brother. Before he could finish, a bullet struck his brow. Where's your brother, you fool? Who is your brother? Don't come close, you pathetic man. Lu Xingyuan expressionlessly shifted his gaze away from the corpse. The remaining train chiefs, awakening from their shock, hurriedly dove into their trains, extracting all valuable resources. Compared to Lu Gang before him, this taciturn Lu Xingyuan was clearly far. Here are 2 train coins. Please accept them, Great One. This might not be appropriate, testing a leader with this. Which leader could withstand such a test? I also have a box of magic noodles. Look. If it were anything else I might refuse, but this is Brazilian barbecue flavor, I just can't say no. I only have 10 rural boiled eggs. You little rascal, how do you know I have a taste for this? Are you secretly in love with me, investigating behind my back? Bro, I also have 3 bottles of Dongpeng special drink, the big bottle. It's strong. Oh, is it really that strong? Then I have to give it a try. Finally, there was a bald uncle who tremblingly pulled out a box of unopened women's underwear. Size S. The colors were grape green, misty purple, and oxygen blue. The packaging printed the style of the underwear, which had a girlish design with little bows. Lu Xingyuan fell silent. The bald uncle was sweating profusely from his back. He knew well that this item couldn't compare to train coins or food, but what else could he offer? Please, you must accept this. Maybe his prayers worked. Lu Xingyuan accepted it. This item. I don't like it much, but I appreciate your good intentions, so you understand, right? The bald uncle immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Long live sisterly. Thus everyone completed their offerings. The supplies Lu Xingyuan collected were as follows: 4 train coins, 1 box of magic noodles, 10 boiled eggs, 3 bottles of Dongpeng special drink, 1 box of women's underwear, and several essential upgrade materials. In just these few minutes, the haul was almost equivalent to a green station. No wonder so many people like to be bandits. The money really comes in fast. However, Lu Xingyuan felt helpless. He aspired to be a good person. If he didn't accept these people's offerings, they would be even more restless. Hey, you all voluntarily offered these, right? Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Then I can rest easy. Lu Xingyuan nodded, and then focused on the Furong community before him. Shall we go together? The crowd appeared somewhat hesitant. The unhesitating execution of the 2 had clearly frightened them. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. The resources collected at the station belong to individuals. I won't take a single thread from you. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. That sounds great. With such a large community, the resources must be quite abundant, or perhaps they could strike it rich. If any real danger arose, having Lu Xingyuan around would make them safer. I want to follow the Great One into and out of danger. Add me to the list. I want to be with the Great One too. Since everyone is going, count me in as well. A group of 7, led by Lu Xingyuan, quickly stepped into the dilapidated community. The community was an old one styled in the early 2000s, with little greenery. The floors weren't high, only about 10 stories, and there were many buildings, making it seem impossible to fully explore the entire community. The electrical system in the community has long since collapsed, and the old elevator is too fearsome for anyone to dare use, forcing Lu Xingyuan to climb the stairs. As he stepped into the first floor, a snarling zombie lunged at him from an unknown dark corner. In contrast to the pale faces of the others, Lu Xingyuan remained remarkably calm and composed. Pulling the trigger, the bullets struck the zombie's head with precision, exploding it like a watermelon, splattering red and white fluids everywhere, releasing a pungent fishy odor. The commotion also attracted other zombies that had been awakened. Not giving them any chance to approach, Lu Xingyuan continued to pull the trigger. Each bullet accurately found its mark in their heads. Indeed, with enough repetition, even the most unfamiliar task can be mastered. Lu Xingyuan finally shed the title of Master of Human Outlines. With that, the danger on this floor was completely eliminated. The others looked at Lu Xingyuan, and only after he snapped his fingers did they rush eagerly toward the room they had already scouted, while the largest room in the middle of this floor was naturally reserved for Lu Xingyuan. Kicking open the door, Lu Xingyuan confirmed that there was no danger inside, and began his search. On the left side upon entering was the kitchen, containing a bucket of dried noodles, half a bucket of peanut oil, half a bag of leftover wuchang rice, various seasonings, and a used half box of condoms. Finding condoms in the kitchen. This is truly a slice of life. Next he moved on to the living room, and then the bathroom. After finishing his search, Lu Xingyuan emerged with bags full of supplies. The others had already completed their searches. Some had bulging pockets, while others were empty-handed, all looking at Lu Xingyuan with envy. Lu Xingyuan rode his electric bike to transport the supplies back to his train, while the others could only run, panting heavily, their envy for Lu Xingyuan growing stronger. No man should be without a vehicle. The next few floors were cleared in the same manner. Lu Xingyuan killed the enemies and feasted on their spoils, while the others merely shared a sip of soup. True to his word, Lu Xingyuan did not take a single thread from them. One of the important reasons he had these people bound to him was that he worried someone would tamper with his train. His train's durability had already dropped significantly, and he had yet to find a way to repair it. If it were to be damaged further, it would be disastrous. In the train survival world, the train is more important than life itself. It is the foundation of survival. Every train conductor has their own unique talents which are as varied as they are unpredictable, and Lu Xingyuan had to be cautious. What if there are petty people? What if there's a backstabber? With so many supplies in his train, who could resist the temptation? Therefore, keeping them always within his sight was the safest course. Moreover, they also had other uses such as now. Is that a treasure chest? About half an hour later, Lu Xingyuan and his group reached the rooftop of the first building. Although there were no valuable resources here, the open view allowed them to notice something unusual. On the rooftop of the adjacent building there was a glimmering object, undoubtedly a treasure chest. The mood of the group instantly became electrified. Most of them had never encountered a treasure chest before, they had only heard of them, and now seeing one up close was thrilling. However, after the initial excitement, they quickly regained their composure, all turning to look at Lu Xingyuan. Even though they had discovered a treasure chest, it seemed to have little to do with them, as Lu Xingyuan would never share it with them. And to snatch it from Lu Xingyuan. Buddy, do you want to test whether a gun is faster than a fist at 5 paces? Lu Xingyuan remained silent, offering no promises. Having opened several level 1 treasure chests, he immediately recognized that the chest on the rooftop was more ornate than a level 1 chest. In other words, this is a level 2 treasure chest. Lu Xingyuan had never tasted the rewards of a level 2 treasure chest, he had to try it. The group silently followed Lu Xingyuan to the target building, starting to climb floor by floor. The first floor posed no danger. The second floor posed no danger. The third floor posed no danger. Everyone was astonished at how smooth this was. It was unbelievable. Earlier there had been zombies lurking on nearly every floor of the previous building, with at least 1 and up to 3 or 4. They thought that arriving here would surely involve several fierce battles. It is basic knowledge that treasures are guarded by monsters. The entire building had 13 floors, and thanks to the enhancement from the basic gene serum, Lu Xingyuan was only slightly winded, while the others were gasping for breath, their heart rates reaching their limits. However, the fatigue vanished the moment they spotted the shining silver treasure chest. This is a level 2 treasure chest. The train conductor who had handed over train currency suddenly grasped the situation and exclaimed, "It's far more ornate than the level 1 treasure chest I encountered before. This must definitely be a level 2 treasure chest." Level 2 treasure chest. The already excited group became even more fervent upon hearing this. If they were to open it, how many good things would be inside? Perhaps they could also obtain firearms from Lu Xingyuan, gaining absolute dominance within the station. Would they still need to endure Lu Xingyuan's exploitation? To them, Lu Xingyuan's strength did not lie in himself, but in the weapons he wielded. Without that submachine gun, he would be just a lean twig. So, should they gamble or not? Several people's minds began to race, calculating how to use their talents to claim this level 2 treasure chest for themselves. Their talents were both their greatest trump card and their strongest support. From beginning to end, they hadn't revealed them, and perhaps now was the best time. However, at that moment, they were horrified to find that Lu Xingyuan had somehow taken a step back. In other words, Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows, shielding the others behind him. Something's not right. Each of them felt an alarm ringing in their heads. Although they hadn't spent a long time with Lu Xingyuan, they all knew very well that he was a cunning individual, not a purely hot-blooded youthful fool. With a treasure chest ahead, he was retreating instead of advancing. Something was definitely wrong, and a serious problem at that. Sure enough, roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a strong gust of rancid wind rushed toward their faces. A giant hulking zombie appeared at the end of the corridor. The first thing that caught their attention was its enormous size, so different from ordinary zombies. It stood there towering at nearly 3 meters, like a silent mountain of flesh, casting a suffocating pressure. Its color was also unlike that of an ordinary zombie. It bore a deeper, darker hue, as if frozen blood and ink. Strength zombie level 2 description: a mutated form of an ordinary zombie. After consuming a large amount of flesh and blood, it can reach up to 3 meters in height, with a bulky body like a mountain of meat. The skin is deep brown with some areas hardened like keratin, able to withstand light weapon fire. It possesses immense strength, capable of tearing car doors apart or overturning vehicles, but its movements are relatively slow. What the hell? Level 2 zombie. A cry of shock erupted, sending chills down everyone's spines. And if even level 1 zombies were this difficult to contend with, how much more terrifying would a level 2 be? No wonder Lu Xingyuan had fled so swiftly. And was this the instinctive acuity of a true expert? Wait for me. And they all whirled around, only to find Lu Xingyuan already far beyond reach, not pausing for even a breath. Moreover, Lu Xingyuan deliberately opened fire upon the brute-type zombie, and the bullets struck its mountainous, heavily muscled frame. But unlike earlier shots against ordinary zombies, they failed to deliver fatal, decisive damage. Excellent. And having now gauged its defensive resilience, Lu Xingyuan subtly raised his barrel and aimed squarely at its skull, then unleashed a rapid burst of gunfire. The brute-type zombie sensed the threat and raised its massive arm to shield its head, intercepting every bullet. And excellent. It was not invulnerable after all. Lu Xingyuan nodded in quiet satisfaction, then turned away without glancing back, focusing solely on escape, for the brute-type zombie had now been fully enraged. ROAR, Nit's earth-shattering roar filled the narrow corridor in an instant, flooding the air with a rancid metallic stench. Its colossal body thundered forward like a tank, grinding across pavement. Though its greatest weakness lay in sluggish mobility, even that slowness surpassed the reflexes of ordinary humans. Within the blink of an eye, a woman was seized. "No, don't kill me." In her voice cracked with terror, yet her frail frame offered no resistance as a single crushing blow shattered her entirely. It bore the title brute type for a reason. Its strength was monstrous, grotesquely exaggerated beyond human comprehension. Her mangled remains vanished into its maw, devoured with savage, frenzied chewing, yet it did not pause. Already its gaze locked onto its next target, and it surged forward once more. Screams and frantic footsteps receded downward from the rooftop, 12th floor, 11th, 10th. In the face of imminent death, each survivor tapped reserves of stamina and willpower far beyond expectation, refusing to surrender. Meanwhile, the rooftop, once chaotic, fell into eerie stillness. Devoid of immediate peril, only the level 2 treasure chest remained gleaming silver under the daylight. At that very moment, the air shimmered, a ripple in space, as a man with unassuming, honest features materialized soundlessly upon the rooftop. He scanned his surroundings with meticulous caution. Once assured of safety, he edged slowly toward the level 2 treasure chest, struggling to suppress the fierce excitement surging within him, though his eyes betrayed it unmistakably. Only natural. After all, it's a level 2 treasure chest. Even I can't help but feel my pulse quicken. Just then an ill-timed voice cut through the silence behind him, and the man froze mid-step, whirled around, and met a familiar face. A submachine gun rested in the other man's hands, its muzzle leveled directly at his chest, ready to fire at any second. Is this ability innate? Or is it some extraordinary artifact? And the man's expression stiffened as he ventured cautiously in, "Whatever lies inside the chest. We split it 50-50. Don't push your luck. Mutual destruction benefits no one. And since when did I become a beggar kneeling for scraps?" And Lu Xingyuan felt deeply humiliated. "If you pull that trigger," and the man blurted out, then abruptly lowered his voice, realizing too late how loud he'd spoken. "The gunshot will draw the level 2 zombie straight here. When it arrives, neither of us walks away intact. You understand that, right? Look at this." And Lu Xingyuan raised his fist, and the man blinked. Before he could react, Lu Xingyuan lunged forward and slammed his knuckles into the man's jaw. Thud. And enhanced by genetic serum, Lu Xingyuan's strength was staggering. The blow sent stars exploding behind the man's eyes. "And brother, I'm sorry." And he instantly submitted. "You really are pathetic, aren't you? And must you be beaten senseless before you obey, and then talk? Now." And Lu Xingyuan delivered 2 sharp, cracking punches to his ribs. "It's a talent. Yes, a talent." And the man cradled his head, terrified of another strike. Ni's talent, Phantom Shift, allowed instantaneous short-range teleportation between locations. He had just teleported here from the 12th floor. And Lu Xingyuan's expression darkened. "Can you teleport into someone else's train?" The man hunched his shoulders, stealing a furtive glance at Lu Xingyuan, only to receive another punch. "Speak." Yes, I can." "Damn it. How devious." And Lu Xingyuan nearly choked on his own breath. Thankfully, he'd kept the man under strict surveillance. If left unchecked, this man could easily have enacted the classic sleeping husband scenario upon him. Once aboard the train, the man could manipulate the control panel to open or close doors at will. "Brother, you're overthinking. I'd never dare entertain such treasonous thoughts. If you caught me, wouldn't you execute me on the spot? Besides, everyone departs precisely at 11 o'clock. How could I possibly leave early?" Lu Xingyuan paused, considering, then nodded slowly. And the man exhaled in relief. "And so may I go now? I'll forfeit the level 2 treasure chest." The man hunched his shoulders, stealing a furtive glance at Lu Xingyuan, only to receive another punch. "Fair point." Before the man's smile could fully form, a bullet pierced his chest, freezing his expression in stunned disbelief. "And you?" Breathe deep. Dizziness is normal. Only after confirming the man's lifeless stillness did Lu Xingyuan begin searching his body. And what was this? Non-metallic card. Immediate departure. In category extraordinary artifact. Single-use item, rank 1 in description. Upon activation, your train departs immediately, bypassing all platform dwell time regulations. With Phantom Shift and this artifact, he could have emptied Lu Xingyuan's entire train and vanished without a trace. Damn. Not honest man, who wasn't honest at all. And not a wasted shot. After verifying no further valuables remained on the corpse, Lu Xingyuan snatched up the level 2 treasure chest and bolted down an alternate corridor. Evacuation, by the million. And he smelled it, the rancid wind. And the level 2 zombie had returned. And roar. A guttural, wrath-filled shriek echoed from behind, immediately followed by violent tremors shaking the floorboards, threatening collapse. Lu Xingyuan's spine tightened, His legs screamed for nitrous-boosted speed. And move, damn it, run. Although the community was old, it had 2 emergency exits. Lu Xingyuan was moved to tears realizing that the community still had its conscience, otherwise he would truly have nowhere to escape. Thanks to the enhancement of his sharp canine teeth, Lu Xingyuan had a significant speed advantage over the strength-type zombie, and the distance between them was gradually increasing. Lu Xingyuan estimated that the opponent's movement speed was about 12 to 13 seconds for 100 meters, while his own speed had reached 8 seconds for 100 meters. With a bit more effort, he could even break through to 7 seconds. Even Bolt would kneel before him. Indeed, in any game, speed is crucial. With that in mind, Lu Xingyuan turned around and fired wildly at the relentless zombie behind him. There was still some time before the train departed, and even if he boarded the train, he would still have to face the threat of the second-level zombie. Immediate departure would allow him to leave the platform directly and avoid risk, but it would be too wasteful to use such a crucial life-saving item. Lu Xingyuan decided to push himself. After all, people are often forced to reach their potential. If you don't push yourself, how will you know that you're not cut out for this? Although bullets could only inflict critical damage by hitting the head of the strength-type zombie, this did not mean that its heavy body could completely ignore the bullet's attack. It was evident that with continuous gunfire, the zombie's arms, chest, and thighs had sustained visible injuries. Even if it takes time, I will grind you down. Lu Xingyuan breathed heavily. Continuous high-speed movement while engaging in combat was extremely exhausting. His speed had clearly decreased, but fortunately the zombie had also sustained significant injuries to its legs, causing its speed to slow down as well. The advantage is Lu Xingyuan's lips curled up at a 45-degree angle. However, the next second, a sharp whistling sound rushed from behind, and Lu Xingyuan felt a fierce gust of wind strike him as a steel bar whizzed past, nearly grazing his shoulder. With a dull thud, the steel bar embedded itself into the wall, cracking it like a spider's web. Damn, that scared me. This guy actually knows how to take advantage of his strengths. This intelligence surely surpasses that of many university students. The previous attack clearly encouraged the zombie, which began to utilize everything around it to throw projectiles incessantly. Steel bars, stones, bricks, wooden doors. The dynamics of attack and defense had changed. Lu Xingyuan could only flee in a panic. It was not just about being hit precisely, even a near miss could cost him half his life. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his sharp canine teeth, Lu Xingyuan's movements became particularly agile, allowing him to successfully dodge each attack. As time passed, he gradually adapted to the zombie's attack rhythm. The only discomfort was that his stamina was depleting too quickly. He was merely holding on with sheer willpower. Fortunately, the zombie was not invincible. After being hit by countless bullets, it could no longer hold itself up and crashed heavily to the ground, completely motionless. Is it dead? It must be dead. If it doesn't die, I will. After patiently waiting for a few seconds and confirming that the zombie no longer moved, Lu Xingyuan finally collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. That was tough. It really was. Lu Xingyuan felt an urge to cry. If it weren't for his unlimited bullets, he wouldn't have been able to take it down. Other conductors would probably have perished by now. Second-level zombies are indeed terrifying. After pulling out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and replenishing a bit of energy, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly got up, not daring to linger, and rushed back to the platform. His train was still firmly stationed while the remaining trains had long disappeared. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the time, 1123, realizing that the departure time had already passed. So the vanished trains were automatically recalled by the system upon detecting that the conductor was dead and that the departure time had elapsed. Or was it that there were other conductors who survived and dismantled those unclaimed trains? The former is possible, and the latter is equally likely. After all, these conductors are all quite cunning. Who knows if they left any backup plans? Regardless, as long as his train was unharmed, Lu Xingyuan checked and found that its durability was still at 200 points. Although there was still over half an hour left of stop time, he no longer had the energy to continue scavenging for supplies and decisively chose to depart. After devouring 6 bananas, Lu Xingyuan closed his eyes and laid down on the bed, instantly falling asleep. Damn, I am so tired. Oh, every muscle in my body aches, even lifting a finger feels strenuous. Soon he entered the realm of dreams. In his dream, he saw the dog no longer old and frail, but in its prime, looking majestic. Tissue. Radish. Good dog, awesome. Lu Xingyuan threw the meat bone with all his might, and the dog sprinted forward, catching it perfectly. But in the next second, the scene suddenly changed, and he found himself running on all fours across the grass. Not far away, he could vaguely see a woman in a white dress sitting in a lounge chair, her snow-white legs gently swaying. Is this right? Lu Xingyuan looked utterly bewildered. The woman spoke. Lu Xingyuan, what are you dazing about? Hurry up and fetch the bone. Do you still want your sister's token? This familiar lazy voice startled Lu Xingyuan. Damn, Gu Wanqing. Lu Xingyuan was jolted awake from this terrifying nightmare, sitting bolt upright and feeling his back drenched in cold sweat. He approached the control panel where his friend list was flashing with reminders. Conductor Gu Wanqing has sent you a message. Conductor Gu Wanxing has sent you a message. Conductor Gu Wanxing has sent you a message. Damn it. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his face to shake off the grogginess, and then clicked on the chat interface. Sister has struck gold this time. I actually found 2 level 1 treasure chests in one platform. Where are you? Why aren't you speaking? Are 2 level 1 treasure chests not worth you saying that Sister Qing is amazing? Speak. Hurry up and talk. Why are you ignoring me? Your avatar hasn't turned gray either. What are you pretending to be dead for? Are you intentionally ignoring me? Speak. Damn. Sister is angry. I was even planning to share some good stuff from the treasure chest with you, but if you don't want it then forget it. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his face again. It turned out it wasn't a nightmare, but a beautiful dream. Here's Sister Qing. After sending a text message, Lu Xingyuan also sent a voice message, the tone so awkward that even he didn't have the courage to listen to it a second time. Damn it, if you dare to make such strange sounds again, do you believe I will find someone to deal with you? Fear. Sister Qing, do your words still count? What words, eh? The good stuff opened from the treasure chest, give me half. Just teasing you, did you really take it seriously? Damn you, Xiao Qingzi, you better not let me run into you. What? Are you planning to do something to me? If I run into you, I will keep calling mama in your ear. Are you really still human? Sigh. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to reply to your message immediately, but I'm really having a hard time. Lu Xingyuan pretended to be in pain. Details. I encountered a 2nd level zombie. It chased me, so I ran, it chased me, so I ran. And then, I ran, it chased, I ran, it chased. What happened in the end? In the end it died. So simple, eh? Not just that simple. I almost never saw you again, Sister Qing. It was precisely because I thought I might never see you again that I unleashed the power of hope from despair, gritted my teeth, stomped my foot, and took it down. Although all the damage was done by me, the credit is definitely half yours. Really. I'm an honest person, and honest people are always honest, never lie, never deceive. Well, if that's the case, it is understandable that you couldn't reply to my message immediately. It must be understandable. Before he could finish speaking, a transaction window opened, and a 1st level treasure chest was directly traded over. Wow, Sister Qing is awesome. He truly did not expect the other party to be so generous, directly sending over the treasure chest. Just a few train coins would suffice. How embarrassing. No more talking, Sister Qing. From now on, I will be your lackey. Whoever you want me to chop, I will chop. You said you encountered a 2nd level zombie. What did you gain from it? I got a 2nd level treasure chest. Damn it, hurry and give me back my treasure chest. In a daze, Lu Xingyuan seemed to hear the sound of a girl's heart breaking. I was going to directly open this 2nd level treasure chest, but let me use your 1st level treasure chest as a cushion first. The treasure chest opened, revealing 3 train coins and 50 universal bullets. Not bad, not bad. Lu Xingyuan smiled widely. 3 train coins already recouped his investment, not to mention there were also 50 universal bullets. Although he couldn't use these bullets, he could definitely trade them in the trading channel for other supplies. Bullets are still in high demand. Next is this 2nd level treasure chest. Anticipation do not disappoint. 3 items popped out directly. They were 4 train coins, 20 units of rubber, and 2 tubes of light blue potion. This light blue potion looks somewhat familiar. Sure enough, it was the primary gene enhancement potion he had taken before. Can this thing be taken repeatedly? Lu Xingyuan's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Down it. He pulled off the cork and tilted his head to pour it into his mouth. A familiar bitter taste immediately spread in his mouth. Immediately a burning sensation surged in his stomach. A violent power continuously spread throughout his body, crazily stimulating every cell in him, making him feel as if he were being punched in the chest by a 2nd level zombie. Ouch, it hurts. Even though Lu Xingyuan was mentally prepared, it still hurt so much that he couldn't help but curl up on the floor like a boiled shrimp. 5 minutes later, the painful sensation gradually dissipated within him, replaced by a surge of power. He felt that he could smash Gu Wanxing with one punch. Sigh. Would saying this hurt Sister Qing too much? Lu Xingyuan got up from the cold floor and simply stretched. He threw a punch, clearly hearing the whistling sound of the air. No, he didn't even need a punch to smash her. So the primary gene enhancement potion can be reused, and its effect is not inferior to the first use. This discovery excited Lu Xingyuan very much, because he still had another tube in his hand. If he drank it, to what extent would his physical fitness be enhanced? At least when facing that strength-type zombie, he definitely wouldn't be as embarrassed as before. But why did you have to give me this 1st-level treasure chest? Sigh. Lu Xingyuan sighed deeply. You are making it hard for me. Forget it. Just keep her. If she dies, life would be too boring. Gene enhancement potion. For me? Gu Wanxing was first shocked, then immediately asked, did you know I just opened 3 train coins from the treasure chest, so you targeted my coins? Damn it, do you think I'm just someone who sees money? Lu Xingyuan in a fit of anger snapped back. Are you really giving this to me for free? Are you sure you won't regret it? Stop with the nonsense, hurry, and accept it. Wow, brother Yuan is amazing. Just make sure you won't regret it. 5 minutes later. Damn it, why didn't you tell me that this thing would be so painful after drinking it? Telling you wouldn't help, would it make it hurt less? At least give me psychological preparation. It hurt so much that I almost cried. Damn it, little bro. But to be fair, this gene enhancement potion is really amazing. I feel like if I punched you, you'd at least cry for 2 hours. Damn it. After taking the gene potion, the body enters a weak state and urgently needs to replenish nutrients. Lu Xingyuan ate 5 bags of instant noodles, 5 bananas, 5 sausages, and 5 marinated eggs before calming his stomach. Damn, over 100 conductors have been eliminated. The survival pressure is so great. If survival pressure is high, come to my mutual aid club. The chat channel was still buzzing. For conductors who couldn't find any other entertainment activities, chatting was obviously the best way to kill time. Damn, over 100 conductors have been eliminated. The survival pressure is so great. If survival pressure is high, come to my mutual aid club. As long as you join my mutual aid club, I guarantee you can level up quickly and enhance your strength. My train is already in tatters with only 10 durability left now. Running on the track, the wind is howling and making me shiver. Others are poor with nothing, but I have nothing left either, just a floor, and there are several big holes in it. I have no doubt that I might get thrown out while sleeping at night. You upstairs, that's too tragic. I can't bear to see it. Why don't you transfer all your remaining supplies to me? Since you can't continue this game anyway, it would be better to sacrifice yourself for others. Damn it. Train coins for bullets. Interested parties message me. What? 50 universal bullets are only worth 2 train coins. This guy is definitely trying to swindle you. Upon learning the details of the transaction, Gu Wanxing instantly exploded. He must think you're a real sucker. But that's understandable. After all, you're the first train conductor in our district to level up to 2nd grade, right? In their eyes, you're nothing but a complete cash cow. It's normal for them to ask for a high price. Lu Xingyuan nodded, as he also felt this deal was somewhat unprofitable, which is why he hesitated to agree. But just because he's the first 2nd grade train conductor, does that mean he has to be taken advantage of? Isn't that a bit excessive? That's completely normal, okay? Gu Wanxing didn't see anything wrong. Let me ask you, if the same item is sold to me and to Ma Daddy, can the price be the same? That can't be the case. Lu Xingyuan shook his head decisively. Selling to Ma Daddy is 10 times the price. Selling to you, it has to be 20 times. If you trust me, let me handle it. Gu Wanxing offered to take charge of the transaction. After all, she's just an obscure little character, unlike the famous Lu Xingyuan. This way she wouldn't have to worry about being swindled. Then I must trust you. Lu Xingyuan traded the 50 bullets over. In no time, Gu Wanxing sent a message. 3 train coins plus 10 sets of simple circuit boards. Is that okay? That must be okay. The simple circuit boards are essential materials for upgrading the train from 2nd to 3rd grade. He had barely collected less than 15 sets, so there's still a long way to go to the target of 50 sets. Just wait. Shortly after, the transaction window was established. 3 train coins plus 12 sets of simple circuit boards. Lu Xingyuan hurriedly agreed, then curiously asked, wasn't it agreed upon 10 sets? I haggled a bit, and he gave 2 more sets. Sister Qing is amazing. Lu Xingyuan thought, is there a possibility it could be 15 sets, and Gu Wanxing secretly withheld 3 sets. But soon he slapped himself. Damn, how could I think that about Sister Qing? That's just wrong. But then again, that guy is indeed quite heartless. The same deal content, I can only get 2 train coins, but for Gu Wanxing it's 3 train coins plus 12 sets of simple circuit boards. Should good people really be held at gunpoint? Damn it. Wait a minute, why would you trade such a precious resource as universal bullets? Aren't you keeping them for yourself? Gu Wanxing belatedly realized. With my unlimited firepower HEXTech enhancement, I naturally don't need these universal bullets. You should ask less about societal matters. 666. Oh, what a classic case of unloading the millstone to kill the donkey. After organizing her items, Lu Xingyuan prepared to start today's training. Although there are gene potions as a shortcut, one cannot neglect personal effort. I after all want to become the king of trains. Heave-ho. 1 minute later, Lu Xingyuan languidly lay on the big bed. He thought, am I really such a pathetic thing? Do I always have to find discomfort for myself? A private chat reminder popped up. Lu Xingyuan immediately sat up, clicked to see. Train conductor Wang Tianhua sent a private message. 1. What do you mean by that? Why did you attack my people? Are you determined to be my enemy? Lu Xingyuan then remembered that the first person he had taken down in Furong community seemed to be a member of the Tianhua society. Mother, for I wish the private message notification was from a beautiful girl in JK black stockings throwing things bigger than my head at me, not some idiot like you. Without hesitation, he directly blocked him and gradually fell asleep on the big bed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tianhua looked at the reminder of being blocked, his expression dark and gloomy. What does he mean? He can't really want to be my enemy, right? The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. Currently, the Tianhua society isn't developing well, mainly because the mutual aid society is too strong, competing with him for members. Moreover, Lu Xingyuan had taken out a key member of his Tianhua society, a 2nd grade train conductor, quite a prominent figure in the Tianhua society, whom he had put his heart into supporting, only to lose him to Lu Xingyuan. Not only was the strength of the Tianhua society diminished, but Lu Xingyuan's attitude also worried him. This was a critical period for development, and he didn't want to establish too many enemies, focusing his energy on the mutual aid society. He'll remember this grudge for now. Once I have time, I'll deal with you. A glint of malice flashed in Wang Tianhua's eyes. Another energetic day ahead. Lu Xingyuan ate a few bags of crispy noodles, feeling choked. He took out the little water bottle, not daring to be too extravagant, and took a few sips. Thus that counted as breakfast. He licked his hand, then leaned forward to smell it. The odor was getting stronger. There was really no way. With limited conditions, even if he wanted to brush his teeth, he didn't have enough water resources, nor did he have toothpaste or a toothbrush. But thinking about Gu Wanqing's situation being similar to his own, he felt reassured. If she, a girl, can endure this, what do I, a big man, have to worry about? 9:30. Train operation notice. Next stop, single platform, Pilot's Magic Castle, current station, blue platform. Please prepare. Blue. Lu Xingyuan's eyes inevitably trembled slightly. This should be the highest level platform he has encountered so far. The rewards should be substantial, right? Moreover, it's a single platform, so he can confidently gather resources without worrying about other trains causing destruction. Lu Xingyuan suppressed his restless heart and opened the chat channel. At that moment, a message suddenly caught his attention. Wow. My next platform is Dog Paradise, and it's a white platform. What resources could there possibly be in a place like that? Dog Paradise. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. It seems that platforms can reappear. Take the last time he went to Furong Community, he vaguely remembered that a train conductor had encountered it long ago. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but the other party. I've been to this station. Find the doghouse in the middle. It has a secret passage leading to the basement where a dog is kept. It won't harm you, and if you let it out of the cage, it will give you a special reward. He remembered that dog. Its only free moment in its life was less than half an hour. If possible, he certainly hoped the other party could regain its freedom. Wow, it's a big shot. I have to believe it now. Gu Wanqing then sent a private message. Where's your next stop? Maybe I've been there and can give you a heads up. Pilot's Magic Castle. Wow, I've actually been to this platform. It's a single blue platform, right? What a coincidence. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to arrive at a platform previously visited by Gu Wanqing. Is there any danger? Yes. Gu Wanqing quickly elaborated. This is a platform imbued with magical powers. You will be transported to a forest, and at the end of the forest there is a castle. Only by clearing out all the mushroom monsters surrounding the castle can you gain the qualification to be invited inside. Inside the castle there are a group of dwarfs with noses of different colors. They are friendly creatures and will not harm you. At that moment you will be drawn into a murder case. If you help find the murderer, you will be rewarded with a level 3 treasure chest. What? A level 3 treasure chest? Lu Xingyuan's eyes immediately lit up. The level 2 treasure chest had already yielded so many good items, he couldn't imagine what the level 3 treasure chest would contain. Do you remember? I remember. Lu Xingyuan nodded and asked, so did you obtain that level 3 treasure chest? No, I didn't even clear out the mushroom monsters, so I never had the qualification to be invited into the castle. Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin. Since she had never even entered the castle, how did she know about the murder case and the level 3 treasure chest? Wow, Qingji, I feel like you might have exposed something. Arriving at 10 o'clock precisely, the prism sphere fell. Picked it up. 20 sets of simple circuit boards plus 20 units of rubber. Not bad. With this I can quickly level up and unlock new HEX TECH. Upon getting off the vehicle, it was indeed, as Gu Wanqing had said, this station was located in a forest. Looking up, he could vaguely see the spire of the castle hidden at the end of the woods. Holding a submachine gun, Lu Xingyuan stepped into the depths of the forest. The environment here was nice, with lush branches and leaves, green grass, and fresh air accompanied by the occasional bird song. It was a stark contrast to the previous desolate, lifeless stations filled with zombies. Not riding an electric bike due to the inconvenient roads in the forest, he walked for about 20 minutes before finally spotting the so-called magical castle. It was a grayish-blue castle, modest in appearance. The mottled walls were covered with vines, and some windows were even partially obscured by branches, making it look more like an abandoned old house. An owl perched on the windowsill, preening its feathers. Upon sensing Lu Xingyuan's arrival, it did not fly away, but instead tilted its head, curiously observing him. Damn, it's hidden so well. Lu Xingyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It had indeed been a challenge to reach this point. Fortunately, he had found it. Now, it was time to clear out the so-called mushroom monsters. Lu Xingyuan scanned the surroundings and quickly discovered their traces. Gray mushroom caps with white stalks supported a tiny frame less than a foot tall. 2 shiny black eyes were embedded at the lower edge of the cap, rolling about. Various weapons were hanging from their thin arms and legs. Rusty daggers, crooked wooden swords, and spears longer than their bodies. Seeing him approach, they shook their assorted weapons, trying hard to strike a fierce pose. Is this it? Lu Xingyuan nearly laughed out loud. How incompetent must Gu Wanqing be to not even handle this garbage? But the next moment his expression changed. Suddenly the ground broke open without warning, and one after another the mushroom monsters emerged, densely packed, turning the scene into a gray ocean. What was even more terrifying was their surprising discipline. Form ranks. Charge. Kill. They erupted with an overwhelming momentum. Alright. Lu Xingyuan swallowed hard, deciding to retract what he had just said. Rat-a-tat-tat. The battle commenced. The submachine gun continuously spewed dazzling flames, and the dense bullets accurately swept across the charging mushroom monsters like raindrops. Their bodies were far too fragile, possibly weaker than level 1 zombies, but the sheer number of them made it somewhat tricky for Lu Xingyuan to deal with. Fortunately, he had infinite bullets. After quite a tussle, he achieved a remarkable result of 1-0 against 1,000. Can these mushroom monsters be eaten? Looking at their smashed bodies, Lu Xingyuan fell into deep thought. How about selling them to Xingyuan at a high price? Nah, mushrooms are best left uneaten. Otherwise one might end up seeing their own dog dancing. The owl at the windowsill witnessed all of this and took flight. Shortly after, the tightly closed castle door swung open. A small figure walked out. It truly resembled the dwarfs from fairy tales, standing less than half a person tall, draped in coarse cloth, jingling copper keys, hanging from its waist with a beard longer than its face. Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept across its face, ultimately landing on its white nose. Welcome, esteemed train conductor from afar. Thank you for helping to clear the mushroom monsters around the castle. It has undoubtedly made our travel much more convenient. You're welcome. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Now I sincerely invite you to visit the Pila's magical castle. I wonder if you would be willing. Of course. Hurry up, I'm quite pressed for time, and I need to get that level 3 treasure chest before making my escape. Entering the castle, it was truly a different world inside. It did not seem as dilapidated as it appeared outside. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung down, illuminating the castle brightly, and the red carpet underfoot, made of an unknown beast's hide, felt incredibly soft. In the center was a wooden round table filled with red liquid in a goblet. Lu Xingyuan also saw other dwarfs as he had hoped. Some had pink noses, some had green noses, others had black and gray noses. In terms of appearance, they did not differ much and could only be distinguished by their nose colors. At that moment, they were all gathered in front of a small room, completely unaware of Lu Xingyuan's arrival. Good fellows, look who I brought. This is a legendary great train conductor. The white-nosed dwarf's voice was high-pitched, yet not a single one turned around. The white-nosed dwarf clenched his fists and forced a smile, looking at Lu Xingyuan. Great train conductor, I apologize for their rudeness. They usually aren't like this. Saying that, he hurried over to them. What on earth are you doing? Do you not know that a distinguished guest has arrived? However, what greeted him were faces filled with fear. The white-nosed dwarf clearly realized something was amiss and instinctively looked into the room. Inside the small room, a dwarf lay motionless in a pool of blood, his nose a bright red, and his wide-open eyes revealed deep terror. Oh! A scream quickly echoed throughout the castle. Behind him, Lu Xingyuan remained unperturbed, already aware of the unfolding story. Are we entering the plot so soon? That sounds great. Who killed Xiaohong? The small man with a white nose was clearly the leader among them. He had already conducted a brief investigation and found a distinct knife mark on the neck of the small man with a red nose. This is clearly murder, not an accident. And the murderer is most likely hiding among us. He pointed at the small man with a green nose and demanded, was it you? The small man with a green nose decisively denied, it wasn't me. Although this guy owes me money that he hasn't repaid for years, I had no reason to kill him. The small man with a white nose stroked his chin, that makes sense. Then could it be you, Xiaolon? The small man with a blue nose protested, yes. I admit I did have a quarrel with him before, but do you really think I have the guts to kill someone? You all know I can't even bear to harm the mushroom monsters outside. The small man with a white nose stroked his chin again, what you said does make sense. Then I could not possibly be the murderer. I have a perfect alibi. A perfect alibi that completely clears your suspicion. Don't look at me. You know that Xiaohong and I have always been the best of friends. I would never harm my friend. You really don't seem like the kind of person who would harm a friend. Lu Xingyuan, standing nearby, could no longer hold back. You could make sense of anything if you listen to him. At this rate, it would take ages to find the real murderer. I know who the murderer is. Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Xingyuan. He is a great conductor. I think his words are worth listening to. The small man with a white nose hurriedly signaled for Lu Xingyuan to continue. The murderer is him, the small man with a yellow nose. Lu Xingyuan didn't bother with theatrics. He directly pointed the finger. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A flash of panic clearly crossed the face of the small man with a yellow nose. Why do you say it's me? Do you have any evidence? The small man with a white nose frowned. Great conductor, you may not be very familiar with our situation. Xiaohong and Xiaohong have never had any interactions, which means they can't have any grudges. Lu Xingyuan, the murder weapon is key to identifying the murderer. Once the murder weapon is found, it essentially determines who the murderer is. Where the murder weapon is. Lu Xingyuan hesitated for a moment, speaking in a tone even he doubted in his. But crack. No way. I can't have remembered wrong, right? Did Gu Wanqing really say that? Or was she deliberately messing with me? Who would hide a murder weapon in their own, but crack? However, to his surprise, the small man with a white nose actually took him seriously. Take off his pants. No. No way. How can we just take off someone's pants? Do I not care about my face? The small man with a yellow nose struggled for Lu Xingyuan felt a twinge of pity. Damn, I must have gotten this wrong. The pants were quickly pulled down. That butt was surprisingly round. Let me do it myself. The small man with a white nose rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. As a result, a bloody sharp dagger was indeed pulled out from the butt crack. The dagger was a good 5 inches long and 3 centimeters thick, definitely a hefty piece. Yet it had actually been securely hidden in the butt crack of the small man with a yellow nose. Moreover, this guy was able to move around freely. It was truly unbelievable. Can't your butt crack also open a fried chicken shop? Lu Xingyuan was left dumbfounded. He knew he shouldn't judge them by common sense. The small man with a white nose trembled as he held the dagger. Did you really do this? Other small men were also gasping in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the small man with a yellow nose was actually the murderer. The murder weapon had been found, even without other evidence that was enough to lock onto the target. The small man with a yellow nose directly gave up, struggling, covering his face, and crying. Yes, I killed him. I admit I am the murderer. He looked at Lu Xingyuan with deep fear in his eyes. The legendary conductor is indeed terrifying. He saw through me as the murderer in an instant. The other small men also looked at Lu Xingyuan with awe. Especially the small man with a white nose who almost wanted to kneel down directly. Great conductor, thanks to you we would never have found the murderer without your help. Then hurry up and bring out that level 3 treasure chest for me. Although he felt like complaining about this in his heart, Lu Xingyuan's face did not change much. I'm just glad to be. Xiaolong, go to the back and bring that level 3 treasure chest over. I think this conductor will find it useful. That's more like it. Who likes verbal gratitude. The style of the level 3 treasure chest is similar to that of the level 2 treasure chest, but its lid is inlaid with a thumb-sized red gem, making it look more magnificent. Level 3 treasure chest. Description: stable access to professional-grade resources and advanced materials, a higher probability of obtaining enhanced equipment, advanced blueprints, or precious materials. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the heat surging within him. Could he maybe slip away now? He glanced at the time. It was just a little past 11 o'clock. There were still 50 minutes until the train's departure. Considering the 20-minute return trip, there were still 30 minutes left. There was no need to rush. At this moment, the small man with a yellow nose decided to confess the grievances between him and the small man with a red nose, which piqued Lu Xingyuan's interest. What kind of grudge could lead him to contemplate murder? As I mentioned earlier, I had an inappropriate relationship with his wife. Under the unaware gaze of everyone, the small man with a yellow nose had secretly seduced the wife of the small man with a red nose. He looked like an honest person, and who would have thought he was actually a bull-headed man? So the small man with a red nose must have discovered their inappropriate relationship, leading to his own demise. No, he didn't discover it. The small man with a yellow nose shook his head with a complex expression. With the background clarified, it was time to get to the point. Everything began with a transfer game held some time ago. Switching games. Wait, what kind of switching game are you talking about? What kind of game requires a female companion? Lu Xingyuan's expression instantly lost its calm. The little short man with a yellow nose spoke animatedly. That is a game I have been looking forward to for a long time. For it I specially prepared everything, dressing up Xiaohong's wife beautifully, thinking she would definitely become the center of attention. Damn it, hurry up and put away that pride and joy on your face. Bringing someone else's wife to that kind of place, you're simply a beast. However, before the game even started, it ended. The expression of the little short man with a yellow nose instantly shifted from fervor to despondence. Oh, so it was in that kind of situation that Xiaohong caught you. But that can't be right. The little short man with the yellow nose clearly said that Xiaohong never discovered his improper relationship with his wife until at the entrance I saw Xiaohong at a glance. Oh, Lu Xingyuan's mouth opened wide as if it could fit an egg. Wasn't it said that Xiaohong was an honest person? But what honest person would appear in a place like this? Wait, that's not right. Wasn't it said that participants in the game must bring a female companion? Could it be? Lu Xingyuan swallowed hard, already guessing a certain answer in his heart. That's right. The woman accompanying him is my wife. The wife I spent 3,800 to marry. The little short man with the yellow nose became agitated. You all tell me, doesn't he deserve to die? Shouldn't I kill him? Lu Xingyuan held his head, swaying unsteadily. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I think I need to leave quickly. Damn it. I am a loyal, pure love advocate. The thing I hate the most is a minotaur. Even a two-way minotaur is unacceptable to me. I am very sorry I was too curious and made you uncomfortable. I will arrange for you to leave right away. The little short man with a white nose also looked incredibly awkward. This is so explosive. Who will ever look at the little short man tribe with normal eyes again? By the way, great train conductor, I have a small private gift for you. I hope you can accept it. Rest assured, it's just some worthless trinkets inside. Knowing it was worthless, yet you still give it. Can't you give something valuable? Lu Xingyuan took a gray cloth bag from the other person's hand. Inside were some seeds. Delicious mushroom seeds. Category extraordinary creation. Level 1 description. Just add moist soil and a little water, and you can continuously grow super delicious. Of course, deliciousness is just a trivial advantage among its many benefits. The core effect is that eating the mushrooms can quickly restore stamina. Hey, it's actually an extraordinary creation. Then I won't be polite and will accept it. Thank you for your gift. I really like this present. However, as the saying goes, the world favors those without shame. Through a series of shameless maneuvers, Lu Xingyuan successfully obtained a ceramic pot for planting fertile soil and a considerable amount of water resources from the other. Great train conductor. I'm afraid that really won't do. That is a relic left to me by my mother. The little short man with a white nose was already sweating profusely. Perhaps the train conductor is not great, otherwise how could he be so shameless? All right then. Lu Xingyuan shook his head regretfully. As the whistle sounded, the owl quickly flew over. Immediately, send this train conductor back to the platform. The little short man with a white nose issued orders while needing to explain, Conductor, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to rush you away. It's just that the train is about to depart, isn't it? I hope you can hurry. The owl's body suddenly grew more than 10 times its broad back, could easily accommodate a person. Yes, that's right, just hold on here. Don't worry, it's very stable. With the waving of the little short man, the owl flapped its wings and flew off in the direction they had come. Lu Xingyuan tightly gripped the reins, watching the castle shrink in size. At first he was a bit afraid, but soon he began to enjoy the feeling of the wind flowing through his fingers. From a high altitude, the view opened up. He saw the black train parked at the edge of the platform and the endless tracks extending downward. The 20-minute journey with the help of the owl took less than 3 minutes. The owl landed steadily on the platform without the slightest bump. After Lu Xingyuan came down with a load of bags, he did not rush to board the train, but instead grabbed the owl's feathers in front of him. Don't go yet. How about considering traveling with me for 2 platforms? Though our time together was short, I know you are a very reliable partner. I truly believe you have great potential. Don't you think it's a waste to spend your days idly in the castle? Have you considered bringing your talents to a higher and bigger stage? As long as you join my team, I will put my number 9 in the pit right now, and you will be the starting player without any substitutes to pressure you. Hey, don't leave. Just try traveling with me for 2 platforms. How can you know you're not suited unless you feel it? Life has always been a track, not a wilderness. Of course, the same goes for a bird's life. It's a pity the owl had already flown far away, not looking back. Lu Xingyuan was not discouraged, waving goodbye to the departing figure, then walked into the train and pressed the departure button. Train is running, please sit tight. Moreover. At the control panel, private chat reminders kept flashing. Gu Wanqing, are you back? Did you get that level 3 treasure chest? I got it. Lu Xingyuan felt there was no need to hide. See, the information I provided was indeed useful. If it weren't for me, could you have smoothly obtained this level 3 treasure chest? So doesn't the resource in the treasure chest deserve to be split with me? Sister Qing, you're so powerful. Do you really need to rob me of this small gain? Damn it, where do I have any power? After being squeezed by you, I hardly have any coins left. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment. They'll open the treasure chest first. If there's a surplus, I won't be stingy with you. Completely okay. Open. A dazzling white light flashed. Lu Xingyuan focused his gaze, his spirits lifted. The first items to fall out were train coins. Counting carefully, there were as many as 10 coins. What a great harvest. After collecting all the train coins, Lu Xingyuan's gaze fell on the second item. It was a short knife shimmering with a black eerie light. Shadow dagger. Category extraordinary creation. Level 2. Description: the shadow magic has erased the sound of slicing through the air. Gripping the hilt, the killing intent faded into shadows. The stabbing was silent and left no trace, only a fleeting chill that penetrated to the bone. The dagger has an overall length of 24 centimeters with a blade length of 15 centimeters, narrower and thinner than a conventional dagger. The blade is forged from matte dark steel, and near the hilt a circle of fine dark silver patterns is engraved. The hilt is made of smoothly polished ebony wood wrapped with finely waxed deer leather cord. The interior of the accompanying hard leather sheath is lined with velvet, allowing for nearly silent drawing and sheathing of the blade, presenting an overall minimalist and low-key appearance with no extravagant decorations. Another extraordinary creation, and it's a level 2 at that. Lu Xingyuan's heart raced uncontrollably. He had really struck gold this time. Extraordinary creations were rare enough, let alone a level 2 one. Lu Xingyuan drew the dagger, feeling it carefully, and then found an iron plate to test its power. The iron plate was easily sliced open. As expected, the power of this dagger exceeded that of a submachine gun. After all, its level was apparent, and not everyone could be like Xiao Huahua, capable of fighting above their level. If I had this weapon when facing that strength-type zombie, I could have dealt with it in just a few moves. Of course, melee weapons have their limitations. Being in close combat increases the risk of injury. In most cases, he still needed to rely on the submachine gun in his hand for long-range fire, not giving the monsters any chance to get close. As for the dagger, it would only be used when absolutely necessary. There were only 2 items in the level 3 treasure chest. This left Lu Xingyuan feeling very conflicted. After all, just as Gu Wanqing said, if she hadn't provided the information, he would never have been able to obtain the treasure chest so smoothly. Forget it. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately chose to place 5 train coins in the trading window. Don't let me down. Gu Wanqing was not polite and accepted them. Damn. At least show some restraint. Lu Xingyuan cursed. So generous. It seems the items from the level 3 treasure chest are not simple at all. Thinking for a moment, Lu Xingyuan still sent a screenshot of the dagger's attributes to the other party. Hey. After all, we can trust each other to watch each other's backs as allies. Damn. As expected, it's a good item. I knew you wouldn't be so generous for no reason. Gu Wanqing cursed. You wouldn't have developed improper thoughts about it, would you? Lu Xingyuan asked tentatively. Do you think your sister Qing lacked discretion? Lu Xingyuan automatically imagined the girl rolling her eyes. Then I can rest assured. But again, did she have a suitable weapon? Without a weapon, it would be hard to survive in this dangerous train world. Mainly her talent, if he wasn't mistaken, was quite impressive. So she couldn't have any accidents. Moreover, now, all the train conductors were gathering together. She was one of his few allies. You care so much about Sister Qing, which makes her very touched. But you look down on Sister Qing, which makes her very unhappy. The other party directly sent a screenshot. Lily Light Crossbow. Category Extraordinary Creation. Level 2. Description: the moment it is gripped in the palm, the warm texture of the wood perfectly fits the palm. It requires no forceful manipulation to achieve precise and stable shooting, also possessing the weak effect of binding vines to control the battlefield. Lu Xingyuan, wow, Sister Qing is amazing. Gu Wanqing so comfortable. Immediately after the trading window lit up again, Gu Wanqing sent him a brand new toothbrush and toothpaste. It turned out that the platform she visited today was a hotel where she encountered no danger and was able to take a refreshing bath. Sister is now all slick and smooth. You have no idea how comfortable it is. She hadn't taken a bath in days, which was unbearable for a girl who valued cleanliness. The only pity is that I have no clean clothes to change into. Lu Xingyuan's mind moved as if he thought of something, and then he searched through his belongings, finally pulling out a box of size S women's underwear. Damn, you didn't collect these from other girls, did you? Are you blind? Can't you see these are brand new, unopened underwear? Besides, do you think I'm that kind of person? Aren't you? After a while, Gu Wanqing sent a message. It's a bit tight. Lu Xingyuan. He sighed. The ceramic basin is round about 50 centimeters in diameter and only 20 centimeters deep. The soil is loose and moist, colored black-brown, and can form clumps when squeezed, scattering upon landing, not sticking to the hands, or hardening, indicating it is high. The seeds for the delicious mushrooms are soaked in water, bubbling away with fine bubbles. According to the white-nosed dwarf, they need to be soaked for 8 hours before planting. It won't be long before we can enjoy delicious mushrooms. Lu Xingyuan was still quite looking forward to it. When the time comes, I'll save a portion for Sister Qing to let her taste these delicious mushrooms. But before that, he needed to solve the cooking vessel issue. For fire, he could use the method of drilling wood, and if that didn't work, he could trade for a lighter in the trading channel. As for the vessels, he negotiated with someone and finally exchanged some food for a pile of brand new pots and pans. The other party wanted train coins more, but Lu Xingyuan refused. Train coins are too precious. It's best to save them and not trade them casually. Okay, now everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. At this moment, Lu Xingyuan saw someone mentioning him in the chat channel. Dude, you really messed me up. You said that the dog park has a secret passage. I went, but there were no dogs locked up inside, just an empty dog cage. He almost got bitten to pieces by zombie dogs because of this. No. Lu Xingyuan's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but think of something. Are you saying that dog park is the white platform? Yeah, but when I went, it belonged to the green platform. What does that mean? I don't understand. In other words, the platforms can change rather than resetting like in normal game mechanics after I leave that platform. After rescuing that dog and obtaining the canine tooth, the platform's level naturally decreased. No, there was another reason for the platform level to drop, which was that the zombie dogs there had been mostly killed by him. Otherwise, that guy would have died at that station long ago, as the zombie dogs were ferocious and numerous. If this is the case, the platform he just visited, the magical castle of Pilas, would also drop in level because he took the level 3 treasure chest. Although he wasn't fully responsible, Lu Xingyuan still compensated the other party with a loaf of bread. The other party happily accepted, repeatedly expressing gratitude. This matter was thus settled. Then a bombshell message exploded in the chat channel. The train leader's son, he exclaimed, "Congratulations to the esteemed president. Just now our Mutual Aid Association's president, Lord Panwei, successfully upgraded, becoming the first train leader in our district to reach level 3. The president possesses unparalleled strength. He will undoubtedly lead our Mutual Aid Association to new heights, paving the way for a brighter future for us all. Each member of our Mutual Aid Association will benefit from this." Immediately after, a series of members who joined the Mutual Aid Association began wildly responding below. The president is amazing. The Mutual Aid Association is amazing. The president is amazing. The Mutual Aid Association is amazing. The president is amazing. The Mutual Aid Association is amazing. Such a synchronized display is somewhat impressive. Even other train leaders, including Lu Xingyuan, were taken aback. The president of the Mutual Aid Association actually upgraded to level 3 at such a fast pace. Indeed, focused efforts yield results, but whether Pan Wei will fulfill his promise of shared fortune remains to be seen. Regardless, Pan Wei's ascension to level 3 has certainly had a significant impact on the many train leaders. Has it really happened this quickly? I haven't even made any progress towards level 2, and someone has already reached level 3. The big shot is impressive. If I had known this would happen, I should have joined the Mutual Aid Association earlier. I wonder if it's still too late to join now. How do I join the Mutual Aid Association? Can I use 1 train coin as the entry fee? Seeing this, members of other factions couldn't sit still. Come to our Tianhua Association. We absolutely do not charge any fees from our members. Anyone who joins my Steel Revival Association will receive a welcome package filled with generous supplies. Ladies, come join our Crimson Corps. Why bow to those vile men? Once again, Lu Xingyuan received olive branches from various factions, each offering generous terms. Among them was even the Tianhua Association. Our president said, "You are indeed a talent. We won't hold your past mistakes against you. Hurry and join us, and we will do our utmost to help you be the first to reach level 3. It was evident that Pan Wei's upgrade to level 3 put considerable pressure on them. Of course, the Mutual Aid Association also extended their olive branch. Although Lu Xingyuan had blackened Sun, other members of the Mutual Aid Association could still send private messages. Our vice president asked me to convey his words to you. Pay close attention. This is the strength of our Mutual Aid Association. You didn't understand at the time, but now you see, and you should know what to do right. I really don't understand this. Lu Xingyuan cleared all the private messages from the back end, and then opened Gu Wangqing's chat window. This girl was babbling on and on. What did you see? In the chat channel, someone has already reached level 3. That's incredible. I haven't even gathered half of what I need to reach level 3, and they are already so far ahead. How do you feel? Are you feeling sad, suppressed, wronged, or wanting to cry? Cry it out. It's not a crime for a man to cry. I understand you. After all, you were the first train leader in our district to reach level 2. But now someone else has rushed ahead to claim the title of the first to reach level 3. How can you not feel a mix of emotions? There are still quite a few people in the chat channel talking about you, saying your true colors have been revealed, and that you have become just like everyone else. However, listening to Sister Qing, you really don't need to take their comments to heart. In Sister Qing's eyes, you are the best. Keep it up. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and despair. Am I really that fragile in your eyes? But after some thought, he deleted all those words and typed, Sister Qing. Baby feels hurt inside, baby feels wronged, baby feels bitter. They are all mocking me now, saying I failed. Wah wah wah. I need comfort now. I need Sister Qing to soothe my wounded little heart. Soon Gu Wangqing sent a photo. It was a pair of exceptionally beautiful little feet with fair, delicate skin tinged with a faint blush. The 10 toes were plump and round like white shells, meticulously polished by stream water, simply adorable. Lu Xingyuan was stunned and slowly typed a question mark. Here for your comfort. Lu Xingyuan almost choked on his breath. Are you out of your mind? Isn't this the greatest comfort a girl can give to a boy, eh? Wow, kid, you're really incredible. Lu Xingyuan slightly composed his emotions, trying not to cry out loud. How many materials do you still need to upgrade? Do you want me to spare some for you? Gu Wangqing sent another message. He had already gathered wood, metal, and glass. Now he was only short on rubber and simple circuit boards. I'm still missing 13 units of rubber. And still 9 sets of circuit boards. Gu Wangqing had rubber and directly transferred 13 units to him. However, she only had 3 sets of circuit boards. That still leaves me 6 sets short. Gu Wangqing quickly searched the trading channel. Unfortunately, many train leaders had already upgraded to level 2, so when resources like circuit boards essential for upgrading to level 3 appeared in the trading channel, they were snatched up instantly, and the prices were exorbitant. Using train coins for exchange seemed unwise. Then I'll wait for the next station, hoping for a resource-rich platform tomorrow. Lu Xingyuan maintained a calm mindset. He didn't feel anxious because Pan Wei had reached level 3. Everyone has their own pace. It's best to follow one's own rhythm. Of course, saying he didn't want to reach level 3 would definitely be a lie. After all, once he reached level 3, he would unlock new colorful HEXTech. The previous ones, whether it was unlimited firepower or prismatic pipeline, were incredibly impressive, and naturally that third HEXTech would be equally remarkable. At night, Lu Xingyuan had a dream. He dreamt that he had gathered the bonds of 10 blessings with various red envelopes, and spell balls falling from the sky, train coins in abundance, and everyone was at 3 stars with 5 costs. Beside him, a girl in a white spaghetti-strap dress knelt before him, exclaiming, Brother Yuan is amazing, amazing, truly amazing. I worship you. That little gaze was fervently devoted. Ha! Lu Xingyuan laughed heartily. The next morning he woke up feeling great, wiped away the drool, and remembered the sleeping position in his mind, thinking he'll sleep like this again next time. 9:30. Lu Xingyuan immediately sent the name of his next stop to Gu Wanqing. Have you been there before? No. Oh, what a pity, otherwise he might have been able to gather some useful intelligence from her to prepare in advance. However, it was reasonable, it was unlikely that every station he had visited would have also been visited by Gu Wanqing. The platform can accommodate a maximum of 5 trains at the same time. That means besides me there are 4 other train conductors here. Lu Xingyuan frowned slightly. He currently had no good way to protect the train. If during the exploration process someone sabotaged his train, that would be troublesome. For example, the last guy who had the ability to shift and shadow. It was truly hard to guard against. 10 o'clock. The train arrived safely at the station. A prism-like magic orb fell down. Lu Xingyuan silently picked it up. Titanium alloy steel 3. Level 2. Category standard artifact. Description: one of the high-level materials essential for train upgrades. This should be a material needed for upgrading the train to level 4 or 5. The surface of the titanium alloy steel shimmered with a profound metallic luster with layers of patterns on it. Holding it in his hand felt slightly heavy and cool. Its hardness was unmatched by ordinary metals. If it were used to upgrade the train, one could only imagine how much the train's durability would improve. Carefully storing it away, Lu Xingyuan then got off the train. The other 4 train conductors had already been waiting on the platform. The moment he stepped off the train, all eyes were on him. One of them exclaimed in surprise, Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan turned his gaze towards the voice and saw a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Sun E. Indeed, the person before him was none other than Sun E, with whom he had previously chatted privately and then blocked. Since each train conductor used their own picture as an avatar, it was normal for them to recognize each other. Lu Xingyuan felt no embarrassment. Blocking this guy was due to his own fault. He deserved it. Even if given another chance, he would still unhesitatingly choose to block him again. Sunny nodded with a grim expression. What a coincidence. The remaining 3 train conductors were 2 men and 1 woman looking to be in their 20s. Upon learning that Sun E was the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, the 2 male train conductors immediately fawned over him, expressing their admiration for the association and its president Pan Wei. The president was able to advance to level 3 so quickly, which proves his strength. He must be able to lead humanity toward a bright and beautiful future. Sun E adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, inevitably revealing a hint of smugness. For this platform's exploration, I will be in charge. Follow my orders, understood? Great. With President Sun leading, we will surely be able to explore this platform smoothly. The remaining girl looked somewhat dazed. She wore black frame glasses thicker than a beer cap, had 2 braided pigtails, and dressed in very plain clothing. A black and white striped short-sleeve shirt paired with light-colored jeans. Like something bought from a bargain bin, definitely costing no more than 100 yuan in total. She also tried to say something flattering like the other 2 boys, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she stepped on a landmine. Sun. Vice President is amazing. Sun E's expression immediately darkened. The other 2 boys shot her a glare. What kind of talk is that? Call him president. Sun E had already lost interest, raising his hand to stop them. Enough with the nonsense. Let's quickly scavenge for supplies on this platform. It's a green platform and the resources should be quite rich. We have limited time, so don't waste it on meaningless chatter. The girl with glasses lowered her head in shame. Sun E turned his gaze to Lu Xingyuan. Shall we go together? He felt quite dissatisfied with Lu Xingyuan, but dared not act rashly. Not to mention what dangers might be hidden at this unknown platform, he had no confidence whatsoever. Just the fact that Lu Xingyuan had advanced to level 2 so early demonstrated his solid strength. He could not recklessly confront him at this time. The most important thing was to stabilize his own development. Walking along the gravel road, a large farm leisure complex unfolded before them. This was a rural complex that integrated leisure and entertainment, with contiguous vegetable and fruit planting greenhouses stretching along the gentle slope. To the side were the chicken, duck, and goose breeding areas, with several clear fish ponds nestled among the greenery. White-walled, black-tiled, rural-style goose houses were scattered throughout the depths of the park, the scent of vegetables and fruits wafting in the air, creating a scene of tranquil leisure. One of the male train conductors, seeing this scene, couldn't help but excitedly say, "Looks like we're lucky this stop is safe. We can freely scavenge for supplies." Another male train conductor was equally excited. Catch a couple of fish, grab some chickens and ducks, and pick some fruits to take back. That would be great. The girl with glasses stated, "The more peaceful a place seems, the more dangerous it is." In the next moment, feeling the gazes of others on her, she shrank her neck and hurriedly added, "Of course I might be wrong. After all, one cannot generalize everything." To be honest, even Lu Xingyuan was starting to lose his composure. If she didn't know how to speak, she could have chosen to remain silent. One couldn't tell if the girl was a jinx or if her instincts were simply sharp. As the group gradually approached the farm leisure complex, they realized that this place, which should have integrated leisure and entertainment, had long lost all vitality. The contiguous vegetable and fruit planting areas were overgrown with wild weeds. The chicken, duck, and goose enclosures were left with only broken fences and filthy grounds. the fish ponds were murky and stagnant. The rural-style goose houses, which should have been bustling with life, had open doors and flapping curtains. The entire park was eerily silent, with only the wind whistling through the empty courtyards, and not a single chirp from insects or birds could be heard. The girl with glasses shrank her neck. This isn't my fault. The mood of the group plummeted. Even Sun, he had a dark expression, staring at the entrance of the farm leisure complex, hesitating to step inside. Was there even any point in exploring? At that moment, from behind the dilapidated wooden door, a head suddenly popped out, startling everyone, especially the girl with glasses, who couldn't help but scream. "Welcome, great train conductor. I am the last employee of the farmhouse. Before your arrival, a disaster struck here. A zombie virus spread relentlessly, infecting everyone. Cough, cough. As you can see, the peace and harmony of the past have long since vanished." This was a frail old man, his dark skin stretched tightly over his bones, with no flesh left on his face, making him look particularly terrifying. While he spoke in a weak voice, he coughed violently. "I know that train conductors possess great powers, so I hope you can help me by clearing all the zombies here. If you can complete the task within the given time, I will reward each of you handsomely." Immediately, a notification popped up before everyone's eyes. Task published: eliminate the zombies at the farmhouse. Task duration 30 minutes. Task reward varies based on individual performance. Number of zombies 200. There are more tasks. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This was his first encounter with such a situation, and he found it novel. "This task seems a bit dangerous. I didn't expect such a small farmhouse to have 200 zombies. Isn't it a bit too much to kill 200 zombies in half an hour?" Just as the other two male conductors clearly showed signs of resistance, Sun, he waved his hand decisively. "We accept this task." We. The two male conductors exchanged glances, then turned to Sun E in unison. Sun E coldly stated, "No matter how weak you are, you can't possibly be incapable of killing a single zombie, right?" 200 zombies still posed some pressure on him, so he could not afford to fight alone. He had to utilize every available force. He did not expect them to play a crucial role, but every little bit of help in killing a zombie would count. After all, rewards were distributed based on individual performance, so he didn't have to worry about sharing the spoils. Moreover, there was also Lu Xingyuan. Sun Yi's gaze turned to him. This guy had become the first to upgrade to a level 2 conductor, so he must have something special about him. Lu Xingyuan nodded. "I'm fine with it." "Look at that." This guy's confidence spoke volumes. With two big shots in the team voicing their opinions, the others naturally had no choice but to muster their courage. The moment the countdown officially began, the once silent farmhouse suddenly came alive. Horrific zombies emerged from every corner as if activated. Some wore the farmhouse's work uniforms, such as servers, chefs, and managers. Others were tourists visiting the farmhouse, both men and women, young and old. At this moment, they were drawn to the scent of the living continuously surrounding Lu Xingyuan and his group. Sun E took a deep breath, his gaze turning fierce. "This is perfect." But before he could take action, he heard gunfire erupting nearby. Tat tat tat. The gun spewed bullets like a torrential downpour, accurately hitting those zombies. The zombies' heads exploded like watermelons, brain matter splattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 zombies fell dead on the spot. These were all the most ordinary level 1 zombies, so it was naturally effortless for Lu Xingyuan to kill them. Since the rewards were based on individual performance, he naturally wanted to make the most of it, striving to obtain the best and highest quality reward. This scene instantly delighted the other two male conductors. What an impressive firepower output. Now we really have a chance. Seeing hope, they immediately became proactive, trying every possible way to kill zombies, hoping to make their rewards even more substantial. However, Sun Yi's expression turned dark. He quickly pulled out a silver handgun from his pocket and fired in frustration, trying to overshadow Lu Xingyuan's glory. Bang! A bullet accurately penetrated a zombie's skull, instantly blowing its body apart. The power of his handgun even surpassed Lu Xingyuan's submachine. Clearly, this was no ordinary handgun. Such a situation made Sun Yi feel much better. He kept pulling the trigger, excitement and wildness flashing across his face. "Die for me." In an instant, the zombies blocking the farmhouse's entrance were cleared away. The task panel clearly displayed the remaining number of zombies, 143. "We need to take the initiative," Sun Yi coldly said. "With the time limit, passively standing here, waiting will inevitably lead to failure." But Lu Xingyuan had already taken the initiative, heading deep into the farmhouse before he even finished speaking. Sun Yi took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions and maintain composure. "Follow me." Gunfire continued to erupt, and the number of fallen zombies increased. The firepower output from the two of them was terrifyingly overwhelming. Even the seemingly weak girl with glasses managed to take down a zombie, which made her sincerely exclaim, "It's so thrilling to hang out with the big shots." If it were only her alone, there would be no chance of single-handedly killing a zombie. But as the number of zombies decreased to 100, a level 2 zombies appeared. Speed zombie. Level 2. Description: a form mutated from ordinary zombies that chase living beings. Slim build, long limbs and joints, can bend. Its skin is gray-white and tightly adhered with bony spikes along its spine. It can sprint at speeds of up to 60 km/h, run on vertical walls, and its claws are hardened like hooks. It appeared right in front of Lu Xingyuan. It had a slender build standing a full height of 1.8 meters. With long limbs, its muscles tightly adhered to its bones, its skin gray-white, and taut, the veins visible, and it had bony spikes protruding from its back. When facing Lu Xingyuan, its head twitched frequently, and its eyes trembled violently. So excited. Sun Yi surprisingly understood this creature's inner fire. Lu Xingyuan's reaction speed was even quicker than Sun Yi had imagined. The moment the speed zombie appeared, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, the gun's muzzle bursting forth a blinding flame, bullets raining down on the target like they were free. This weapon is not an ordinary item. Sun Yi couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He observed more closely than anyone else. Throughout the battle so far, Lu Xingyuan hadn't changed a single magazine, as if his gun had infinite bullets. In contrast, he had already changed several clips. Even though he was the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association and came from a wealthy background, he couldn't afford such consumption. Like every bullet fired made him wince. In terms of pure lethality, my gun might be better. However, his gun with the characteristic of infinite bullets far exceeds my weapon in practical value and over. How wonderful. Lu Xingyuan's reaction was swift, but the speed-type zombie reacted even faster. The bullets fired missed their target in an instant, kicking up clouds of dust on the ground. The figure of the speed-type zombie appeared like a ghost, materializing behind Lu Xingyuan in the blink of an eye. It suddenly swung its arm, its claws slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, viciously lunging forward. This was the perfect moment for Sun Yi to strike. The zombie was in a forward lunge, unable to evade. Yet he hesitated. He did not quickly draw his gun to shoot. And it was precisely this hesitation that caused him to miss the opportunity. The other two male train conductors, along with the bespectacled girl, couldn't help but gasp, sweating bullets for Lu Xingyuan. However, Lu Xingyuan was already prepared. He would never entrust his life to an outsider. A glimmer of dark light flashed. Without a sound, the head of the speed-type zombie shot up into the sky. Its lanky body trembled twice before it fell straight down, sending a spray of mud and soil into the air. What the hell? One strike kill? Sun Yi's eyelids twitched violently. This guy actually possessed an extraordinary weapon. Moreover, it was even better than that gun with infinite bullets. Otherwise, he would never have been able to dispatch a second-tier zombie with a single blow. How lucky can this guy be? Sun Yi had no time to ponder as another second-tier zombie appeared. A strength-type zombie. The hatred of the opponent was fully focused on him. Sun Yi's expression darkened as he struggled to defend himself. Lu Xingyuan cast a glance, showing no intention of helping, continuing to pull the trigger on his gun, clearing out the first-tier zombies that were closing in on him. The two male train conductors and the bespectacled girl fell silent. They had all witnessed Sun Yi's actions. Clearly having the chance to help, he chose not to intervene. Therefore, he could hardly blame Lu Xingyuan for watching idly. Sun Yi gritted his teeth, his expression grim. Yet his inner pride kept him from asking Lu Xingyuan for help. After a difficult battle, he finally managed to take down the strength-type zombie. However, he looked rather disheveled and covered in dirt. I'm not any worse than you. But when he saw the three second-tier zombies lying dead by Lu Xingyuan's feet, his inner joy vanished entirely. Two strength-type zombies and one speed-type zombie. And looking at Lu Xingyuan himself, his clothing slightly soiled. Only one zombie left. The bespectacled girl was constantly monitoring the mission panel, excitedly reporting good news to everyone. There were still 15 minutes left in the mission. Boss, you are amazing. The bespectacled girl knew exactly whose credit this was. If not for the lack of a detailed damage panel, Lu Xingyuan would surely be leading by a wide margin. The other two male train conductors moved their lips, but ultimately swallowed their words, intimidated by Sun Yi's background. The entire farmhouse was now eerie. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves remained. Now they just needed to eliminate the last zombie. Where is the last zombie? Let's hurry and find it. Seeing Sun Yi's grim expression, the two male train conductors quickly shifted the topic. They searched quickly but found no trace of the remaining zombie. When they returned to their original spot, they spotted a figure squatting not far away. Looks like it's the old man who issued the mission. The bespectacled girl recognized him. One could say her glasses were worth their weight in gold. You old fool, are you messing with us? Where did the last zombie go? Are you deliberately making it difficult for us to complete the mission to deny us our reward? Sun Yi was furious. It was one thing to have his spotlight stolen by Lu Xingyuan, but the best reward he could have received from the mission would most likely be for Lu Xingyuan. He had truly become a mere sidekick. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He quickly strode up behind the frail old man and grabbed his shoulder. The old man suddenly turned around, his mouth smeared with dark blood. Sun Yi's pupils constricted sharply. Only then did he notice what the old man was doing on the ground. He was crazily gnawing on a second-tier zombie right in front of him. Damn it. Sun Yi's heart surged with two emotions, fear and anger. Thankfully, anger prevailed. He quickly drew his gun and fired. Bang! He hit the target accurately. Dead, is it dead? Sun Yi's eyelids twitched violently as he was about to pull the trigger for another shot. In the next second, the frail old man suddenly let out a hoarse and piercing roar, his body visibly swelling at an alarming rate, ultimately transforming into a grotesque and hideous monster. Fusion Zombie Level 3 Description: a mutation formed by the mutual consumption and fusion of strength-type and speed-type zombies in extreme conditions. It possesses the advantages of both an explosive speed of up to 50 km per hour and the strength to tear open armored vehicle doors with bare hands. It can run on vertical walls and can overturn small vehicles upon impact. This fusion zombie stood 3 meters tall, its physique between that of a strength-type and speed-type zombie, muscular, but not bulky, with long limbs that exuded a sense of power. Its body was covered in a dark brown chitinous layer with patches of crimson muscle fibers exposed and bony spikes extending from its spine to its tail. Sun Yi's eyelids twitched madly. A level 3 zombie. Are you kidding me? Is this mission a bit too insane? He admired his own boldness for daring to shoot at such a critical moment. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets in the magazine were spent, but they only inflicted minor surface wounds on the fusion zombie, which were not fatal. Run fast. Sun Yi exploded into full speed as the fusion zombie's claws tore through the air behind him. Whoosh. His back was instantly ripped open, large chunks of flesh missing. His body uncontrollably flew into the air. He couldn't care less about his injuries. He quickly dove into the nearby guest house. The fusion zombie continued to chase him, leaving chaos in its wake, destroying everything in sight. The guest house had many small rooms, and at that moment every door was tightly shut. In one of the rooms in the middle, several figures were holding their breath, their hearts racing uncontrollably with every sound of destruction from outside. At that moment, Sun Yi was sitting on the floor, completely disregarding his image. He reached back to touch his wound, his fingertips covered in dark viscous blood. The 2 male train conductors glanced at him, then turned their gaze to Lu Xingyuan, trembling as they quietly said, "We have to do something, or we'll eventually be found. Once discovered, we're finished. The fusion zombie is definitely not something we can handle." Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He pondered that the last zombie was that emaciated old man. If he could just eliminate it, the mission would be considered complete, right? Then the question arises, could he eliminate that emaciated old man right from the start of the mission? It should be possible, right? He thought again, what a pity it was that Gu Wanqing hadn't come to this station. She would have been able to obtain this crucial information. He has no tricks, but I have one. Sun Yi's face revealed a hint of cruelty as pain lingered on it. The previous strike had merely grazed his back, yet it was painful enough, lethal enough. Veins bulged on his forehead like worms, yet at this moment he was able to endure without a sound, which could be considered a testament to his character. President Sun, if you have a solution, hurry and share it. His words instantly recaptured everyone's attention. The 2 male train conductors hurriedly spoke up. Yes, we're in a dire situation here. Sun Yi gritted his teeth and said, the only way to survive is to return to the train. As long as we can hold out in the train until departure time, we will survive. Otherwise, staying here means certain death. The expressions of the 2 male train conductors became quite strange. This is what you call a solution. Who doesn't know that returning to the train is the only escape? After all, with the departure time set for 11 o'clock, there wasn't much time left. Once the train departs, that fusion-type zombie would be powerless against them. However, the key issue was how they would evade the pursuit of the fusion-type zombie and safely return to the train. Would that fusion-type zombie really allow them to escape? And the girl with glasses was straightforward, not even trying to play along. That won't work at all. So someone has to make a sacrifice. Sun Yi's eyes glinted with determination. Our mutual aid society's principle is to help each other. Sacrifice the small self for the greater good. Some people are destined to become brave sacrifices. However, their sacrifice is not without meaning. It is for the continuation of human civilization. Lu Xingyuan nodded thoughtfully. You mean to use someone as bait to draw away that fusion-type zombie, buying us time to escape? Sun Yi glanced at him and nodded. Exactly. Lu Xingyuan asked again, so who will be the bait? Of course it should be. Sun Yi's gaze lingered on Lu Xingyuan for a moment. He eagerly hoped Lu Xingyuan would be that bait and sacrifice himself. But he knew that was impossible. Lu Xingyuan would never agree. Moreover, this guy was in such good shape that even if he wanted to force him, it wouldn't be realistic. His gaze quickly shifted to the girl with glasses. Me. The girl with glasses turned pale and incredulously pointed at herself. Really, me? Don't you want to make a small sacrifice for the continuation of human civilization? Hearing the increasingly close sound of destruction, Sun Yi's expression turned somewhat frenzied. Among all of us, you are the most useless. I can clearly smell the aura of weakness on you. Stop pretending. You are just a low-tier fighter. If you don't believe it, you can tell us your talents. The girl with glasses instantly flushed red. My talent is, the food I cook becomes very fragrant and delicious. Lu Xingyuan. Now even he fell silent. What kind of nonsense talent is that? In a dangerous train world, could such a talent really play any role? See with your talent, if we don't sacrifice you, who should we sacrifice? Sun Yi's words carried a warning threat. Now you need to rush out immediately and run in the opposite direction, giving us time and space to escape, understand? I can't do it. The girl with glasses burst into tears. Please don't sacrifice me. As the ancient said, every talent has its use. Maybe my talent will be of great use in the future. Sun Yi shouted angrily, shut up with your nonsense. Every talent has its use. That's a lie. Waste is waste. It will never be of use in this lifetime. Sun Yi raised his hand. Let's vote quickly. Those who agree to let her be the bait, please raise your hands. The two male train conductors hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised their hands. After all, the one acting as bait wouldn't be them. Moreover, they were also beneficiaries. Sun Yi looked at Lu Xingyuan. What about you? The girl with glasses looked at Lu Xingyuan with pleading eyes, saying no. Please don't. Lu Xingyuan did not raise his hand. Sun Yi didn't care and sneered. 5 votes already have 3. It doesn't matter if you raise your hand or not. Come on, let's hurry up and throw her out. However, before they could act, a strong chill suddenly swept over from behind. Turning around, they saw a pair of pale eyes staring intently at them from the window. Damn it. This guy is just like the homeroom teacher, always appearing at the window to spy on you at the most unexpected moments. Crack. A shattering sound echoed. The window was suddenly smashed open, and the fusion-type zombie charged in with unstoppable force, heading straight for Sun. Damn it. Why is it me? Sun Yi was caught off guard. His body was thrown out heavily again, crashing to the ground, spitting blood uncontrollably. Just as the fusion-type zombie was about to advance further, its body suddenly froze in place, clutching its head in agony and struggling. Its head suddenly split in half, revealing the shadows of a power-type zombie and a speed-type zombie, both screaming in agony. What the hell is going on? The other two male train conductors had long been terrified, looking helplessly at this scene. Lu Xingyuan's gaze turned cold. He sensed the taste of opportunity. He immediately stepped forward, brandishing the short dagger of ghostly breath in his hand. Stab, 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 stab. One could only say that if Rong Mama had Lu Xingyuan's skills back, then Xiao Yinzi would have been dead long ago. Not sure how many stabs he delivered, the fusion-type zombie suddenly stiffened and fell straight down, no longer making a sound. At the same time, task prompt information appeared before everyone's eyes. Task completed within the specified time. Everyone stared in astonishment at the scene before them, unable to believe that the task was actually completed. One of the male train conductors quickly realized something. Damn it. I understand now. That fusion-type zombie is extremely unstable. It cannot balance the two powers well, which is why it fell apart. This task was intentionally designed to give challengers a slender chance of survival. It all depends on whether the challenger can seize that fleeting opportunity. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan seized it. Great. We not only survived, but also obtained rewards. The girl with glasses broke into a smile despite her tears. But just at that moment, gunfire suddenly erupted. The girl with glasses and the two male conductors were caught in a moment of excitement and joy, completely unprepared, when 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously. I could see Lu Xingyuan and Sun Yi drawing their guns at each other. Both fired at the same time. Lu Xingyuan swiftly dodged into a room, and 1 bullet struck the door frame, exploding into countless shards. Sun Yi, however, was too severely injured to evade. But at that critical moment, his figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from the spot, leaving only a shattered gem behind. What the hell? The 3 were startled. Shock, fear, and a hint of confusion washed over them. Is this for real? Just as they eliminated a rival, they turned against each other. It was unclear who struck first, but what was certain was that both acted quickly, decisively, and ruthlessly. After a moment, Lu Xingyuan emerged from the room. The 2 male conductors hurried over to check on him, asking, "Boss, are you okay?" Lu Xingyuan shook his head and approached the spot where Sun Yi had vanished. The shattered gem crumbled to dust the moment he touched it. This must be some extraordinary artifact. Lu Xingyuan pondered. This guy was indeed still hiding. As for who acted first, he couldn't say for sure. It seemed they all drew their guns and fired at the same time, as if through a shared telepathic connection. As for why they did so, Lu Xingyuan glanced down at the treasure chest. It was a magnificent treasure chest adorned with golden edges. It was not a 1st level nor a 2nd, or even a 3rd, it was a 4th level. Yes, indeed, a 4th level treasure. This was a reward he received for excelling in the task. It was precisely because of this that Sun Yi would have acted without hesitation. Of course, it was also possible that Sun Yi had planned this all along, intending to eliminate anyone who obtained a treasure chest of any level after the task, was complete, swallowing everything for himself. Boss, it seems his treasure chest was left behind right here. It was a 3rd level treasure chest. That scoundrel almost got away with it. One could only say that this task was dangerous, but the rewards were indeed high. A flicker of greed flashed in the eyes of the 2 male conductors, but they quickly controlled themselves, obediently bringing the treasure chest to Lu Xingyuan. They then began to denounce Sun Yi and the Mutual Aid Society, saying, "I never expected the vice president of the Mutual Aid Society to be such a despicable person." Yeah, all talk of righteousness and morality, yet filled with vile and filthy intentions. I've decided I won't join the mutual aid society. Oh, I don't want to be associated with them. Yes, yes, only the boss is the true gentleman. They then turned to the girl with glasses saying, we had no choice earlier. Under pressure from him we had no option but to yield. The girl with glasses sniffed wanting to say something, but held back. Lu Xingyuan scanned them with his gaze. Let's hurry, if we don't leave soon the train will depart. Yes, yes, let's move quickly, we can't waste time. They each held a treasure chest and sprinted toward the platform. They performed rather mediocrely in this task, receiving only a first-level treasure chest. But even just a first-level treasure chest left them very satisfied. Sun Yi's train was still parked on the tracks. Through the train's window, he saw the 2 treasure chests held by Lu Xingyuan. One of those should have been his. Lu Xingyuan drew his gun and began firing wildly at the window. Unfortunately, 11 o'clock had already arrived. Sun Yi decisively departed, pulling away from the platform. The other 3 rushed onto the train at the last second before it left. Lu Xingyuan, not wanting to linger, also chose to leave the station. This journey involved battling zombies and strategizing against Sun Yi. It was truly exhausting. But thinking of the treasure chest, he forced himself to rise from the floor. A 4th-level treasure chest. It was unimaginable what wonderful items could be opened from it. Breathe in the good fortune, Xingyuan. Guwanqing. Are you out of your mind? I might as well let you breathe in my foot odor. The treasure chest opened. A dazzling golden light flashed, revealing a black metal wristband in front of him. Its design was extremely simple, just a smoothly curved ring devoid of any excessive decorations or cutouts. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly catch the fine, uneven frosted texture on the metallic surface. Spatial wristband category, extraordinary artifact, level 3 description, contains an independent space with a maximum weight limit of 20 kilograms. Items exceeding this limit cannot be stored. It's here, it walks on clouds. How could the survival world lack space-type items? But wouldn't this reward be a bit too cliché? Nevertheless, it was undeniable that it was indeed a phenomenal item. In the future, he could store weapons and various tools inside it. He could even carry train currency with him. Keeping it on the train felt insecure, always worrying about it being stolen. Keeping it close would be much safer. He had previously thought about stuffing the train currency in his underwear. Didn't the older generation do that? But he found that when he walked, it clinked and attracted more attention. Moreover, with this spatial wristband, collecting supplies would be much more convenient. A 20-kilogram load was quite considerable. Is that all? Lu Xingyuan turned the treasure chest upside down and shook it vigorously, trying to rattle out 2 train currency pieces, but unfortunately it was empty. Guwanqing was definitely to blame. Tossing the empty treasure chest aside, Lu Xingyuan looked at the 3rd-level treasure chest. This belonged to Sun Yi originally, but now it was his. Open. Oh, this is... A card shimmering with a strange blue glow appeared before Lu Xingyuan. Blue modification card, level 1 type, extraordinary artifact description. After use, forces a specified modification result to randomly change to a new blue modification. This item is great. Lu Xingyuan's eyes immediately lit up. His luck wasn't particularly good and couldn't consistently produce green modifications like Guwanqing. But with this special item card, it would be different. Even if he ended up with a useless modification, he could forcibly replace it. Such a great item was almost snatched away by that little brat Sun Yi. Lu Xingyuan could only say that drawing his gun and shooting was the right decision. Aside from this blue modification card, there were also a few scraps of materials useful for upgrades in the treasure chest. Among them were 3 sets of simple circuit board. Oh, what a pity, I'm still short 3 sets. Lu Xingyuan lamented. Should he spend train currency at the trading channel to buy them? After all, he couldn't delay any longer. The sooner he upgraded, the sooner he could unlock new HEX TECH. While he was thinking about this, Guwanqing messaged him. I just opened a treasure chest with a few circuit boards inside. Do you want them? I can send them to you now. Didn't you say you wanted to upgrade to level 3? Lu Xingyuan's eyes almost popped out. Sister Qing's shouts were not in vain. Sister Qing, I cannot repay your immense kindness, so I can only offer myself in return. Can you handle a steel wool ball? If not, I don't want it. Ugh, can we not play such a twisted game? After receiving the missing circuit boards from Guwanqing, he immediately pressed the upgrade button. Instantly, the materials piled up in the second carriage transformed into a stream of light, merging into the locomotive. Within 5 seconds, the train completed its upgrade. The first option, train carriage modification warehouse screen. 5 train coins transform a carriage into a dedicated warehouse, increasing. A series of prompts popped up, almost overwhelming Lu Xingyuan's mind. No need to rush, let's take them one by one. First up is the train modification. The first option, train carriage modification warehouse screen. 5 train coins transform a carriage into a dedicated warehouse, increasing material storage capacity by 50. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. This modification is great. As the train's level increases, the materials needed for upgrades become more and more numerous. Using just one carriage to hold all those materials is somewhat limiting. Although he has already upgraded to level 3 and gained an extra carriage, the next station could very well be a resource-rich one. Having a dedicated carriage as a warehouse is undoubtedly perfect. Just 5 train coins, he has plenty of coins now. Let's get it all. Lu Xingyuan chose to convert the third carriage into a warehouse. The change happened before his eyes. The originally empty, ordinary carriage was now filled with rows of alloy shelves reaching from the floor to the ceiling. The shelves were embedded with shock-absorbing rubber with each layer evenly spaced. Even the most awkward corner was filled with a set of rotating storage compartments, making full use of the carriage space. It was worth the large amount of money he spent on this modification. The second modification is door reinforcement green. 4 train coins. All train doors are reinforced against bullets and impacts capable of resisting damage from ordinary zombies, beasts, cold weapons, and handgun bullets. Oh, this one is pretty good too. Lu Xingyuan's eyes brightened again. Although the train had been modified with external armor plates, the doors were still a weak point, easily compromised by those with ill intent. Adding another line of defense is undoubtedly safer and provides peace of mind. Just 4 train coins, he wouldn't even blink. With a wave of his hand, significant changes occurred to the doors. The edges of the door frames now had a matte metallic trim. The ordinary metal lever was replaced with a sturdier forged piece, its surface featuring anti-slip knurling. Lu Xingyuan had to exert a bit more effort to push it down. A click sounded no longer the crisp single sound from before, but rather a series of heavy short gear meshing sounds with at least 3 locking tongues popping open, the vibrations traveling from his palm to his forearm. Through the lookout window on the door, the outside world seemed to be separated by a more solid barrier. Even the howling wind sounded muffled and distant. As for the third modification, it was predictably lackluster. Simple cooking gear. White. 1 train coin. Acquire a set of smokeless simple cooking equipment fixed in the carriage capable of heating and cooking food without open flames, compatible with all onboard power supply modes. A useless modification. Moreover, he had already traded for a set of cookware with food in the trading channel. Fortunately, he had a blue modification card. Directly forced this white modification to be replaced. With a flash of blue light, the modification quickly transformed into automatic repair. Blue. 8 train coins. Install an automatic repair module on the train. This grants the train self-repair capabilities. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened like copper bells. Automatic repair. Isn't this the modification he had been? The window that had been damaged from the attack still had not been repaired. Its durability wasn't even full yet. But now with the automatic repair function, his durability could finally be restored. For someone like him who was a bit obsessive, this was incredibly satisfying. 8 train coins were deducted, and a repair program appeared on the train's control panel. Damn, what a ripoff. Not only do I have to spend train coins for repairs, but I also have to provide materials. In his understanding, automatic repair should work independently, covering both labor and materials. Fortunately, it was just a simple project like repairing a window, so it didn't require additional train coins, only the basic material of glass. 10 units of glass were deducted and the window was repaired. The cold wind was immediately blocked out, allowing him to finally sleep soundly. But is 10 units of glass really necessary? I feel like someone pocketed some extra cash, so a small window only needs 5 units at most. However, it wasn't a big deal. Looking at the restored full durability, Lu Xingyuan's mood improved significantly. Due to upgrading to level 3 and adding an extra carriage, the train's durability was also automatically updated to 310 points. It became more durable. With that, the train modifications were officially concluded. The 3 modifications cost him a total of 17 train coins, which still stung a bit. Money only feels insufficient when you need it. Lu Xingyuan sighed deeply. But it's okay, he still had Sister Qing. If he ever ran out of coins, he could just swindle some from her. Closing the modification page, Lu Xingyuan focused on the newly unlocked HEX TECH. Please draw your colored HEX TECH. I must draw it fiercely. Lu Xingyuan splashed some water on his face, shook off the dust from his body, and sent a message to Gu Wanqing in the chat. Once again, I must absorb my Sister Qing's good fortune. Gu Wanqing, do you ever consider my feelings? Calming his mood to be as tranquil as a lake, Lu Xingyuan's gaze became resolute as he began to draw. The roulette spun rapidly. Ultimately, the pointer landed on a certain option. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn the colored HEX TECH Transmutation Reorganizer. Since when did the transformation reconfiguration device become colorful? Is it really true that a mere change of stage can turn even a lump of dung into something remarkable? No longer tangled in doubts, Lu Xingyuan calmly accepted the fact that the transformation reconfiguration device was a colorful HEX TECH. Is it the transformation reconfiguration device I imagined? Or is it just a name coincidence? But judging by the icon, it should be the same one. Lu Xingyuan quickly began to check its functions. Transformation reconfiguration device can place 1 item at a time. Each time the train arrives at a station, it will elevate the placed item by 1 level. After upgrading, the item level cannot exceed the current level limit of the train and will not change the original type of the item. Lu Xingyuan's pupils instantly shrank. This is actually not a one-time use, but can be used infinitely. Every time it arrives at a station, it can undergo reconfiguration. Isn't that a bit too overpowered? It's practically a bug-level existence. The first thing he thought of was the infinite firepower submachine gun in his hand. Although this extraordinary creation is quite powerful, it can completely ignore consumption to achieve infinite bullets. However, its level is simply too low, only level 1. It works well against lower-level monsters. But once facing higher-level monsters, it becomes somewhat inadequate. Take the level 2 zombies, for example. Bullets striking them cause minimal damage. Continuous fire is required to inflict effective harm, far less direct than the silent short dagger. Take the level 2 zombies, for example. Bullets striking them cause minimal damage. Continuous fire is required to inflict effective harm, far less direct than the silent short dagger. In this train world where healing methods are extremely limited, any injury is undoubtedly very deadly. So unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in close combat with monsters. However, the submachine gun's output is limited. Sometimes he simply has no choice. He had also searched for ways to upgrade extraordinary creations in the chat channel, trying to raise the level of the submachine gun. But unfortunately, there is no such method at this stage. The submachine gun is already somewhat underpowered. As the stations progress, the monsters become increasingly dangerous, and then it will truly become a useless decoration. Thinking of this possibility, Xingyuan felt an indescribable suffocation. After all, this submachine gun carries his first hex tech. But again, after transformation, is it still the same? The more detailed instructions clearly state items placed in the device will permanently transform into a random item of the... He only needs to wait for the next station to elevate its level. But again, after transformation, is it still the same? The more detailed instructions clearly state items placed in the device will permanently transform into a random item of the same type that is one level higher than its original level. It's random, just like in the game. However, with the qualifier same type, even if it randomly turns into a different item, it should still be categorized as a weapon. But will the infinite firepower feature be erased as a result? Xingyuan couldn't help but have such worries. He needed to think it over carefully. There was no rush to make a decision. Before reaching the new station tomorrow, he could place the item in at any time. Guanxing had already sent him a pile of private messages. You've absorbed so much of my luck. What good things did you get? Speak up. You have the ability to absorb my luck, so why aren't you saying anything? Hey, you bastard, don't tell me you've got something good and plan to keep it all to yourself. Xingyuan adjusted his mood and hurriedly replied, how could that be, Xingyuan? Of course I want to make you happy. Aside from his own talents, Xingyuan did not hide anything and shared everything with Guanxing. Guanxing, you said everything I wanted to say. Oh, what else can I say? Guanxing, just tell me what good things you got. Make me happy too. Of course I want to make you happy. Aside from his own talents, Xingyuan did not hide anything and shared everything with Guanxing. After all, if it weren't for Guanxing's help, he would never have been able to level up smoothly to level 3. Since she was so generous, what kind of man would he be if he remained reserved? Guanxing, wow, you kid are quite lucky. You actually got such a good treasure. This space wristband, I'm really coveting it. If I had it, I can't even imagine how convenient it would be to gather supplies. Xingyuan quickly interjected, this is something I obtained by risking my life. Guanxing, Xingyuan, of course. If you like it, feel free to take it. Guanxing, you're such a disgusting person. Wait, you better not show up in front of me, otherwise I will spam your QQ 100 times. Scared. This automatic repair feature is quite appealing. Guanxing praised, as expected of a blue-level modification. With this, we won't have to worry too much about the train getting. At present, there are still many train conductors in the chat channel lamenting their inability to recover from train damage. The train is the foundation upon which every conductor relies for survival. Once it suffers damage, it signifies the complete end of the game. Each time the train levels up, the modifications that appear are random with no rules to speak of, relying solely on luck. Modifications like automatic repair may be something some people will never succeed in obtaining throughout their lives. It can only be said that Xingyuan was very fortunate. He managed to obtain the most important modification. Then I have to thank Xingyuan. If it weren't for her lending me her luck, I wouldn't have been able to refresh it. Xingyuan is not the kind of person who forgets favors without repaying them. He made up his mind to gather materials needed for upgrades for Guanxing at the subsequent stations, striving to raise her train level to level 3 as soon as possible. There was another new private message. It was from Sunny. Didn't I block this guy? How did he send me a private message? Xingyuan was utterly confused. At this moment, Sunny was feeling a tremendous pinch in his wallet. Because Xingyuan had blocked him, he had to use other special items to forcefully communicate with Xingyuan. But the cost was that each message sent consumed train coins. One train coin could only send 3 messages. Just thinking about it was painful. He didn't want to do this, but there was simply no other way. After all, some matters are too private, and he didn't want to communicate through a third party for fear of exposure. Return the treasure chest that rightfully belongs to me, immediately. Otherwise the consequences will be grave. Sun's words brimmed with menace and warning. His frenzy was hardly unwarranted. It was a tier 3 treasure chest. A tier 3 chest. He had encountered none along his entire journey, finally spotting one only to have it seized by Lu Xingyuan. He had slain zombies with relentless effort to earn it. What right did you have to take it? Ordinarily, Lu Xingyuan would have ignored such a message, but this time he deemed it fitting to provoke the man. I sincerely apologize. The chest you claim has already been consumed. Had its contents been trivial, I might have returned them without hesitation. Yet the item was extraordinarily potent. I simply couldn't resist, and used it instantly. Boom. Sun Yi's mind erupted in thunderous chaos. An extraordinarily potent item. Used on impulse. You wretched scoundrel, it was mine. What right do you have? What right do you have? His composure shattered entirely. Fists pounded violently repeatedly against the car door, venting his seething. I'll devour you, raw. You mongrel. A bastard born of a mother, but raised by no one. A sinister crimson gleam flickered deep within his eyes. Only after an indeterminate span of time did he notice another private message, from Pan Wei, their guild master. How effective was the basic zombie serum? The fusion-type zombie's claws carried a virulent strain. The moment he sustained the wound, Sun Yi sensed something deeply amiss. Thus, the instant the train departed, he contacted Pan Wei and urgently requested the antiviral serum. Such basic zombie serum was exceedingly rare. Even their mutual aid guild, having endured countless hardships, possessed merely 2 vials. Pan Wei erupted in furious reprimand, scolding him fiercely, yet still delivered the serum without delay. Master, I, Sun Yi, swear eternal loyalty to you. Enough empty vows, drink it now. The serum tasted wretched, bitter, acrid, almost. Its side effects struck with brutal intensity. His wound burned as though doused in chili-infused brine, racking him with spasms across the floor. Fortunately, the agony surged swiftly and receded just as fast. He could distinctly feel his condition improving. When Pan Wei inquired about its efficacy, Sun Yi replied without hesitation, excellent, truly excellent, absolutely superb. Pan Wei paused. Regarding Lu Xingyuan, if he insists on opposing our mutual aid guild, then we shall reciprocate in kind. Effective immediately, he is declared our sworn enemy. Anyone who eliminates him may claim a substantial reward from our guild. Sun Yi wept anew. Such a master was beyond praise. Were it possible, he would tear out his own heart and offer it without reserve. Yet his immediate priority was concealing the wound on his back, lest he alarm Master Pan should they meet face to face. In the glass's reflection, he saw the wound spread across his back, a grotesque dark crimson stain. Lu Xingyuan, I'll devour you alive. My true name is Kai Kai. Glass's girl fits my appearance well enough, but somehow still feels oddly incongruous. Though he had no idea why Sun Yi had ceased messaging him, Lu Xingyuan's attention had already shifted to another familiar avatar. Isn't this the Glass's girl I met at the last station? My father's surname is Kai, and so is my mother's. Both are chefs, masters of culinary art, so naturally I'm called Kai Kai. That's quite fitting. Lu Xingyuan cleared his throat lightly. No wonder your innate talent manifests as cooking dishes of extraordinary aroma and flavor. Everything fell into place. Yet precisely because of this talent, she had become a sacrificial pawn, nearly losing her life. Thank you for saving me. This caught Lu Xingyuan off guard. Had he truly saved her? Not quite. He'd merely withheld support for Sun Yi's actions, offering no assistance nor protest. But that alone was more than enough. And beyond that, you slew the fusion-type zombie, thereby saving us all indirectly. Kai Kai transferred 3 train coins. These came from the Tier 1 treasure chest. 3 train coins. That matched the maximum yield of any Tier 1 chest. Indeed, Tier 1 chests never yielded more than 3 train coins. This is my gratitude for saving my life. Please accept it without hesitation. Besides, these 3 train coins serve me no purpose whatsoever. Though she mouthed platitudes like, heaven bestows talents for a reason, inwardly, she had accepted Sun Yi's grim assessment. In this world of train-bound survival, her talent held no practical value. So ceased this futile struggle. Reality was unyielding. Her talent doomed her to short-lived survival. Lu Xingyuan's heart lurched. Good heavens, how utterly vile. Sun Yi was driving this gentle girl toward despair and self-destruction. Out of conscience, he patiently offered her reassurance. Since she invoked the phrase, heaven bestows talents for a reason, it revealed she still believed in such ideals. Lu Xingyuan seized upon that foundation. After much persuasion, he rekindled the dying ember. Then, I'll try once more. You must try again. Sigh. Lu Xingyuan exhaled, deeply uncertain whether his encouragement had been wise or misguided. Frail and unassuming by nature, and now burdened with a talent so perplexingly still to survive one more day was worth surviving. He accepted only 1 train coin, symbolically to grant her the dignity of expressing gratitude. When she sent a friend request, he accepted without hesitation. Not only were friend lists unlimited, but she clearly respected boundaries. Turning the single train coin thoughtfully in his palm, Lu Xingyuan recalled the 2 male train conductors from the previous station. At parting, they swore lavish rewards, but not a trace of follow-up had materialized. Their solemn vow turned out to be mere hollow rhetoric. Yet he felt little disappointment. Human nature, after all, was rarely noble. Returning to the chat channel, he observed the online count had plummeted to just over. Merely one station had claimed over 1,000 train conductors. Damn it. How can this be real? At the last stop, I almost encountered a ferocious level 2 zombie. I nearly lost my life there. I hid inside the train and didn't get out, but those monsters still caught my scent and came searching for me, launching a fierce attack on my train. Now my train is left with only 3 points of durability. Do you understand what that means? It's practically just a piece of iron now. If I don't adapt soon, I'm really not going to make it to the next stop. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to buy the resources I have? The price is negotiable. Perhaps the pressure from the last stop was too intense, leading many train conductors to start selling their treasures, no longer treating them as family heirlooms. These items are indeed valuable, but one must have the life to use them. If we don't first get through the current survival crisis, how can we talk about the future? Xingyuan saw quite a few good items. Beginner's Rapid Growth Compound Fertilizer Category Extraordinary Creation Level 1 Description: just mix a small amount into ordinary soil and pair it with regular irrigation, and it can significantly shorten the growth cycle of most crops, ensuring a stable and abundant harvest. It can accelerate the growth of crops. His first thought was of his delicious mushrooms. He had planted them early this morning, but when he returned, he found they were still in a slow growth state, only producing tiny sprouts. Who knows how long it would take for them to fully mature? Xingyuan was genuinely interested in these delicious mushrooms, eager to find out if they really taste as good as rumored. If I give it some technology and effort, will it sprout a bunch of mushrooms right away? The thought sprang up and began to grow wildly in his mind. Anyway, it's not expensive, so why not give it a try? After some bargaining, Xingyuan finally traded a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and a banana for a unit of the compound fertilizer. Unfortunately, the other party only had this one unit. Otherwise, at this price, Xingyuan would have wanted to trade for more. But first, let's see if this fertilizer truly works. Following the usage instructions, Xingyuan mixed a small amount and incorporated it into the soil. The originally dark brown soil was now sparkling with tiny stars. The obedient seeds began to grow wildly in a ferocious manner. What had originally been tiny sprouts quickly grew to the size of an adult's palm in the blink of an eye. It resembled a common edible mushroom with a plump hemispherical cap and a short, thick stalk, all in a soft, warm yellow hue, as if coated in a layer of smooth yellow butter. The edges of the cap were faintly milky white, clean and spotless, only reflecting a subtle, delicate glow in the light, looking fresh and juicy. Wow, this is amazing. Is this the power of technology and hard work? Xingyuan even developed a bold idea. Thus, the super delicious mushrooms could be harvested and eaten. He found a thick iron plate to lay on the floor to prevent damage to the train and reduce its durability. Xingyuan lit a piece of a table leg he had scavenged from somewhere. The simple cooking utensils he had traded for finally came in handy. Xingyuan planned to make himself a delicious mushroom soup. It is said that high-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Just the simple combination of mushrooms and mineral water without any added seasoning filled the entire train car with a rich mushroom aroma. So fragrant. Xingyuan swallowed hard. The little dwarf hadn't deceived him. These mushrooms were indeed delicious. After tasting a bit, he felt an explosion of flavor on his tongue, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Wonderful. Quickly, he poured the thick, glossy mushroom soup into a stainless steel basin. Xingyuan didn't indulge immediately, but contacted Gu Wanqing. Sister Qing, would you like to eat some mushrooms? Yours? Of course. Lonely nights often lead to some crazy actions. I've had similar experiences, so I can understand you. But I still hope you don't be so perverse and ruin your image in my mind, even though you no longer have any image to speak of. If you really can't hold back, I could take off my socks and use them as a side dish for you. What are you babbling about? Xingyuan sent over a nicely prepared portion of mushroom soup. After a while, Gu Wanqing replied with a series of ellipses. Is this the mushroom you mentioned? What else could it be? It's actually pretty good. Of course, this is super delicious mushroom, not an ordinary mushroom. Xingyuan didn't linger any longer and quickly dug in. After finishing, he felt warm all over. His originally exhausted body had significantly recovered. His back was no longer sore, his legs no longer hurt, and he even had the energy to wrestle with that hybrid zombie. This is one of the characteristics of the delicious mushroom. It can quickly restore stamina. It is precisely because of this that it can rank among the extraordinary creations. Gu Wanqing had finished eating as well. Delicious. After so many days, I finally had a proper dinner. Although their conditions were far better than those of most train conductors, with food and drink and not starving, their previous meals were merely enough to stave off hunger. Only this warm meal made them feel a sense of truly living. At midnight, Xingyuan woke up groggily. He had slept well. Normally, he would be able to sleep until dawn. But just now, it seemed, he heard some kind of notification sound. He approached the control panel. Indeed, there was a notification from the system. It wasn't a dream. A rainy season is approaching ahead. The train world actually has seasons. Lu Xingyuan instantly became more alert. He opened the chat channel, and the other train conductors were also awakened by this sudden notification, discussing restlessly. Did you all receive the notification too? Rainy season? What the hell is that? Isn't it obvious? It means that for a while it will rain every day. Southerners are once again reminded of the fear of the rainy season, hanging their underwear outside for a week and still managing to squeeze out water with a gentle twist. Damn help. My train has long been wrecked by those terrifying monsters, and now it's drafty all around. I'm about to freeze to death, and now you're telling me it's going to rain continuously. How am I supposed to survive this? It's already started raining here. Same here. Lu Xingyuan moved to the window, and a few drops of rain fell from the sky, clinging to the glass and sliding down. Listening to the rustling sound of the rain outside, Lu Xingyuan quickly fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly until 8 o'clock the next morning. Indeed, sleeping on a rainy day is the most comfortable thing. Approaching the window, he gazed at the world outside. The sky appeared somewhat dim, as if shrouded in a blanket of dark clouds. The fine raindrops fell steadily, neither hurried nor ceasing. While having breakfast, Lu Xingyuan entered the chat channel. Many train conductors were complaining about how bothersome the rain was. Is it never ending? Since entering the plum rain season, the temperature has dropped quite a bit. I also feel a bit cold. Lu Xingyuan's sensation was not very pronounced. Perhaps it was due to the effect of the primary gene enhancement potion he had taken. Scrolling further up, he quickly spotted the desperate message from the unfortunate conductor who had said he had nowhere to escape from the rain yesterday 1 p.m. Oh no, the rain is getting heavier. I'm soaked to the skin. 1:03 p.m. So cold. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. Is there any kind-hearted person who can help? 2:11 p.m. I can't take it anymore. Oh, I'm really at my limit. I feel something's wrong with my whole body. I'm so cold, so hungry. The rain is so heavy. I beg you all, please help me. I'm really pleading with you, don't leave me to die. After quite some time at 4:01 p.m. help me. After that, there were no more messages from him. Other conductors had already searched for his name and found that he had been removed from the chat channel. What does this indicate? It indicates that he had been eliminated, unable to survive the night. The power of the plum rain season is not to be underestimated. At 9:30 a.m., a train operation notification popped up. The next stop is multi-person platform Batcave, which can accommodate up to 3 trains simultaneously. The platform is classified as green. Another multi-person platform. Lu Xingyuan felt as though he hadn't encountered a single-person platform in a long time. If possible, he certainly would prefer not to encounter other train conductors. After all, society is perilous and human nature is complicated. However, now with reinforced doors, his safety factor had greatly increased. Moreover, he had long since stashed all his valuable items into his spatial ring. Have you been to this platform before? Lu Xingyuan instinctively sent the upcoming platform information to Gu Wanxing. I was at this stop last time. Gu Wanxing quickly replied. Oh, what a coincidence. She then shared useful information with Lu Xingyuan. There will be bat monsters in the cave, which are level 1 monsters. With your strength, it should not be a problem to deal with them. Then at the end of the cave, there will be several level 1 treasure chests. Wait a moment. Lu Xingyuan interrupted Gu Wanxing. When you went to the bat cave last time, did you take those level 1 treasure chests? Of course I did. When treasure chests are in front of you, how can you resist not taking them? I haven't gone through withdrawal. In that case, what treasure chests could possibly still be left in the bat cave? Gu Wanxing replied, not necessarily when it showed as a green level platform. Lu Xingyuan immediately understood something. The system's prompt had clearly marked that the current bat cave was still classified as a green level platform. If the platform level remains unchanged, then the treasure chests are very likely also unchanged, or they may have respawned. If the treasure chests were gone, then the level of this stop should have dropped to white. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that at the end of the cave there is a dog-headed man. This dog-headed man is a neutral creature. As long as you do not attack it, it will not harm you. So you must be extremely careful. Do not engage it in combat. It is at least level 5 or above. A being above level 5. Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. A level 3 monster had nearly taken his life. Oh, what would a level 5 monster do? Just one hit, and he would be dead. You must remember what I am about to say. Gu Wanxing directly sent a voice message. Her lazy voice sounded somewhat amusing, but carried a serious undertone. The existence of this dog-headed man is actually an Easter egg. If you prepare some delicious food in advance and feed it to him, making him happy, he will open his doghouse for you, allowing you to choose a treasure to take away. The treasures he keeps are all extraordinary items. The happier you make him eat, the higher the level of the treasures he allows you to choose. Lu Xingyuan's spirit immediately surged. This information was incredibly important. Ordinary people would likely stay far away upon encountering such a creature, too frightened to approach, let alone feed it. Sister Qing, you are simply my biological sister. With only half an hour left until the stop, what delicious food should he prepare? Lu Xingyuan's mind raced. Mushrooms. Delicious mushrooms. After a night of growth, a batch of new tasty mushrooms had long since matured. He picked them all. Mushroom soup. Wait. He thought of someone. Kai. Didn't she say her talent was making food more fragrant and delicious? His culinary skills were definitely not as impressive as those of Kai, who came from a family of chefs. He hurriedly contacted her. Upon learning of his request, she immediately replied, "No problem, this is His culinary skills were definitely not as impressive as those of Kai, who came from a family of chefs. He hurriedly contacted her. Upon learning of his request, she immediately replied, "No problem, this is easy, just 10 minutes." Lu Xingyuan quickly transmitted the delicious mushrooms over. This girl. She shouldn't ruin my ingredients, right? He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. As it turned out, he was somewhat overthinking it. 10 minutes later, a plate of stir-fried mushrooms, still steaming, arrived in his hands. The colors were vibrant, and the presentation was particularly appealing. The aroma was enticing, a unique freshness from the mushrooms complemented by the fragrant scent of scallions and garlic. Gulp. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but swallow hard. He felt he had somewhat underestimated Kai's talent. She wasn't entirely useless. Stuffing the plate of stir-fried mushrooms into his spatial ring, it was exactly 10 o'clock. Time for the train to arrive at the station. A prism-like orb fell. He picked it up. Acquired hot spring corn seed. 10 hot spring corn seed. Category extraordinary item. Level 1 description. Will mature in 7 days after planting. The corn will be warm and can be eaten immediately after peeling. Biting into a kernel of corn, it contained warm, slightly salty soup. Eating one could replenish moisture, salt, and energy at the same time. A good harvest. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the hex interface that only he could see. Transformation Recombiner. He selected the item to place inside, which was the infinite firepower assault rifle. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xingyuan ultimately decided on the submachine gun. A deep intuition within him told him it should be this one. Take a gamble, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Now it was time to reveal the answer. A flash of light appeared, and a revolver emanating a scorching aura materialized in the palm of his hand. It boasted a dark red matte body with black patterns flowing on its surface, as if they were solidified lava. The barrel was short and thick, and the faint glow of intense red light could be seen through the rotating chamber. The grip was wrapped in charred bone material, and the entire gun radiated a residual warmth as if it had just been fired. Explosive revolver. Category extraordinary creation. Level 2. Description: the chamber always holds only one bullet, but every time you pull the trigger, that one bullet remains in the chamber. At the moment of firing, what the gun spews forth is not a typical bullet, but an explosive round released after being compressed to its critical point. The feature of infinite firepower has been preserved. The restructured weapon still does not require loading bullets. Lu Xingyuan's heart raced violently. He had made the right bet. As a level 2 extraordinary creation, the explosive revolver's power was naturally incomparable to that of the level 1 submachine gun. If he were to encounter that hybrid zombie again, with this explosive revolver, there would be no need for close combat. He could easily eliminate it. Of course, the explosive revolver was not without its drawbacks. While its power was immense, its rate of fire was nowhere near as rapid as that of the submachine gun. But this was all acceptable. In front of the platform, 2 other trains had already come to a steady stop. The moment the doors opened, 2 train conductors stepped out simultaneously, one male and one female. The male conductor appeared to be in his late 20s, standing about 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned and sturdy physique. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt on top and deep blue jeans below his muscular arms, filling out the short sleeves. The female conductor was a few years younger, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a pink dress which had turned yellow and wrinkled from not being washed for a long time, but it couldn't hide her delicate features. Lu Xingyuan opened the train door, and a wave of cold air hit him. The temperature outside the train was about 6 or 7 degrees lower than that inside. It was no wonder that the conductor from last night couldn't endure it and was eliminated. The rain had not stopped. The sky remained dreadfully gloomy, and the ground was covered in standing water. Lu Xingyuan took shelter from the rain under the station's awning while observing the other 2 conductors. They were also observing him in return. The young man spoke first. "I know you're Lu Xingyuan, right? The first conductor to upgrade to level 2. Wow, I can't believe you've been remembered for so long. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Xingyuan Brotherhood. My name is Bai Xiao." Xingyuan Brotherhood. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Xingyuan's eyes. He had certainly heard of it. It was one of the top 5 forces in their Area 11. With over 300 conductors under its banner, its overall strength was not to be underestimated. Considering this, the train with 3 carriages should belong to him. At the moment he got off the train, Lu Xingyuan noticed that the 2 trains stopping at this station were not ordinary. One was level 2 and the other was level 3. Having command over more than 300 conductors, Bai Xiao's personal strength was undoubtedly formidable, and it was reasonable for him to have reached level 3. However, this female conductor, surprisingly, she had also advanced to level 2. Despite the many days that had passed since the game began, the number of conductors who had completed upgrades was still scarce, with less than 3%. Among that 3%, the number of female conductors was even fewer. I've heard that Brother Liu has not joined any force yet, and is still fighting solo. As the leader of the Xingyuan Brotherhood, Bai Xiao was naturally concerned about the development of the organization. The growth of the organization relies on the support of talents. As the first conductor to upgrade to level 2, Lu Xingyuan was undoubtedly a talent among talents, which is why Bai Xiao was paying special attention to him. He was well aware of Lu Xingyuan's situation, knowing that Lu Xingyuan had not joined any faction and was still a lone wolf. Despite Bai Xiao's calm demeanor, his heart was already in turmoil. This was an opportunity, a golden chance to pull Lu Xingyuan into the organization. Even though the invitation he had sent to Lu Xingyuan earlier had been ignored, how could online communication compare to offline interactions? He would certainly express enough sincerity to invite Lu Xingyuan to join the Xingyuan Brotherhood. Not only was Lu Xingyuan observing the 3 trains parked on the track, but Bai Xiao was also watching closely. He had noticed Lu Xingyuan's train early on, which had 3 carriages. What did this indicate? It indicated that the other party had also reached level 3A just like him. It was natural for him to reach level 3, as he had over 300 brothers. With so many people working together, it would be difficult not to level up. However, Lu Xingyuan was different. He was alone. To reach level 3 in such a short time as a single individual, didn't that illustrate his strength? If he could really join, the strength of the Xingyuan Brotherhood would definitely reach another level. Not to mention being able to compete with the Mutual Assistance Society, they wouldn't have to worry about the Tianhua Society anymore. Yet ideals are grand while reality is stark. Even if he offered extremely generous conditions, the other party showed no signs of wavering. For now, I have no intention of joining any faction. He saw the other party's resoluteness, and after a brief silence, he shook his head helplessly. All right. Since Brother Liu is unwilling, I won't press further. But the doors of the Xingyuan Brotherhood will always be open for you. You can join at any time. He could certainly understand Lu Xingyuan, after all, being alone is much freer, without so many ties and restraints. The key issue, however, is that in this perilous world of trains, going solo is absolutely unfeasible unless you possess absolute strength. As it stands, Lu Xingyuan was quite confident in his own strength. Was it talent? Bai Xiao didn't pry too much. After all, that was personal privacy. Even if he couldn't bring Lu Xingyuan into his fold, he couldn't afford to offend him, could he? Since you are unwilling to join the Xingyuan Brotherhood, how about being interested in our Scarlet Legion? At this moment, the woman in the dress with flowing hair spoke up. She raised an eyebrow. Although our Scarlet Legion only accepts women, we are not opposed to admitting certain quality men as exceptions. She appraised Lu Xingyuan from head to toe, finally locking her gaze on his clean, handsome face. Your strength is decent, and you look good too. You meet the conditions for an exception. Lu Xingyuan was initially astonished that the female-led Scarlet Legion would accept a male like him, but after hearing her words, he immediately fell into a deep state of speechlessness. The white-haired Bai Xiao, standing by the side, remained silent. At first he was a bit worried, concerned that Lu Xingyuan might be successfully recruited by the other party. However, upon hearing the other's arrogant tone, his anxious heart instantly calmed. Although he had just met Lu Xingyuan, he had come to deeply understand that Lu Xingyuan was a person of strong character. So, how dare you, a second-level train conductor, maintain an air of superiority in front of a third-level train conductor? As expected, Lu Xingyuan completely ignored the other person and looked at him, saying, "It's getting late. Hey, let's hurry and take action." Bai Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling great. Good. That's what I was thinking too. The two of them immediately braved the drizzling rain and headed towards a cave not far away. As for the one who introduced herself as Zhao Rui, the captain of the 9th Squad of the Scarlet Legion, they ignored her and left her behind. She watched the two retreating figures, her expression shifting between green and white. Bastards. Do you know how many filthy men want to join our Scarlet Legion, but can't? Some even offer train currency just to gain a spot. Now I generously give you an opportunity to serve us, and yet you are so ungrateful. Lu Xingyuan. I won't let this go. The cold rain quickly soaked their clothes. Despite being enhanced by genetic agents, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, the cave entrance was not too far from the platform. He and Bai Xiao walked through the muddy path and soon arrived. The upper half of their bodies was drenched, and the lower half was no better, especially their shoes, where the moist earth stuck to the soles like a disgusting adhesive. The cave before them was dark and extended downwards. A damp, rotting smell permeated the air. Lu Xingyuan had already prepared a flashlight, which he exchanged for food in the trading channel. Upon reflection, he had actually made quite a few trades for food in the trading channel, leaving his own food supply nearly depleted. Thankfully, he had delicious mushrooms to sustain him, or he would have gone hungry. He hoped this would be a fruitful journey, ideally allowing him to replenish some food. The flashlight illuminated the cave, and for now no danger was detected. The two continued to explore forward. Zhao Rui followed closely behind them. After about 5 minutes of progress in the cave, Lu Xingyuan, who was at the front, suddenly halted. He sensed some movement above his head. A glance with the flashlight revealed a scene enough to make one's scalp tingle. Countless bats hung upside down on the rocky wall, a dark mass, some wriggling, others flapping their wings, emitting a series of faint squeaks, not just one or two, but thousands mixed together like boiling water in a pot. Toxic feces bat. Level 1 description: a social creature inhabiting the depths of caves, blind, relying on echolocation. Usually hanging upside down in dormancy, they burst out in a panic when startled. Their droppings are highly toxic and can cause ulcers upon skin contact. These toxic feces bats were only the size of a palm, hairless with wrinkled skin that glistened with moisture. Their heads shrunk into their shoulders with sharp beaks and pointed ears. The most disturbing feature was their faces, which had no eyes, only 2 hollow pits. Zhao Rui, trailing behind, was the first to scream, her piercing shriek echoing throughout the cave. The toxic feces bats, extremely sensitive to sound, immediately reacted, producing faint squeaks as a dark cloud surged towards them. Lu Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged as he drew out a transformed explosive revolver aimed at the incoming toxic feces bats and pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang erupted the powerful recoil, causing Lu Xingyuan's arm to jolt. This was far more intense than a submachine gun. However, the power was equally astonishing. In the pitch-black cave, a burst of dark red flames exploded, scattering in all directions. Those frenzied toxic feces bats, appearing brave just a moment ago, were instantly engulfed in flames, turning to charred remnants. One bullet was enough to claim the lives of dozens of toxic feces bats. Zhao Rui instinctively covered her red lips. The impact of this scene was simply overwhelming. What kind of weapon is this? The power is ridiculously exaggerated. Is this the reason he's so arrogant and looks down on our Scarlet Legion? Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, though surprised, quickly suppressed his astonishment. He didn't find it surprising that Lu Xingyuan possessed such a terrifying weapon. On the contrary, having such a weapon made sense and could explain why he could walk here unscathed. Seeing Lu Xingyuan continue to fire, Bai Xiao did not remain idle. He activated his innate power, a white diamond symbol appearing on his forehead, adding a divine aura to his face. Purify. Purify the soul, purify oneself. A gentle and sacred light erupted from his palm. The toxic feces bats instantly transformed into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the world without leaving a trace. Is this the origin of the Purity Brotherhood? While shooting, Lu Xingyuan also observed Bai Xiao. Through his peripheral vision, he clearly witnessed everything. Feeling the sacred purifying power, he nodded thoughtfully. In contrast to the two who were continuously attacking, Zhao Rui appeared to be slacking off. She held a silver chain with a dart hanging from the end. Suddenly, she swung the chain and threw it, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound. The dart effortlessly killed a toxic feces bat. This was clearly not her full strength, but a deliberate effort to conserve energy. She had her own little calculations. The green platform would likely refresh a treasure chest. Whether it was Lu Xingyuan or Bai Xiao, their strengths were extraordinary. Disputes were bound to arise over the treasure chest, and she would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Only by conserving her strength while depleting theirs could she have a greater chance of seizing the treasure. However, soon she would pay a painful price for her actions. A toxic feces bat broke through, dropping a clump of sticky feces on her head. She couldn't dodge in time. The feces landed on her head instantly, emitting a corrosive hissing sound. She let out a piercing scream and hurriedly shook off the feces. But it was already too late. Not only was her head completely bald, but the toxin also spread deeper into her brain along her scalp, causing her mind to become a muddled mess. Everything that happened to Zhao Rui was naturally observed by Lu Xingyuan and Bai Xiao. However, both of them tacitly ignored it, redirecting their focus back to the battle at hand. There was no choice. The number of poison dung bats was simply overwhelming. Even though they were fragile, caution was still necessary. After another 10 minutes of combat, the poison dung bats in the cave were completely cleared out. Brother Lu, your strength is remarkable. More than half of these monsters have been slain by you. If it weren't for you, exploring this platform would have been quite difficult. Bai Xiao repeatedly cupped his fists in respect. However, at that moment, Zhao Rui staggered up to the two of them. If she was previously beautiful and charming, now she could only be described with words like ugly and grotesque. Her head was completely bald, with only a few strands of hair hanging on either side. The top of her head bore deep, hideous scars, and her entire face was twisted in pain, devoid of any color, her lips frighteningly pale. Give me the healing and detoxifying potion. Her voice was hoarse. She first extended her hand towards Bai Xiao. After a brief silence, Bai Xiao shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, I don't have such a precious item on me. She quickly turned her hand towards Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan coldly stared at her, asking, Did I do this to you? Zhao Rui froze in place, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. But she then heard Lu Xingyuan's tone grow even colder. Since I didn't cause this, why are you coming? With that, he turned and walked away. Bai Xiao opened his mouth, then sighed bitterly. Perhaps this is the gap between me and him. He hurriedly followed Lu Xingyuan's pace. Trembling, Zhao Rui clenched her fists, and reluctantly pulled out a vial of green potion from her pocket. This was the most precious item she had, which she was reluctant to use, so she thought of obtaining it from Lu Xingyuan and Bai Xiao. To her surprise, they were so selfish, and Zhao Rui endured the pain in her heart and swallowed the potion, which instantly alleviated her physical suffering. The only regret was that her lost hair did not grow back as hoped, and she still looked somewhat terrifying and grotesque. Watching the two figures gradually fade away, she couldn't help but wonder if it was possible that this was all intentional, that they had deliberately let the poisoned dung bats come to harm her. After all, their firepower was so fierce that normally the bats shouldn't have been able to break through to her position. Yes, this must be the truth. How could they be so wicked? The dangers of the bat cave came in waves. Once all the poisoned dung bats were cleared, light gradually appeared before them. The cave walls were embedded with unknown minerals, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the passage. The path underfoot became much easier to traverse, no longer as muddy as before. In fact, the so-called mud was the accumulated dung of the poisoned dung bats over many years. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan had been cautious and had avoided letting the dung touch his skin. Otherwise, he would have ended up as miserable as Zhao Rui. He was unaware of the malicious thoughts in Zhao Rui's mind. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Targeting her on purpose. Did she even deserve that? 3 minutes later, they reached the end of the cave. It opened up significantly, and several treasure chests were stacked in front of them, shimmering with a faint light. As he had guessed, the reason this platform was still at the green level was because the mechanisms here were different, allowing the treasure chests to respawn. It's a treasure chest. Bai Xiao's face lit up with joy. Brother Lu, there are treasure chests. I see them. Lu Xingyuan nodded, but his gaze shifted away from the treasure chests, searching around. Soon he spotted a figure hidden in the darkness. It was small, about the size of an adult, lying in a lazy posture, showing no excessive concern for their arrival. This should be the dog-headed person that Gu Wanqing mentioned. First they should divide the treasure chests, then go look for this dog-headed person. Lu Xingyuan estimated that there was still time. After all, he had modified for a delayed departure. He had an extra hour, compared to others more than enough. However, relying solely on estimation for time felt risky. What if he miscalculated and missed the departure time, leaving him permanently stuck at this platform? He needed to find a way to acquire a timing tool. Lu Xingyuan pondered that after this stop, he would check the trading channel. At that moment, Zhao Rui also rushed over. Especially upon hearing the words, treasure chest, her pace quickened and she summoned chains. Now Lu Xingyuan could see clearly that the chains appeared out of thin air. They were likely not an item, but her talent, otherwise how could she as a woman wield them so adeptly? There are 4 treasure chests in total. Bai Xiao investigated thoroughly. All are level 1 chests. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui's aggressiveness diminished slightly. 4 level 1 chests. We can each take one, Bai Xiao decided after a moment of contemplation. As for the remaining one, let it go to Brother Lu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui immediately became displeased. Why should he get it? Bai Xiao glanced at her and calmly explained, just because he killed the most poisoned dung bats and put in the most effort. During the process of clearing the poisoned dung bats, he hadn't held back and had put in his utmost effort, as this was an excellent opportunity to accumulate combat experience. Even so, his efficiency was still far inferior to Lu Xingyuan's. So what was wrong with giving the extra treasure chest to Lu Xingyuan? He found it very reasonable. Moreover, even if there were objections, it wasn't her place to speak, especially since Zhao Rui had been scheming from the start, calculating her own interests. As a weak woman, shouldn't I be given preferential treatment? Zhao Rui said this with righteous indignation, not feeling that there was anything wrong with her words. Women have it hard, especially in this perilous train world where we are at a disadvantage. Why shouldn't you take care of us a little more? It's just a level 1 treasure chest, why be so calculative? Bai Xiao, you're crazy. Ultimately, the level 1 treasure chest still fell into Lu Xingyuan's hands. Bai Xiao is not the kind of person who would indulge women. Lu Xingyuan is even less so. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. My sister Qing is truly amazing. We're all women, so why is there such a big difference? Sister Qing is loyal and true. Zhao Rui felt very angry, yet she was helpless. She was well aware of the gap between herself, Lu Xingyuan, and Bai Xiao. One of them is difficult to handle, let alone being enemies with both. She silently noted this grudge in her heart. Then I'll take the first pick of the treasure chest. You all have no objections, right? Bai Xiao thought for a moment and decided not to entangle himself too much with her, letting her pick first was fine. However, after Zhao Rui finished selecting, she set her sights on the treasure chest in Lu Xingyuan's hands, feeling that her own chest seemed inferior. Lu Xingyuan had no intention of indulging her. Who could she blame for her own choice? Zhao Rui was so angry she was grinding her teeth. At that moment, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure hidden in the darkness and was taken aback. There's a monster. Instinctively, she summoned the chain, displaying a strong aggression. Lu Xingyuan's eyelids twitched. He clearly remembered Gu Wanqing's words. This dog-headed person is at least a level 5 terrifying existence. Zhao Rui, don't do anything reckless. Bai Xiao noticed this as well, his expression slightly changing. Just as he wanted to say something, he saw Lu Xingyuan raise his hand, stopping them. Don't be nervous, it belongs to a neutral creature and won't attack us proactively. A neutral creature? Bai Xiao was somewhat surprised and curious. How did Lu Xingyuan know all this? Nevertheless, he chose to believe Lu Xingyuan's words. After all, no matter what, Lu Xingyuan wouldn't joke with his own life. Lu Xingyuan felt a twinge of nervousness in his heart. No matter how one puts it, this is a terrifying existence above level 5. What if it gets in a bad mood? I wouldn't even be able to escape. But he still chose to trust Gu Wanxing. Don't ask, just trust and loyalty. He cautiously stepped closer to the dog-headed creature, finally getting a clear look at its appearance. It was a humanoid creature with a large dog head covered all over with thick fur. The head looked somewhat like a Labrador with deep-set eyes. Strangely, Lu Xingyuan sensed a hint of sadness in its gaze. Oh, another conductor has arrived. The dog-headed creature spoke. It slightly lifted its eyelid, glanced at Lu Xingyuan, then yawned. It indeed wouldn't attack you proactively. Great dog-headed general. Lu Xingyuan cleared his throat, trying to make his tone sound sincere. Oh, you've heard my story too. The dog-headed creature seemed a bit more alert. Of course I've heard about it. Lu Xingyuan thought to himself, no one knows that you're hiding in the grass on the roadside waiting for experiences, and you still say you need another 30 minutes. You caused an explosion all over the place. After a brief compliment, Lu Xingyuan got to the point, taking out the prepared stir-fried mushrooms from his spatial hand ring. Instantly, a strong mushroom aroma spread aggressively, forcefully invading the nostrils of everyone present, constantly stimulating their taste buds. Bai Xiao and Zhao Rui were uncontrollably swallowing their saliva, not to mention the naturally gluttonous dog-headed creature. It jolted instantly, standing up and madly rushing to Lu Xingyuan's front, staring wide-eyed at the stir-fried mushrooms without blinking for a long time. The sound of dripping came. It turned out tears were flowing uncontrollably from the corners of its mouth, like a waterfall. Dog-headed general. Lu Xingyuan tried hard not to laugh. This is my humble. I've heard you love delicious food, so I specially prepared a plate of super delicious stir-fried mushrooms for you. Please be sure to accept it. The dog-headed creature wiped its mouth of saliva. Accept it, I must accept it. Then what are you waiting for? Lu Xingyuan offered the stir-fried mushrooms to it. The dog-headed creature could no longer maintain its composure. It grabbed the plate of stir-fried mushrooms and opened its mouth wide, dumping it all in. Chewing again. It instinctively wanted to swallow, but then forcibly held back. No way, how could such delicious food be swallowed so carelessly? It needed to savor it more. After chewing 3 to 5 more times, it finally had no choice but to swallow it. This is simply a delicacy of the mortal realm. The dog-headed creature closed its eyes, still wearing an expression of enjoyment. Meanwhile, in front of Lu Xingyuan, a prompt only he could see appeared. Dog-headed creature's favorability towards you 60, current favorability 65. What the heck? Favorability just increased by 60 points. Thank you, little brother. This gift is truly to my liking. I haven't had such delicious food in a long time, even better than what that little girl gave me last time. A furry hand rested on Lu Xingyuan's shoulder. The dog-headed creature completely regarded him as a brother. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat taken aback. After all, this was a terrifying existence above level 5. Recognizing such a big shot as an elder brother, wouldn't he be strutting around from now on? However, it's likely that the other party could only act within this station. Since we are all part of the same crew, if I don't show some appreciation, it would be too unreasonable. The dog-headed creature's words made Lu Xingyuan's spirit lift again. Here it comes, the most exciting moment is finally about to arrive. This whole setup I've worked hard for is just for this moment, right? I have treasures I've collected over the years in my doghouse. You can pick any one as a return gift from me. This might be a bit inappropriate. I purely admire you, not for your treasures. It was necessary to maintain a facade. This was a traditional virtue learned during New Year red envelope exchanges. Dog-headed creature's favorability towards you 5. Current is 70 points. You see, it's quite necessary to be a bit reserved so you don't appear frivolous and greedy. Rejecting me is looking down on me. Then I can't look down on you. Pointing at the dog hole carved into the stone wall, the dog-headed creature urged Lu Xingyuan to crawl through. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xingyuan obediently complied. Who hasn't crawled through a dog hole in their childhood? This can be considered a nostalgic experience. A world within a world, truly beyond expectation. Before him lay the dog's den, far cleaner and more orderly than imagined, utterly free of any unpleasant odor. It assumed an elliptical structure divided into 3 distinct tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The lower tier was lined with numerous books, weighty, profound tomes whose very appearance suggested arcane depth and erudition. These books, Lu Xingyuan had long wished to understand the true nature of the train world, yet upon opening one he recoiled. Damn it, why are they all photographs of dogs? Ahem. The dog-headed man had not anticipated Lu Xingyuan's impulsive hand. He coughed twice, inwardly relieved that the volume opened was not the other one, whose contents were even more incendiary and served as his solitary nocturnal solace. I understand completely. I read them often myself, Lu Xingyuan hastened to say. Such inclinations are only natural. Well, perhaps canon a natural too. The dog-headed man's affection toward him rose by 10 points. His current affinity now stood at 80. Indeed, the swiftest path between men, between beings, was forged through irreverent camaraderie. Still, your collection is rather narrow, exclusively Western and American. Later I'll procure some Japanese and Korean masterpieces for you. The dog-headed man was deeply moved, true brother, a genuine brother. As they passed the middle tier, Lu Xingyuan glanced at the bed. It floated suspended in midair, ideal for concealing things best left unseen. Upon reaching the top tier, he discovered the so-called laboratory was devoted entirely to culinary research, not esoteric science as he'd feared. That at least set his mind at ease. Behold, my treasury opens. The dog-headed man pushed aside the heavy iron door, revealing a wooden rack brimming with extraordinary artifacts, each a treasured relic from his own hoard. Yet even treasures were ranked, strictly hierarchical. The lowest shelves held the most mundane quality ascended with height. He recalled Gu Wanqing permitting selection only from the bottom 3 rows. So what did this mean for him now? Choose freely, even from the upper tiers. Take whatever pleases you. Remarkable, truly remarkable. If Gu Wanqing ever learned of this privilege, she would surely drool with envy. Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin, scrutinizing each artifact with meticulous care. Rusted iron knuckle duster, category extraordinary artifact, rank I. Its surface bore mottled rust, yet it never wore cracked or warped. When clenched and swung, its knuckles emitted a faint corrosion aura. Striking metal accelerated localized rust and decay. Striking living flesh induced only mild ulceration, fully resolving within half an hour. Effect doubled against targets clad in metallic armor, negligible against unarmored flesh. Scent-seeking snuff bottle, category extraordinary artifact, rank I. A palm-sized copper snuff bottle perpetually holding half its volume of fragrant herb-scented snuff, never depleting, never spoiling. Usable thrice daily. 1 inhalation grants precise tracking of a chosen scent within 50 meters for 10 minutes. Those solid walls thicker than 10 centimeters block detection. Overpowering odors instantly disrupt the effect, and scentless targets remain undetectable. This too held considerable utility. Dust-repelling cloak, category extraordinary artifact, rank 2. A charcoal gray cloak, its fabric gossamer thin, yet forever impervious to dust, moisture, or stain. When activated, it projects a translucent barrier around the wearer, rendering them wholly immune to non-extraordinary ranged attacks, conventional arrows, crossbow bolts, standard bullets. The barrier endures up to 3 minutes per activation, with only 3 activations permitted daily. It offers no defense against extraordinary enhanced projectiles, or against any melee assault. An exceptional artifact indeed, worthy of the dog-headed brothers' personal vault. Having surveyed the entire collection, Lu Xingyuan coveted every single item. Yet mindful of how painstakingly these treasures must have been gathered, he restrained himself, refusing to exploit an affinity score of 80. Restraint, after all, was the first virtue of fellowship. After careful deliberation, he selected the artifact most vital to survival. Dust-scattering satchel, category extraordinary artifact, rank 2. Upon crushing its trigger mechanism, the satchel detonates, engulfing an 8-meter radius centered on the user in dense obscuring smoke, blinding ordinary sight and thermal imaging alike. Within the smoke, the user becomes utterly formless, leaving neither footprints nor scent. The smoke persists for up to 20 seconds with 3 activations allowed per day. Strong winds disperse it instantly. Height-ear extraordinary senses may still detect the user's presence, and it offers no protection against extraordinary area effect attacks. He lacked for little, except crucially means of survival. Even marksmen, when damage output is assured, prioritize life-preserving gear. Live first, then strike. Brother, my choice is made, Lu Xingyuan declared, pointing to the dust-scattering satchel. You've got sharp instincts. This treasure ranks among my finest holdings. Though he spoke thus, the dog-headed man hesitated not, removing it from the rack and placing it solemnly into Lu Xingyuan's hands. My word is bond. Though I cherish it dearly, I yield without reservation. What I promised I deliver. Brother, your honor knows no bounds. Lu Xingyuan raised his thumb in salute. Enough talk. Let's go. We'll miss the train otherwise. The dog-headed man reminded him sharply. Unexpectedly, he seemed intimately familiar with the train's immutable rules. Just as Lu Xingyuan turned to descend, he noticed, on the 3rd tier, a narrow staircase spiraling upward. Hadn't he said there were only 3 tiers? Where then did this 4th tier originate? Noticing Lu Xingyuan's pause, the dog-headed man's expression shifted. Then, after a moment's resolve, removed a silver dog-head pendant from his neck and placed it reverently into Lu Xingyuan's palm. What is this? The key to the 4th tier. 4th tier. Meanwhile, after Lu Xingyuan vanished into the dog hole, Bai Xiao and Zhao Rui remained behind, waiting patiently in place. Patience, however, belonged solely to Bai Xiao. Zhao Rui betrayed unmistakable agitation. Why hasn't he returned yet? What's he doing in there? What could the dog-headed man's treasure possibly be? Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan kept her waiting only briefly, re-emerging swiftly from the hole. Zhao Rui's gaze swept over Lu Xingyuan, finding no trace of the treasure. She knew instantly he'd hidden it away. She rushed forward. What did you obtain? Lu Xingyuan met her eyes coolly. Does it concern you? You. Zhao Rui's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. Don't push too far. Then, voice sharpening with deduction, she pressed on, that dog-headed man. He's a station-exclusive bonus, isn't he? Feed him, earn his favor, and receive a gift in return, correct? Her lips curled upward uncontrollably. You can't hide it from me. I excel at reconstructing truth from the faintest traces. Lu Xingyuan regarded her impassively. And so, thank you for revealing this bonus. I shall follow precisely the path you forged, claiming an equally precious reward without effort. No need to tell me. I'll find it myself. From somewhere she produced a loaf of bread, generously coated in savory meat floss appetizing enough to command premium value in the trade channel, easily outshining those stale. This is a delicacy I myself rarely indulge in. Zhao Rui drew a deep breath, suppressing her rising excitement, then stepped purposefully toward the dog-headed Bai Xiao, observing silently nearby, subtly tensed. Clearly he'd need to cultivate the habit of carrying provisions at all times. Dog-headed man. This is for you. Eat it quickly, then take me to your treasury, so I may choose from your treasures. Zhao Rui had not modified the train's departure delay. Thus her window remained fixed at 60 minutes, and 40 had already elapsed. Time was slipping away, hence her urgency. The dog-headed man glanced dismissively at the bread. Do you presume I eat anything? I've kept dogs before. Dogs devour everything, don't they, eh? Zhao Rui grew increasingly frantic. Hurry up, I'll miss the train. The dog-headed man ignored her entirely, settling back onto the floor in his habitual languor, then waving amiably toward Lu Xingyuan. Brother, let's go. If we delay further, we'll be late. With a sullen expression, Zhao Rui seemed to have discovered the crux. It was because of Lu Xingyuan that it refused my gift, right? Perhaps this fellow secretly spoke ill of me to the dog-headed man. What a despicable scoundrel. Having successfully reached the shore, he blocked the path for others. Sensing the resentful gaze from the other party, Lu Xingyuan had already surmised something. However, he was too lazy to explain. A person with a dirty heart thinks of nothing but filth. Explanations are futile. He looked at Bai Xiao. Shall we go? Let's go. Bai Xiao nodded immediately. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Rui made her move. She was aiming at the dog-headed man. The chain in her hand transformed into a silver snake, viciously lunging towards the dog-headed man. This sudden change startled Lu Xingyuan and Bai Xiao, clearly not expecting Zhao Rui to be this reckless. If you refuse a toast, you'll face punishment. I was too lenient with you. Zhao Rui's face was filled with resentment. Lu Xingyuan's strength was something she had just witnessed. That dark red revolver was incredibly powerful. Thus she instinctively refrained from attacking him. People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. They prefer to pick on easy targets. She was petty and narrow-minded, but that didn't mean she was foolish. On the contrary, she was quite clever. She had already seen through everything. The only thing she hadn't anticipated was how terrifying this seemingly harmless dog-headed man could be. The chain lunging at her was so swift, yet the dog-headed man remained expressionless. It was a form of utter contempt. To him, the opponent's confident strike was nothing more than a joke. In the next moment, its form unexpectedly swelled dozens of times, transforming into a fearsome, menacing beast with sharp fangs and claws engulfed in a terrifying demonic flame, as if it had crawled out of hell. With a single bite, it devoured both the bread and itself. At last, Zhao Rui had achieved her wish of feeding the dog-headed man. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, catching everyone off guard. When they finally regained their senses, the dog-headed man had resumed its previous posture, lazily lying on the ground, smacking its lips, as if savoring the taste, then abruptly retched. Twice it tastes like the dung of the poisoned bat. Don't ask me how I know. Lu Xingyuan and Bai Xiao remained in a state of shock. Although the beginning was swift, the end was even faster, as if nothing had happened at all, yet the chilling sensation in their souls was extraordinarily clear. Shall we go? Bai Xiao trembled as he looked at Lu Xingyuan. Let's go. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath, and his expression quickly returned to normal. After all, that was his elder brother. With such an impressive elder brother, he should be happy as a younger brother, right? There was no need to be afraid. Wait, this is for you. The dog-headed man spat out a level 1 treasure chest that should have belonged to Zhao Rui, and tossed it over. Thanks, big brother. See, I told you there was nothing to be afraid of. This is my elder brother, my real elder brother. The two of them crossed the muddy path filled with the dung of poison bats and soon arrived at the cave entrance. It was still raining outside, drizzling endlessly. They arrived at the platform only to find that Zhao Rui's train had long since vanished. What does this indicate? It indicates that it was already past 11 o'clock, beyond the departure time. However, Bai Xiao's train remained stationary. Clearly, he had also modified the delayed departure. As for Zhao Rui, Bai Xiao shook his head with a complex expression, finding it difficult to comment. Given such an outcome, one could only say it's quite good. It's a pity we came out a bit late, otherwise we could have dismantled his train. Lu Xingyuan sighed regretfully. Bai Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this trip already fruitful enough for you? 3 level 1 treasure chests, plus the valuable token from the dog-headed man. Lu Xingyuan, I want to level up to 4 as soon as possible. Bai Xiao, who doesn't want that? May I ask you a question? Bai Xiao thought for a moment before speaking. Lu Xingyuan, since you already know it's a bold question, then better not ask. Bai Xiao, that makes sense. Then later I'll apply to add you as a friend, please accept. Lu Xingyuan made an okay gesture and then boarded the train. Departure. The train began to run, splashing the rainwater accumulated on the tracks far and wide. Bai Xiao watched the departing train lingering for a few seconds, lost in thought, before finally boarding as well. The 2 trains traveled along different tracks, heading in different directions. Beep beep. Are you back yet? Why aren't you back yet? Are there treasure chests refreshing in the cave? Did you feed anything to the dog-headed man? Just as he arrived at the control panel, Gu Wangqing's messages flooded in like a geyser. While Lu Xingyuan found it amusing, his heart also warmed. Being remembered by someone like this isn't too bad, is it? He answered her questions one by one. Upon learning that the dog-headed man's favorability towards him had reached 80 points, Gu Wangqing suddenly couldn't hold back. How could it be so high? I only have 50 points. From this it became clear that raising favorability was not as easy as it seemed. Perhaps it's because I'm handsome. Lu Xingyuan then sent Gu Wangqing the attributes of the dust-dispelling smoke sack he obtained from the dog-headed man. Not bad, it's a very good life-saving tool. But why didn't you take its level 3 extraordinary creation? I definitely prioritized the right choice over the expensive one. Level 3 creations are not that many and most of them are offensive. His current output was sufficient. He didn't lack offensive items at all. Moreover, he also had the transformation reorganization device. At worst, he could just transform and reorganize the explosive flame revolver. Through experimentation, he had somewhat grasped the characteristics of this hex tech. Although transformation and reorganization are random, they are not entirely without rules. Weapons of the attack type, when thrown in for transformation and reorganization, still emerge as attack types, while retaining their ranged characteristics. That's quite, What does it mean that the item explosive flame revolver cannot be transformed or reorganized at the moment? Please try again later. Looking at the pop-up message, Lu Xingyuan is it because the transformation and reorganization was just completed and is now on cooldown? In that case, for the next round, he could only transform and reorganize the silent short. If he wanted to be ruthless, he could directly choose the dust-dispelling smoke sack. They all belong to level 2 extraordinary creations with plenty of room for improvement. By the way, there's also that agile canine tooth. Considering all this, he had quite a few items on him that could be transformed and reorganized. I still have several level 1 treasure chests here, let me give you one. The level 1 treasure chest from Zhao Rui was purely an unexpected delight. This fellow insists on courting death. There's no stopping him. Upon learning the origin of this treasure chest, Gu Wangqing immediately sent a string of 6s. If we calculate this way among the major human forces in District 11, except for the Pure Thought Brotherhood, you've offended all of them. In the future, when going out, don't say you're my little brother. I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death. Lu Xingyuan rolled his eyes in irritation. Can Zhao Rui's death really be blamed on him? He hadn't done anything. However, the members of the Crimson Legion might not think. 3 tier 1 treasure chests, he wondered what they might yield. Lu Xingyuan didn't harbor too many expectations. Train tokens 3. Wuchang rice 10 kilograms. Sichuan sausage 2 kilograms. Mineral water 12L. Wood 20 units. Metal 10 units. Glass 10 units. Looking at these, it seems acceptable. It was mainly the white distinct grains of rice that lifted Lu Xingyuan's spirits. Upon careful calculation, he realized he hadn't eaten rice in a long time. This had indeed caused his southern palate great suffering. Meanwhile, Gu Wangqing's tier 1 treasure chest had yielded a pile of basic upgrade materials. Just what she needed, as she was also diligently collecting materials to strive for tier 3. Gu Wangqing asked, "Is it still raining on your side?" Lu Xingyuan glanced out the window. The entire world was still shrouded in a gray haze, which was quite depressing. The incessant drizzle showed no signs of stopping, leaving a series of watermarks on the train window. This is the plum rain season, damp and sticky. Don't you think the train carriage is getting more humid? I washed my underwear last night, and it was already half dry this morning, but when I touched it just now, it was wet again. Girls tend to be clean compared to Lu Xingyuan, who hadn't properly washed up, even once Gu Wangqing had already taken several baths. This is the plum rain season, damp and sticky. Don't you think the train carriage is getting more humid? I washed my underwear last night, and it was already half dry this morning, but when I touched it just now, it was wet again. Gu Wangqing replied, "Impossible. Who knows if the rainwater is clean? Are there any bacteria or viruses? What if I end up with some gynecological disease? I would cry to death." Reminded by her, Lu Xingyuan felt that it was indeed necessary to pay more attention to personal hygiene. If conditions allowed, it was better to wash up, as cleanliness is healthier. Gu Wangqing replied, "Impossible. Who knows if the rainwater is clean? Are there any bacteria or viruses? What if I end up with some gynecological disease? The inner walls of the carriage had already formed condensation veiled in a thin layer of mist, and in some areas water had pooled together. If this continues, people will start to mold. Lu Xingyuan frowned. However, in such a high humidity environment, delicious mushrooms were growing quite rapidly. However, the production cycle of the hot spring corn was quite long, taking 7 days to mature. He wondered if he could trade for some more compound fertilizer in the trading channel. After harvesting this batch of mushrooms, I can trade them for hot spring corn. The delicious mushroom seeds could yield 3 harvests, and after that they would be pointless. However, the production cycle of the hot spring corn was quite long, taking 7 days to mature. He wondered if he could trade for some more compound fertilizer in the trading channel. To achieve a bountiful harvest, he realized he needed to apply some technology and hard work. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Kai Kai. To be honest, if it weren't for her deliciously stir-fried mushrooms, he might not have earned so much goodwill from the dog-headed man. The key to the 4th layer. Lu Xingyuan toyed with the silver metal dog-head pendant in his hand. In the words of the dog-headed man, the bat cave was far from as simple as it appeared. It was merely the guardian of this cave. Come back when you have the ability to kill me in one blow. Then you will be able to obtain the incredible treasure buried here. But remember, you must return before reaching level 5. After level 5, this key will lose its significance. Dog-headed man key. Category: extraordinary artifact. Level 5. Description: it is a key, a directional ticket, in a trial space. Yes, that's right. This is an extraordinary artifact of level 5. When he first obtained it, Lu Xingyuan was stunned and thought he was seeing things. Level 5. After delving deeper into the key, Lu Xingyuan finally understood why it was rated level 5. As the description stated, it possessed 3 functions at once. A key to unlock the deepest dungeon of the Bat Cave. After activation, it allows one to ignore train rules and return to the Bat Cave at any time. An ultra-realistic trial space for unknown combat with the dog-headed man. At the time, Lu Xingyuan was puzzled, wondering how he was supposed to know if he had the capability to kill him in one blow. He had never fought with him. Only after seeing the key's description did he realize that his dog-headed brother had already arranged everything. Trial space. As long as I press this switch, I can be pulled in. However, with his current strength, he certainly couldn't be a match for that dog-headed brother, as he was a terrifying presence above level 5, so there was no need to seek out suffering. Buzz. A strange spatial fluctuation stirred within the carriage. Lu Xingyuan's figure gradually became ethereal. 3 seconds later, his form solidified, but his face turned incredibly pale. Why can't I control my hand? Stepping into the so-called trial space, everything suddenly darkened. Before he could even see clearly, a massive bloody maw split silently from the darkness, fangs bared, lunging towards him. He didn't even have time to scream before being swallowed whole, plunging into endless darkness and suffocation. The dog-headed man in the trial space was not the one who had 80 points of favorability towards him. Regardless of the circumstances, it would bite him to death. Even though everything was fake, the psychological shock was very real. He decided that at least for the time being, he would definitely not seek discomfort in that so-called trial space. Putting the key into the spatial bracelet for safekeeping, Lu Xingyuan then noticed Kai Kai's avatar lighting up. Lu, big brother, are you still alive? What do you mean by are you still alive? Lu Xingyuan's mouth twitched. This girl's way of speaking was truly as consistently poor as ever. No wonder she had almost driven Sun E to death at the countryside. What I mean is, you're not dead, right? Wait, I get what you're trying to express. You're just concerned about whether I'm okay, right? Yes, that's what I meant. Lu Xingyuan could almost see through the screen the girl wearing glasses thicker than beer bottle bottoms, sitting at her workstation, frantically nodding her head with a face full of joy. I'm doing fine, how about you? If we were to talk about danger, Kai Kai's situation was likely more urgent. After all, she was a weak girl without any self-defense weapons and had such poor social skills. I'm okay. I went to a solo station, didn't encounter any danger, and collected quite a lot of upgrade materials. That's good to hear. This is for you. Your stir-fried mushrooms helped me a lot. Really? Brother Lu didn't deceive me. The mushrooms I stir-fried can actually be of great help. Kai Kai chose to reject this at first, because she felt that Lu Xingyuan was deceiving her. It was a kind-hearted consolation and encouragement. After all, how could merely making the food more fragrant and delicious play a crucial role? Lu Xingyuan shook his head, insisting that it wasn't so. Without Kai Kai's help, he could still smoothly obtain the reward from the dog-headed man. However, the key to the dog-headed man would definitely not be given away. After all, Gu Wanqing didn't receive it. It was because he successfully raised the dog-headed man's favorability towards him to 80 points that this hidden reward was triggered. Thus, Kai Kai's assistance could not be overstated. I don't like to lie, and I didn't deceive you. Moreover, just as you said, I must have my uses. If I believe in you, why don't you believe in yourself? Lu Xingyuan sent the simple supplies again, adding a note. If you refuse again, it would be pretentious. On the endless tracks, a black train, with only one carriage, was steadily moving forward. The girl wearing glasses thicker than a beer bottle suddenly felt her eyes welling up as she looked at the flashing words on the screen. At this moment, she no longer doubted. If such a powerful person as Brother Lu believes in me, why shouldn't I believe in myself? Unable to contain her swirling emotions, she repeatedly read the words Lu Xingyuan sent her several times, and ultimately her tears flowed more abundantly than the relentless rain outside the window. Thank you, big brother. You really excel at making people wet. Lu Xingyuan, what kind of wolfish words are these? The rice was almost cooked and a rich, sweet aroma wafted and accompanied by billowing steam. Just for this pot of rice, he had deliberately opened the window. Burning wood in a closed environment was akin to a slow suicide. The price was that the rainwater outside splashed and bringing even more humidity into the carriage. That damp, sticky feeling became even stronger, making Lu Xingyuan exclaim that he had been fooled. If this continues, he'll end up growing mushrooms all over me. The translucent rice looked appetizing, and as he chewed at the delightful texture, made Lu Xingyuan unable to help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, good rice could be delicious even without side dishes. Unfortunately, he had received Sichuan sausage instead of Cantonese sausage, otherwise he could have made a pot of claypot rice. Fortunately, Sichuan sausage didn't require too complicated a process, just wash, slice, and steam it simply to make it edible. Brothers, it's time for a meal again. Tears of happiness streamed down Lu Xingyuan's cheeks as he finally found a feeling of being alive. Before long, the stir-fried mushrooms cooked by Kai Kai were quickly delivered. I also want to make big brother Lu wet. As a bite of stir-fried mushrooms entered his mouth, Lu Xingyuan could only say, Kai Kai, you succeeded. The tears streaming from my eyes are the best proof of your superb culinary skills. As a bite of stir-fried mushrooms entered his mouth, Lu Xingyuan could only say, Kai Kai, you succeeded. The tears streaming from my eyes are the best proof of your superb culinary. If you have any ingredients in the future, just send them to me, and I will definitely cook them beautifully. Just thinking about being able to continue making big brother Lu wet excites me a little. Your cooking is excellent, but your words are terrible. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly received a one-way transaction from Gu Wanqing. Train leader Gu Wanqing fed you a bucket of old-fashioned sauerkraut beef noodles. You haven't eaten yet, right? Don't starve yourself. Lu Xingyuan opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that the rice in his mouth was no longer tasty. A sense of guilt involuntarily arose in his heart. She was thinking of him, but what about him? He was only thinking of himself. Thinking of this, he expressed his gratitude to her somewhat sheepishly. Thank you, Sister Qing. Do you also eat instant noodles? Isn't that a bit too lacking in nutrition? There's only one bucket of instant noodles. I'm eating bread. What the heck, you're giving me just one bucket of instant noodles? Lu Xingyuan's sense of guilt intensified. I really should die. Originally, he was still a bit hesitant, but now he steeled his heart and packed the leftover rice, sausage, and stir-fried mushrooms to feed to Gu Wanqing. After a long while, Gu Wanqing finally sent a question mark. Fortunately, she wasn't the kind of petty girl. After cursing a bit, she started to enjoy it. So delicious. Lu Xingyuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, especially when he saw her call him a dog thing. He felt even more comfortable. Being able to say such things meant she truly didn't take it to heart. Rest assured, Sister Qing, as long as I have a meal to eat, you will have a bowl to wash. I will never neglect you. I'll ping you on QQ. After a satisfying meal, Lu Xingyuan entered the chat channel and began to observe the situation of other train leaders. Is there any kind-hearted big shot who can spare some food and water? I'm really starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. There are monsters at the last platform, and I didn't dare to get off the train. If I remember correctly, you also didn't get off the train at the previous platform. You are just purely cowardly, purely begging, and purely waiting for others to help you. Is there any kind-hearted young man who can give me a little train currency? A little sister can chat with you via voice and fulfill all your requests, whether it's a mature voice, a lowly voice, a teacher's voice, a nurse's voice, or a mother's voice. I can easily handle all of them, definitely making you feel great. Damn, the girl upstairs is so ugly, just like Chow Biluo. How dare she come out to sell herself? She really has no shame. Old brother, that's not right. Being ugly has nothing to do with one's voice. I've purchased her services before, and I can only say that the emotional value was maximized, absolutely worth the price. I buy bullets. Buying in large quantities, price is negotiable. I also buy bullets fair price. Those who have them can message me. Damn it, although I opened a gun from the treasure chest, the bullets are consumed too quickly. After working hard to gather 100 bullets, I still have less than 10 left after several. I can make bullets, but I don't have materials. If you have materials, message me. I only charge a simple processing fee. To the train leader who can make bullets, are you interested in joining my mutual aid association? As long as you join my mutual aid association, we'll give you super high treatment. 20 train coins plus all materials for leveling up to level 3 will be covered. This is the sincerity offered by my Tianhua association. This train leader shouldn't rush to agree. I take a look at the conditions offered by my Crimson Legion before we offer you 20 train coins plus all materials for leveling up to level 3. Additionally, our Crimson Legion has many single young women. If you fancy anyone and want her to become your spouse, we are willing to help you connect. Message me now to immediately receive the roster of female train leaders. Amidst the fierce competition among various factions for the trained conductor capable of producing bullets, the chat channel erupted with an overwhelming clamor. 20 train coins along with all the expenses to upgrade to level 3, and they even arrange a wife for you. What kind of divine treatment is this? My goodness, isn't that a bit too awesome? I offered 5 train coins begging the Scarlet Legion to let me join their ranks, only to be ruthlessly rejected, and yet this kid is being fought over. What can you do? Who told him he is such a rare talent? If you could produce bullets too, you could enjoy such treatment as well. Thinking about it carefully, this is quite normal. After all, bullets are currently a scarce commodity. Having firearms is not enough, one must also have bullets to truly hold sway. Lu Xingyuan watched with great interest as various forces scrambled for the conductor. Ultimately, this conductor was claimed by the Scarlet Legion. This conductor capable of producing bullets was merely a young man, how could he withstand the temptation of beauty? Seeing that list of names, he instantly lost himself. So many enchanting choices to select from, it was no different from being an emperor in ancient times. Lu Xingyuan, I know you're watching, are you envious? Gu Wanqing sent a private message, clearly having been lurking in the chat channel witnessing the whole process. His ability to produce bullets must be a natural talent, right? Aren't you envious of such an impressive gift? Lu Xingyuan, it's not that impressive. Wasn't his own talent just as good? Gu Wanqing, oh, so that means your talent must be quite amazing then. Tell me, Sister Qing, I'm known for keeping secrets. I absolutely won't tell anyone else. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment. You tell me your talent first as a sign of sincerity. We agreed to be each other's most reliable partners. If you don't even have this little bit of trust, you really hurt my feelings too much, brother. Lu Xingyuan, then? Should I help you massage it? Gu Wanqing, get lost. Everything happening in the chat channel could not fail to stir waves in his heart. Once again, he deeply realized how precious bullets as consumables truly were. Luckily, his first hex tech was infinite firepower. Otherwise, he would have to act like the conductors in the chat channel, offering high prices for bullets, and even having to watch the sellers' faces. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wonder about Gu Wanqing and curiously asked, Sister Qing, doesn't your hand crossbow require any consumables? How could it? Even my hand crossbow requires crossbow bolts. Am I not haggling with the sellers of crossbow bolts right now? However, compared to the universal bullets, the market for crossbow bolts is relatively smaller, hence the prices aren't too outrageous. Many people are willing to sell them. Previously, Gu Wanqing exchanged 1 train coin for 30 crossbow bolts. The current price is slightly higher, allowing only 20 bolts for 1 train coin. If I had known this earlier, I would have exchanged more back then. Listening to Gu Wanqing recount how each of her crossbow bolts was meticulously calculated, Lu Xingyuan was thoroughly entertained. After all, he had never experienced such things, so he had no idea what using sparingly or removing bolts for reuse meant. He only needed to aim at enemies, pull the trigger, and leave everything else to HEXTech. Infinite firepower was excellent and powerful, and what was even more commendable was that the metamorphic regenerator did not erase its characteristics. Otherwise, universal bullets could not be adapted to his blaze revolver. He would need much more expensive specialty bullets. Once again, focusing on the chat channel, he found that everyone's topic of discussion had quickly shifted. The rain here hasn't stopped either. Damn it. Just as I was preparing to set off, a level 2 zombie popped up out of nowhere and chewed a hole in my carriage. It's still not patched up and the rain keeps pouring into my carriage. Do I have to use a scoop to throw out the rainwater now and then? It's exhausting. My carriage's left side was also attacked by monsters and a hole was torn open. Rainwater is continuously pouring in, the entire floor is soaking wet, and it feels terrible. Are your carriages not damp? Although mine hasn't been attacked at all and is perfectly sealed, it still feels wet and sticky inside. As a man from the north, I simply can't stand this environment. I feel like I'm growing mold on me. I used to long for the idyllic scenery of the Jiangnan water towns, but now I no longer yearn for it at all. Selling quicklime powder. If you need some, private message me. Quicklime powder can absorb moisture in the carriage and prevent it from molding and rotting. Quicklime powder. Lu Xingyuan's heart stirred. He quickly private messaged the conductor and exchanged a few rotten bananas for 3 pounds of quicklime powder. These fruits were obtained in the initial few stops and had already shown signs of rotting over time. Now with the rainy season, it became so damp that if he didn't consume them soon, they would end up in the trash. You can put this quicklime in a cloth bag or wooden box and place it in the corners of the carriage. Quicklime can efficiently absorb moisture from the air and suppress mold growth. It's very cost effective. At this price, you're definitely making a huge profit. The other party was quite a responsible seller, carefully informing Lu Xingyuan of the correct usage method. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the other party knew Lu Xingyuan's name and wanted to leave a good impression, aiming to form a long-term partnership with this prominent figure. Make sure to package it well, but do not touch it with bare hands. Once the lime absorbs moisture, it will become soft, so remember to replace it in time. Following the other party's instructions, Lu Xingyuan began to spread the quicklime in the first carriage. It seems to be somewhat effective. Lu Xingyuan carefully sensed the surroundings, and indeed the humidity did not feel as heavy. However, soon, Damn it, the lime has clumped together so quickly. Lime is useful, but it cannot withstand the terrifying humidity inside the carriage. To completely restore the carriage to dryness, at least dozens of pounds of lime are needed. Gu Wanqing was also venting her frustrations to Lu Xingyuan. With such filthy humidity, I'm starting to break out in acne on my face. I must quickly level up to level 3 and then hope to unlock an air conditioning modification so that I can dehumidify the space. It turns out that Gu Wanqing saw a train conductor in the chat channel who revealed that during the upgrade to level 2 an air conditioning modification appeared. This air condition does not consume electricity, instead it uses train coins, and one train coin can run for 7 days. During these 7 days the conductor directly changed the air conditioning mode to dehumidification, saying, "My carriage's humidity is only 40 now, oh it's incredibly refreshing. Damn, I'm so envious." The other conductors were visibly jealous. Those who have experienced it know how uncomfortable it is when the humidity in the carriage reaches 100. I want an air conditioning modification too. I want it. Lu Xingyuan through the screen seemed to be able to see Gu Wanqing lying down, her little bare feet kicking around in the air. Stop pretending to be a little girl at your age, okay? Sister, I just turned 18 this year, alright? I'm still a little girl at heart. And you stop with the okay. Please don't use reduplicated words, it's really disgusting. How can you be so sure that after you level up by 3 you'll be able to get an air conditioning modification? Lu Xingyuan glanced back at the chat records. The conductor mentioned that the air conditioning modification was simply a white level modification. What if, let's say, if Gu Wanqing's luck remains as good as ever starting with green level? Wouldn't that be a waste? Just as Lu Xingyuan believed in his own luck, he believed that Gu Wanqing was indeed that fortunate. And why do I feel like you're hinting at something? Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin, slowly discerning the underlying meaning. Gu Wanqing, your sister is now looking to break through to level 3. Can't you as my little brother lend a hand? Lu Xingyuan, I'll brave fire and water for you. After accepting Bai Xiao's friend request, Lu Xingyuan lay down and went to sleep. However, the quality of sleep that night was extremely poor. He felt very uncomfortable, as if he had fallen into icy river water, and his whole body was cold. At midnight he woke up once. At 2 o'clock he woke up again. When he woke up at 4 he was astonished to find that the carriage had been flooded. It was at least 3 centimeters deep. What the hell? Isn't the carriage supposed to be well sealed? He was shocked. Could it be that the train was attacked by monsters? After checking he found that there was nothing. Moreover, the durability showed it was at full value. Once his mind cleared he understood. It was because it was too humid. So the carriage was flooded. That bit of lime powder was long useless, having been soaked in water. Damn it. Lu Xingyuan cursed, feeling cheated. Had he known it would be useless, he wouldn't have traded food for it. He quickly opened the carriage door and cleared all the accumulated water. Only then did Lu Xingyuan notice how heavy the rain outside was. Thunder rumbled. It was deafening, like the Yellow River roaring. No wonder the humidity had become so terrifying. Then Lu Xingyuan began checking the second and third carriages. The second carriage also had standing water, but since nothing was stored there it was not affected. However, the third carriage was different. It had been converted into a warehouse by Lu Xingyuan, filled with various materials. The metal was fine, but the wood was already showing signs of rot. Affected by humidity, wood loses 1 durability per hour. A notification popped up. Damn it. Lu Xingyuan was at a loss. Upgrading the train from level 3 to level 4 also required wood, and a large quantity at that. Although wood was a basic upgrading material that was easy to collect, losing 1 per hour was unbearable. Rainy season, I hate you. The helpless conductor could only watch as humidity continuously invaded his beloved wood, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Be gentle, I beg you. For the next few hours Lu Xingyuan hardly slept. Every 2 hours he had to drain the accumulated water from the carriage. Fortunately, his body had long been enhanced by genetic strengthening agents, so he wasn't completely lethargic. At 8 in the morning, Lu Xingyuan glanced at the hybrid fertilizer-enhanced spring corn seeds. This bag of fertilizer had been purchased on the trading platform last night. Damn it, the price has gone up. The other party insisted on trading with train coins. Helpless Lu Xingyuan had to compromise. After all, the market situation had changed, wanting to exchange food for various items was somewhat unrealistic. Train coins had returned to their status as basic universal currency. At this point, the spring corn was growing quite rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't take 7 days, at most 3 days to harvest. Unlike delicious mushrooms, spring corn could only be harvested twice at most. Grow quickly, let's see if we can sell it for a good price when the time comes. Lu Xingyuan didn't mind putting it up on the trading channel. Such delicious corn, which could also replenish moisture, salt, and calories, selling 1 for a train coin wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Messages in the chat channel hadn't stopped since last night. It wasn't just him facing the invasion of humidity and wood damage. Other conductors were experiencing the same. One could only say that the game was at least fair in this regard, mercilessly whipping every conductor. This damn wood was collected after I chopped down several trees. My hands are blistered, and now it's all rotting. Damn game. Damn planners. I curse your ancestors. At first I thought the rainy season would just be a bit humid, but it seems I underestimated the changes brought by the season. Brothers, does anyone have dehumidifying tools? Hurry and help me out. Never buy lime from that guy selling raw lime powder, it's utterly useless. It appeared that the victims were far more than just Lu Xingyuan. However, that older brother clearly had no intention of harming others. The lime powder still had some use, but the situation was just too extreme. When other conductors saw that those leading conductors were also severely affected by humidity and helpless, they felt significantly more balanced. In the chat channel, elite members of organizations like the Mutual Aid Association Tianhua Association Scarlet Legion and Pure Thought Brotherhood were offering hefty rewards for dehumidifying methods. They had deeper worries. If wood could rot, what about metal? And other more valuable materials? They could bear the loss of wood, but once higher-grade materials suffered damage, it was akin to cutting their own flesh with a knife. Fortunately, I can put some valuable items in the spatial wristband. Lu Xingyuan comforted himself. At 9:30. Train operation notification, next stop single-person platform, Gu Family Village. This station is white platform. Please prepare. Finally, a single-person platform. Lu Xingyuan rarely showed a smile. Several consecutive stations had been multi-person platforms, leaving him mentally exhausted. If possible, he still preferred single-person platforms a bit more, at least he didn't have to divide his attention to guard against other conductors. White platform is just a white platform, it doesn't matter. It was just a way to give himself a little break. After all, the difficulty of the previous several platforms was quite high. As usual, he sent the information about the upcoming station to Gu Wanqing to see if she had been there and knew any secrets about it. Whether it was the magical castle of Pilas or the Bat Cave, Gu Wanqing's intel had played a crucial role. Without her, he wouldn't have been able to trigger hidden Easter eggs. It was like having a guide while playing a game. At least he didn't have to wander aimlessly. Gu Family Village. Gu Wanqing expressed her shock. Why does this feel like my home? Your home? Lu Xingyuan looked bewildered. Yes, my home is in Gu Family Village. Gu Wanqing replied, but I'm not sure if the Gu Family Village you went to is the same one I'm from. After all, there are many places called Gu Family Village in this world. She told Lu Xingyuan her home address. If you can find this address, it's highly likely that it's my home. All right. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Then he placed the sensitive canine tooth into the transformation reassembler. 10 o'clock. He successfully arrived at the platform. A colorful magic orb fell to the ground. Lu Xingyuan picked it up. Congratulations, you have obtained Warm Sunstone 1. Warm Sunstone. Category Extraordinary Creation. Level 1. Description: after activation, it can continuously release a gentle and dry heat flow, keeping a small area pleasantly warm. Oh. Lu Xingyuan curiously played with the egg-sized diamond-shaped crystal in his hand. It was completely transparent, and inside it seemed to be holding a small flame of red. Held in his hand, he could clearly feel the warmth seeping into his skin, not hot, just right. Can this thing replace an air conditioner? Get rid of the humidity in the car. Lu Xingyuan decided to study it further when he returned. He then looked at the transformation reassembler. At this moment, the sensitive canine tooth had transformed into a palm-sized bronze iron piece. Power Rune. Category Extraordinary Creation. Level 2. Effect description: can greatly enhance the wearer's strength, granting them an inhuman burst of this. Lu Xingyuan's expression became a bit strange. Why did it feel to him that this was even worse than the sensitive canine tooth? After all, the sensitive canine tooth at least increased his speed. In any game, speed is a crucial element, far surpassing strength. After all, while playing games, he had often been taken for a walk by others, especially calling out no hands, pointing fingers, cursing. So what use is having strength if you can't even touch the enemy's corner of clothing? Likewise, if the enemy has high burst damage but can't even get close to you, it's equally useless. In short, in Lu Xingyuan's understanding, speed strength. However, the scene unfolding before him was already within his expectations. He had long considered that such a result might occur. Randomly generated items might not. After all, randomness is uncontrollable. I can only wait to see next time if I can revert it. Lu Xingyuan donned the power rune. Immediately, he felt that his arms were stronger. When he swung his fist, it even produced a whooshing sound. With this punch, I can definitely knock Gu Wanqing down to small pearls. Though it wasn't the attribute he desired, he had to admit that a level 2 extraordinary creation was not comparable to a level 1. The boost it provided was if he wielded the phantom dagger, the damage caused could at least triple. Looking up at the window, the rain outside continued to pour, pattering, creating a heavy downpour, the sky darkening ominously, as though it would dump a whole bucket of. At the junction of the track and the platform, the accumulation of water had already filled up, nearly reaching the car door. Behind the platform was the destination Gu Family Village. It looked like an ordinary village. Scattered self-built houses stood, some 2-story, some 3-story. The decoration was quite exquisite. The outer walls were all covered with tiles, and the main gate was particularly grand. Lu Xingyuan had no way to confirm if this was the Gu Family Village mentioned by Gu Wanqing, so he could only get off and investigate personally. I didn't bring an umbrella. There were people selling in the trading channel, but the prices were exorbitantly high, so he couldn't bring himself to buy one. He could only get drenched. Lu Xingyuan covered his eyes with his hand, trying to prevent the rain from getting into them, then opened the car door and quickly ran to the nearest house. Gu Family Village. No. 03. Gu Wanqing said her house was No. 18. Lu Xingyuan searched for a moment and soon found No. 18. Is this her house? Lu Xingyuan looked at the closed courtyard gate in front of him, pushed it hard, and when it didn't budge, he kicked it open. Immediately, a two-story small building with a small garden appeared before him. Compared to the beautifully decorated houses of others, this two-story building appeared somewhat shabby, with exposed red brick walls that had not been painted, and the ravages of time left mottled traces on the exterior walls, but the courtyard was still relatively tidy, well maintained. Lu Xingyuan's attention shifted from the building to a plum tree in the middle of the courtyard. At this moment, the plum tree was laden with plums. Each one was big and red. How do I differentiate whether this is my home? If you push open the courtyard door and see a plum tree planted in the yard, then there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance it's my home. Gu Wanqing's words echoed clearly in his mind. Seeing this scene, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but smile. Xingjia, I really came to your home. Why is this feeling so inexplicably exciting? The main gate was open and Lu Xingyuan, drenched all over, walked inside, first greeted by 2 portraits hanging in the center of the living room. They were of a young couple. One could see a hint of Gu Wanqing's features in their faces. Lu Xingyuan found a clean cloth from the sofa, wiped the water off his face and hair, then approached the 2 portraits, clasped his hands together, and bowed 3 times. Then he headed straight for the second floor. This pink room should be Gu Wanqing's room. Upon entering, one could even smell a faint fragrance. Could this be the legendary youthful fragrance? Just be glad I'm not a pervert, otherwise I would definitely take a couple of deep breaths for an epic lungful. He reached out to touch the lamp on the wall, and it lit up. Surprisingly, there was electricity. Lu Xingyuan's gaze quickly fell on the laptop by the bed. Xingjia, I have decided to conduct a thorough investigation on you. You wouldn't mind, would you? The computer successfully booted up normally. The desktop was tidy, featuring a browser, music software, various communication apps, and a few games. There were no chaotic antivirus programs. Just this point alone surpassed 95 of girls. The QQ software was set to auto-login on startup, but it failed to log in, indicating there was no internet connection. As expected, Lu Xingyuan quickly found a folder on the desktop named Albums. Inside there were thousands of photos, leaving him stunned. Do girls really enjoy taking so many pictures? Skipping over the poorly taken landscape photos, Lu Xingyuan directly opened the portraits. The girl in the photos had a plump, gentle, egg-shaped face with delicate, translucent skin, with naturally rosy cheeks that added to her youthful appearance. Her large, bright black eyes sparkled with clarity and mischief, exuding a cheerful light, complemented by her naturally fluffy bangs and lively eyebrows. When she smiled, her teeth showed, and her bright, healing smile felt warm and approachable, filled with the vivacity of youth. The most distinctive feature was her bun hairstyle. Her hair was well-defined, with a perfect fluffiness at the top and bangs. As Lu Xingyuan looked at the face in the photo, it gradually overlapped with his impression of Gu Wanqing. Did she edit this? Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but laugh. He could easily imagine that if Gu Wanqing were by his side and heard his comment, she would definitely punch him playfully, saying, "Do I, your sister Qing, need to edit photos? I was born beautiful." He continued flipping through the subsequent photos. There were many solo shots as well as group photos with classmates, friends, and besties. Each one radiated youthful energy, almost overflowing from the screen. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but maintain a motherly smile while gazing at the screen. Fortunately, Gu Wanqing wasn't there, otherwise she would surely wrinkle her pretty nose and disdainfully say, "Come on, can you not be such a creep?" After browsing through the albums, Lu Xingyuan began to look through her hard drive. Oh, study materials. He raised an eyebrow, eagerly clicking in, only to be met with disappointment when he exited. It really was study materials. Our sister Qing is still a diligent student. However, he still managed to find a piece of dirt on Gu Wanqing. The browsing history isn't cleaned up properly. A series of strange domain names and various inappropriate terms, but why were they all related to anime? Does she really dislike real people? But there's nothing to criticize, it's human nature, we all understand. After cleaning up the browsing history, Lu Xingyuan snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Now this way it won't expose the fact that Sister Qing is still a virgin. On the surface it seemed clean, but once you cut it open it was all yellow inside. After shutting down the computer, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly rummaged through the room. The drawer was filled with snacks, biscuits, chips, spicy strips, chicken feet, dried tofu. He took everything. He opened the wardrobe. Various sweet little dresses were neatly hung. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment and decided to take them all. Beside the cabinet was a drawer, and the first drawer was filled with Gu Wanqing's underwear. The styles are really too plain, aren't they? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. Young girls are just young girls. But they're quite ample. There's even a C cup. Is it true that excellent women have excellent figures too? The second drawer was predictably filled with panties. The styles were similarly plain, even somewhat cute, all featuring various cartoon prints. The quantity wasn't large, only about 10 pairs, but Lu Xingyuan took all of them. The third drawer contained socks. Most of the socks were white. There were also pink and green ones. Her taste is indeed consistent. As a guy, he had to rely on just one bar of soap. Nevertheless, it was remarkable. Even with just one bar of soap, his skin As a guy, he had to rely on just one bar of soap. Nevertheless, it was remarkable. Even with just one bar of soap, his skin remained in good condition, never breaking out in those annoying pimples. The suitcase should be waterproof, right? With that thought, Lu Xingyuan stuffed all the messy clothes and items into the suitcase. Fortunately, he discovered a good item, which was Gu Wangqing's oversized suitcase. It was black, covered with various cute cartoon stickers. The suitcase should be waterproof, right? With that thought, Lu Xingyuan stuffed all the messy clothes and items into the suitcase. This little blanket. And this pillow. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his chin and packed those as well. At that moment, he thought of something and peeked under Gu Wangqing's bed. Empty, nothing there. He was even hoping to find some embarrassing little toys under the bed. Soon Gu Wangqing's room was thoroughly ransacked. He was just about to head downstairs when he suddenly spotted a photo on the wall. It was a picture of Gu Wangqing as a child. In the photo, a little girl of 5 or 6 years old had her hair in 2 little pigtails, her round face very rosy, and her smile was brighter than the sun. Sister Qing was so damn cute when she was a child. Oh, electrocute me. Shock me to death. I admit I am a lolicon. Once again, Lu Xingyuan uncontrollably revealed a motherly smile, then thoughtlessly tucked the photo into his pocket and returned to the first floor, heading straight for In the kitchen, there were various grains and oils. A bag of 50 kilograms of rice had yet to be opened. There were several tubes of chun kemming dry noodles. Half a bottle of peanut oil had been used. 1/3 of the dark soy sauce was gone. Several bags of unopened salt. A pack of lotus flavor monosodium glutamate that had just been opened not long ago. A box of Wang Shuyi's 13 spices. A bottle of oyster sauce. Lu Xingyuan didn't miss out on any of the miscellaneous items. After all, these could greatly enhance the quality of life. Soon the kitchen was also emptied. Lu Xingyuan returned to the living room. It was then that he noticed the wall filled with certificates. Outstanding kid in kindergarten, model student 3, good student, good youth of the new era, excellent class leader, first prize in the Olympic mathematics competition. A dense array, so many that the entire wall was almost full. Moreover, the value of these certificates was quite high, not just those kinds of awards given to fool kids in kindergarten and elementary school. There were also plenty from middle and high. Lu Xingyuan didn't know why he was so engrossed. From kindergarten to elementary school, from middle school to high school. Looking at these certificates, he felt as if he had experienced Gu Wangqing's entire growth process. No wonder Sister Qing is so impressive, as she truly is amazing. In the end, he couldn't help but put his hands on his hips, feeling a sense of pride. Even if these had nothing to do with him, he was still proud, feeling as if he was the one who was exceptional. Let these certificates stay here. Lu Xingyuan didn't touch them. He returned to the portrait of Gu Wangqing's parents and bowed 3 times. Uncle and Auntie, please bless my Sister Qing to be safe and sound, and may everything go smoothly. Thank you. The rain outside continued to pour down heavily. The plum tree in the yard was getting battered by the rain. The ground was littered with plums, some of which had already rotted. What a waste. Lu Xingyuan squinted at the tall plum tree before him. Xingjia, I hope these plums are as sweet as you said. He took a deep breath and like a monkey nimbly climbed up the tree. The rain poured down, soaking his previously dry hair, yet he remained undeterred, patiently and carefully plucking each plum from the tree. A full sack weighing about 15 or 16 pounds. After confirming that there were no more plums on the tree, Lu Xingyuan jumped down and quickly transported all the gathered supplies back to the car. He glanced at the time. It was only 11:20. With 40 minutes until departure, he could easily scavenge supplies from another household. It was rare to encounter a station without danger, so he had to seize the opportunity. At 12 o'clock, the train departed on time. Lu Xingyuan lying on the ground. Although there were no monsters to kill, he was still exhausted. Yet looking at the pile of supplies before him, a faint smile spread across his weary face. Not a wasted trip. After resting for a moment, Lu Xingyuan took out a clean towel to wipe the water off his body. The towel was pink and carried a faint fragrance. Could it be that this was used by Gu Wangqing? Lu Xingyuan paused for a moment, but thought little of it. Given the situation, being picky was ridiculous. After drying his hair, Lu Xingyuan felt a chill on his body. Damn it, after all this time in the rain, I'm still freezing when I get back to the car. If this continues, I'll catch a cold. Lu Xingyuan felt a bit worried. Even though his body had been enhanced by genetic agents, it was still only slightly stronger than an ordinary person, not a superhero. In a world without medicine on this train, catching a cold could be deadly. He hurriedly stripped off his damp clothes. Standing bare in the car, he used the towel to dry himself thoroughly. He was dry now, but the car was still damp. The humid air constantly invaded his skin, bringing with it waves of cold. The discomfort was still quite intense. Despite the windows and doors being sealed shut, the entire world was enveloped in a cold, damp atmosphere. Something's not right. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan suddenly recalled something and slapped his forehead. Don't I still have the sunstone? He remembered the reward from the prism sphere. He quickly took out the sunstone and activated it according to the instructions. Buzz. An invisible ripple of power surged forth from the sunstone. Immediately a flame seemed to ignite within the crystal, swirling and churning. Waves of warmth spread, instantly filling the entire car. So comfortable. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but moan. It felt like lying on the grass basking in the sun. The sunstone floated up suspended in midair, continuously delivering warmth. The dampness in the car was instantly dissipated. The walls no longer dripped with water. The sticky, wet feeling was gone from his body. Lu Xingyuan felt as if he had come back to life. Now this is what I call comfort. The warmth from the sunstone wasn't as dry as that from an air conditioner. After prolonged exposure to an air conditioner, the nose and mouth could become dry, and in severe cases there could even be blood in the nostrils. But with the sunstone, Lu Xingyuan felt as if he was in a comfortable spring at 26 degrees. The only pity was that the sunstone only worked in the first carriage. But that's just fine. Lu Xingyuan was not greedy. He wrung out his damp clothes and hung them beside the warm sunstone. Before long, the warm sunstone would dry them. Since he was the only one in the carriage, he simply sat at the control panel in the nude, feeling no shame. Gu Wanqing has always sent him a long string of messages. So how is it? Is it my home? Seriously, haven't you returned yet? Remember to reply to me as soon as you see the messages. I am so curious. Lu Xingyuan thought of the secret he discovered on Gu Wanqing's computer, and a smile couldn't help but spread across his face. Sister Qing, you were right, it really is your home. Gu Wanqing immediately replied, is it true? Did you really go to my house? Yes, what a coincidence, what a miracle. I went into your room and found a computer. After turning it on, guess what I discovered inside? Gu Wanqing. What did you find? Lu Xingyuan sighed. Sister Qing, how should I put this to you? You must use incognito mode. How can you so blatantly visit those questionable websites and leave traces? Thank goodness it was me. If someone else found out, you would have been socially dead on the spot. He then proceeded to emphasize several keywords that shouldn't be mentioned. These few films, you've watched them repeatedly, you really love them. Gu Wanqing, whoa. Oh, don't say it. Don't say it. If you say any more, I'll kill you. Following that, she began to make excuses for herself. No way. This isn't what I watched. The computer must have a virus. It redirected itself. Oh, it has nothing to do with me. I have never browsed such unhealthy websites. I am a good child, absolutely a good child. Lu Xingyuan, you can see whether I believe you or not. I've brought the computer back for you. Do you want it? There are many of your old photos inside. I think you wouldn't want to part with them, as they are all precious memories for you. Really? You even brought the computer back for me. Hurry, give it to me. Lu Xingyuan immediately passed the laptop over. Gu Wanqing went silent. She must be rummaging through the computer looking at the photos. After a long while, she finally said, hey, where's my browsing history? Of course I deleted it for you. Gu Wanqing, oh thank you. But did you look at my photos? If I had to give a critique on your photography skills, I would sum it up in just 6 words: they look like crap. The landscape photos are unbearable. The portraits can only rely on the model still being acceptable, making it barely look like something. Gu Wanqing, why do I feel like you're both praising and criticizing me at the same time? Gu Wanqing, you haven't taken everything from my home, have you? Lu Xingyuan, it's not that simple. As he said this, he quickly opened the transaction window and transferred all of Gu Wanqing's clothes, including her underwear and socks. Gu Wanqing's reaction was exactly as Lu Xingyuan had anticipated. Wow. Oh my. This is just too awesome. To be fair, the emotional value was indeed well delivered. Lu Xingyuan felt elated and suddenly thought that everything he had done was not in vain. You even brought back my favorite strawberry panties. Oh my, I'm so touched. I thought I would never see them again. Gu Wanqing explained the secret behind them. These panties are the most comfortable of all my underwear. The craftsmanship is excellent and the materials are solid. Did you feel how soft they are when you touched them? Did I? Lu Xingyuan rubbed his chin. His expression changed drastically. Oh no, this guy is testing me. Sorry, I didn't touch them. Gu Wanqing, you really didn't touch them. You didn't do anything inappropriate with my panties. Damn it, I'm a decent man. Oh, I wouldn't do such lewd things. Alright, I believe you. Gu Wanqing continued. But those strawberry panties are indeed my favorite. I'm not lying to you. Lu Xingyuan, kids will be kids. Gu Wanqing, what type do you like? Lu Xingyuan answered without hesitation, of course black lace. Gu Wanqing, next time I'll get you a pair of black lace boxers. You must remember to wear them. Lu Xingyuan raised his middle finger at her from a distance. I'm a pure man who wears such feminine things. You also brought me this sailor-style mini-skirt. That's great. The sailor-style mini-skirt was somewhat familiar to Lu Xingyuan, a classic black and white color scheme with a large red bow at the collar. The hem of the skirt was very short, about 40 centimeters or so. At this length, if you walk with a bit more stride, the strawberry panties would be fully exposed. However, knowing Gu Wanqing's, safety shorts were definitely a must. No choice. Even if you're a gentleman, you have to be cautious these days. As a top student who gets praised every year, you actually wear such a short skirt. Oh, does your homeroom teacher know? Gu Wanqing, there's no choice. Every girl has a heart to be a hot girl. Gu Wanqing, moreover, I haven't even worn this skirt since I bought it. I thought it was a pity, but I didn't expect you to bring it back, so it's not a waste. Hey, do you want to see me wear it? Lu Xingyuan. His gaze seemed to transcend time and space, seeing a sweet-looking girl sitting at the control panel in a duck-sitting pose, typing away, her mouth slightly curling into a mischievous smile that was both playful and teasing. It's a good thing I study the spring and autumn annals, otherwise I might have fallen for your tricks. As for what tricks? It surely couldn't be anything upright. I'm not that kind of person. Lu Xingyuan added, besides you don't even have a proper pair of stockings, how can you wear a sailor outfit? The drawer was filled entirely with cotton socks. Not a single pair of stockings. Therefore Lu Xingyuan concluded on the spot that Gu Wanqing's legs must be quite thick, otherwise how could she not have even a single pair of stockings? What do you know? Bare legs are the best. Only those who lack confidence in their leg shape would need stockings for decoration. Lu Xingyuan, oh really? I don't believe it. Gu Wanqing quickly sent a photo. In the photo was a pair of long straight legs perfectly proportioned, as if drawn with the most delicate brush strokes. The skin was as fair as snow, delicate like mutton fat, jade reminiscent of creamy milk, radiating a soft glow under the light. Lu Xingyuan's throat involuntarily moved. Thinking about it, it seemed he hadn't had milk in a long time. Milk is good, one should drink it, as it is rich in protein. What do you think? Gu Wanqing sent a message. Lu Xingyuan, average. Gu Wanqing, you wouldn't have just pulled up your pants, would you? Then she realized something. Oh wow, you sneaky little junior, you tricked me into sending a photo, didn't you? Gu Wanqing didn't wear the sailor outfit. In her words, anyway you don't want to see it, so what's the point of me wearing it? A trap. Definitely a trap. Lu Xingyuan held back and didn't fall for it. The items collected from Gu Wanqing's house, Lu Xingyuan had no intention of returning them. They were all things he had worked hard to collect unrelated to her. That's not your home, it's merely a platform. Besides, giving back her clothes without reservation was already a gesture of kindness. If I were a pervert, I would surely withhold a few pairs of her panties and white socks. Damn, I want to see how sweet these plums are. Lu Xingyuan noticed the plums packed in the sack. Each was about the size of half a fist, bright red, emitting a sweet fruity aroma. This was strongly requested by Gu Wanqing. She said if she saw that plum tree, she must remember to pick some plums. After simply wiping the white frost off the plums with a cloth, Lu Xingyuan tossed one into his mouth and bit down hard. The crisp sound of crunch echoed as his teeth sank in, followed by the soft flesh of the fruit. The hot sweetness burst forth at once, thick as honey, but without any sticky burden. The sweet flavor rapidly melted, spreading from the root of his tongue throughout his body, leaving only the rich fragrance of the fruit in his mouth. Whoa, this is so sweet! Lu Xingyuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. This was the first time he had tasted such sweet plums. All his previous complaints about Gu Wanqing vanished at that moment. So how is it? Is it sweet? Gu Wanqing sent a message. Sweet. It should be sweet. Gu Wanqing sent a voice message, still with that unique lazy tone, carrying a hint of childishness and a touch of pride. These were planted by me when I was little. How could they not be sweet? Lu Xingyuan felt as if his soul had been struck at that moment. Images of a little girl with horn braids laboriously digging up the soil in the yard flashed in his. The small her carefully planted the small sapling. After finishing all this, she squatted beside the sapling, holding her small face, and her gaze transcended the boundaries of time, locking eyes with the present him. Lu Xingyuan felt his throat dry, as if 1,000 words were about to spill from his mouth. But in the end, Sister Qing is amazing. Of course. Is Kai Kai there? After ending the conversation with Gu Wanqing, Lu Xingyuan quickly contacted another girl. He stroked his chin, feeling an inexplicable sense of being a scoundrel. Yes, what can I do for you, Lu Dalao? I have a gas tank here, do you want it? The gas tank was of course taken from Gu Wanqing's house. It's quite heavy, it should still be full, and using it for a while won't be a problem. Lu Xingyuan thought that with the gas tank, cooking would be much more convenient for Kai Kai. That's great, I was just struggling with the damp wood not catching fire. Along with the transaction, there was also rice and sausage. Kai Kai said she would make him a delicious sausage fried rice. Lu Xingyuan naturally wouldn't forget Gu Wanqing 2 servings, both with green onions, 1 mildly spicy, 1 moderately spicy. The supplies sent over were enough for 3 servings. He couldn't let Kai Kai do all the work for nothing. Lu Xingyuan was not that kind of beast. 2 servings. Yes, I have a friend. It should be a girl, right? Don't pry into social matters. Oh. Soon Kai Kai finished making the sausage fried rice. The rice grains were distinct, the sausage was bright and glossy, and the green onions scattered like stars, making it very delicious. Lu Xingyuan sincerely admired those who could cook so well. Why did the same ingredients turn into a disaster in his hands? Lu Xingyuan sent 1 serving, specifically the moderately spicy one, to Gu Wanqing. It seemed that girls were quite good at handling spicy food. It's delicious. After a while, Gu Wanqing finally replied, probably too busy eating to respond. Did you cook this? Lu Xingyuan's heart raced without a blush. Why can't I have such good skills? Gu Wanqing, those who lie must swallow 1,000 pips. A friend. See, I knew it. Are women's perceptions always this sharp? Gu Wanqing, it's a girl, right? Lu Xingyuan don't pry into social matters. After eating, Lu Xingyuan habitually entered the chat channel to observe secretly. At this moment, the number of people in the chat channel had dropped to just over 87,000. Ever since the rainy season started, the number of eliminated train conductors had sharply increased. The train conductors were all deeply affected by the rain, with no one able to escape. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but think of his own third carriage, which had been transformed into a warehouse. By now the wood must have rotted badly. Unfortunately, there was only one warm sunstone, which could only protect the first carriage. He could only watch helplessly at the wasted wood. Damn it, my air conditioner broke down. At this moment, he saw the lucky train conductor who had upgraded to an air-conditioned carriage constantly lamenting in the chat channel. Wasn't I using the dehumidifying function the whole time? Guess what? The air conditioner's vent actually grew mushrooms. Yes, that's right, mushrooms. This is so ridiculous it almost makes me laugh. Lu Xingyuan quickly forwarded the chat log to Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing had been rambling about needing to level up to unlock the air conditioner upgrade for dehumidifying the carriage. Now look, the upgraded air conditioner was completely useless. What should I do now? Gu Wanqing was clearly panicking. The walls and floor are all wet. Lu Xingyuan looked at his dry and pleasant carriage, feeling a sense of empathy. He had experienced it, so he understood how refreshing it was to be in his current situation. With that thought, he took a picture of the warm sunstone and sent it to Gu Wanqing. Wow, you have such a great item. I'm envious. Unfortunately, once the warm sunstone was activated, it automatically fixed itself at the top of the carriage and couldn't be moved anymore. Otherwise, he really wanted to send the warm sunstone to Gu Wanqing, letting her dry the humidity in her carriage before sending it back to him. The main focus was to make full use of resources. Just as he was feeling regretful, a trade window popped up from Gu Wanqing. Lu Xingyuan looked closely and saw that Gu Wanqing had put up 3 pairs of underwear. His pupils instantly shrank. What does this mean? I told you I read the spring and autumn annals. What are you thinking? These are the underwear I washed the day before yesterday. They still aren't dry. I'm afraid they'll mold if left like this, so I brought them here to dry a bit. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought it meant something else. Lu Xingyuan coughed lightly and then agreed to the trade request. After receiving them, he helped wring them out, and to his surprise, he was able to squeeze out a large puddle. Not to mention mold, they might even grow mushrooms. He found a stick and hung the wrung-out underwear next to the warm sunstone. At this rate, it wouldn't take half a day to completely dry them. Just a big man's carriage hanging 3 pairs of women's underwear. It felt like he would be seen as a pervert. Did you receive a notification saying you entered a damp state? At this time, Gu Wanqing sent a hurried message. Damp? Yes. Just now the game notified me that I was affected by the environment and entered a damp state. Damp 1 movement speed is decreased, and running and climbing consume much more stamina. What does the 1 mean? Can this state stack? Yes. Those who entered this state could obviously see more detailed information. Damp 2. The healing effects of potions and food are significantly reduced. Damp 3. Continuous loss of warmth drains life, and stamina cannot be recovered naturally. Lu Xingyuan's heart sank. If it stacked to 3 layers of dampness, wouldn't that mean he was near death? It turned out that the carriage becoming damp was just the tip of the iceberg from the continuous rain. The real danger was hidden behind. The reason he was completely unaffected was due to the warm sunstone, which helped dispel the dampness on him. How do you feel right now? Lu Xingyuan immediately asked. I feel quite heavy, really tired with no strength, and don't want to move like when ant flow comes. Gu Wanqing replied. It was only a single layer of dampness, so the impact wasn't too great. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, the many train conductors were also in an uproar due to the appearance of the damp state. Guys who understands. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, but suddenly I have a state called dampness on me. Damn, so I'm not the only one. Then I'm relieved. What's going on? Why don't I have it? Damn. Is it that only my damp state has stacked to 2 layers? We're doomed, humanity has no hope. Hurry up and destroy it. This game is way too hard, it's simply hell level. It was indeed hellish. Without the warm sunstone, the situation would likely have been no better. Terrified, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly opened a can of cola to calm his nerves. He even added some ice cubes. So hot. So dry. Gu Wanqing truly wished she could reach through the chat window and strangle that bastard. Please just act like a human. From the chat channel, it was easy to infer that over 80% of the train conductors had entered a state of dampness. The remaining 20%, even if they hadn't entered yet, were on their way there. Among those 80% in a damp state, another 20% had doubled the moisture. Some conductors were even experiencing triple dampness. They could clearly sense their vitality waning little by little, continuously pleading in the chat for someone to lend a hand and save them. Dissipating the dampness wasn't particularly difficult, one just needed to stay in a dry environment for an extended period. But the crux of the problem lay in the incessant rainy season, which rendered the entire world damp. Even tightly closed windows were of no use. The pervasive moisture would seep in through the cracks. After patiently observing for a while, Lu Xingyuan had a rough idea. Those conductors in a double damp state were mostly suffering from excessive hunger and cold. Not enough to eat and not warm enough to wear. Their condition was already poor, and once the damp state was applied it naturally doubled. Lu Xingyuan quickly transferred some high-calorie food to Gu Wanqing. Eat more, try to fill yourself up, and keep warm. Don't worry about gaining weight, you're not fat at all. Gu Wanqing replied, thank you, I wasn't worried about it in the first place. He then contacted the conductor selling lime. He planned to win by quantity. Lime might not be able to play a decisive role, but reducing some moisture was still beneficial. However, he wasn't the only one who thought of this. Other conductors had already contacted the seller and bought out all the lime. Sorry you arrived late, big shot. Fine. Lu Xingyuan wandered around the trading channel again, but found no useful items, and could only sigh in resignation. In the following time, Lu Xingyuan had Gu Wanqing send over the damp blankets, which he dried, and then sent back. Repeating this, Gu Wanqing's condition did not worsen. I've decided that I won't go out at the next stop. He'll stay on the train. I'm afraid if I get caught in the rain my condition will worsen. This was indeed a good choice. After all, going out meant opening the train door, which would let in even more intense moisture. Of course, if the next stop is a resource-rich platform without danger, I would still be willing to go out. Gu Wanqing didn't make her words too definitive. After all, gathering resources was the priority. Are you secretly cursing me behind my back? Otherwise, why would I keep sneezing? Lu Xingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Sneezing was the most obvious sign of a cold. In the chat channel, many grown men could hardly withstand the damp state, and were showing symptoms of a cold. How much worse would it be for Gu Wanqing, a delicate girl? He quickly reassured her. Yes, it was me secretly cursing you. Gu Wanqing replied, oh, I knew it was you. But what did you curse me for? I cursed you. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment, big-chested but brainless. Gu Wanqing exclaimed, did you tamper with my underwear? Lu Xingyuan replied, no. Gu Wanqing said, well, I'm like this now. Can I ask you about things in society? Lu Xingyuan responded. She is just an ordinary leopard print girl. Gu Wanqing said 6. Late at 10 o'clock. Gu Wanqing said my nose is blocked. Late at 11 o'clock. Gu Wanqing said my throat feels a bit uncomfortable. Late at midnight. Gu Wanqing said my head hurts a bit. Lu Xingyuan responded. He pressed his face against the dried blanket, confirming there was no moisture at all before sending it back to Gu Wanqing. Did you not take the junior gene enhancement medicine I gave you? Why is your physical condition so poor, so useless? Gu Wanqing replied. I'm sorry. Actually, I have one thing I haven't told you. Lu Xingyuan suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. I have entered damp level 2. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath. When did this happen? Just now. Probably finding it exhausting to type, Gu Wanqing's subsequent messages were mostly voice. Her voice carried a sense of weakness along with a hint of grievance. You can curse me. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his swollen temples. Had he tried so hard only to not prevent Gu Wanqing's condition from worsening? Damn, I can't get rid of it. He attempted to manipulate the warm sunstone, but unfortunately failed. Lu Xingyuan regretted using the warm sunstone in such a hurry. After all, he was a man capable of doing 30 squats in one breath with excellent physical fitness. This little dampness was nothing. Gu Wanqing was just a delicate girl. A single punch from her would scatter pearls everywhere. Weak as she was, it should have been her who needed the warm sunstone more than he did. A miscalculation. In that case, he should prepare for his last moments. Sigh. Before I die, remember to transfer all the supplies on the train to me, don't waste them. Gu Wanqing replied 0. 0-inch. Lu Xingyuan said, alright, sleep. Maybe after a good night's sleep things will be better tomorrow. If you feel unwell, remember to message me immediately. So to be honest, what help could he offer her through messages? Besides being anxious and staring blankly, he was of no use. Lu Xingyuan didn't lie on that soft big bed, but remained at the control panel ready to receive any messages Gu Wanqing might send. However, that entire night, Gu Wanqing had not sent a single message. Could it be that she really died? The next day, leaning against the wall, Lu Xingyuan, who had been in a half-asleep state, suddenly jolted awake and hurriedly messaged Gu Wanqing, are you still alive? After a few minutes of waiting, he finally received Gu Wanqing's reply 1. Lu Xingyuan sighed in relief. Has the damp state alleviated? Gu Wanqing replied no. Lu Xingyuan said, it hasn't worsened, has it? It's not level 3 now, is it? Gu Wanqing replied, can you hope for something good for me? Lu Xingyuan cooked some mushroom soup for Gu Wanqing. Delicious mushrooms as extraordinary creations had the effect of quickly restoring physical strength, far better than ordinary noodles. Hurry up and drink it, then keep lying down. Don't go to today's platform. Gu Wanqing accepted. After a while she messaged, the taste is average, not as good as yes. What? Didn't you ask that ordinary leopard print girl to help you cook? Lu Xingyuan replied, 6. So what time is it, and you're still joking around? Gu Wanqing said, should I send a bowl to that ordinary leopard print girl? What if she can't handle it like me? Lu Xingyuan replied, this is specially made for you. Gu Wanqing said, oh. Lu Xingyuan replied, besides she is sturdier than you and doesn't need it. Gu Wanqing exclaimed, I hate you. It was only when Kai actively inquired about his status that he belatedly realized he should also care about her. Upon learning that she had not entered a damp state and had no adverse reactions, Lu Xingyuan finally felt relieved. He also severely despised Gu Wanqing, truly useless. The number of people online in the chat channel 7915710000. There are less than 80000 left. Lu Xingyuan clearly remembered that there were still over 8700 yesterday. In other words, more than 700 trained conductors were eliminated overnight due to the onset of humidity. If a solution isn't found quickly, Gu Wanqing will also become one of them, as she is already showing symptoms of a high fever. Today's platform is destined for her to explore. Psi 930. Train operation alert. Next stop, multiple station, Kongyang Primary School. This station can accommodate up to 5 trains simultaneously. This station is green platform. Please be prepared. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and silently prayed. 1000. The prism ball fell on time. He stepped forward to pick it up. Congratulations, you have obtained Bulletproof Glass 5. Bulletproof Glass Level 2 Category. Basic Creation Description: one of the essential advanced materials for train upgrades. Lu Xingyuan sighed. In fact, he wanted the sunstone more. If he could get that, he could give it to Gu Wanqing to help her shake off the humidity. But clearly luck was not on his side. After storing the bulletproof glass, Lu Xingyuan focused his attention on the transformation reconfiguration device. This time he chose the phantom short dagger. He had considered putting the dust smoke capsule in it, but after some thought he decided against it. After all, the dust smoke capsule was quite effective and could save his life in critical moments. No one could be sure that the new item created by transformation would be better than the dust smoke capsule. Higher level doesn't necessarily mean better functionality. What suits you is the best. Accompanied by a flash of light, a long knife quickly appeared before him. Purple lightning category, extraordinary creation, level 3 description: when the blade penetrates the body, a paralyzing electric force surges forth, spreading through the blood vessels, rendering the victim's limbs stiff and their reaction sluggish. If struck multiple times, the electric force will briefly linger within, causing persistent pain and paralysis, as if being pierced by a snake lingering for a long time. The blade is dark purple with a surface covered in delicate light-colored patterns resembling the cracks left by countless miniature lightning strikes on steel. The grip is wrapped in charred black leather faintly tinged with the scent of burning. As he attempted to swing it, a sharp whooshing sound immediately filled the air. Good knife. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. The phantom short dagger was indeed a bit short, making it somewhat cumbersome to wield. But this purple lightning was different. It was a full 80 centimeters long. As the saying goes, the longer the blade, the stronger the strike. Coupled with power runes, he could easily take down a level 2 zombie with a single slash. As Lu Xingyuan stored the purple lightning in his spatial bracelet, the rain outside poured in heavily the moment he opened the door. Soon he also found himself in a humid state. Humidity 1, speed reduced, with significantly increased stamina consumption for running and climbing. Lu Xingyuan felt his body become somewhat heavy. However, since his body had been enhanced by the genetic agent, this degree of heaviness was completely negligible. Braving the rain to reach the platform, he found 4 other train conductors had already arrived. 2 male conductors and 2 female conductors. One of them looked very familiar. Just as the other party was staring at him in surprise and delight, Lu Xingyuan squinted and scratched his head, pretending to think. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Are you kidding me? How could you not recognize me? The other party burst into anger, nearly jumping up. I am Wang Tianhua, President Wang Tianhua of the Tianhua Association. You can't possibly pretend not to know me, right? This must be intentional. Another level 3 trained conductor. Great. This exploration at the platform is sure to go smoothly. A young female conductor exclaimed excitedly. The other train pulling 3 carriages undoubtedly belonged to Wang Tianhua. Meanwhile, the other 3 conductors each had only 1 carriage. As a fifth-rate fighter, her first instinct was to hug the thigh. However, what this female conductor didn't expect was that the other 2 conductors were also members of the Tianhua Association. President, I am Lu Wei from the Tianhua Association. Number 0132, do you remember me? President, my number is 0044, I was one of the earliest members to join the Tianhua Association, an elder. The other female conductor quickly chimed in. Wang Tianhua nodded. I remember both of you. You are Lu Wei and you are Huang Hui, right? Both were extremely excited, nodding repeatedly. I can't believe the president still remembers us. It's so touching. Wang Tianhua smiled. Not only do I remember your names, but I also remember your talents. Lu Wei, your talent is sonic probe, allowing you to actively emit sound waves to explore the terrain. If there are monsters, you will sense them all right. Lu Wei exclaimed. President, you even remember this. You are absolutely right. My talent is sonic probe. And Huang Hui, your talent is climbing proficiency, which allows you to climb almost vertical cliffs, rock walls, and trees with ease, moving as if on flat ground. Is that correct? Huang Hui scratched her head a bit shyly. President, my talent seems a bit underwhelming. I didn't expect you would still allow me to join the Tianhua Association back then. Wang Tianhua patted Huang Hui on the shoulder. Our Tianhua Association will never discriminate against any family member regardless of the strength of your talent. I will treat everyone equally and do my utmost to nurture you so that you can level up and become even stronger conductors. Lu Xingyuan scoffed. Such grandiose words are really impressive. Huang Hui number 0042 was one of the earliest members to join the Tianhua Association, yet her train is still at level 1. They are all members of the Tianhua Association. Another young girl subconsciously moved closer to Lu Xingyuan. Hello, I'm Fongling. I haven't joined any faction yet. You are Lu Xingyuan, the great boss, right? Can I team up with you later? I'm afraid I'll be ostracized by them. Before Lu Xingyuan could speak, Wang Tianhua's gaze fell on the girl. What's your name? What's your talent? Please introduce yourself so it's easier for us to collaborate. Fongling's face turned red, but she honestly explained everything. My talent is ducky physique. I cannot swim at all. I sink when I touch water, and I can even drown in shallow water. After getting wet, my mobility and flexibility drop by 70%. Wang Tianhua, Lu Wei, Huang Hui. Even Lu Xingyuan was left speechless by the girl. What kind of useless talent is this? It's so pathetic. Fongling seemed to realize her talent was indeed lacking, and her shame deepened, quickly adding, But my speed and endurance on land double, and I have full adaptability to land terrain, significantly enhancing my running, climbing, and jumping abilities. The crowd remained silent. There was no other choice. It was the plum rain season. The rain had been falling continuously since the onset of the season, without a moment's. To say you won't get wet is simply impossible. Therefore this talent is utterly worthless. Whoa. Fongling couldn't help but start to sob quietly. Wang Tianhua forced a smile on his face, saying, It's all right. Your talent can still shine on sunny days. Right now the environment is just unfavorable. Just wait a bit longer. Once the plum rain season is over, it will be your time to shine. Was the environment truly unfavorable? It seemed that was indeed the case. But could Wang Tianhua really be such a gentle person? That was entirely out of character for him. At least in Lu Xingyuan's perception, Wang Tianhua was extremely tyrannical and arrogant. There was no way he could be such a warm-hearted person. Cough, cough. At that moment, Wang Tianhua's gaze shifted to Lu Xingyuan. After lightly coughing twice, he spoke. Lu Xingyuan, I admit there were some misunderstandings between us before, but now you can see the situation. He pointed to Lu Wei beside him. Earlier, Lu Wei had already demonstrated his talent to show off in front of Wang Tianhua. At this moment, Lu Wei's face was pale, looking as if he had been drained of all energy. However, it wasn't to say he had gained nothing. Through his sound wave detection, he discovered a large number of zombies in the nearby elementary school. Not only are there second-level zombies, but there are also third-level zombies, and their numbers have reached 2. Lu Wei said excitedly, President, I have uncovered important intelligence for you. You must be cautious. Especially those 2 third-level zombies. They are extremely dangerous. Lu Wei, you did well. Once this exploration is over, I will arrange for you to be promoted to 2nd level. Wang Tianhua also provided timely feedback, invigorating Lu Wei's spirit. The pale color on his face turned slightly flushed. Thank you, President. Thank you for your guidance, President. This made Huang Hui next to him incredibly envious. There are 2 third-level zombies in the elementary school, so we must cooperate fully to have any chance of victory. Otherwise, the zombies will surely track our scent and come after us. By then, not only will we fail to gather resources, but even the train may be destroyed. Wang Tianhua stated. Lu Wei, who had just gained Wang Tianhua's approval, seemed a bit too inflated, daring to speak to the third-level train conductor Lu Xingyuan in a commanding manner. Our president has made it very clear, you must thoroughly explain your talent, so we can better arrange for you, and let you realize your potential. Lu Xingyuan remained unfazed, and looked at Wang Tianhua. You first tell me what your talent is. Me. Wang Tianhua smiled. I have nothing much to hide from you. My talent is the power of space. After saying this, he demonstrated his ability. Spatial cutting. Boom. The wooden crate in the distance instantly exploded. Spatial instant. In the next moment, his figure silently appeared 3 meters away. Hiss. Immediately, gasps of astonishment echoed from several mouths. Even Lu Wei and Huang Hui were left in stunned silence. President, you are simply amazing. The president is so powerful. The president is invincible. Fongling raised her hand and weakly spoke up. I want to join the Tianhua Association. Can you give me a chance? I have 2 train coins here. Saying this, she pulled them out of her pocket and offered them to Wang Tianhua. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse taking them with a nod. All right. After this exploration, contact me, and I will give you special approval. That's great. Fongling jumped up excitedly. Under a big tree, it's much cooler. After joining the Tianhua Association, my life will definitely be much better. Immediately after, she looked up at Lu Xing, her words containing a hint of pressure. You quickly tell me what your talent is. As soon as her words fell, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward her face. Bang! Her face instantly twisted and contorted. Lu Xingyan showed no mercy with his punch, striking without a hint of leniency. Fongling felt dizzy, nearly fainting on the spot. In her ears, Lu Xingyuan's voice rang out indifferently. Just because you asked me to speak, I should. Who do you think you are? The slight upward curve of his lips was full of mockery. You. Fang Ling was both shocked and furious. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Lu Xingyuan leisurely pull out a dark red revolver, and her pupils suddenly contracted. No. Don't. The gunfire rang out. Fang Ling instinctively closed her eyes in fear. However, the anticipated pain did not come. She cautiously opened her eyes and saw a zombie crashing to the ground behind Lu Xingyuan. At the same time, Wang Tianhua also took action. In Wang Tianhua's direction, a zombie also appeared. The space was suddenly sliced, and that zombie was instantly torn to shreds. Both of them had instantaneously killed a zombie, but Fang Ling felt that Wang Tianhua was even more impressive. The zombies, sensing the human scent, were continuously gathering towards. Wang Tianhua decisively declared, "We need to go into the school. The platform here is too small and inconvenient for battle. If it rains, the damp conditions." The plaster on the walls had long peeled away, revealing patches of white and gray. Rainwater flowed down the walls, following inscriptions from who knows, when creating streaks of dark. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan had already taken action, rushing into the elementary school. He was here to gather resources and find treasure chests. The elementary school, submerged in rain, appeared even more dilapidated. The plaster on the walls had long peeled away, revealing patches of white and gray. Rainwater flowed down the walls, following inscriptions from who knows, when creating streaks of dark stains. The iron gate was askew, half open and half closed. Stepping through the entrance, what greeted the eye was a cement playground pockmarked and filled with puddles. The ping-pong table was also exposed to the rain, with cracks in the cement surface from which a few thin blades of grass sprouted. The sound of the rain was loud, but the roars of the zombies could still be. Through the rain curtain, 3 or 5 shadowy figures could be vaguely seen, moving awkwardly toward them. The rain made them glisten, their tattered clothes clinging to their bodies, one of them with a head that appeared to be severed, staggering and roaring with each step. Seeing Lu Xingyuan ahead, their footsteps noticeably quickened, eagerly rushing forward. Lu Xingyuan gave them no chance to get close, continuously pulling the trigger on his weapon, mercilessly blasting them into pieces. Kicking open the door to the first classroom, a long-awaited zombie pounced at Lu Xingyuan with claws bared. Bang! Lu Xingyuan expressionlessly pulled the trigger, blasting it down. This scene was naturally witnessed by Fang Ling and the others following closely behind, leaving them all in shock. Especially Fang Ling and Lu Wei both felt a pang of regret. Lu Xingyuan was indeed so ruthless. They should not have tried to show off in front of him earlier. However, fortunately, they still had Wang Tianhua, and the president would surely not stand by idly. Forcing himself to shift his gaze away from Lu Xingyuan, Wang Tianhua took a deep breath, a flicker of elusive light flashing in his eyes. Find the treasure chest. Find supplies. Hurry, don't waste time. Lu Wei and the others quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, ever wary of Wang Tianhua, kept his grip tight on the dust-dispersing pouch. How could he not take his opponent seriously? This person controlled spatial power. It was not something easily dealt with. Moreover, this guy is strange. It feels like he's pretending to be sweet. He must have ulterior motives. The classroom was filled with a decaying, moldy odor, and it was filthy and chaotic, with desks and chairs piled messily together. Lu Xingyuan scanned the area, but found no trace of the treasure chest. Just as he was about to leave, the stacked desks and chairs suddenly collapsed, and a small-sized zombie lunged at him with incredible speed. It was a zombie transformed from a little girl, still wearing a school uniform, looking around 12 or 13 years old, but her face was no longer youthful and tender, rotting beyond recognition. Lu Xingyuan pulled the trigger, expressionless, shattering its head. After doing all this, he did not linger and hurried towards another classroom. He had to find the treasure chest before Wang Tianhua. Every classroom had at least a few zombies. Most of them were formed from students infected within the school, one of whom was a 6th grade sports committee member towering at an impressive height of around 180 centimeters, who had evolved into a second-tier strength-type zombie. Do elementary school students develop this well now? Lu Xingyuan ended it with a single shot. He remembered being a mere bean sprout in 6th grade. Stop! A figure flashed past him, and Lu Xingyuan grabbed hold of them. Have you found the treasure chest? Not yet, Fang Ling replied, her face flushed as she tried to break free, but Lu Xingyuan's grip was too strong, like a hydraulic clamp. None of you 3 found the treasure chest. That's too useless. Fang Ling's face reddened further, mainly. Lu Wei's state of dampness doubled, making him appear weak and exhausted, slowing our exploration. Lu Xingyuan scoffed. Let him show off. Activating talents is extremely draining. I overexerted myself to show off in front of Wang Tianhua just now. Plus, he just got drenched again, so he must have upgraded to damp too. But on the other hand, you and that Huang Hui are just as useless. Lu Xingyuan mocked. You 3 perfectly exemplify what it means to be more of a hindrance than a help. If I were Wang Tianhua, I would have kicked you 3 out long ago. Fang Ling clenched her fists in anger, but thinking of Lu Xingyuan's combat strength, she quickly calmed down. If you think like that, you're really underestimating him. He is a truly good person. How could someone like you understand? Lu Xingyuan suppressed the urge to laugh. Wang Tianhua, a good person, don't make your brother laugh. So, do you want to join our Tianhua club? Fang Ling suggested, surprisingly trying to recruit Lu Xingyuan. Because if that were the case, she would have contributed to the team. Wang Tianhua would surely reward her greatly, allowing her to smoothly advance to level 2, or even 3. The president said that as long as you are willing to join, you can get the serial number 0002. Naturally, 0001 was Wang Tianhua himself. 0002 is a position just below Wang Tianhua, undeniably a top-tier position. You haven't officially joined Tianhua Club yet. Lu Xingyuan's sarcastic smile deepened. You can barely be considered a reserve. Have some dignity, would you? Fang Ling broke free from Lu Xingyuan's grip. If you really want to join Tianhua Club, remember to contact me. Let me earn a referral fee. Please, I beg you. Lu Xingyuan sighed. Wang Tianhua is not a good person. Fang Ling hesitated, wanting to say more. Speak your mind. I'm the kind of person who listens to others' opinions the most. Lu Xingyuan gestured for her to continue. Fang Ling mustered her courage. You are definitely not a good person either. Smack. A slap landed directly on her face. You. Fang Ling was startled and scared, trembling like a leaf. I understand now, you are just a scoundrel. Fang Ling. Family who understands. This guy is so annoying. Confirming that Wang Tianhua and the others had not found the treasure chest, Lu Xingyuan felt relieved and headed straight for the second floor. Second floor. Wang Tianhua was already here. He was engaged in a fierce battle with a second-tier zombie. In reality, it wasn't as intense as imagined, presenting a one-sided massacre. Wang Tianhua's talent was too powerful. The second-tier zombie couldn't lay a finger on him. Behind him, Huang Hui was constantly cheering him on, while Lu Wei, now in a damp 2 state, lay weakly in a corner. Damn it, what a bunch of useless trash. Lu Xingyuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and directly entered the classroom occupied by the second-tier zombie. Wang Tianhua was instantly furious. It was my kill, and yet you benefited from it. Is there no justice? He suddenly erupted, instantly cleaving the second-tier zombie's head into several pieces. But by the time he rushed into the classroom, it was already too late. Don't worry, there's nothing inside. Lu Xingyuan shrugged. Wang Tianhua looked at him with suspicion. Are you sure? Why do I feel like something is off? You must be mistaken. Lu Xingyuan shrugged. Wang Tianhua scanned the classroom and then looked at Lu Xingyuan again. It seemed. Indeed, nothing was wrong. Just ahead is the principal's office. Wang Tianhua looked at the deep brown door with a serious expression. There are 2 third-tier zombies inside. Are you ready? It is reasonable for the principal to be a third-tier zombie. Who could the other third-tier zombie have evolved from? The door burst open with a loud crash. A female zombie dressed in a black professional outfit and wearing stockings was the first to emerge, presumably the school's English teacher. Surely at that time the principal was in the office learning English. The English teacher must have absorbed the principal's essence to successfully evolve into a third-tier zombie. Good English must be learned. Wang Tianhua immediately engaged, continuously unleashing spatial power. Unfortunately, it had minimal effect. There was no helping it. This was a fused. It possessed the strength of a strength-type zombie and the speed of a speed-type zombie, with an incredibly strong physique. Soon after, the portly principal walked out of the office. Each step was so heavy that the entire building trembled. Roar. A roar accompanied by an overwhelming stench surged forth, and the sense of oppression it brought was far greater than that of the female third. Huang Hui, who was still cheering for Wang Tianhua, turned pale, her voice trembling as she said, President, how about we run? It was too late. The third-tier zombie that had evolved from the principal charged over, slapping Wang Tianhua away. Wang Tianhua crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood frantically. Don't panic. I still have tricks up my sleeve. The situation is as grave as it appears. Everyone has witnessed the ferocity of these 2 level 3 zombies. Thus only through unity and cooperation can we break through this encirclement and seize a sliver of survival. Wang Tianhua spoke rapidly, blood coughing from his lips as they stood enveloped within a faint golden membrane. Outside, the 2 level 3 zombies, formerly Principal Wang and the English teacher, raged and shrieked, barred from crossing the barrier. This extraordinary artifact was of course forged by Wang Tianhua himself. None among those present, Lu Wei, Huang Hui, or Fang Ling, had ever before encountered such an artifact. When they saw the 2 level 3 zombies utterly thwarted by this gossamer film, their astonishment was palpable. President Wang is truly formidable, and earlier when Wang Tianhua had been brutally hurled aside, their hearts had plummeted. Surely they thought all was lost, death loomed inevitable. Yet in an instant he produced this astonishing artifact. Indeed, a true master commands depths unfathomable to mere novices, his stratagems endless and unforeseeable. What puzzled them, however, was why Wang Tianhua had extended protection to Lu Xingyuan as well, given how strained their relationship had grown. Had it been any of them, they would have left Lu Xingyuan to his fate without hesitation. The president's magnanimity knew no bounds. This breadth of heart far surpassed anything they could ever possess. Wait until we've truly surmounted this crisis before praising me as formidable. Wang Tianhua cut short Lu Wei's adulation with blunt candor. The membrane was not invincible. It would crumble like parchment once its energy waned. Lu Wei and the others instantly paled, suddenly grasping the perils still gripping them, and hastily pressed for a way forward. A flicker of barely perceptible fervor shimmered in his eyes. I acquired this treasure early in the game, and it is called the Void Demon Box. His robe, and withdrew a six-sided box. A flicker of barely perceptible fervor shimmered in his eyes. I acquired this treasure early in the game, and it is called the Void Demon Box. It wields unimaginable divine power. Once activated, it will annihilate not only level 3 zombies, but even 4th and 5th level ones without exception. Lu Wei and the others stared in awe, cautiously examining the artifact before them. Its surface gleamed a deep violet etched with arcane shifting runes, its material indeterminate, radiating an aura of profound otherworldly mystery. Lu Wei instinctively reached out to touch it, only to have his hand gently but firmly deflected by Wang Tianhua. Yet almost immediately Wang Tianhua seemed to recognize his own overreaction and offered the box to Lu Wei, instead permitting close inspection. President, what are you waiting for? Activate the box now and destroy these 2 level 3 zombies. Indeed, President Wang. You yourself said that once activated it will obliterate even 4th and 5th level zombies, without fail. Huang Hui elbowed Fong Ling aside, her gaze flashing disdain. You fool. If President Wang hasn't activated it yet, it must be because activation is no simple matter. Do you truly believe he would stand idly by while we perish? A glint of approval flickered in Wang Tianhua's eyes. Huang Hui speaks wisely. The Void Demon Box cannot be awakened so easily. It demands the combined strength of us all. Huang Hui cast a smug glance toward Fong Ling before declaring, President, tell us. What must we do to awaken it? We'll pay any price. She raised her hand, volunteering to go first. A shadow of cold calculation vanished from Wang Tianhua's eyes as swiftly as it appeared. No great cost is required. Simply place your hands upon the box and turn with sincerity and heart, and no resistance to the force it emits, and activation shall proceed smoothly. As I said, I'll go first. Still basking in praise, Huang Hui eagerly stepped ahead of Fong Ling, placing her hand upon the box, and casting a triumphant smirk at her rival. Instantly the sinister runes blazed with light, coiling upward in thick, malevolent black smoke. The runes writhed as if alive, racing up her arm and spreading across her entire body. The sight sent Lu Wei and Fong Ling recoiling in shock. Is this right? Huang Hui herself sensed something deeply amiss and tried to open her eyes. President, and Wang Tianhua interjected sharply, breathe deeply. Dizziness is expected. Have you forgotten my words? Resist nothing. Embrace this force with unwavering devotion. And Huang Hui opened her mouth to speak, but catching Fong Ling's gaze, she clamped it shut again. Moments later, the runes retracted from her body. Huang Hui collapsed limply to the ground, motionless, silent as death. Lu Wei swallowed hard. President, is she all right? And she is unharmed, merely exhausted asleep. Wang Tianhua kept his voice measured and calm. I'll return her to her train shortly, then prepare materials for her ascension, aiming to elevate her to level 3 before the next station. After all, did she not save every one of us in level 3? And Lu Wei's breath hitched. Without hesitation, he mimicked Huang Hui's gesture and placed his hand upon the box. Soon the same phenomenon unfolded upon him. But armed with Huang Hui's precedent, he remained silent, yielding wholly to the force, welcoming it, resisting nothing. Thud. Ni's body went slack, collapsing to the floor. Wang Tianhua turned to Fong Ling. Your turn. Non-nameless unease stirred within her. She glanced back at Lu Xingyuan. Senior Lu, what should I do? Lu Xingyuan, who had watched in silence, met her gaze impassively and uttered 4 words, none of my concern. Fong Ling felt a pang of wounded pride. Surely at their level such petty grudges were beneath them. Very well, then she'd defy him outright. With defiant resolve, she thrust forth her hand. Thud. And another figure lay still upon the ground. Wang Tianhua inhaled softly, then fixed his gaze upon Lu Xingyuan, extending the box with deliberate care. His voice dropped low, hushed, restrained, yet laced with quiet, irresistible allure. Come. It's your turn. Wang Tianhua had prepared a belly full of drafts, pondering how he could persuade Lu Xingyuan. Yet what he never expected was that Lu Xingyuan would cooperate so readily, directly extending his hand. Wang Tianhua had tried his best to control his inner emotions, but excitement still surged onto his face. He knew this might alert Lu Xingyuan, but it was truly beyond his control. Just as that hand was about to land on the magic box, Lu Xingyuan suddenly changed tactics, forcefully slamming Wang Tianhua's palm onto the magic box. Wang Tianhua was taken aback, instinctively wanting to retract his hand, but it was already too late. The magic box seemed to have a tremendous suction, gripping his palm tightly, not allowing him to escape. After doing all this, Lu Xingyuan thought to himself that the power rune was not as useless as he had imagined. If it weren't for the power rune granting him immense explosive power, he would have never been able to accomplish all this in such a fleeting moment. A man must be both swift and strong. Only then can miracles occur. However, he was somewhat unprepared for the fact that Wang Tianhua's methods were even more ruthless than he had imagined. He saw Wang Tianhua pull out a dagger from the side of his thigh, and without hesitation chopped off his own palm. Blood instantly gushed forth. Wang Tianhua's face contorted in agony, the veins on his forehead bulging like wriggling earthworms. The rune mark that was about to spread towards him instantly lost its target, having to retract. You bastard. Why couldn't you just be honest and become the nourishment for the magic box? Why resist so stubbornly? Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept over Lu Wei and the other three, or rather the three corpses. They had such high hopes for you as the president, thinking that loyalty would earn you their trust. But you deceived them, making them pay with their lives. Do you truly think you deserve them? They were merely sacrifices on my path to becoming strong. Once I reach the pinnacle, I will erect a monument for them. Wang Tianhua had already taken the healing potion, and the wound was no longer bleeding, though it was not so easy to reattach the severed hand. Your initial goal was to obtain this magic box, wasn't it? Pretending to be harmless and warm-hearted was merely a ploy to make them willingly offer themselves as nourishment for the magic box, right? Is my acting really that poor? That you sensed something was off from the very beginning and remained on guard against me? Actually, you acted quite well. Is my acting really that poor? That you sensed something was off from the very beginning and remained on guard against me? Actually, you acted quite well. Wang Tianhua nodded thoughtfully. It seems I should pretend to be a nice guy in the chat channel, so I can deceive more conductors and earn their deeper trust. Enough of that. Join my Tianhua association, and it'll make you the existence of number 0002, second only to me. I believe that together we can conquer the entire train world and become the greatest conductors. Lu Xingyuan nodded, okay. But before that, you need to tell me what this magic box is really for. Wang Tianhua fell silent. Don't you believe what I just said? Lu Xingyuan sighed regretfully. You keep saying you want to join forces with me, yet you have no trust in me, constantly on guard and holding back. Forget it. Wang Tianhua shook his head, his expression gradually turning cold. I've changed my mind. One great conductor is enough for me. I don't need another like you. The two seemed to share a telepathic connection and moved simultaneously. Lu Xingyuan drew his gun and fired. Bang! Wang Tianhua's palm was held loosely. Whoosh! The bullet missed its mark. In that critical moment, the space rippled, altering the bullet's trajectory, missing Wang Tianhua by a mile. The power of space is truly terrifying. Lu Xingyuan, who witnessed it all, sighed in regret. Soon after, a foul wind rose behind him. It was the English teacher. It was ready to teach Lu Xingyuan English. 10 long sharp fingers glinted coldly. Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Wang Tianhua's methods were simply too unpredictable. He had silently been teleported out of that protective membrane by the opponent. As a result, he naturally became the primary target of the two third-level zombies. Fortunately, activating the space teleportation was also a huge drain on Wang Tianhua himself. At this moment, his complexion was pale, and his chest heaved violently, clearly overextended. He grinned sinisterly at Lu Xingyuan. Enjoy yourself. After speaking, he no longer paid much attention, focusing instead on the magic box in front of him. All 10 souls have been gathered. It can finally be opened. Whether there was one more soul from Lu Xingyuan or one less was unimportant. He merely intended to eliminate Lu Xingyuan in passing. However, the opponent was not falling for it, remaining as steady as an old dog. Since that was the case, he could only give up. It's a pity that only willingly offered souls count, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Throughout this journey, he had been deceiving and acting, nearly honing his acting skills to perfection. Fortunately, the time for harvest had finally arrived. He, filled with excitement, pressed the 6 sides of the magic box in order. Then he heard a crisp crack. The magic box slowly opened and a dense black smoke surged forth, forming a bottomless black hole. Wang Tianhua inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively moving slightly away from the black hole. Gradually, it seemed like something was about to emerge from within the black hole. Wang Tianhua saw clearly that it was a black statue only the size of a fist, appearing extremely unremarkable. But he knew in his heart that this was definitely not an ordinary creation. After all, it had taken so much effort to unlock it. How could it be mundane? Finally, he saw the true form of the statue, a little person sitting in front of a computer desk, looking utterly lifeless. The little person's face was indistinguishable as male or female, but one could feel the endless resentment etched on its face. What the hell? Wang Tianhua was momentarily stunned. However, in the brief moment of distraction, the little person's statue suddenly vanished. Suddenly, Wang Tianhua felt a shiver run down his spine. He saw Lu Xingyuan sprinting toward the train station at breakneck speed. As for the 2 level 3 zombies, they seemed to have been split in half at some point, as if they were sliced open by some sharp weapon, now lying as cold corpses. His blood pressure surged instantly, causing Wang Tianhua to momentarily black out. In the next moment, a roar erupted from his throat that could make even zombies tremble in fear. Your mother. High-level extraordinary creatures are indeed much more useful than low-level ones. Lu Xingyuan suddenly understood the saying that circulates in the photography community: a larger base can crush the smaller ones. In the past, he would have been in a very awkward situation facing these two level 3 zombies. But unfortunately, he had successfully transformed the silent short dagger into purple lightning. Do you understand what it means to be a level 3 extraordinary creature? At first, the zombies that evolved from the principal and the English teacher did not understand, but they quickly caught on. Under the enhancement of the power runes, purple lightning displayed an unimaginable terrifying power. With a swift strike, the entire battle lasted only 3 seconds before it was concluded. Can we say that Wang Tianhua is foolish? He did not waste time on meaningless taunts like those stupid villains. On the contrary, he seized every second with all due caution. However, he did not expect Lu Xingyuan's combat strength to be so fierce, ending the battle in 3 seconds. He also did not anticipate that in just a moment of distraction, Lu Xingyuan would snatch the item. Did you activate automatic pickup? Lu Xingyuan had no idea what was going on. In any case, he thought that the item Wang Tianhua had put so much effort into acquiring must be valuable, so he decided to grab it first. As for fleeing after snatching it, he did not linger, nor did he ask questions or mock. Yet despite his full-speed dash, he could not outpace the control of spatial power. After several spatial shifts, the opponent caught up. Die, you bastard. Faster than the curses from his opponent were Lu Xingyuan's bullets. He turned around and fired multiple shots. The explosive flames of the shells were immense, creating a dense fiery explosion in the rain, instantly evaporating the rainwater and stirring up thick steam. But Wang Tianhua was no pushover. He was already on guard. Damn it, this dog bastard is too cunning. How could I not be prepared? In front of him the space rippled, and the explosive shell seemed to penetrate his body, detonating behind him. Immediately he gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his head and locked onto Lu Xingyuan. Spatial cutting. It was as if they were in sync. The moment he made his move, Lu Xingyuan also struck. Dust smoke bag. With a loud bang, the smoke bag exploded instantly. Thick smoke enveloped Lu Xingyuan. Wang Tianhua lost his target in an instant, and the smoke swallowed him, making him completely disoriented. His expression darkened as he repeatedly used spatial power to disperse the smoke. Despite his swift actions, Lu Xingyuan's figure still vanished from his sight. Damn! He hurriedly chased after the station. All he could see was the train's rear disappearing into the distance. 11 o'clock. The road was clear, and the train was allowed to depart. Afterward, the empty train with Lu Wei and the others also departed on its own. Wang Tianhua punched the nearby railing with all his might, his eyes fierce, as if he wanted to eat a child. Lu Xingyuan, I won't let this go with you. Dare to steal my belongings. I will definitely skin you alive. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more wronged he felt. After working so hard for so long, he ended up making someone else's wedding dress, and that someone was the one he hated the most. This isn't how it's supposed to work. When he arrived at his train, Wang Tianhua's expression changed drastically. There were several black dents on the train car, and the windows had been shattered. In his mind, he already had a picture. Lu Xingyuan, who had sprinted back to his train, pressed the departure button the moment the clock pointed to 11. While in motion, when another train passed by his, it seemed like he thought of something, opened the door, and without a hint of hesitation, began firing repeatedly. Soon a high-priced bounty from the Tianhua Association appeared in the chat channel. Anyone who can kill Lu Xingyuan can exchange his head for 100 train coins at the Tianhua Association. The moment this bounty was issued, it instantly exploded the entire chat channel. What the hell, did I read that right? 100 train coins. What the F? This is way too awesome. What exactly did Lu Xingyuan do to draw such wrath from the heavens, prompting the Tianhua Association to issue such a high-priced bounty? Brothers, this is 100 train coins. Whoever can get this bounty, let alone anything else, will at least be able to successfully level up to 5. Am I the only one curious if the Tianhua Association can actually afford this many train coins? I feel like they are just bragging. Does anyone know the inside story? What exactly happened? Why would the Tianhua Association issue such a high bounty out of the blue? I want some gossip. I want gossip too. I firmly oppose the Tianhua Association's tyrannical behavior. Lu Xingyuan, are you interested in joining my support group? As long as you join my support group, I guarantee the Tianhua Association won't dare to touch a hair on you. If Train Master Lu Xingyuan is willing to open all his collections for us to choose, our Crimson Legion can provide you. Although I don't know what exactly happened, I believe it must not be Lu Daolao's fault. Lu Daolao is a very good person. He would never do anything harmful. The Tianhua Association should reflect on themselves. After taking off her clothes and wringing out the water, Gu Wanqing hung her 3 pairs of underwear next to the warm sunstone to dry. They were warm and carried a hint of sunlight. It was time to return them to her. After drying off completely, Lu Xingyuan lay naked on the bed, closing his eyes to rest for a moment, allowing his racing heart to finally calm down. After drying off completely, Lu Xingyuan lay naked on the bed, closing his eyes to rest for a moment, allowing his racing heart to... Fortunately, he was one step ahead, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. They wouldn't be able to build such a large force without some real skills. Under the continuous effect of the warm sunstone, Lu Xingyuan's dampness quickly disappeared, leaving him completely dry and feeling incredibly refreshed. He got up and approached the control panel, where Gu Wanqing's private message was at the top. Great, she is still alive, so I can relax. Gu Wanqing, what exactly did you do to deserve such a bounty of 100 train coins? Lu Xingyuan browsed through the chat screenshots sent by her, quickly piecing together the events. 100 train coins. You really are generous. It's making me consider exchanging my head for that bounty. Lu Xingyuan did not respond, but inquired about Gu Wanqing's health. How are you? Are you feeling better? What level of humidity is it now? Gu Wanqing replied, it's still level 2 humidity. I didn't get off at the station we arrived at today. I stayed in bed and felt a bit better. She was relatively lucky, as the stop was a solitary white platform, and she encountered no danger, allowing her to comfortably rest in bed for an hour. Bring over the blanket, we'll dry it for you. Lu Xingyuan asked, and do you want to change your underwear? Yours is already dry. He then opened Kai's chat interface. The other party had long sent him a private message asking if he was okay. After a brief reply, Lu Xingyuan sent over a delicious mushroom. Help me make a mushroom soup, make it tasty. The fragrant mushroom soup was quickly prepared. Lu Xingyuan took a sniff and exclaimed, it's incredibly fragrant. Come on, drink the mushroom soup quickly. To Gu Wanqing accepted it, and soon finished sending a message. This must be made by that extraordinary leopard print girl. Is this joke still relevant? Lu Xingyuan felt both angry and amused. Despite feeling so unwell, she still remembered to make a witty remark. Besides, how would he know if Kai was wearing leopard print? He had never seen her. Reflecting on saying such things behind someone's back, he felt somewhat guilty. Sigh. If only I had watched fewer short videos in the past, I wouldn't have such ridiculous jokes stuck in my head. After sending over the dried underwear to Gu Wanqing, Lu Xingyuan started to dry the blanket for her. The blanket was already quite damp. Covering it would surely lead to a severe cold. You still haven't answered my question. How did you get involved with the Tianhua Society? A source said that you slept with someone else's wife, which is why they offered a bounty of 100 train coins for your head. Lu Xingyuan was furious. I will offer a bounty of 101 train coins for that bastard who slandered me. Oh, then just give me the 101 train coins directly. So you're the bastard, huh? Lu Xingyuan was both angry and amused. Do I look like the kind of man who would covet someone else's wife? For men like you, it's always the wives of others that seem more appealing. Kill her. Hurry up and get rid of Gu Wanqing. Damn it, she understands men too well. Lu Xingyuan briefly explained the situation. What you did is even worse than sleeping with someone else's wife. It's like this: someone spent 388,000 as a bride price, finally married a wife, and was just about to consummate the marriage, but you went ahead and stole her away before her legitimate husband even had a chance. Lu Xingyuan fell silent. They say that while words can be coarse, they can still have depth, but this was just too much. He sent the dried blanket to Gu Wanqing, and she went as the dried blanket wrapped her up like a spring roll, and she said this way she could fall asleep faster. Lu Xingyuan reminded her to wake up in an hour to change the blanket. After cooking some noodles and boiling 2 eggs, Lu Xingyuan barely filled his stomach before he began to review today's gains. First was a level 2 treasure chest taken from the space bracelet. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Wang Tianhua had not noticed. The first reward was train coins, yielding only the minimum of 3 coins. My luck isn't great today, Lu Xingyuan muttered. With the additional 3 coins, he now had a total of 18 train coins. This amount should put him far ahead of most train conductors. After all, it was clear from the chat channel that the vast majority of train conductors only had 1 train coin, and many didn't have any at all. It was quite pitiful. So even I only have 18 train coins. How could Wang Tianhua possibly offer 100 train coins? He hoped no foolish conductor would take his words seriously and develop hostility towards him. If possible, he certainly didn't want to stain his hands with too much blood from his kind. After all, in this cruel train world, everyone was struggling to survive. The treasure chest contained more than just that. There was also a case of 500 milliliters of mineral water, totaling 24. Just as he was running low on water, this was a timely replenishment. The rain outside was murky and dirty, and although many conductors were forced to take risks to quench their thirst, Lu Xingyuan had other options and didn't need to gamble with his safety. The remaining items in the treasure chest were materials needed for upgrading 100 units of wood, 100 units of metal, 20 units of glass, 10 units of rubber. This was still quite decent considering he hadn't gathered any upgrade materials in the past. In fact, the wood had been consistently depleted, and even the metal showed signs of corrosion. Thinking of this, he examined the materials needed for upgrading from level 3 to level 4, with 2,500 units metal, 2,500 units glass, 500 units rubber, 300 units simple circuit boards, 150 sets titanium alloy steel, 80 units bulletproof, glass, 30 units, train coins, 10 coins. Yes, that's right, not only had the required materials increased significantly, but new materials had also been added. Moreover, this was not even the most crucial part. The key was that upgrading actually consumed train coins. It's outrageous that the channels for obtaining train coins are so limited, and now everything requires train coins to be spent. Lu Xingyuan felt that his funds were insufficient. Rubbing his swollen temples, he set aside the upgrading matter and began to study the small figurine. Why does this thing feel so ominous, so evil? He whispered to himself, and detailed information about the item appeared before him. Just go category world oddity description, throw an appropriate amount of train coins to initiate a travel that ignores the world's rules. World oddity. Lu Xingyuan's eyelids twitched. A baseline creation, an extraordinary creation, and now a world oddity. Moreover, the most crucial part was that it had no level classification. After reading its description carefully several times, Lu Xingyuan felt he understood its meaning. So it means I can go to an extra station. In this world, the rule was that each conductor could only reach one new station in a day. However, with this world oddity, he could completely visit 2 stations in one day, gaining an additional opportunity for exploration. It looks quite impressive, but your starting capital? 20 train coins. Are you sure you're not joking with me? So the cost of just going somewhere is this heavy. Moreover, Lu Xingyuan always felt a bit ironic. The bizarre object was shaped like a small figure working tirelessly at a computer desk, and the endless resentment emanating from it was enough to prove what a hard worker it was. 996. No, it's 007. Don't you think it's absurd to send such a hard worker on a journey that can start at a moment's notice? Without enough currency, it simply couldn't be activated. Even if he had it, Lu Xingyuan was reluctant, so he could only stuff the items into his space ring. But the result? Cannot bear. The 2 items were simply not on the same dimensional level, so they couldn't fit. This has posed a significant challenge for me. Lu Xingyuan felt a bit of a headache. Such an expensive item naturally had to be kept on him. Placing it on the train was definitely unsafe. But the problem was that it couldn't fit into the space ring right now. Did that mean he had to keep it in his pocket at all times? That was barely feasible, but it wasn't safe or convenient. In the chat channel, messages quickly shifted from the exorbitant bounty to discussions about the currently difficult living conditions. After all, the high bounty had nothing to do with the vast majority of people. The bounty of 100 train coins itself was already the strongest warning of Lu Xingyuan's capabilities. This was not a game for ordinary people to meddle in. The survival crisis lay before everyone, troubling every train conductor. No one could escape it. If I had known that I shouldn't have gone down to explore at that last stop, my damp condition would not have worsened. I'm already at damp level 3. I feel like I'm seeing my great-grandmother. Is there anyone selling antipyretics? He'll buy at a high price. Oh, I'm so angry. I shouldn't have put all my medicines on the trading channel back then. Oh, I never expected the rainy season to be this troublesome. Now I'm willing to buy back my medicines at double the price. I hope the conductor who bought them at a low price contacts me quickly after seeing this message. Damn, someone listed medicines on the trading channel. How dare they price a single ibuprofen at 5 train coins? Are they crazy? Lu Xingyuan was startled and quickly clicked into the trading channel. 5 train coins wasn't impossible to afford. After all, ibuprofen was now a crucial life. However, just as he entered the trading channel, the transaction had already been completed. The listed ibuprofen was snatched up immediately. Damn it, are you all crazy? 5 train coins, such an outrageous price, and you all fight for it. Lu Xingyuan cursed. Other train conductors in the trading channel were equally shocked. It was actually snatched up. That's truly outrageous. Are you all so rich? Even if I wanted to buy it now, I couldn't scrape together 5 train coins, even if I emptied all my possessions. I really envy that guy. He was lucky enough to open a pack of ibuprofen from a treasure chest, getting a full 12 pills. He must be feeling fantastic. That guy listed it again. Damn. Now he's selling each ibuprofen for 10 train coins. He's really raising the price. 10 train coins. Lu Xingyuan felt a pang of frustration. That's really heartless. How can such a price be set? He tried to contact the seller, but unfortunately he was too late. Sorry, big shot, all the medicines I had just got bought by someone from the Tianhua Society. Why don't you try contacting them? Contact the Tianhua Society. Forget it. If Wang Tianhua finds out, won't he seize the opportunity to put on a show? Unable to buy the medicine as he wished, Lu Xingyuan could only settle for buying 2 sets of raincoats and 2 umbrellas to console himself. These items were obviously not as crucial as ibuprofen, but their prices were still high. To obtain them, Lu Xingyuan had to bargain with the seller for quite a while, and ultimately exchanged 100 units of metal, 100 units of wood, plus 2 sets of simple circuit boards. Fortunately, the raincoats and umbrellas were fairly sturdy. This way I won't get soaked every time. He found it hard to sleep, perhaps due to anxiety. Gu Wangqing's condition had not improved. The rain outside continued unceasingly, and the prices of medicines had skyrocketed along with the wood that was still degrading. Sigh. Lu Xingyuan got up and went to the 3rd carriage to check the condition of the wood, lost, throwing all the moldy wood out the window. He originally had over 800 units of wood, but after continuous decay, only about 700 units remained. It would continue to decrease tomorrow. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged in his heart. Returning to the first carriage, Xingyuan drew out the purple lightning and began to slash at the air. His marksmanship had reached an extraordinary level after a period of practical combat. However, his swordsmanship still felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. To fully unleash the power of this level 3 extraordinary creation, he felt it was necessary to practice diligently and not waste any more time. At 9 o'clock, a tired Xingyuan lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep. Well, it has come to this, I might as well sleep first. When he woke up the next day, Xingyuan felt refreshed. He opened his private messages and sent a message to Gu Wanqing asking how she was doing. Not while I feel like I have a fever, my head is hot. It seemed that the situation was truly dire. He was just babbling nonsense. At 9:30, train operation reminder, next stop, single platform, Sunset Forest, this station, white platform. He sent the station information to Gu Wanqing as usual, but this time the message sank like a stone with no response. Xingyuan's heart sank. He quickly opened the back-end messages and found that he had not received any supply transfer from Gu Wanqing. He let out a slight sigh. After all, Gu Wanqing had promised him that if she really couldn't hold on, she would transfer all supplies to him at the first opportunity. Since nothing has been transferred, I'll assume you're fine. At 10 o'clock, the train arrived at the station. A prism sphere fell. Xingyuan took a deep breath, silently prayed, then picked it up. Congratulations, you have obtained basic gene enhancement potion. Too damn. This isn't what I wanted. Xingyuan sighed. He wanted the warm sunstone. Looking at the reconfiguration device, he placed the dust smoke bag into it. In Xingyuan's palm lay a flat palm-sized silver-gray metal plate. Its edges were polished smooth and rounded, presenting a matte frosted texture overall devoid of any intricate carvings, with only a fine narrow light golden line running horizontally across the center. After reading its description, Xingyuan's eyes immediately brightened. This was far better than the dust-dispelling smoke bag. After all, the dust-dispelling smoke bag required active triggering, demanding extreme precision and timing. A moment too early or too late could render the effect unsatisfactory. However, this desperate light escape was different. It was automatically triggered. There was no need to divide his focus to time it perfectly. Moreover, it could teleport him to a safe location and eliminate any negative status effects. This was essentially a combination of blinking and purification. The only drawback was that it could only be triggered once a day, and it required the consumption of train tokens to recharge. What did that mean? Xingyuan's heart sank instantly, giving rise to an ominous premonition. Sure enough, after each activation, it required one train token to replenish its energy, allowing it to be used again the next day. Damn, this is a scam. Can I please have my dust-dispelling smoke bag back? Xingyuan much prefer to have things for free. The rain outside the window showed no signs of letting up, still pouring heavily. The forest behind the platform was shrouded in rain, appearing somewhat gloomy. Fortunately, it was a single-person platform, so there was no worry about other conductors showing up. Xingyuan put on his raincoat and stepped out of the train compartment. The large raindrops were completely blocked by the raincoat, leaving his clothes dry, so he had not yet experienced any dampness. Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the resources he had spent to exchange for this were well worth it. The path in the forest was soaked and muddy from the rain, and the soles of his shoes were already caked with a thick layer of mud, making it quite difficult to walk. Is this what they call the feeling of stepping in dog poop, eh? Without much time to ponder, a shadow flickered in front of him among the trees, and Xingyuan drew his gun and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A dense flash of fire instantly reduced a large tree to splinters. As the tree crashed to the ground, a beastly wail. That shot had hit its mark. Xingyuan's aim was quite good, a skill honed through extensive experience in battling zombies. Holding his gun, he cautiously approached, quickly getting a clear look at the shadow. It was a wild wolf with gray fur. Its eyes were fierce, its claws sharp, and its fangs menacing. Unfortunately, half of its body had already charred black from the explosive bullet, and blood was continuously oozing from its wounds. Yet even so, it remained vicious, continuously issuing threatening low growls directed at Xingyuan. Xingyuan drew his sword, and with one swift strike, he severed its head. What a waste of a fine wolf pelt. He sighed regretfully. He then collected his spoils into his spatial ring and continued forward into the forest. If he remembered correctly, wolves were pack animals. Where there was one, there would be 2, 3, or even 4. Xingyuan stowed away his explosive revolver and gripped his sword tightly. Getting a few wolf pelts would be nice. Additionally, wolf meat was a high-quality source of protein, although he had heard it wasn't particularly tasty. However, he had Kai with him, and with her cooking skills, she should be able to prepare the wolf meat deliciously. The earlier gunshot and the wolf's wail had already attracted the attention of the pack. Before Xingyuan could advance too far, several shadows sprang out from the trees. All of them were wild wolves with gray fur. They varied in size, with the largest being 5 times the size of the one he had just slain. It was The wild wolves were not one to waste words upon sighting him. They charged at Lu Xingyuan without a hint of hesitation, their growls exuding a terrifying presence. Yet Lu Xingyuan, being a seasoned veteran, stood his ground without moving an inch. Had he not been worried about making too much movement and damaging his raincoat, he would have already taken the initiative to attack. With his ears perked up listening to the howling wind, he raised his hand, swung his sword, and delivered a clean and decisive blow. As blood sprayed, a painful wail echoed. One wild wolf fell lifeless. My knife skills are still not quite refined enough. Lu Xingyuan could feel that this strike could have been executed with much greater ease. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another wild wolf lunged at him. Another strike. Another instant kill. Though Lu Xingyuan's technique was still somewhat inexperienced, the weapon in his hand was simply too sharp. A level 3 extraordinary creation, it sliced through iron like mud. The remaining wild wolves clearly recognized that Lu Xingyuan was not to be trifled with, and they immediately launched a brutal group attack. Amidst the rain, the flashes of the blades sparkled, and lightning flickered in an instant. The properties of the purple lightning had been triggered. The largest wild wolf, with deep knife wounds on its neck, felt the power of the lightning creeping through its limbs as blood dripped. Its body clearly became stiff, and its reactions noticeably slowed. Flee! Without a second thought, it decisively chose to retreat. The wind howled. The human, before it was formidable, it decided to avoid his edge for now. Lu Xingyuan drew his explosive revolver, thought for a moment, then put it away. The power of lightning was highly paralyzing, and as time passed, it would only hinder its movements further. In this way, the advantage was mine. Chase. Sure enough, Lu Xingyuan's judgment was correct. The wolf's figure gradually became clearer before him, its staggering steps clearly reaching their... It turned to look at Lu Xingyuan, letting out a reluctant whimper, and then collapsed heavily onto the muddy ground. Lu Xingyuan struck swiftly, giving it no chance. Scalding blood sprayed across his face as the wild wolf struggled briefly before falling completely silent. The storage of his spatial ring had reached its limit. He could not store it inside. 20 kilograms was simply not enough. Lu Xingyuan could only carry it back to his train compartment. So heavy. It must weigh at least 150 pounds. Unfortunately, his electric bike had run out of power long ago, and in such an environment it was difficult to ride, so it had been left in the third compartment. He didn't even know if moisture had corroded it and caused a short circuit. Anyway, Lu Xingyuan was afraid of electric shocks and didn't dare to ride it. After several trips back and forth, he finally moved all the slain wild wolves into the compartment. Fortunately, he had consumed a primary gene enhancement potion, so his physical condition was significantly stronger than average. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. What is this? Just then Lu Xingyuan made a new discovery. That familiar glow. It looked very much like a treasure chest. Approaching to clear away the branches, he indeed found a treasure chest hidden quite securely. Lu Xingyuan cursed. He almost missed it. Although it was just a level 1 treasure chest, having it was better than not having it, right? He threw the treasure chest into the compartment and looked at the ancient trees before him, stroking his chin. All these trees were high quality wood. Just one could be worth dozens of units. Now that the wood he had stored was continuously depleting, it would be wise to replenish a bit while he had the chance. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the time. It was only 1030. Just half an hour had passed, and it was still far from the departure time. He immediately transformed into a lumberjack, picked up his sword, and began hacking at the trees before him. Before long, he was panting like a dog, tongue out and breath heavy. The purple lightning was great for slaying monsters, but when it came to cutting trees, it felt somewhat ineffective. Damn, am I an idiot? Lu Xingyuan suddenly remembered the explosive revolver. Earlier with one shot he had broken a tree, so why should he struggle so hard to chop? Why not just shoot it? Bang 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 bang. The gunfire rang out continuously, and one tree after another crashed to the ground. This efficiency is simply off the charts. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. However, getting these trees into the compartment was no easy task. They would need to be trimmed a bit to fit better. At 11 o'clock, Lu Xingyuan pressed the departure button. I'm not tired, nor am I lazy. I'm just concerned about Gu Wanqing. He said this. Opening the chat interface, he found that Gu Wanqing had yet to reply to his messages. What the hell, has she gone dark? Lu Xingyuan's heart sank. He hurriedly sent a long string of messages. However, these messages seemed to have vanished into thin air with no response. It's over, it's really over. You haven't even had a chance to transfer resources to me yet. Lu Xingyuan cursed. Why are you so useless? I gave you the primary gene enhancement potion, and you still feel as weak as a dog. Ugh, even dogs are stronger than you. However, the fact that the other person's avatar was still lit indicated that she was not dead yet, which meant there was still hope. Xingyuan, weren't you quite impressive? If you were to die like this, wouldn't that make a fool of yourself? Your information-related talent is a definite divine talent in the train world with great potential. Are you really willing to just give up like this? There must be a solution. Lu Xingyuan bit his fingers, his mind racing. The treasure chest, yes, I still have a level 1 treasure chest. Maybe I could open something useful from it. Congratulations. You have received train tokens X3. That's it. Is this all that's in the treasure chest? Lu Xingyuan's eyes darkened, nearly spitting out blood. Don't make me laugh, okay? Can something useful please drop? Wait, I still have tricks up my sleeve. Lu Xingyuan suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes brightening. Have you not heard that heaven does not completely cut off people's paths? Yes, that's right, it's a spontaneous trip. 20 train tokens, is it? I've gathered them all now. It's time for a journey that can be embarked upon at a moment's notice. Lu Xingyuan gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and immediately activated the wondrous object in his hand. Instantly, the 20 train tokens transformed into a stream of light, flooding over the small figure sculpture. The small figure, which had appeared lifeless and completely drained, suddenly sprang to life, smashing the keyboard and flipping the desk, directly grabbing its bag. Wow, incredible. Lu Xingyuan stood there dumbfounded. Soon after, a prompt sounded in his ear. The spontaneous trip has begun. Train operation alert, next stop solo platform Imperial Graveyard. This stop is abandoned platform. Please prepare accordingly. What? An abandoned platform? Lu Xingyuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he wasn't mistaken, only to feel darkness clouding his vision. Where the hell has it brought me? How could an abandoned platform appear out of nowhere? This can't be right. He thought it would be a normal platform, just like any regular arrival. But it seemed he had greatly underestimated the power of this wondrous object. It takes you to special platforms. Such platforms should be unreachable by normal means, right? Lu Xingyuan felt inexplicably tense and uneasy. 5 minutes later, the train arrived at the station. A prismatic magic orb dropped. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath and picked it up. Congratulations, you have obtained Warm Sunstone. It's here. It has finally arrived. Lu Xingyuan's eyes instantly became moist. Looking at the transformation reconfiguration device, he chose to place the freshly obtained primary gene enhancement potion inside. Congratulations, you have obtained Intermediate Healing Potion. Intermediate Healing Potion category, Standard Creation Level 2. Description: consuming it can cure common ailments of the user, ineffective against severe conditions and curses. Double yellow egg. Family who understands. The unlucky one actually got a double gold this time. For Lu Xingyuan at this stage, these two items were undoubtedly golden legends. They are the most life-saving, the most immediate solutions. Ah, if only you had come earlier. I wouldn't have to spend 20 train tokens for this spontaneous trip. Looking out the window, Lu Xingyuan's heart raced. The land was already dead. Gray-white dust extended to the horizon, its surface riddled with countless circular pits, some as large as lakes, others as small as bowls, layered and densely packed like a beehive. There was no wind, no sound. Even the air seemed to have solidified for billions of years. Occasionally, twisted stone pillars stood at the edges of the pits as if melted by some force, and then cooled, maintaining a struggling posture. Surprisingly, this place was unaffected by the rainy season. Not a single drop of rain fell outside. Should I get off? Lu Xingyuan swallowed hard. A great terror spread within him. Getting off means death. Who in their right mind would choose a spontaneous trip to a place like this? Geneva refund. Lu Xingyuan truly wished he could smash the small figure sculpture in his hand. Just because you don't get off doesn't mean danger won't come looking for you. In the distance at the graveyard, a massive shadow emerged, breaking through the earth like a dragon, sending dirt flying everywhere. At first the commotion was small, but as time went on it grew louder, as if shaking the very world. Lu Xingyuan saw clearly how enormous that shadow was. The train appeared like a pencil in front of it. Moreover, for some unknown reason, he could distinctly feel a surge of excitement emanating from that shadow. At the same time, countless whispers echoed in his mind. Some were intelligible, some were not. Strange laughter, strange cries, strange sobs. He felt like his mind was about to be contaminated. Oh, a scream. Blood sprayed from 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and the mouth. Damn. Lu Xingyuan felt weak, his body swaying unsteadily. The departure from the station still followed the previous rules, requiring an hour. But it had only been less than a minute. Wait, an hour? I was just expelled from someone's backside. Fortunately, I still have tricks up my sleeve. Facing the massive shadow rushing toward him, Lu Xingyuan raised a middle finger. Immediate departure. Once activated, your train can ignore platform stop rules and depart immediately. The card instantly transformed into golden dust, settling over the entire train. The previously quiet train immediately sounded the woo-woo whistle, followed by the wheels starting to turn, racing along the dreamlike tracks that were being laid down. Immediate departure. Once activated, your train can ignore platform stop rules and depart immediately. The card instantly transformed into golden dust, settling over the entire train. Unfortunately, despite being so close, it was always left behind by the train, maintaining a certain distance. Lu Xingyuan looked through the window and finally saw the true shape of the massive shadow. It was a gigantic worm. It had a terrifyingly dreadful surface. not scales or shell, but a living mosaic made up of countless faces densely. Some had human features, eyes wide open, mouths frozen in silent screams. Some had beastly heads, bristles standing on end, fangs protruding, and many more were unrecognizable strange features from unknown creatures, all twisting and convulsing with the worm's movements. Among these faces, countless arms, thick, thin, hairy, scaled, reached out chaotically like weeds from a nightmare, fingers mindlessly scratching at the air, as if each one wanted to break free from this massive body. Ugh, Lu Xingyuan thought when it first sensed his existence. Its reaction was probably similar to his vomiting. No, wait. It has no mother. Fortunately, the darkness was finally left far behind. Familiar raindrops began to patter against the window, and the view ahead returned to a grayish scene. The rainy season, which was most detested now, brought Lu Xingyuan such peace. He looked back and saw the darkness behind gradually shrinking to a point, eventually disappearing completely. And the great terror that had been spreading deep within him also faded away. Lu Xingyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and weakly collapsed onto the floor. That was so damn thrilling. He looked again at the small figure sculpture in his hand. It had returned to its cowhorse form, sitting at the computer desk looking utterly drained. If a spontaneous trip is like this, then I would gladly remain a cow or horse for a lifetime and go nowhere. Damn, it could have been deadly, but it's just that he had a few extra tricks otherwise. Heh. What? Next time a spontaneous trip will require 50 train tokens. Lu Xingyuan angrily opened the window. Do you really believe I would throw you out? This trip cost him 20 train tokens, and yet he gained nothing. Normally going to a platform should yield some rewards, but this time he got absolutely nothing. This wondrous object in this world doesn't seem to be anything good. Lu Xingyuan sighed, grabbing a nearby hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Wait, where did this hand come from? Lu Xingyuan was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He looked at his own hands, and then at the hand he was holding. Damn, who has 3 hands as a good person? And just look at this hand, delicate and fair like jade, even resembling mutton fat. Which gentleman has such a beautiful hand? What if a hand fetishist? Surely there are such perverted existences. After all, there are foot fetishes. In any case, if perverts saw this, they would definitely marvel at it. How could such a perfect creation exist in this world? But you know, I, Lu, am a reader of spring and autumn. Therefore, instead of feeling any surprise, he felt a chill, as if he might be scared out of his wits. Don't you find it eerie? In a perfectly normal train, suddenly and inexplicably such a hand appears, and it's a woman's hand. Where the hell did this come from? Lu Xingyuan's mind raced. Soon he thought of something. The Imperial Cemetery. It must be here. Only this strange place could cause such bizarre occurrences on his train. But when did it crawl onto his train? Lu Xingyuan swallowed hard, feeling a wave of horror rise within him. In any case, this is definitely not something clean. Amen, Umitba, Jade Emperor, Great Sage, equal to Heaven Belial. In short, you better roll away. Lu Xingyuan opened the train door and kicked. Whoosh. The hand traced a beautiful arc in the air before disappearing into the vast curtain of rain. Lu Xingyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, a smile of relief appearing on his face. Scaring myself, what hand? There's nothing at all. That memory from just now was immediately deleted from his mind. Lu Xingyuan jumped up and landed directly on the bed. Then in the next moment, he fell silent. He saw that hand lying quietly on the bed, having even thoughtfully tucked itself under a small blanket. Though it was just a hand, Lu Xingyuan could still sense a hint of laziness and comfort. Tucked under a little blanket and lying on the bed must be so comfortable. Lu Xingyuan was silent. It must be an illusion. As long as I pretend not to see it, it's as if it never appeared. It must be that Gu Wanqing has put too much pressure on herself, causing problems in her mental state. I must ask her for compensation later. Lu Xingyuan quickly got up, keeping his distance from the bed. He then opened the trading window with Gu Wanqing and sent over the warm sunstone and intermediate healing potion. He continued to spam messages in the chat window, reminding her, get up, hurry, and accept it. This is the life-saving item I've worked hard to get for you. Don't you dare die. You can live if you accept it. Hurry up. Come on. At this moment, he still felt quite anxious inside. After all, what if Gu Wanqing remained unconscious from a high fever? Wouldn't all his hard work be in vain? Fortunately, perhaps his calls had some effect, as the transaction in progress prompt quickly changed to transaction completed. Gu Wanqing accepted it. That's good. Not long after, he received a message from Gu Wanqing. What the heck? Am I alive? I clearly saw my great-grandmother waving at me just now. Then in a daze after drinking the potion you gave me, I suddenly feel energetic. Brother Yuan, you're amazing. I worship you. Worship you. Originally somewhat resentful, Lu Xingyuan's mood instantly lightened upon seeing the emotional value Gu Wanqing provided. Are you sure you're feeling okay? Absolutely. I've never felt this good before. I feel like I could punch to death. No. 2 cows. Did you activate the warm sunstone? Hurry and use it, otherwise you'll be back to a damp state soon. Okay. Gu Wanqing, perhaps recovering from her illness, appeared very obedient and docile, like a well-behaved puppy. To be honest, I've already entered a damp state 3. I started having a fever since yesterday afternoon. I just didn't dare to tell you back then. I was afraid you would scold me, so I kept it from you. I thought if I sweated a bit it might get better, but I didn't expect the fever to worsen. She wasn't even sure how high her fever was. 40, 41, or perhaps even more extreme. In any case, her mind was already in a muddle. Life force was rapidly fading away. If she had waited another 10 minutes, she might have truly logged out completely. The only reason she was able to receive Lu Xingyuan's supplies at the last moment was sheer willpower. After all, she had promised that even if she died, she would transfer the supplies to contribute to Lu Xingyuan's journey. Thus, she stubbornly dragged her nearly dying body and struggled to operate. You see, at the last moment I still didn't forget you. Should I be moved? Lu Xingyuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Isn't it your fault for being weak? You clearly took the primary gene enhancement potion, yet your body is still as fragile as Lin Daiyu. Speaking of Gu Wanqing, he felt a bit embarrassed. From today on I'll start exercising, okay? 300 sit-ups every day. I aim to develop a six-pack within half a month. Following that, Gu Wanqing marveled at the warm sunstone. Is the warm sunstone really this comfortable? You're really too good at enjoying life. The sensation brought by the warm sunstone was like basking in 26-degree warm sunlight, warmth enveloping the entire body, lazy yet pleasant. Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan knew it was time to ask Gu Wanqing for compensation. This time, I've paid a hefty price for you. As he said this, he couldn't help but glance at the hand lying on the bed. Ugh, really hard to look at. Not only did I almost die at the platform, but I also emptied all my train coins. Now I'm just a broke loser, sob sob sob. It's truly pathetic. You also know that as a man, if you can't even scrape together a dime, you'll be looked down upon, and you can't even hold your head high. Lu Xingyuan specifically sent a voice message to ensure his sorrowful cries could clearly reach Gu Wanqing's ears. There were only feelings in this, no skill whatsoever. Gu Wanqing, don't say any more, let alone cry. I can give you all the coins I have. Is that not enough? Just 8 coins. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat stunned. 8 coins is quite a lot. You come to me every now and then to swindle me, and for me to have this much is already impressive, okay? Ahem, is that so? I lose so unreasonable. Fine, 8 coins for now. What do you mean for now? And don't tell me, Xingyuan, you'd already planned to hand over every future train coin you acquire. To me? Me. Did I really plan that? And didn't you? And perhaps I did. In another train, a maiden with skin as lustrous and flawless as polished jade sat barefoot, gazing at Gu Xingyuan's message, teasing laden with unmistakable implication, and her expression flickered between exasperation and amusement. And all right. So it's train coins you want. Fine, they'll give you all of them. After all, who else but an indulgent elder sister would spoil you so? Then again, if not for him, I'd likely have been eliminated long ago. And her dewy, limpid eyes lingered on Lu Xingyuan's avatar. After a long, silent moment, she stirred back to awareness and murmured softly, I wonder, does the man himself differ vastly from his photograph? She had never yearned so intensely to meet anyone. And who knows how many stations must pass before we finally lay eyes on each other. And having secured Gu Wanqing's affirmative reply, Lu Xingyuan nodded in quiet satisfaction. He then lurked silently in the chat channel for a while, gleaning no useful intelligence whatsoever. The chat feed remained unchanged: 3 perennial pleas, 4 survival supplies and 4 medical supplies and 4 upgrade materials. Yet its collective tone had grown markedly more desolate. The harrowing ordeal at the last platform had slashed the number of active users in the chat, dwindling to fewer than 60,000. The game continued escalating its intensity, relentlessly tightening the pressure. Closing the chat interface, Lu Xingyuan glanced at the bed, hesitated, then lacking the courage to lie down, drew out Zdian and began hacking at the air with fierce repetitive strokes. I train, and never before had he trained with such ferocious discipline. Nonly, when every sinew and fiber surrendered to exhaustion, did he slump against the wall, gasping raggedly. All along he'd sensed that hand watching him, though thankfully that sensation had greatly subsided, and perhaps it found his ceaseless swordplay tedious and thus withdrew its attention. If so, to hell with you. He kicked the door open, slammed it shut, an unbroken fluid motion executed with flawless precision. Yet when he turned back, the hand still reclined motionlessly upon the bed, lazier, almost languid. Lu Xingyuan, folks, it's not fun. This game is utterly unfun. Still, he'd confirmed one thing for now: the hand bore him no overt hostility, easing his tension considerably. He even leaned in close, scrutinizing it carefully. Strictly speaking, it was a woman's arm, severed cleanly at the shoulder. Not cleaved, but violently, brutally torn away. That much was evident from the ragged, irregular edge of the wound. He pressed his face near, tracing its length with meticulous clinical observation. Not a single hair. He stared fixedly at the elbow for a long while. Ordinarily, when an arm is fully extended, the elbow darkens, a consequence of stretched skin, exposed folds, thickened keratin, and melanin deposition. Yet this elbow remained pale and smooth, as tender and pristine as silken tofu. Lu Xingyuan leaned closer still, inhaling gently. And well, everyone knew he studied the spring and autumn annals. He was certainly no pervert. His intent was purely diagnostic to detect any trace of putrid decay. And none came. Only a faint, delicate floral fragrance, the subtle scent of a young woman. He concluded with near certainty that its owner was a girl, beautiful even. And sigh. And what's done is done. Time to sleep. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Lu Xingyuan reflected today had delivered too much, too fast, leaving him utterly drained body and soul. Forget all else, sleep was paramount. And he collapsed onto the bed and slipped instantly into deep, dreamless slumber. And meanwhile the hand shifted ever so slightly, tilting its angle as if studying the sleeping Lu Xingyuan before it. Dawn broke, and Lu Xingyuan awoke precisely on schedule. Knees first sight, still that arm, lying quietly before him. He blinked. Should he greet it? Better not. They weren't acquainted, and he wasn't the type to initiate conversation. And he brushed his teeth, washed his face, ate breakfast. Only then did he recall. He still possessed one vial of basic genetic enhancement serum. And so, should I use it for morphological reconfiguration, or drink it straight? Fine, I'll go with reconfiguration. And Lu Xingyuan deliberated. Ni's inventory of viable reconfiguration candidates had dwindled sharply. The blazing left-hand revolver remained under cooldown, let alone anything else previously reconfigured. Nate considered reconfiguring train coins, but they simply wouldn't fit into the interface. Perhaps I could try instant departure, and failed. And what about the treasure chest? And also failed. Lu Xingyuan nearly overturned the table in frustration. And you call yourself a chromatic HEX TECH, and yet you fail at this, in Geneva. Refund my money. Only option left: reconfigure the basic genetic enhancement serum. N930M. Train operation alert: next station multi-train platform fashion amusement park, maximum concurrent capacity 3 trains in this station is designated green. Prepare accordingly. In another multi-train platform. Yet at least only 3 trains could dock simultaneously. In truth be told, Lu Xingyuan dreaded encountering other train conductors. He was naturally introverted and deeply fearful of violence. And what if someone bullied him? And helpless, fragile, vulnerable, and whimpering softly, he forwarded the destination platform to Guwanqing. In fashion amusement park. What kind of dump is that? I've never heard of it. And useless. You know absolutely nothing when asked. Ugh, you're seriously terrible at intel gathering, aren't you? In WHOA. How did you know my talent is intelligence gathering? Ugh, you're seriously terrible at intel gathering, aren't you? In WHOA. How did you know my talent is intelligence gathering? Alright, I'll lay my cards on the table. My talent is platform intelligence. Guwanqing admitted openly. In every detail about every upcoming platform floods my mind. Hazards, treasures, hidden Easter eggs. Nothing escapes my awareness. It was precisely this ability that enabled her, despite being a lone woman, to navigate perilous terrain with uncanny grace and flourish. Flourish? Huh. You'd have been dead long ago if not for me saving your life. Oh hush, you keep bringing up rescues like it's boring. Fine, I'll marry you. But you must return those 8 train coins I gave you. After all, I'm offering myself, body and soul. That's not gratitude, that's betrayal. However, there is one point that Guwanqing got right. Constantly bringing up matters of saving lives can come off as rather tedious, giving the impression of holding a grudge for gratitude. Moreover, his act of saving Guwanqing's life was not motivated by a desire for her gratitude. He simply acted out of kindness. Additionally, having this little one around is quite amusing. This time I must make a significant impact. I will make up for the resources I failed to collect in the previous 2 stops. Brave little Gu, don't fear difficulties. Let's go. At 10 o'clock the train arrived at the station. The prismatic magic sphere fell. 3 vials of primary gene enhancement potion. Not bad. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. After all, the primary gene enhancement potion still had significant effects for him. I wonder what the maximum dosage limit is for each train conductor. Is it 5 vials? 10 vials? Lu Xingyuan recalled that he seemed to have only consumed 2. In the transformation reorganization device, the primary gene enhancement potion placed inside had now transformed into a new vial. Cell regeneration potion category, standard creation level grade 2 description, accelerates cell division and tissue repair, enabling rapid healing of moderate wounds and suturing deep wounds that expose bone, also shows significant efficacy for internal injuries. However, due to the accelerated cell division, it may slightly shorten the user's lifespan and is ineffective for missing limbs. The dark green viscous liquid gently swayed in the test tube, creating. Lu Xingyuan was very pleased with this acquisition. After all, it was also something that could save lives at a critical moment. Carefully storing it in his spatial ring, Lu Xingyuan briefly organized his belongings. Precious items like train coins were all stored in the spatial ring. The world wonder that could be set off at a moment's notice was tucked in his pocket. Although it was somewhat strange, one could not deny that it indeed played a crucial role. As for this arm, let's leave it here. Lu Xingyuan was not bold enough to carry it in his pocket. After making all preparations, Lu Xingyuan donned his raincoat and stepped outside. At this time, two train conductors were already hiding under the rain shelter on the platform. One was male and the other female. The male was around 25 or 6, looking quite ordinary. The female was in her early 20s, youthful and attractive. The train compartments they were on were 1 and 2 respectively. This meant that one of them was a level 2 train conductor. Upon seeing Lu Xingyuan's 3 train compartments, the young girl exclaimed, "Look, 3 compartments. This is a level 3 train conductor. What a big shot. Now we don't have to worry about anything." However, compared to the girl's excitement, the boy appeared somewhat displeased, muttering, "What's so great about a level 3 train conductor? It's just luck." Enhanced by the gene potion, Lu Xingyuan's hearing had become particularly sharp. Although the male conductor's voice was very soft, he dared not speak too loudly for fear of offending Lu Xingyuan. He still heard it clearly. Yet he did not pay it much mind, calmly scanning the two. "Who is the level 2 train conductor?" It's me. The girl quickly raised her hand. This surprised Lu Xingyuan somewhat. He thought it would be the boy. He didn't expect him to be so useless, unable to compete with a girl. A mere level 1 train conductor dares to speak ill of others behind their backs. You really have some lofty ambitions. "Hello, big shot. My name is Deng Jejia." The girl enthusiastically approached Lu Xingyuan, extending her fair hand. She wore a thin white shirt which had become quite wet from the rain, clinging to her skin and revealing a hint of flesh tone, while the black lace-trimmed bra underneath appeared. Such a wet and alluring appearance, combined with her beautiful face, suddenly made Lu Xingyuan understand why the boy felt so displeased. It turns out it's a case of the head being controlled by a small head. Honestly, men like this have little potential in their lives. They are hopeless. Lu Xingyuan even dared to boldly declare, "From now on I will cover all expenses for him to become a level 9 train conductor." And the reality proved that Lu Xingyuan's judgment was spot on. Seeing Deng Jejia being so enthusiastic towards Lu Xingyuan, the boy's face instantly darkened. "Jejia, he is a level 3 train conductor, a lofty big shot. How could he look down on us two little guys? Let's stick together as I suggested earlier. Some circles are not ones we can just push our way into. Besides, my talent is Berserk, capable of randomly transforming into 3 powerful beasts, a tiger, leopard, or bear, unleashing incredible strength. If any danger arises, I can definitely protect you." As he said this, his gaze kept stealing glances at Lu Xingyuan, seemingly observing his reaction. However, upon seeing that Lu Xingyuan wasn't moved at all, completely unimpressed by his powerful talent, a hint of shame and anger flashed across his face. "It's just a level 3 train conductor. What's so impressive about that? Give me a little time, and not to mention level 3. Even level 4 is completely within reach." He wasn't incapable of leveling up, he was just not taking it seriously. Just like his studies before, he didn't fail because he wasn't capable, but because he didn't give it his all. When he took it seriously, even he found himself terrifying. "Wang Ji, you shouldn't say that. If we can keep pace with the big shot, this stop will surely go very smoothly." After saying this, she looked at Lu Xingyuan with a pitiful expression, her ample chest creating a deep ravine under her deliberate squeeze. "Please, great one, we promise not to cause you any trouble." Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept over the male train conductor Wang Ji before landing on Deng Jejia's face. With a slight smile, he nodded and said, "You can follow me, but I won't take care of you." "Yay? Thank you, great one, for allowing us to act together. You don't need to worry about us. We can take care of ourselves. Just in case we come across any supplies." Deng Jejia fiddled with her fingers, speaking somewhat shyly. "Basic supplies belong to whoever collects them. Wonderful, the big shot is truly a paragon of virtue, with such strength, not to mention so warm-hearted. Moreover," Deng Jejia gently swayed her body, her face filled with shyness as she said, "And you are so handsome. You are absolutely my dream man." "Dream man, can I call you that? I feel that calling you big shot is a bit too formal, but calling you dream man feels much more friendly." Meanwhile, Wang Ji was about to grind his back teeth to dust. "Male god, can I share an umbrella with you? Just don't get too close." "Okay. Don't you think the amusement park in front of us is a bit eerie? How is it fashionable? It's all tattered and looks like a haunted amusement park. Look, male god, what is that? It seems someone is walking towards us." "Shut up." Okay." The amusement park in front of them displayed a grayish-white hue, exuding a bizarre and eerie atmosphere. It looked somewhat aged, with facilities long past their prime. Only the Ferris wheel was still creaking and struggling to turn, though the cabins hanging below were mostly dilapidated and decayed. At the entrance of the amusement park hung a rusty sign boldly inscribed, with 5 large characters, "Fashionable Amusement Park." But Lu Xingyuan felt it would be more appropriate to read it as "Zombie Amusement." The figures Deng Jejia mentioned were none other than zombies. Their numbers were quite substantial, gathering 5 or 6 dozen in just a moment. With grayish-white skin, grotesque wounds exposing ghastly white bones, pus oozing, and maggots writhing. Their hollow, vacant gazes were chilling, with their gaping, blood-filled mouths torn to the roots of their ears, fangs bared, dripping with blood. Their movements were stiff and slow, revealing an uncanny sense of distortion. Deng Jejia quickly recognized what these figures were and let out a piercing scream. "Oh, zombies. They are zombies. Wang Ji hurriedly shielded her, saying, Jejia, don't be afraid, I'm here, I will protect you. Open your eyes and look carefully, soon I will unleash my talent, one punch for each zombie, smashing them to smithereens. He rubbed his fists together, bouncing in the rain, mimicking a boxing stance, feigning ferocity as he said, Don't come any closer, if you do I won't hold back, I'm not to. Facing these chilling zombies, he naturally felt fear within. But as he thought of Deng Jejia behind him, he instantly became resolute. His fierce desire to protect a woman overwhelmed the fear in his heart, igniting a strong urge to charge forward and unleash a massacre. But the gunfire was faster than his actions. Bang! Lu Xingyuan, standing firm in the rain with the umbrella, slowly pulled the trigger, and the explosive rounds burst forth, creating a dense ball of... In an instant, several zombies were blasted to pieces. These were merely first-level zombies, quite fragile. Moreover, he wielded a second-level extraordinary weapon. Thus it was only natural to create such a spectacular scene. Wow, male god is so powerful. Deng Jejia clapped excitedly. Her eyes brimmed with admiration. However, she completely failed to notice that her actions made Wang Ji's eyes turn red. Or perhaps she was fully aware of the consequences yet. She didn't care. This guy is utterly unprincipled. He clearly did it on purpose to steal my thunder. Wang Ji could no longer hold back, letting out a roar, transforming instantly into a bear-like monster charging at the zombies before him. His original physique was already robust, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds. But after activating his talent, he became even more exaggerated, surpassing 3 meters in height and weighing an astonishing 500 pounds. His body was covered in thick, dark gray fur, his hands transformed into claws possessing unimaginable strength, sending several zombies flying with a single swat. Huh! Wang Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jejia, did you see that? This is the power of a bear. Isn't it incredible? That's right, I am this powerful. I've said long ago that the only reason I'm still a first-level train master is that I haven't taken it seriously. Once I do, those top-ranking train masters will have to bow at my feet. At this point, he suddenly became a bit shy, saying, Jejia, I actually liked you from the first moment I saw you. If I could kill all these zombies, would you be willing to give me a chance to be with you? But just before Deng Jejia could respond, Wang Ji let out a cry of pain. Because at that moment a zombie dog had appeared behind him, biting down hard on his calf. Oh! He screamed in agony, kicking the zombie dog away, his entire being plunged into a state of extreme rage. Damn it, you bunch of beasts. How dare you embarrass me in front of Jejia, I will make you pay. However, his talent was indeed powerful, but not enduring. In just a minute he returned to his original state, succumbing to a wave of intense weakness, his body swaying unsteadily in the rain. Lu Xingyuan, who originally wanted to quietly watch the performance, immediately withdrew his gaze and shook his head. A man must not only be fierce, but also... Wang Ji was neither fierce nor enduring. Such a man is truly lacking. And Lu Xingyuan's actions were precisely caught by Wang Ji's eyes. He clenched his fists, filled with immense shame and anger. What made him even more upset was that Deng Jejia rolled her eyes at his appearance. Clearly she hadn't said anything, yet it felt as if she had said everything. Second-level zombies soon appeared on the battlefield, but they posed no threat to Lu Xingyuan. He continued pulling the trigger, spewing dense flames. With several explosive rounds, the strong zombie was shattered into pieces. Deng Jejia shouted even louder. Male god, you are just too amazing. This is a second-level zombie. Just like that, you shattered it effortlessly. You are simply invincible. Then she pretended to be curious about the explosive revolver in Lu Xingyuan's hand. Male god, doesn't this gun need to be reloaded? I feel like I haven't seen you change bullets. It has such immense power and doesn't need to be reloaded. How incredible is that? Lu Xingyuan cast her a faint glance. He had no obligation to explain. Stepping over the scattered limbs, Lu Xingyuan strolled leisurely in the rain, slowly advancing towards the amusement park. Seeing this, Deng Jejia just wanted to catch up, but was pulled back by Wang Ji beside her. The latter was drenched and looked utterly miserable, his face displaying a strange grayish hue. He trembled, saying, Jejia, he doesn't take you seriously at all, why bother? You should cherish those who cherish you. Deng Jejia stood resolutely in the rain, holding a small umbrella. The raindrops still soaked her face, and a few strands of hair clung to her skin, giving her... Wang Ji was mesmerized. Jejia, you are truly stunning. But in an instant his gaze was magnetically drawn to the smooth, creamy skin at her chest. The shirt clung to her skin, revealing a hazy silhouette hinting at a faint blush. He involuntarily swallowed hard, as if an alluring fragrance wafted through the air, stirring his soul. He steeled his heart and made a bold decision. Jejia, you must see that his power relies solely on that gun he holds. Without that gun, what is he? Nothing. If I were to take that gun and give it to you, would you be willing to give me a chance to be with you? He locked eyes with Deng Jejia. I can tell you really want that powerful gun. Deng Jejia's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze instinctively darted away. What nonsense are you talking about? That gun is a treasure comparable to someone's life. How could I covet someone else's treasure? You underestimate me. Pausing, she murmured softly, but that gun is indeed quite impressive. This remark was meant for herself, not for Wang Ji. She hoped he wouldn't misunderstand. As the two hurried toward Lu Xingyuan, they found he had already fought his way to the center of the amusement park. This was precisely where the Ferris wheel stood. Zombies were continuously leaping from the cabins of the Ferris wheel, as if descending from the heavens. Unfortunately, before they could land, they were shattered in midair by Lu Xingyuan. At that moment, a cabin suddenly fell from the sky, crashing down towards Lu Xingyuan. Deng Zhejia's pupils constricted. She wanted to shout a warning, but inexplicably held back. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan's reaction was swifter than they had imagined, as if his head were equipped with radar, effortlessly dodging the falling cabin. But just as the cabin exploded, a level 3 zombie emerged from within. This zombie felt completely different from the fused zombies they had encountered before. It was smaller in size, lacking the oversized mouth typical of traditional zombies, instead possessing eerily clear eyes that seemed to pierce through to one's soul, invoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Its forehead was unusually swollen, veins bulging like tree roots, pulsating ominously. Mental zombie level 3 description: does not consume flesh, but feeds on thoughts. The brain was extraordinarily active, with dark veins throbbing beneath the surface. It remained silent, not pursuing prey, merely tilting its head to observe its target, causing intense headaches, hallucinations, or triggering memories of fear in those it gazed upon. It could emit mental pulses to control lower-level zombies. Its skull was exceptionally hard. A mental zombie. Another type they had never encountered before. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Xingyuan squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot went awry, yet the mental zombie remained still, not moving an inch. Then Lu Xingyuan felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if 1,000 needles were incessantly stabbing at his nerves. This was the attack method of the mental zombie. It fixed its gaze on its target, inducing severe headaches. The shot missed, likely due to its mental assault. Taking advantage of this, other zombies surged forward, rushing towards Lu Xingyuan. Level 1 and Level 2 zombies swarmed like a frenzied black tide. He's done for, Wang Ji exclaimed, yet showed no intention of helping. First, he was more than happy to see Lu Xingyuan perish for acting so arrogantly. Secondly, this was a level 3 zombie. If Lu Xingyuan couldn't handle it, how could he? Even if he rushed in, it would only lead to his own death. At that moment, a flash of purple lightning streaked across. Instantly, those zombies charging towards Lu Xingyuan were cleaved in half. Thud thud, they fell into the puddles, splashing water everywhere. Lu Xingyuan held a knife in one hand. The blade glimmered a dark purple, with intricate light patterns on its surface resembling countless bolts of lightning condensed together. Deng Zhejia and Wang Ji were momentarily stunned, standing frozen, their pupils reflecting the eerie brilliance of that dark purple blade. This knife was no ordinary item. The swirling purple light seemed sentient. The cold air it emitted felt capable of freezing the very air, not to mention its inherent overpowering aura. Not only men found it irresistible, but women were equally captivated. More importantly, the knife's power was truly astounding. Deng Zhejia immediately recognized that this knife was of a higher caliber than that revolver. Where on earth did he acquire so many powerful weapons? Deng Zhejia could not comprehend. Lu Xingyuan's luck seemed too incredible to be true. It was hard not to feel envious. The mental shock made it difficult for Lu Xingyuan to aim accurately at his enemies, but he still had the knife. Using a knife didn't require such precision, he just needed to slash. He bore through the intense pain in his head and lunged at the mental zombie before him. The purple lightning sliced through the rain, trailing a dark shimmer. The mental zombie's arm was instantly severed. Its mental attack faltered, granting Lu Xingyuan a moment to breathe. After all the energy expended in mental attacks was immense, it couldn't maintain continuous assaults. Just as Lu Xingyuan prepared to pursue and strike down the mental zombie, more level 1 and level 2 zombies surged forward, shielding it and providing an assist. With a swift movement, Lu Xingyuan's knife fell, instantly cleaving the level 1 and level 2 zombies into pieces. Suddenly, he halted, turning sharply to look at Deng Zhejia. Up to no good. Deng Zhejia trembled, her senses were average, but she couldn't resist the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Xingyuan. Her movements froze, and she forced a smile at Lu Xingyuan. My idol, don't misunderstand, I mean no harm, I just. Lu Xingyuan remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed on her. Deng Zhejia swallowed hard, an inexplicable chill washing over her. She couldn't finish her sentence. A flash of cold light flickered. Her arm was suddenly severed. Scalding blood spilled onto the ground, mingling with the rainwater, gradually fading. Before Deng Zhejia, there was a treasure chest shimmering with silver light. This chest appeared along with the psychic zombie, just moments ago hidden within the fallen sedan. Deng Zhejia initially thought that Lu Xingyuan's attention was entirely focused on the level 3 zombie, completely oblivious to the level 3 treasure chest, and thus considered taking advantage of the chaos. However, she never anticipated that Lu Xingyuan had already seen through everything. All the events were under his control, trying to pull a fast one in front of him. You must be incredibly foolish. After securing the treasure chest, Lu Xingyuan did not look back and rushed towards the level 3 zombie, leaving Deng Jejia and Wang Ji. A gust of wind swept by, gradually sharpening Deng Jejia's awareness. The pain in her arms surged like a tide, sending a piercing scream from her lips. Oh, pain. It was too painful. This guy was simply a devil. So brutal. So cruel. She hadn't done anything yet he wanted to sever one of her arms, utterly inhumane. The rain quickly soaked her body, chilling her to the bone. Beside her, Wang Ji hurriedly shielded her head with his hand, blocking the falling rain. But tenderness is often hurt by ruthlessness. Deng Jejia swatted his hand away. Get lost. You're useless too. If you were useful, you wouldn't have sat by and watched me get bullied. After saying this, she dashed into the rain. Wang Ji clearly saw that on her face flowed not just rainwater, but also hot tears. Because he was also crying. Yes, if I were a useful man, I wouldn't have simply watched her get bullied. Just this useless me, why should I even consider being friends with her? He did not chase after Deng Jejia, but instead headed towards Lu Xingyuan. He had to seek justice for Deng Jejia. This poor lovely girl did not deserve such treatment. Deng Jejia's predicament did not stir much in Lu Xingyuan's heart. He focused his attention on clearing the zombies. As the explosive flame revolver continuously spewed fire, the surroundings gradually quieted down. However, the piercing pain in his head quickly returned, accompanied by auditory hallucinations, laughter, curses, and cries continuously drilling into his ears. Damn, this psychic zombie is much tougher than the fuse type. Lu Xingyuan held his aching head with his left hand while gripping his knife with his right. The psychic zombie was hiding nearby. Find it, then kill it. He was currently in the carousel area. Several carousel machines had long since broken down and were decaying. The horses meant for tourists were all disfigured, resembling shattered mirrors, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Lu Xingyuan swung his blade, cutting through all the obstacles before him into fragments. Without their obstruction, he quickly spotted the psychic zombie hiding in the corner. Got you. But suddenly a sharp pain shot through his head, as if a needle as thick as a finger had plunged deep into his brain. Ugh! He uncontrollably dry-heaved, expelling several pools of translucent liquid. This pain was 100 times more intense than a migraine. In the face of this, he truly felt powerless to resist. After all, spiritual attacks were too bizarre, they were invisible and intangible. He had to endure it purely with willpower. At this moment, Lu Xingyuan could have chosen to retreat, since he had already obtained the treasure chest. But, damn it, I'm getting angry. Today I must chop you into pieces. Such an underhanded attack was bound to infuriate anyone. Bang bang bang. Lu Xingyuan kept pulling the trigger. Each bullet was wildly off to get, but that didn't mean they were without effect. After all, the explosive rounds had a radial spread with splash damage. Under such a dense barrage, how could the psychic zombie possibly escape unharmed? Its feet were charred black, continuously emitting black smoke in the rain, accompanied by a strange foul odor, the smell of burning flesh wafting through the air. The damage to its legs had stripped it of its exceptional mobility. This also gave Lu Xingyuan the opportunity to catch up to it. Die! The purple lightning in his hand struck down, drawing a streak of eerie light. Instantly, the psychic zombie before him was cleaved in two. This scene was clearly witnessed by Wang Ji, who had caught up from behind. He stood frozen in place. The brutal scene of Lu Xingyuan wielding his knife had a massive psychological impact on him. He struggled to swallow. Should I just let this go? After all, I'm also a useless man. Why bother being tough about this? 3 seconds of being a real man is enough. What are you doing here? Lu Xingyuan held his throbbing head, but the aftershocks of the mental attack still lingered, not fading quickly. I came just to run errands. Get lost quickly. Lu Xingyuan barked coldly. I'm leaving right now. Wang Ji immediately curled himself into a ball. But just then Lu Xingyuan suddenly called out to him. Wait, what about that girl? Wang Ji was taken aback. Her? I don't know either. Lu Xingyuan seemed to have thought of something, and a chilling smile appeared on his face. She wouldn't actually be that bold, would she? Inside the black 3-section train carriage, Deng Jejia looked at the pile of resources, her eyes instantly brightening like light bulbs. So many good things, so many resources, this dog thing is just too lucky. But clearly, with so many resources, that level 3 treasure chest wouldn't matter if it were. What a stingy miser. A man who isn't generous enough to women is bound to never find a wife. She quickly took out the sack she had prepared in advance and frantically rummaged through the resources in Lu Xingyuan's train. Naturally, the first priority was water and food. Next were those high-grade resources. Titanium alloy. Bulletproof glass. I've never even heard of these materials. They should sell for a good price in the trading channel. And what is this impressive item? Why does it emit such a warm glow? It must be the effect of this item. This carriage has no moisture at all, dry and comfortable, truly delightful. Unfortunately, she couldn't take it with her. As she noticed the time was about to hit 1040, Deng Jejia stopped her actions, preparing to return to her own train. It's a pity there are still so many resources I can't take with me. She could only sigh in regret. Talent wall passing. Activate. She pressed her left index and middle fingers to her forehead, and the thick train wall was quickly penetrated by her. She immediately noticed that the door of Lu Xingyuan's train had been reinforced, and attempting to break it by brute force was not a simple task. But who says it has to be done by brute force? Deng Zhejia smiled smugly. She certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to expose her talent like Wang Ji. Talent is the most crucial trump card capable of having a miraculous effect at critical moments. Just like now, if she hadn't concealed her talent, who would know that her talent could allow her to penetrate the carriage and easily enter another's train? That level 3 zombie is so powerful, it shouldn't be easy to deal with it right. Deng Zhejia felt she had enough time and could still transport more. But after thinking it over, she decided it was safer to be cautious. Just as she penetrated out of Lu Xingyuan's carriage, a hard, cold black object suddenly pressed against her. Deng Zhejia instantly froze in place. If only Deng Zhejia sincerely wished that the thing pressing against her head was warm. However, the sensation was too unfamiliar, sending a chill coursing through her heart. Indeed, he could only be considered a big boy. After all, despite his handsome face, it still bore a hint of youthful naivety. Especially those pitch-black eyes, which were as cold as deep water. Once again, she found herself swallowing hard, uncontrollably. Don't shoot. Deng Zhejia knew that the urgent task was to stabilize the other person's emotions and give herself a chance to make excuses. The moment these words were spoken, she nearly burst into tears. What in the world? How could I say such ridiculous things? Helping clean the carriage. It was simply laughable. Not to mention, he wouldn't believe her, even she couldn't convince herself. She distinctly felt the other person's finger move, a precursor to pulling the trigger. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Ji rushed over, panting heavily. Seeing this scene, he jolted, almost leaping into action. What are you doing? What are you doing? Deng Zhejia truly admired his boldness as he directly grabbed Lu Xingyuan's arm. We are all unfortunate survivors. Is it necessary to make things this tense? Lu Xingyuan, we are all unfortunate survivors. Is it necessary to make things this tense? Lu Xingyuan said lightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. We won't talk about mutual assistance. At the very least, we shouldn't harm each other, right? What exactly did she do to provoke your rage so much? Lu Xingyuan glanced at him indifferent and replied, she said she was helping me clean the carriage. In an instant, Deng Zhejia's face flushed with embarrassment. But, is it possible that she was actually helping you clean the carriage? Wang Ji replied earnestly. Deng Zhejia was at a loss. Huh, someone really believes that? Lu Xingyuan fell silent. After a long while, he finally spoke. Are you saying she stealthily entered my carriage and moved all my supplies out as a way of helping me organize it? Wang Ji finally reacted, staring blankly at Deng Zhejia. Seizing the opportunity, Deng Zhejia shielded him behind her, shrinking her neck, looking pitiable. My talent is wall-passing. I can traverse any solid object. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji also realized that Lu Xingyuan hadn't slandered her. Deng Zhejia truly was a little thief with ulterior motives. However, looking at her delicate and pretty face, he couldn't bring himself to blame her, and quickly comforted her softly. It's okay, Zhejia, I will protect you. You don't need to be afraid. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I admit it, I was just momentarily blinded by my impulses. Please forgive me if at worst. At worst, I'll bow to you. Wang Ji immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Zhejia, how can such a beautiful girl bow to someone else? It's fine, I told you, as long as I'm here, he won't dare to do anything to you. Saying this, he boldly bumped his head against the dark muzzle of the gun. Zhejia has already apologized to you. What more do you want? She was merely momentarily blinded by her impulses. Is it necessary to blow this out of proportion? Besides, didn't you catch her in time? You've suffered no losses. If you continue to cling to it like this, it seems rather unmanly. Deng Zhejia felt her unease diminish slightly as she saw Wang Ji defending her. She thought to herself, since Wang Ji was protecting her, so Lu Xingyuan wouldn't dare to do anything to her, would he? As Wang Ji's words fell, Lu Xingyuan fell silent once again. After a long while, he finally chuckled and shook his head. I was wrong. Oh, he actually admitted he was wrong. Deng Zhejia felt a surge of joy. As long as you know you were wrong, it's embarrassing to nitpick with a girl like me. Moreover, the reason I made such a mistake is all because of you. If you hadn't frightened me and prevented me from touching that treasure chest, I wouldn't have retaliated against you. Wang Ji let out a slight sigh of relief. Compared to the disjointed Deng Zhejia, Wang Ji appeared somewhat more complete, as he had gradually begun to undergo zombification. The zombie virus had already infiltrated his body after being bitten hard by a zombie dog. However, this was not the main reason for his absurd behavior. Ultimately, it was because he had been visiting the club less frequently. If you bought fewer gifts for girls and went for foot baths more often, you wouldn't be in this situation. Did the warm man behind the dog understand? With just 5 minutes left until the train's departure at 11 o'clock, did the warm man behind the dog understand? With just 5 minutes left until the train's departure at 11 o'clock, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly sprang into action, transferring the supplies from the two people's train and then dismantling their train. Gained 500 units of wood. Gained 500 units of metal. Gained 200 units of glass. The third carriage, which had been modified and upgraded into a warehouse, immediately became filled to the brim. Robbing is indeed a quick way to make money. Lu Xingyuan clicked his tongue. No wonder so many train conductors were willing to become bandits. It even made him At 11 o'clock, the train departed on time, leaving the platform. Lu Xingyuan first reorganized the supplies that Deng Zhejia had packed. He could only be thankful for his quick reaction, otherwise Deng Zhejia would have succeeded. This woman actually modified the departure time to leave early. Early departure green, 5 train coins. You can leave the current stop 10 minutes early. This means she could leave at 1050 and make a run for it. This was precisely the source of her audacious confidence. She thought that Lu Xingyuan wouldn't be able to kill that level 3 zombie so quickly and would only return closer to the departure time. By the time Lu Xingyuan returned, she had already taken her packed belongings and made a quick escape. Even if Lu Xingyuan were furious, he could only curse her a few times in the chat channel, helplessly facing the harsh reality. Little did she expect that the level 3 zombie would be so easily dispatched by Lu Xingyuan, resulting in her being caught right at the moment of her impending success. Caught red-handed, she had no room to argue. Fortunately, I brought all these valuable items with me, Lu Xingyuan sighed. Including that peculiar item he could leave at a moment's notice, which he couldn't fit into his space ring, but had always kept in his pocket. Who would have thought that a woman's awakened talent would be something as lowly as phasing through walls? It's truly hard to guard against. One could only say it was genuinely hard to guard against. So the question arises, is there any way to address this hidden danger and ensure that the resources on the train remain secure from these despicable individuals? Are you looking for a safe? Gu Wanqing immediately sent a screenshot after learning of Lu Xingyuan's plight. Basic magical safe category, extraordinary creation, level 1 description: a safe imbued with special magic containing an enormous storage space of 5 cubic meters. Items placed inside will be under absolute protection. No one can open it but you. If anyone attempts to forcibly dismantle it, an alarm will notify you immediately. Durability 300. Such an extraordinary creation exists. Lu Xingyuan's eyes brightened slightly. This safe indeed met his requirements. Not only does it boast an exaggerated durability of 300 points, but it would also notify him at the first sign of trouble. He was currently worried that if he left the train, someone might tamper with it without him knowing. If it could trigger an alarm right away, he would be able to rush back for support, leaving no opportunity for the underhanded to take advantage. However, this 5 cubic meters of space, is that what you call enormous? Give it to me. Lu Xingyuan unceremoniously reached out to Gu Wanqing. Baby wants it, baby gets it. Gu Wanqing retorted, I want it too. This thing doesn't belong to me. It turned out that it was listed by another train conductor in the trading channel for barter. Gu Wanqing merely sent him a screenshot to show. Lu Xingyuan immediately clicked into the trading channel, soon spotting the selling basic magical safe. However, the price, 30 train coins. What? Why don't you just snatch it? Lu Xingyuan attempted to haggle with the seller. But the seller was a rather arrogant individual and set up an automatic reply. If you're here to haggle, I suggest you take a right at the door. The high price of the item isn't the problem, it's your problem. Look for the reasons within yourself. 666. How pretentious. It seemed that the matter of the safe would have to be shelved for now, to be revisited later. But speaking of which, you are of no use at all. Lu Xingyuan looked at the slender white arm lying on the bed. It still looked so comfortable, so languid. This sight made him furious. A thief broke into the house, aren't you going to do something about it? In fact, it wasn't that it hadn't played a role at all. When Deng Zhejia infiltrated the carriage and rummaged around to the bed, she naturally saw this arm and was scared half to death. However, upon confirming that it was merely an arm and not a person, she breathed a slight sigh of relief, cursing, what a strange obsession, how really perverted. She did not understand and did not respect, so she chose not to take the arm with her. After briefly venting, Lu Xingyuan then focused his attention on the gains from this stop, a level 3 treasure chest. The rewards from the level 3 treasure chest would definitely not disappoint. Congratulations, you have received attack speed ribbon 1. Congratulations, you have received train coins 8. Congratulations, you have received titanium alloy steel 1. Congratulations, you have received Glock handgun 1. Congratulations, you have received universal bullets 20. Wow. As expected of a level 3 treasure chest, it really contained quite a lot. Attack speed ribbon category, extraordinary creation, level 2 description, when wrapped around your wrist, a subtle force will guide your movements, slightly increasing your attack speed. This is a crimson ribbon about 3 feet long, smooth, like satin. When wrapped around the wrist, the ends naturally hang down, gently swaying with movement, resembling a fleeting flame. It's actually an item that can increase attack speed. Lu Xingyuan's eyes brightened involuntarily. Compared to the submachine gun, the rate of fire of the Blaze revolver was naturally much. On average, it could only fire 1 bullet per second. This rate of fire was barely acceptable to Lu Xingyuan, but certainly not particularly satisfying. After all, as an excellent marksman, one must not only shoot fiercely, but also quickly. Now with this ribbon, the attack frequency should improve significantly. Wrapping the ribbon around his right hand, Lu Xingyuan could distinctly feel his arm becoming much lighter, as if there were an almost imperceptible force guiding him. Not daring to fire a gun inside the carriage, he took out the purple lightning and attempted to slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air came rapidly. It was obviously much faster. Not bad. This attack speed ribbon is a great item. As for the other rewards in the treasure chest, only this handgun is worth mentioning. The rest have long since become mundane. Glock handgun. Level 1. Category Standard Artifact. Description: an utterly ordinary Glock 17 handgun with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds. It has no magical enhancements, no special effects. Just pull the trigger, and the bullet will fly out of the barrel, capable of inflicting a certain degree of damage. To be honest, for someone like Lu Xingyuan, who possesses such a diverse array of extraordinary artifacts, a handgun that is merely a standard artifact hardly piques his interest. It doesn't even qualify to be transformed into a heavy weapon. It is purely a wasted opportunity. No matter how a standard artifact is reshaped, it remains a standard artifact, incapable of miracles. However, for other trained conductors, it is undoubtedly a treasure worth cherishing. After all, many conductors have made it this far without even a proper weapon. In the trading channel, aside from food and water, various weapons are the most sought-after items. Many young girls are willing to engage in some indescribable transactions with other conductors just to obtain a reliable weapon for their safety. Lu Xingyuan still vividly remembers how surprised he was when he first heard this news from Gu Wanqing, asking, how does this indescribable transaction work? After all, platform travel is entirely random. Even if they agreed to conduct an indescribable transaction, there's no guarantee they would meet at the next stop. Take him and Gu Wanqing, for instance. They have traveled so many stations, yet have never encountered each other even once. Isn't that simple enough? According to the demands of the benefactor, they would take photos in various poses and deeply cooperate in role-playing, fulfilling all needs until that 3-second climax arrives, completing the indescribable transaction. Gu Wanqing said so. Lu Xingyuan, I often feel out of place because I'm not perverted enough like you. Now that I have a weapon to sell, will a young and beautiful sister take the initiative to contact me for an indescribable transaction? Or should I play the role of a patient or a student? It's so hard to decide. At this moment, a private message indeed rings out. However, it is not from anyone else, but from Gu Wanqing. If it's Sister Qing, should I let her play as Avatar? Is that too much? What I want is Avatar. Gu Wanqing coming to him is certainly not for any indescribable transaction. After all, with her talent for platform intelligence, she is living a rather pleasant life. As Lu Xingyuan knows, she possesses more than 5 extraordinary artifacts. It was just the sudden arrival of the rainy season that caught her off guard, resulting in this predicament, who otherwise she would have gracefully made it through. Breaking news. Breaking news, everyone. Speak. Someone has found a way to lift the damp state. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Is it true? For most conductors, the current damp state is virtually unsolvable. Once in that state, all one can do is pray it doesn't escalate. As for lifting it, don't even think about it. They have tried countless methods, yet the results have always been disappointing. Only a very small number of conductors have by chance successfully accomplished it, but there's no way to replicate it. Yet now Gu Wanqing claims that someone has found a way to lift the damp state. If this is true, he would definitely strike it rich, reaping a massive wave of resources. After all, the damp state can be life-threatening, for survival other conductors would willingly offer all their possessions in exchange. In fact, some conductors have already shouted in the trading platform that if someone can save their life, they would be willing to give all their resources. Lu Xingyuan clearly remembers a conductor who offered an exorbitant price of 8 train coins. I am currently in a damp state 3. I am about to die. If anyone can save me, all 8 train coins will be yours. 8 train coins. Not to mention others. Even Lu Xingyuan felt tempted, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. In the end, that conductor couldn't find anyone to save him and had to go to the grave with those 8 train coins. Many felt regret over this, especially the Mutual Aid Association. If we're going to die anyway, why not donate those 8 train coins for the future of humanity? Lu Xingyuan also felt it was a pity, but he couldn't bring himself to say such shameless words. The train coins belong to them. Even if they throw them into a ditch, that is their own business and has nothing to do with you. Lu Xingyuan clicked into the chat channel where the messages were flooding in like a torrent, refreshing frantically, making it dizzying to read. It seems that the news is most likely true. Conductor Li Ling, I originally just had a try-a-tansy attitude, but unexpectedly it really worked wonders, pulling me out of the damp state. I have never felt this good before. Conductor Zhongbin, wow. It really works. My damp state has been lifted. I am back to normal. Plus I received a buff for the next 2 hours. The dampness will be completely ineffective against me. Conductor Qian Duodua, is it true? Aren't the 2 above just shills? It sounds too incredible, and I find it hard not to doubt. Conductor Su Cohen, are the people above idiots? Don't they know to check the item description? Conductors can lie, but the item description cannot. Conductor Hu Benwei, I'm willing to be this test subject. But I still need 1 train coin. Is there a kind-hearted person willing to lend me 1? I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Conductor Lin Lei, if you can't even produce 3 train coins, I think even if you miraculously pass this test, there won't be any further development. Don't waste resources, okay? Just give me the 2 train coins you have, and I will ensure they fulfill their purpose. After quickly browsing through these chat records, Lu Xingyuan felt even more astonished. This miraculous item can not only lift the damp state, but also provide a buff that protects you from dampness for 2 hours. And it only requires 3 train coins. Not to mention others, even Lu Xingyuan felt a tug of temptation. He hurriedly scrolled back up. Qianhong Laiyan. Category Extraordinary Creation. Level 1. Description: made from special chili peppers after being crafted by a certain master, it not only achieves an unparalleled flavor, but also possesses the miraculous power to dispel cold and dampness. The chili peppers in the picture are a vibrant red, as if coated with a layer of honey glaze with a glossy surface that reflects human silhouettes. Just by looking at it, the fragrant and spicy aroma penetrates the nose, making one unable to resist swallowing saliva. Although in the real world chili peppers have the effect of dispelling cold and dampness, it is a different story in the train world where one cannot generalize. If chili peppers could indeed suppress dampness, they wouldn't have only been discovered now. Moreover, the description of this item clearly proves this point. Chili peppers originally do not have such effects, but it was given this miraculous power through the hands of a mysterious master. However, it feels somewhat familiar. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his chin. At that moment, Gu Wanqing messaged him again, cursing and complaining incessantly. Their speed is too fast, I can't compete with them at all. It was snatched up the moment it was listed. She directly showcased her hand speed accumulated over 18 years of being single, but it could only be said that there are always higher mountains. In front of those true experts, she is just a novice. Even though she has the warm sunstone, which can dispel the coldness from her body. However, once she leaves the train, the dampness inevitably attaches itself to her, affecting her exploration of the platform. Furthermore, the price of Qianhong Laiyan is not expensive, only 3 train coins, which is nothing for a girl like her who wants to try everything new. What the heck, are they crazy? Do you know how much those scalpers are flipping it for? Gu Wanqing was flabbergasted. 5 train coins. Bought for 3 train coins, immediately sold for 5 train coins, earning a net profit of 2 train coins. Isn't that too easy to make? Even though a high premium was set, the price of 5 train coins was still snatched away. There was no helping it. Qianhong Laiyan was already sold out. And the buyer said that the raw materials used to make it have been exhausted. Even the creator does not know when it will be listed again. This undoubtedly adds to its scarcity, and for the sake of survival, the train masters are naturally willing to accept that high premium. One portion was even directly hiked up to 8 train coins. If I manage to buy it, I'll sell it back and directly gain 5 train coins. If I can buy 10 portions, that would be 50 train coins. If it's 100 portions, that would be 500 train coins. Oh my, I could turn into a rich lady just like that. Lu Xingyuan was left speechless. Can't we refrain from such unrealistic fantasies? You can't even grab 1, so how can you expect to grab 10 or 100? At that moment, another private message popped up. It was from Kai Kai. Lu Xingyuan then realized that the other party had sent him several messages, but he was too busy chatting with Gu Wanqing to notice. Lu Lao remembered to check the trading window in time. Trading window. Lu Xingyuan was taken aback, then clicked open. Kai had somehow initiated a trade with him, and the content of the trade was a staggering 30 train coins. This is a one-way trade. It's free. Lu Xingyuan was completely stunned. 30 train coins. Where did this girl Kai get so many train coins from? Could it be? He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, and then he noticed that there were several other trade requests, all from Kai. Train Master Kai has initiated a trade request for Qianhong Laiyan 1. Train Master Kai has initiated a trade request for Qianhong Laiyan 1. Train Master Kai has initiated a trade request for Qianhong Laiyan 1. Upon careful calculation, Kai directly offered him 10 portions of Qianhong Laiyan. Indeed, while others are scrambling to get even 1 portion of Qianhong Laiyan, Kai directly gave him 10 portions. At this point, if Lu Xingyuan still didn't react, he might as well just hit his head against the wall. So the mysterious figure referred to as a god by countless train masters is actually you. He had a premonition about this. When he saw that picture, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Isn't this just like the dishes that Kai had previously provided him? It was just that at that time he couldn't be certain. Only now, with ample evidence, could he confirm that Qianhong Laiyan indeed came from Kai. He hurriedly looked through the unread messages that Kai had sent him earlier. Lu Lao, I seem to have done something amazing. I actually cooked an extraordinary creation. Lu Lao, this dish seems to have miraculous effects. It says it can dispel coldness. Could it perhaps alleviate the dampness state? Would you like to give it a try? I can send you a portion. Are you there, Lao? Are you too busy? Am I bothering you? I just tried it, and the dampness on my body has been dispelled. It really can be used to dispel coldness. Lao, what do you think would be a good name for this dish? How about Qianhong Laiyan? If you don't say anything, he'll go ahead and decide. Dalao, I'm planning to sell the Qianhong Lai yen I cooked in the trading channel to exchange for train coins, and I will give you all the train coins I earn, okay? Not for anything else, just to repay you. Looking at the messages one by one, Lu Xingyuan felt a deep sense of shame on his face. He was too busy chatting with Gu Wanqing and completely neglected Kai Kai. Thinking of this, he decisively sent a message to Gu Wanqing, bad woman. It's all your fault, Gu Wanqing. After accepting all 30 train coins and 10 portions of Qianhong Lai yen, Lu Xingyuan finally replied to Kai Kai. Kai Kai, you are truly amazing and incredible, you are simply a god. How could you cook such a miraculous dish? It is truly incomprehensible. Compared to Lu Xingyuan's long delay in replying, Kai Kai responded instantly. Dalao, don't exaggerate like that, I'm going to feel embarrassed. Don't call me Dalao, just call me Big Brother. I feel that Dalao sounds a bit distant. Actually, I wanted to call you Big Brother for a long time. I also feel that Dalao sounds a bit distant, but I was afraid you would think I lacked boundaries. To be honest, in my heart you have always held an important position. At this point, Lu Xingyuan added. Of course, to prevent you from misunderstanding, it's not just because you can cook miraculous dishes like Qianhong Lai yen that I am trying to get close to you. You know I have always been loyal, but I only read the spring and autumn annals. Kai Kai, I have never thought about that, Lu to go. In my eyes, you have always been a sacred person, not some petty person who flatters the rich and despises the poor, climbing high and looking down on others, and ingratiating oneself with the powerful. Lu Xingyuan. With such smooth talk, are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Despite everything, Lu Xingyuan was still very curious about how Kai Kai managed to do it. According to her own words, her talent merely allowed her dishes to become more delicious. Such a talent should not possess the miraculous ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Actually, I don't know what happened. I just suddenly recalled what you Big Brother Lu once said, everyone has their own use. There are no useless talents, only useless conductors. Then in a moment of inexplicable clarity, I entered a mysterious state. That's how I effortlessly cooked the Qianhong flame. Lu Xingyuan was astonished. I have nurtured a genius. Wow, truly I am impressive, incredible. So will you be able to cook other dishes with special effects in the future? I think I can, yes. Kai Kai, my sister. Moi, I suddenly want to call you that. And I even want to hug you, touch you. Big Brother Lu, saying that makes my heart race. That's right, that's just the little deer in your heart fluttering around. Lu Xingyuan remembered something and asked, has anyone added you as a friend? Yes, a lot of them all over the place. Kai Kai was experiencing the feeling of being a celebrity. Previously, she was just an unnoticed, transparent figure. In her friend list, apart from Lu Xingyuan, no one else wanted to add her as a friend. They're not good people, only you Big Brother Lu are a good person. Lu Xingyuan said seriously, so. Just clear them out, don't pay any attention to them. Alright, I'll listen to Big Brother Lu. Good girl, come here, Big Brother Lu has a good thing for you. Lu Xingyuan took out the Glock pistol. Initially, he intended to throw it into the trading channel to sell for money. But now he changed his mind. I got this from a level 3 treasure chest, and the first person I thought of was you. I thought you might need it. Big Brother Lu. Kai Kai sent a voice message, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Could you not be so nice to me? You're making me all emotional. Dame, so the emotional you're referring to is about shedding tears, right? You're easily misunderstood with this kind of behavior. Big Brother Lu, can I ask you about what's happening in society now? Ahem. Lu Xingyuan coughed awkwardly a couple of times. About her, she's just an ordinary strawberry girl. Oh. After wrapping up the chat with Kai Kai, Lu Xingyuan seamlessly transitioned to chatting with Gu Wanqing. Call me Brother Yuan. Are you sick? Lu Xingyuan directly sent a family photo of the Qianhong flame. 10 servings of Qianhong flame, which looked incredibly tempting. Brother Yuan. Voice cracking. You're arrogant. And then humble, thinking about it makes one laugh. Lu Xingyuan ruthlessly mocked her. Where did you get this? Gu Wanqing, being the top student who won the 3 Good Student Award every year, immediately caught on. It wouldn't be that ordinary leopard print girl. Ahem. Lu Xingyuan immediately sent Kai Kai a private message. Do you wear leopard print? Kai Kai, do you like leopard print? Lu Xingyuan, I guess I do. Kai Kai, well, then I should wear it, right? Confirming there were no rumors about her, Lu Xingyuan felt a bit relieved. Who allowed you to talk about my good sister like that? Oh, now she is a good sister. Gu Wanqing retorted without holding back. You're arrogant, and then humble. Oh, thinking about it makes one laugh. However, as much as I mock, I also understand Kai Kai's importance, so I quickly urged Lu Xingyuan to win her over. If she can cook such miraculous dishes, she must be able to cook other special dishes too. Hurry and flatter her, use all your strength to make her comfortable, and don't let her fall into someone else's hands. She directly sent over several screenshots. They were invitations from various groups like the Tianhua Association trying to recruit Kai Kai. Conductor Kai Kai, someone as remarkable as you should join my mutual aid society. We will offer you the best conditions and provide full support for your travels. My Tianhua Association is willing to offer you a high salary of 50 train coins per month and will immediately provide you with 3 powerful, extraordinary items. As long as you're willing to join, the above promises will be fulfilled immediately. Kai, you're a girl too. You know how hard and challenging it is for girls in the train world. Rather than trusting those rotten men, it's better to band together with your sisters for warmth. Only women can help women in this world. Only women can empathize with women. The incentives offered by various factions were incredibly generous. Compared to them, the Glock pistol Lu Xingyuan gave to Kai was simply a joke. Lu Xingyuan felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. But apart from the explosive flame revolver, purple lightning power rune escape, from despair attack speed ribbon, and space bracelet, he couldn't find any decent item. Sigh. To put it bluntly, he was still too poor. Kai, don't worry, wait for me. Once I manage to get some decent extraordinary items, I will definitely get them for you. By then I will ensure that everything you wear, even your underwear, will be extraordinary. Facing the grand vision painted by Lu Xingyuan, Kai gladly chose to accept it. Thank you, big brother Lu, but you must remember it has to be leopard print. No problem. After pondering, he even felt that calling him big brother Lu was no longer enough to express their closeness. From now on, just call me little brother. Ugh. Gu Wanqing gagged violently a couple of times. Little brother Lu, can you not be so lewd? She agreed, and it has nothing to do with you. Lu Xingyuan rolled his eyes. At that moment, Gu Wanqing sent a voice message. Click to listen. It was a voice that couldn't be any more cloying. Little brother Lu. Lu Xingyuan suddenly shivered, feeling utterly unwell. Gu Wanqing clearly had ulterior motives. Since I called you little brother Lu, could you send me a serving of Qianhong flame? I knew you were up to no good. Lu Xingyuan wasn't the kind of stingy person. Even though you're just a useless one compared to Kai, who is incredibly strong now, who says I'm not a good person. He directly sent 2 servings over. Gu Wanqing accepted them, but still needed to defend herself. My talent is actually really impressive, okay? If you can ensure that every stop you take is a stop I've been to, I can take you flying. Just because Kai is strong now, you can't throw me in the trash. You used to call her little sweetie, and now she's become Lady Bull. Lu Xingyuan smiled without saying a word. Gu Wanqing was undeniably strong. Although the current version was dominated by Kai, it did not negate the assistance Gu Wanqing had provided. In short, whether it was Gu Wanqing or Kai, they were both important allies of his. One is the strawberry girl, and the other is the leopard print girl. Yes, that's right, just like that. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan received a private message from an unfamiliar train chief. Upon closer inspection, it was the same train chief who had previously sold safes and boasted excessively. I heard you still have Qianhong Liyan. Who told him? The first person that came to Lu Xingyuan's mind was Gu Wanqing. Such a cunning move was too much like her style. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but smirk, arrogantly typing 3 words on the screen. So what? He still remembered how arrogant the other party had been back, then how completely self-righteous. Wanna buy the safe in my hands? You better bow your head and be humble. If you're a dragon, you must coil up. If you're a tiger, you must lie down. But now the situation had reversed. It was you who needed me to buy something. Lu Xingyuan candidly admitted that he was indeed such a petty person. He thrived on grudges. Whatever treatment I receive from you, I will repay in kind. The Qianhong Liyan in the market had long been sold out. Even Kai had very little left. According to her, she had reserved 5 for herself, and instead left 10 for her little brother Lu. That means among all the survivors, he had the most Qianhong Liyan. The other party had no choice but to plead with him. I want a portion of Qianhong Liyan. The other party got straight to the point, saying, they'll give you 5 train coins. That's already a lot. I advise you not to be so ungrateful and to take what you can get. Huh. Lu Xingyuan nearly laughed out loud at the other party's words. Dude, are you in a hurry to buy, or am I in a hurry to sell? Please clarify who is truly in the weaker position. Lu Xingyuan chose to ignore him, leaving him hanging. After all, he wasn't in a hurry, it was the other party who was anxious. Sure enough, seeing that he remained silent, the other party panicked. Bastard. What do you mean? Is 5 train coins not enough to fill your stomach? 6 coins. 6 train coins is my bottom line. I advise you not to be ungrateful. His willingness to raise the price meant he was indeed desperate. In that case, Lu Xingyuan felt even less fear. I can sell you Qianhong Liyan, but the price is 100 train coins. 100 train coins. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you go rob someone? Isn't that what I'm doing? The other party was clearly a smart individual and quickly understood Lu Xingyuan's true intentions. You want this magical safe in my hands, right? I can trade with you. You give me Qianhong Liyan in exchange plus 10 train coins. What do you mean? Don't you want this safe anymore? To be honest, the safe is merely a luxury for me, but it's nice to have, but if I don't, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, if you don't have this Qianhong Liyan, can you survive tonight? I've heard that you've already entered dampness level 3. At this point, you probably have very little time left, and the feeling of rapidly losing vitality must be unpleasant, right? Lu Xingyuan obviously was unaware of the other party's situation and had no idea whether they had entered dampness level 3. He was completely gambling. The other party's urgency was understandable. Even offering to trade such a precious item as the safe only indicated one thing. dampness level 3. It can only be said that Lu Xingyuan was right in his gamble. Originally, he had only been affected by dampness level 1. Because of this, he was not particularly concerned about the Qianhong Liyan. However, who could have imagined that the situation would suddenly take a turn for the worse? 3 minutes later, his status updated to dampness level 2. 5 minutes later, the status further updated to dampness level 3. Now he was truly panicked. He could distinctly feel his vitality rapidly draining, and his body was being hollowed out step by step. This feeling was truly unpleasant. It was precisely for this reason that he was impatient to obtain Qianhong Liyan, continuously seeking to purchase it in the chat channel. Until a train chief named Gu Wanqing proactively approached him, indicating that she knew who had it. Lu Xingyuan. He clearly remembered that this guy had contacted him before wanting to obtain that safe. Since that was the case, he had a high chance of obtaining Qianhong Liyan. After all, the other party needed something from him. He was just a bit too overly optimistic, just as Lu Xingyuan had said the safe was merely a luxury item, something that could be had or not, but couldn't save one's life. It couldn't be compared to Qianhong Liyan. It was he who needed something from others, not Lu Xingyuan. At the very least, he definitely did not have the qualifications to act arrogantly in front of Lu Xingyuan. You name a price. He suppressed the anger in his heart. The safe plus 10 train coins. You can go die. And who could guarantee that you weren't lying? What if you don't even have Qianhong Liyan? Before he could finish his words, Lu Xingyuan sent a picture. 8 bright red Qianhong Liyan were stacked together, dazzling and mesmerizing, leaving him utterly stunned. So many. However, he still pretended to be aloof and ended the conversation with Lu Xingyuan. He then posted a high price to purchase Qianhong Liyan in the chat channel. He didn't believe that only Lu Xingyuan had it in this world. He even directly contacted the original seller Kai Kai. But, why did she block me? I don't think I offended her. Damn, it's Lu Xingyuan. He's the one pulling strings behind the scenes. In the end, even though he offered a high price of 10 train coins, he still couldn't purchase a portion of Qianhong Liyan. After all, who would be willing to part with such a life-saving crucial item for just 10 train coins? 10 train coins isn't a small amount, but one must have a life to spend it right. And the rapidly depleting vitality made his complexion increasingly pale, like a corpse that had been soaked in water for too long. In the end, he compromised. Here, just take it. I've changed my mind. You? The safe plus 12 train coins. Damn your ancestors. He pounded the control panel with his fist, venting the chaotic anger within. How he wished to refuse Lu Xingyuan's exploitation boldly, but unfortunately, he was a coward. Here, just take it. A heart continuously bled. Had he known this would happen, he should have agreed to his request the first time. As soon as the magic insurance box was in hand, a prompt appeared before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. After placement, should it still be able to undergo transformation and reorganization? Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin. Subsequently, he placed the insurance box in the first carriage. Soon a wooden box-style insurance box appeared beside the control panel. It was not particularly luxurious, rather it had an ancient and unremarkable look. Lu Xingyuan could clearly sense the faint magical power emanating from it. It was precisely due to this layer of magical power that it could possess a durability of up to 300 points. Lu Xingyuan opened it, revealing a separate space of about 5 cubic meters, enough to store a considerable amount of resources. He quickly stuffed the titanium, alloy steel, and bulletproof glass, these high-grade upgrade materials, inside. Both of these materials were scarce in the trading channel, and once listed they would be snatched up immediately. There was no choice. Both titanium, alloy steel, and bulletproof glass were too rare. Level 1 treasure chests simply couldn't be opened, and level 2 treasure chests had only a minuscule probability. Only from level 3 treasure chests was there a greater chance of obtaining them. However, level 3 treasure chests were quite rare. Among so many conductors, those who had opened a level 3 treasure chest would definitely not exceed 100. It was precisely because of this that the scarcity of titanium, alloy steel, and bulletproof glass was further exacerbated. Various factions were secretly competing, all wanting to be the first conductor to upgrade to level 4, thus offering extremely high prices to purchase these two materials. The price is negotiable, and the trade is valid for a long time. I should now be the conductor with the most of these two materials among all the conductors, right? One could only say that the Prism Magic Ball played a significant role. Lu Xingyuan immediately checked his current upgrade progress with 30002-500, metal 2700-500, glass 900500, rubber 275300, simple circuit board 11150, titanium, alloy steel 980, bulletproof, glass 730, train coins 4310. The most basic 3 materials were already gathered. Now, what was lacking were rubber, simple circuit boards, titanium, alloy steel, and bulletproof glass. Among these 4 materials, only rubber was slightly easier to come by. The other 3 were far from sufficient. At this rate, when will I be able to upgrade to level 4? Lu Xingyuan felt somewhat disheartened. After all, only by upgrading to level 4 could he unlock new HEX TECH, bringing him comprehensive enhancements. I hope the upcoming stations will allow me to collect more upgrade materials. The next day, at 9:30, train operation prompt upcoming stop multi-person platform Wangjia Village. This station can accommodate 2 trains simultaneously. This station is white platform. Please be prepared. The white platform. Lu Xingyuan twitched his lips. It seemed that his luck wasn't very good today. Wangjia Village. I've never been there. Gu Wanqing couldn't provide much information to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan didn't feel discouraged. After all being just a white platform, it was unlikely to hide any surprises. At 10 o'clock the train began to slow down steadily, coming to a stop at the platform. A prism magic ball fell down. He picked it up. Congratulations, you have obtained simple circuit board 30. Not bad. Lu Xingyuan's mood improved a little. Although the gains at the platform might not be satisfactory, he was glad to have the prism magic ball to make up for it. He chose to transform and reorganize the basic magic insurance box. A burst of bright light flashed, and the ancient insurance box immediately transformed into a sunflower. Storage sunflower category extraordinary creation level 2 description a sunflower that always faces its master. Beneath the flower plate is a dimensional stomach sac with a volume of about 20 cubic meters. The master can reach into the flower center at any time to retrieve stored items. Besides that, any creature attempting to approach or touch it will be instantly devoured by the giant mouth that splits open beneath the flower plate. Turning passiveness into initiative. Although the previous insurance box had 300 points of durability, it could only passively endure attacks. However, this storage sunflower can launch fierce attacks against any creature with ill intentions, which truly suits Lu Xingyuan's taste. It should impart the strictest punishment to those illegal intruders. Purely defensive does not align with his style. The sunflower gently rubbed against Lu Xingyuan's hand, showing its sentience. Show me your ferocity. The sunflower understood, and its form instantly expanded dozens of times. The bright yellow petals turned dark, and the flower's center sprouted sharp fangs that glimmered coldly, sending chills down one's spine. Let alone conductors, even if a zombie broke into the carriage, it could be devoured in one bite. Awesome. The sunflower returned to its original state, and Lu Xingyuan patted its head before stepping off the train. The rainy season continued with the dark sky pouring down dense raindrops, filling the air with a sense of dampness. Even with a raincoat, Lu Xingyuan found himself soaked in an instant. Although he stored most of the Qianhong flame into the sunflower, he reserved 2 portions in the spatial bracelet for emergencies. However, it was only a state of dampness 1, so there was no need to waste this precious Qianhong flame. Limited by the scarcity of raw materials, even Kai Kai could not produce any more at this stage. Before Lu Xingyuan lay a small village shrouded in a curtain of rain, evoking the ambience of a Jiangnan water town with dozens of households neatly arranged. Lu Xingyuan quickly shifted his gaze to the unfamiliar conductor before him. The other was a young man in his 20s wearing glasses resembling a walking corpse with a dull and hollow gaze. His train, consisting of only 1 carriage, could only be described as tragic, with a dilapidated carriage bearing several large holes stained with dark red blood that rainwater could not wash away, and some wheels were even missing. Lu Xingyuan fell silent. Wasn't this guy in a terrible situation? Even he, with his cold and unfeeling demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. How many hardships had this person endured to reach this point? With that thought, Lu Xingyuan took out a piece of bread and tossed it over. The other fumbled to catch the piece of bread, tearing it open and devouring it ravenously. However, halfway through he couldn't hold back and tears streamed down his face. At first it was just a quiet sob, but later it turned into a wail. Thank you, big guy. Thank you for allowing me to fill my stomach before I died. My train's durability is less than 20 points left. When the next journey begins, those monsters chasing after me will surely bring it down to 0, which means I will completely end the game. Wait, what did you say? A monster chasing you? Are you saying that during the journey of your train monsters will chase you? Lu Xingyuan's expression turned serious. What is this nonsense? Why has he never encountered such strange occurrences? More importantly, he had never heard any other train conductor mention it. The train conductor in front of him gave a wry smile. Yes, that's right, such unfortunate events only happen to me. As for the reason, I think it might be because of this. He pulled out a black crystal. The crystal was the size of a fist, covered in bizarre patterns that flickered in and out. The moment it was taken out, even Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a jolt of, what is this? I don't know either. The train conductor continued to smile bitterly. All I know is that ever since I got it, nightmares began. Monsters like a torrent pursued him relentlessly. They were even more ferocious than the monsters at the station. For other train conductors, the train is a safe haven while the station is a danger zone, but for him everything was reversed. Before he obtained this crystal, such strange events had never. It's only been 3 days since I got it. 3 days, and it has tormented me to this state of being neither human nor ghost. When he spoke of his difficulties, he couldn't help but break down in tears. The manner in which he obtained it was quite bizarre. At that time, he, like today, arrived at a 2-person station. Curiously, even though it was already past 10 o'clock, he saw no sign of another train. He didn't think much of it after all. The station announcement only stated that it could accommodate 2 trains at most, which didn't mean there had to be 2 trains stopping. Just as he was about to explore the station, a train emerged from the mist. The sight of that train felt just as tragic to him as Lu Xingyuan seeing his own train, utterly horrifying. The walls of the train carriage were long gone. The thin sheet of metal beneath his feet was riddled with holes. Dark red blood crisscrossed unintentionally, composing a chilling tableau. The first thing he saw was that pristine white skeleton. Do you know what my first impression was? Freshly minted. That's right, freshly minted. It was as if this skeleton had been a living person just seconds ago. But in those seconds it had been completely devoured, not even a shred of flesh left between the bones. He still remembered how he nearly had a heart attack at that moment, hurriedly hiding in his own carriage, not daring to explore the station. That platform was blue. Surely it had abundant resources, but I was so scared that I was paralyzed, unable to move, and could only shiver in my carriage. However, as time passed, he noticed that the train seemed to be undisturbed, and he mustered the courage to approach it. You could have quite the guts. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but glance at him. The latter smiled wryly. I don't know what I was thinking back then. The prompt informed him that the train conductor was dead. This was an unclaimed train, and he could transfer resources and disassemble the train, which excited him, prompting him to board and start scavenging. 3 train tokens. He found 3 train tokens. He remembered it clearly. At that time I thought there must be more good stuff. Then he found this crystal, a crystal that exuded an aura of strangeness. At that moment a voice inside me told me not to touch it, but I couldn't follow that inner voice. The nightmare unfolded at that moment. After the train departed, he heard a thunderous roar like a landslide. He initially thought it was a mudslide until the attacks from the monsters came, causing the train's durability to drop, and only then did he realize something was wrong. At the end of the carriage, looking through the window, he saw countless monsters on the tracks behind him, densely packed into a frenzied, surging black river, each one more ferocious than the last, continuously launching violent attacks towards him. The window shattered, the carriage caved in, and he himself was unfortunately injured. If it weren't for the train's speed being fast enough, he would have already met his end. However, given the current situation, meeting his end was just a matter of time. He had asked in the chat channel, but the results he learned left him in despair. He was the only one experiencing such events. It wasn't until the next day that he finally realized that everything had begun with this crystal. It was after obtaining it that the bizarre monster attacks occurred. Thus he chose to discard it at the first opportunity. He threw it directly into the endless tracks. Are these monsters after it, right? Here you go. But the crystal he threw out reappeared in his hand the next second without warning. No matter what method he used, whether burning, hammering, or trading it away, he could not completely abandon it. It was like a devil's curse entwining him. Only at the moment of death could he find release. After understanding the full story, Lu Xingyuan fell silent. In that case, this crystal seemed more like a curse. Is there any way to avoid it? Yes. As long as you don't touch it, it won't latch onto you. The train conductor said. I couldn't resist that moment, which is what plunged me into this endless abyss. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Xingyuan with a glimmer of hope in his eyes mixed with disdain for this dreadful world. Boss, could you do me a favor? Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He probably already knew what the other party wanted to do. I don't want to end up like that person, don't want to be devoured by those monsters, so please give me a swift end, allow me to find peace. As he spoke, he suddenly knelt down before Lu Xingyuan. He had felt the malice of this world, but he refused to submit. Damn this world. Do you want me to be devoured by monsters? I won't grant your wish. He had already steeled himself for suicide. But if possible, he would prefer to die at someone else's hands, as that might be quicker. After a brief silence, Lu Xingyuan nodded. All right. How could he not fulfill a desperate person's final request? Thank you so much. The train conductor's face revealed a relieved smile devoid of any fear of death, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from it. Remember, after I die, never go near it. Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet pierced his brow, exploding in a burst of flames and turning him into a pile of flesh. That ominous crystal remained intact, slowly rolling to Lu Xingyuan's feet. The resources at Wangjia village station were limited. Lu Xingyuan scavenged for nearly half an hour and gathered a considerable amount. In total, he obtained some supplies needed for survival, along with 1 unit of circuit board, 3 units of rubber, and several units of wood, metal, and glass. The train of the cursed conductor remained stationary. Lu Xingyuan pondered for a moment. Even the tiniest morsel was still sustenance. He decided to disassemble the train, which yielded a significant amount of resources. Although the train was in tatters, its foundation still stood strong. After completing this, Lu Xingyuan hurried back onto the train to avoid worsening the damp conditions. He took off his raincoat and hung it on the hook by the door. The warmth radiating from the warm stone quickly dispelled the chill that clung to his body. It was 10:50 with 10 more minutes until departure. He decided to wait patiently and lay down on the bed. This station had neither danger nor treasure, which was somewhat disappointing, to be honest. Perhaps such a station would be a paradise for other conductors, but for him, who possessed several extraordinary artifacts, it was undoubtedly a torment, a waste. I wish for higher-level stations, preferably purple or golden ones. The highest-level station he had visited so far was merely blue. Of course, the abandoned stations like the Imperial Cemetery didn't count. With this thought, Lu Xingyuan glanced at the pristine white arms still lying on the bed. To his horror, he nearly panicked when he saw the cursed crystal that had driven the conductor to despair had somehow appeared on the bed. What the hell? What's going on? I clearly did not touch it. Lu Xingyuan was at a loss. He was not the type of conductor who sought adventure. In this perilous world of trains, adventure would only lead to a quicker demise. Steady and cautious was the wisest choice. Thus, he had no intention of approaching the cursed crystal. There was already a strange arm on the train. If another cursed crystal came along, how could he continue to function? Even though the cursed crystal rolled to his feet, signaling its presence, he had no intention of getting closer. Instead, he stepped back thinking, "Stay away from me, you cursed crystal." But now it was inexplicably right there in the carriage. Is there no law? Is there no justice? I didn't even touch it. Wait. Lu Xingyuan suddenly thought of a possibility and turned sharply to the white arm. Did you do this? What? Are you a dog? Last time someone sneaked into my carriage, you didn't react. Now you're bringing trouble to me. I swear I'll end you. Fuming, Lu Xingyuan jumped onto the bed, straddling the arm and gripping the wrist tightly. After venting his frustration, he had to face the harsh reality. That is, this curse had now entangled him. The moment the train set off, a relentless wave of monsters would begin to hunt him down. Thinking of this, a helpless smile crept onto his face. It turned out that when a person is speechless, they can indeed laugh out of anger. 11 o'clock. The train signaled that it could depart, but he had modified the delayed departure system, allowing him to choose whether to leave or continue waiting. After some consideration, Lu Xingyuan decided not to dwell on it. It was merely a matter of facing the situation sooner or later. The train started, the whistle blowing as the wheels began to turn, quickly surpassing a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. As he entered the third carriage, Lu Xingyuan clearly saw the black tide of monsters behind him through the glass. It was an army composed of countless creatures, dense and innumerable. Among them were zombies, beasts, goblins, werewolves, and vampires. Many of these monsters were ones that Lu Xingyuan did not recognize at all. Fortunately, they were not as invincible as he had imagined. At least the zombies he had frequently encountered were not above level 3. Lu Xingyuan pondered, could it be that because my train is only level 3, the monsters chasing me are also limited to a maximum level of 3? If that's the case, perhaps I could defeat them. However, before he could make a move, the monsters had already launched a fierce assault. He saw a goblin hurling a spear. The spear sliced through the air, accurately piercing the carriage and instantly creating a large hole. In any case, he intended to blow these pests to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. In the dim rain, dense bursts of fire. He shattered the window again, but it didn't matter. He had modified the auto-repair function. At worst, he would just spend a bit more train currency. In any case, he intended to blow these pests to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. In the dim rain, dense bursts of fire erupted. The monsters pursuing from behind were continuously blown to smithereens. The explosive left revolver was incredibly powerful, not only delivering massive damage, but also causing splash damage. Each bullet fired could undoubtedly claim the lives of 6 or 7 monsters. Among the monsters chasing him, level 1 creatures made up the vast majority, followed by level 2, while the quantity of level 3 monsters was not particularly high. However, due to the sheer number of monsters, even the lower proportion of level 3 creatures could not be underestimated. Lu Xingyuan kept pulling the trigger, never having enjoyed killing enemies as much as he did now. Watching the monsters drop one by one, he felt a sense of joy reminiscent of hitting 999 damage in a web game. Of course, it was also thanks to his explosive left revolver possessing the infinite firepower trait. Otherwise, with such a high frequency of fire, his magazine would have been empty long ago. In fact, it was also the first time his hands felt numb. The powerful recoil of the explosive left revolver was continuously jarring his arms. Luckily, his body had been reinforced with genetic agents, so he could barely withstand it. However, these monsters were not simply sitting targets. Another round of fierce counterattacks ensued, with rocks thrown by strength-type zombies, spears hurled by goblins, and light waves spat by vampires. These attacks bombarded the carriage like a torrential rain, causing it to twist and deform under the strain. Auto-repair fixed this for me. Deducting train currency. Deducting materials. The carriage quickly returned to its original state. Before long. Auto-repair. Damn it. My currency, my supplies. I swear I'll blow you rotten bastards up. Seeing his train currency dwindling, Lu Xingyuan's eyes turned entirely red. Damn you. 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 The rain continued to pour. However, the number of monsters chasing behind the train was steadily decreasing. Initially, they surged like a black tide, but as flames erupted continuously, the mass of darkness began to shrink until it could finally be counted with the naked eye. There were fewer than 1,000 left. They were not an endless stream of foes. As long as the firepower was sufficient, they could be completely eradicated. But the only one truly capable of achieving this condition was probably Lu Xingyuan. No other trained conductor could accomplish what he did. Firstly, he possessed an incredibly powerful weapon with unlimited firepower. Secondly, he had a self-repairing modification. Both of these conditions were indispensable. After quickly munching on a hot spring corn to replenish his energy, Lu Xingyuan continued to draw his gun and fire. At this moment, he was still in a state of frenzy. There was no choice. He had already repaired himself 5 times. And now there were less than 10 train coins left in his pocket. To think that he had almost 50 coins at the beginning. Being plagued by these damn creatures, his hard-earned savings had been completely drained. A level 3 zombie was thrown over from a distance. Those zombies actually understood how to cooperate. 2 strength-type zombies lifted this fusion-type zombie and hurled it with force. This fusion-type zombie, like a cannonball, traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air. Its eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly determined to cause widespread destruction. But, die you bastard. The purple lightning pierced through the rain curtain, creating a 3-second vacuum. Before the fusion-type zombie could land, it was split in 2, becoming a cold corpse that fell onto the tracks. Half an hour passed. Finally, the last monster was dealt with by Lu Xingyuan. The tracks behind the train returned to their former tranquility, devoid of any signs of disturbance. Is that it? Lu Xingyuan plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Damn, I'm truly amazing. He forced a grin as such a fierce accomplishment. Who else could achieve it if... However, perhaps his arrogance provoked something lurking in the darkness as 2 crimson lights shot forth. Lu Xingyuan's heart sank, and he swallowed hard. Then he saw a figure slowly emerging from the shadows. It was a 5-meter-tall zombie. The strength-type zombies seemed like mere children in its presence. Its legs were bulging with muscle, with veins protruding like little snakes. Its thick arms were connected to 2 bone blades that shimmered with a chilling light, making the thick steel plates before it seem as fragile as paper. Of course, the biggest difference between it and other zombies was the eerie smile on its face, resembling that of a human. Tyrant Zombie Level 4 Description: the ultimate evolution form of a zombie. After devouring over 300 living beings, its intelligence has returned to human average levels, capable of ambush, disguise, and commanding lower-level zombies to form tactical encirclements. Its arms have evolved into retractable bone blades that can stab targets up to 10 meters away. A second brain is hidden in the heart area, allowing it to continue fighting even if its head is destroyed. Lu Xingyuan. Damn, is this the final boss? A level 4 zombie. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Just as Lu Xingyuan was cursing wildly, the tyrant zombie had already unleashed its full power, easily exceeding a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the train. It extended its massive hand and lunged at Lu Xingyuan with ferocity. A sense of impending doom instantly enveloped Lu Xingyuan's heart. But after a brief moment of daze lasting 0.01 seconds, he drew his knife. Swinging the purple lightning in his hand, he fiercely slashed at the approaching hand. A fierce expression appeared on his face. No rules in combat, huh? If you're going to lower the dimensions to attack, I'll make sure you don't have it easy even if I die. Surrender. Give up struggling. That was impossible. He could never do such a thing. But just then he suddenly saw that white arm floating right in front of him. Then the index finger gently pointed. Instantly, a wave of invisible power rippled outward. The level 4 zombie, charging at him with wild ferocity, instantly turned to dust, dissipating into the world as if it had never existed. Lu Xingyuan was left dumbfounded. Damn it. This is the real dimensional attack. It turns out that this arm wasn't just a lazy bum that did nothing all day. It turned out he had misunderstood it. The reason it didn't take action against Deng Jejia last time was because she wasn't worthy of its effort. Why didn't you say so, Sister Arm? Then this misunderstanding is resolved. Lu Xingyuan slumped on the ground, laughing broadly. Now there wouldn't be any danger, right? Sure enough, after waiting a long time, there was no sign of movement on the tracks behind the train, marking a complete end. After spending 2 train coins to repair the train, Lu Xingyuan finally dragged his heavy body and collapsed onto the floor. Exhausted. Even moving a finger felt like a strenuous task. He fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the white arm pulled down the blanket from the bed and gently covered it over Lu Xingyuan's stomach. Don't catch a cold. He didn't know how long it had been when Lu Xingyuan finally woke from his slumber. His first feeling was hunger. The kind of hunger that felt explosive. Next was soreness. Every muscle in his body ached unbearably. He quickly took out the hot spring corn. This hot spring corn, as an extraordinary creation, could greatly replenish the water, nutrients, and heat needed by the human body. Normally one would not feel hungry for a day after eating just one. But Lu Xingyuan devoured 3. Only then did the empty feeling in his stomach lessen somewhat. Sitting dazedly on the floor, Lu Xingyuan slapped his head. What the hell is going on? What kind of magic did this crystal have that attracted so many monsters to chase after him? He was fortunate that he was extraordinary and had Sister Arm backing him up, otherwise he probably would have been done for today. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the crystal. To his shock, he found that the crystal had shattered. Yes, it shattered. Damn. Lu Xingyuan jolted up. At the same time, his mind pieced together what was happening. In other words, the monster chase was actually a hidden mission. As long as he could eliminate all the pursuing monsters, he could hatch this strange crystal. Then I have to see what hatches out of it. Options flooded his mind: an angel, a succubus, a dragon girl. In any case, it shouldn't be anything too bad, given how difficult it was to hatch. However, when he finally saw it clearly, he was left dumbstruck. Damn, are you kidding me? This is what fell out of the crystal. It's not an angel or a succubus, and it's definitely not a dragon girl. It's just a palm-sized statue. In the center of the iron-gray pedestal stood a pitch-black lever, its top wrapped in a circle of brass. The lever was not completely fixed, allowing it to be tilted freely to the left or right. The pedestal had 2 grooves, each engraved with a symbol: a circle on the left and a cross on the right. Fate's Divergence. Category: World Wonder. Description: this item can break the only predetermined path of a train's journey, splitting a single-line fate into 2 independent tracks, granting the holder absolute autonomy to choose their direction, no longer constrained by a fixed trajectory, and to control their own path forward. Each activation requires the deduction of 1 train coin. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Another world wonder. Along with the previous spontaneous journey, he now possessed 2 world wonders. Moreover, the ability of this wonder was likewise extraordinary. It could actually provide him with more station choices. Others were bound to fixed platforms every day. But he could choose. If the original platform did not satisfy him, he could simply tilt the lever and opt for another platform. This greatly enhanced his autonomy. If another white platform were to refresh like today, he could completely ignore it and head to another higher-tier platform. Of course, if the other option was also a white platform, then he would just pretend it didn't exist. It was impossible for 2 white platforms to refresh at the same time, right? If this cursed crystal was indeed a world wonder, then he could only say the misunderstanding was resolved. This egg was not a curse at all, but an opportunity. However, this opportunity was so immense that most people could not grasp it. Sister Show, I truly have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have met my end here today. Moreover, I have to thank you for helping me seize this opportunity. Otherwise I would have probably left it in Wanja village. It turned out Sister Show had already seen through everything, knowing how extraordinary it was, which was why she took it onto the train. Boo-hoo, the misunderstanding was cleared up. Sister Show was one of their own, not a bad person. Though it was merely an arm, Lu Xingyuan inexplicably sensed a hint of prideful emotion emanating from it, as if it were saying, "Humph. Now you realize I am a good person. Oh, don't be angry, let me give you a kiss." Lu Xingyuan directly pecked the back of the hand. It was even more fragrant and softer than he had imagined, and it even carried a hint of warmth. In other words, the owner of this arm was still alive, right? What had the owner of the arm experienced to end up in such a state? The arm clearly did not expect Lu Xingyuan to make such a bizarre move. After pausing in shock for 2 seconds, it began to rub frantically against the blanket. Oh, saliva. It's saliva. This is disgusting. Arriving at the control panel, Lu Xingyuan finally noticed that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. What the heck did all this take up so much time? The private messages had already exploded. Among them, Gu Wanxing had sent 99 messages. Kai had sent 100 messages. Both of them were extremely worried about his sudden disappearance. Gu Wanxing, hey. What the hell, you disappeared again? Speak. Hurry up and speak. Where are you? Ignoring your sister Qing is not what it means to be considerate. Are you playing hard to get? No way, you wouldn't actually be dead, right? You promised me that if you died you would drag your injured body to transfer all the supplies on the train to me. Little Lu, the gun you gave me is really powerful. I used it to kill a zombie on the platform. I can only say I owe it all to the gun you gave me, otherwise I might never see you again. Are you okay? Why have you not replied to my messages? Little Lu, what's wrong with you? You wouldn't have encountered any trouble, would you? Don't scare me. Boo-hoo. The feeling of being cared for was honestly quite nice. Looking at these messages, Lu Xingyuan felt a warmth in his heart, and quickly replied to both of them, explaining that he had just gone through a fierce battle and had fainted from exhaustion. Kai did not reply, but a few minutes later sent a portion of stir-fried wolf meat that she had cooked herself. This wolf meat was from the last time Lu Xingyuan had given it to her. Little Lu, after such a fierce battle, you must be starving. Hurry and eat. Quickly replenish your energy. Lu Xingyuan was moved to tears. As expected of the divine being I raised, she was truly gentle and considerate. Meanwhile, on Gu Wanxing's side, is that so? I thought you fainted from excitement. Listen to this, is this human language? It's a shame you're a model student, the trusted aide of the homeroom teacher, the pride of the school. Who would have thought that she indulged in smoking and drinking in private? After eating the stir-fried wolf meat, Lu Xingyuan inquired about Gu Wanxing and Kai's leveling progress. Mainly, I still find it challenging to level up to level 4, so I might as well help you level up first. After the train upgrades, it would not only have an additional carriage, but also 100 more durability points. Furthermore, the most important thing was that it could unlock the train modification function. Are you only realizing this now? Isn't it a bit too late? Gu Wanxing scolded. It turned out she had been hinting about the upgrade materials all along. hinting that Lu Xingyuan could lead the way to wealth. When you leveled up to 3, I contributed a lot of upgrade materials for you. But don't worry, your sister Qing is not just idle. I've also gathered quite a bit of upgrade materials myself, and am only one step away from leveling up to 3. 5 units of circuit boards and 10 units of rubber. Lu Xingyuan sent them directly. Gu Wanqing then sent him a screenshot of the upgrade modification that had delay departure green, 2 train coins. After modification, the train's maximum stop time at the platform increases by 1 hour. You can still choose to depart at the original time, 1100. Automatic repair blue, 8 train coins. Install an automatic repair module for the train, granting it self-repair capabilities. Freshwater collection green, 5 train coins. Install a water collection device on the top of the train, automatically obtaining a small amount of clean freshwater at each. What the heck? Is luck this good? Lu Xingyuan felt an instant imbalance. That automatic repair was something he had activated using a blue modification card. But what about Gu Wanqing? She paid no price and just took it. Why is that? Just because she has a big face. Bullshit. I have a standard oval face. It's not a big face. The automatic repair was just good luck on my part, unlike you, who's just unlucky. And what about this freshwater collection? Aren't you tempted? You can obtain free and safe freshwater resources every time you stop at a station. Lu Xingyuan was indeed tempted. Although it was currently the plum rain season, and there was plenty of rainwater outside, that rainwater was undrinkable. Someone had already tested it, and drinking it would lead to various diseases. Mild cases would cause diarrhea, severe cases would lead to fever. Plus, in this damp state, even Ultraman would have to show a red light. Hey Yuan Go, I just need 1 more coin for the upgrade and transformation. Could you possibly lend a hand? Looking at Gu Wanqing's obsequious tone, Lu Xingyuan found it hard to hold back. I actually prefer the defiant look you had earlier. May good people live in peace. Wishing my Yuan Go a strong day every day. What kind of blessing is that? I was already strong every day. There are still some resources needed for Kai Kai to upgrade to level 3. Especially she is lacking quite a bit of circuit boards, of full 30 sets. Little Luga, don't worry about my upgrade. I will work hard on my own. I don't want to hold back your progress to level 4. Tisk, if you hadn't said that, I would have truly ignored you. But since you've said it, how can I just stand by? Sigh. It's fine, it's fine. Now that I have the fate divergence, I no longer have to worry about not collecting upgrade materials. With that thought, Lu Xingyuan waved his hand and turned. Now he hardly had any circuit boards left. Boo-hoo baby, don't cry, baby is a strong baby. Kai Kai quickly upgraded from level 2 to level 3. The modifications she refreshed are as follows: automatic sentry blue, 10 train coins. Install a set of basic automatic weapons to alert a certain area while the train is stationary. Simple recon drone green, 5 train coins. Obtain 2 binding small reconnaissance drones for the train with a runtime of 1 hour. Maximum control distance of 5 kilometers, capable of real-time image transmission, marking resources, living beings, and danger points. Recyclable and rechargeable. Environmental camouflage coating blue, 8 train coins. Equip the entire train with a switchable camouflage coating that can simulate the colors and textures of the surrounding environment, allowing it to blend into platforms, tunnels, and mountains when stationary, greatly reducing the chance of being detected by hostile players or mutated beings. 2 blues and 1 green. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. I upgraded to level 2 and got white modifications, upgraded to level 3 and also got white modifications. How come she hasn't seen a single white modification from start to finish? It's just a pity that Kai Kai doesn't have any train coins. Where are your coins? Kai Kai, I gave them all to you. Lu Xingyuan. Alright then. I can only say that if Kai Kai hadn't given him so many train coins, he truly wouldn't have been able to repair the carriage earlier when being chased by monsters, providing himself with a stable cover. It's fine as long as I find chili again. I can continue making Qianhong Flame and sell it in the trading channel. Lu Xingyuan had reminded her that the price of Qianhong Flame could definitely rise. 3 train coins. 5 train coins for 1 portion is not too much. Alright then. After all, the effects of the train's upgrades wouldn't disappear. They would be retained until he reached level 4. Of course, it's mainly because Lu Xingyuan didn't have many coins left either. Otherwise, how could he possibly refrain from lending a hand? So these train coins can only be obtained through treasure chests. Sigh. The ways to obtain them are still too singular. As for the chili that Kai Kai mentioned, Xiaomi chili won't do, dried chili won't do either. It has to be that kind of chili that's ordinary, yet not ordinary. What kind of nonsense is that? After hearing this, Lu Xingyuan felt his head swell and collapsed on the bed to sleep. In his sleep, he pulled that arm into his embrace. Soft and fragrant, hugging it is comfortable. The arm struggled several times, but could not break free from Lu Xingyuan's embrace, ultimately compromising. The next day, in a state of excitement and tension, 930 arrived. Train operation notice. Next stop, single platform, Gray Bridge Market. This station is. Please prepare. I knew it. With my bad luck, I managed to get 2 white platforms in a row. That's completely basic operation. Immediately afterward, he felt the fate divergence in his arms heat up. Another operation notice popped up. Train operation notice next stop multi-people platform Dark Forest. This station can accommodate up to 5 trains at the same time. This station is blue platform. Please prepare. Blue platform. Lu Xingyuan's spirit instantly lifted. At the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, how could 2 platforms be? The track in front quickly diverged, one left and one right. The left was the white platform Grey Bridge Market, and the right was the blue platform Dark Forest. Now he just needed to move the lever in his hand to determine the direction to proceed. Of course it's the blue platform. Lu Xingyuan decisively turned the lever to the right. The train immediately turned, heading towards the Dark Forest. Then he habitually sent the upcoming platform information to Gu Wanqing. Xingyuan, let's make some use of this. The way you say it makes it sound like I'm not useful. When have I not played a crucial role for you? Gu Wanqing said with annoyance. If there's a platform that I couldn't provide info for, isn't it just because I haven't been there? If I had been there, would I not share it with you? It just so happens that she has indeed been to the Dark Forest. This is a mission platform. The Little Red Riding Hood in the thatched house will request you to escort her through the Dark Forest to her grandmother's house. During the escort, werewolves will launch an attack. If Little Red Riding Hood suffers even a scratch, the mission will be deemed a failure. Werewolves. What level are they? Most are level 1 werewolves with a few level 2 werewolves. Additionally, there's a final boss, a level 3 werewolf. If it's just a level 3 monster, Lu Xingyuan feels no pressure. Moreover, even if it's level 4, he can still challenge himself. After all, he is Shoujia. He decided to bring Shoujia on future adventures. With Shoujia backing him up, he would feel a bit more secure. Only, not going. You should go. Don't you want to see the scenery outside? Lying in bed all day, is it really that comfortable? Alright, Lu Xingyuan had no more tricks left. After all, he couldn't force Shoujia, could he? Besides, leaving her to guard the train was safer. These 2 extraordinary items of the world, he dared not carry them with him. After all, they couldn't be placed in a spatial hand ring. It was indeed possible to perfectly store the sunflower. With the sunflower's protection plus Shoujia forming a double protection, these 2 extraordinary items should be quite safe. Are there any Easter eggs? The escort task for Little Red Riding Hood can be triggered as soon as you reach the thatched house. What Lu Xingyuan really wanted to know was if there were any extra rewards. Yes, he truly guessed right. Duration. Although Little Red Riding Hood didn't specify, the faster the escort mission the better. Completing within 30 minutes only counts as passing. Completing within 20 minutes counts as excellent. Completing within 10 minutes is definitely full marks, likely earning Little Red Riding Hood's additional gift. I believe you might have a chance if you push for 20 minutes, but 10 minutes seems a bit too extreme. Gu Wanqing had personally experienced this task and understood its hardships better than anyone. Just calculating the running speed alone would take 10 minutes. Not to mention dealing with the constant attacks from werewolves along the way. 10 minutes is simply impossible. She recalled how she barely managed to last even 30 minutes before almost missing out on the minimum reward. It was precisely because she knew Lu Xingyuan's strength that she offered a reasonable suggestion of 20 minutes. You not being able to do it doesn't mean I can't, little brother. Lu Xingyuan directly closed the conversation with Gu Wanqing. At this moment the train was gradually slowing down, and through the window a lush forest could be seen. The trees grew in a strangely twisted manner with dark brown leaves that exuded an ominous aura. 10 o'clock. The train arrived at the platform on time. A prism-like magic orb fell. Lu Xingyuan picked it up. Congratulations, you have obtained Fiery Chili Seed 10. His eyes immediately lit up. Fiery Chili. This should be useful for making the Qianhong Flame right. Great, Sai can finally harvest train coins from others in the trading channel again. Even though 2 days had passed, the enthusiasm among the train conductors for the Qianhong Flame only increased. Not for any other reason, but because it was incredibly useful. Those who had used it all praised it. Especially the buff that stated will not be affected by humidity for 2 hours after consumption. That was truly impressive. This made their search at the platform much smoother. Previously, due to the effects of humidity, they had been unable to exert their full strength against the monsters on the platform. It was frustrating and uncomfortable. Clearly these monsters could be defeated, but because of the negative effects of humidity, they could only passively take hits and flee in embarrassment, watching helplessly as treasure chests appeared before them. But now with the buff from the Qianhong Flame, they not only could exert their full power, but sometimes even exceeded expectations, launching attacks imbued with the power of flames. This left them all stunned. Soon they frantically searched the trading channel for Qianhong Flame, and Tsai's inbox was almost overflowing. Unfortunately, Tsai was limited by the lack of raw materials and could only lament about not being able to make Qianhong Flame for sale. However, now the problem was solved. He had obtained the Fiery Chili Seeds. As long as he got some fast-growing fertilizer, he might be able to harvest a batch today. Thinking this, he hurriedly soaked the Fiery Chili Seeds in water for better planting later. Next, Lu Xingyuan's gaze fell on the transformation reorganizer. He chose to transform the attack speed ribbon. While he admitted this item was incredibly useful, especially during yesterday's monster chase, it played a crucial role. If it weren't for the attack speed it provided, he definitely wouldn't have been able to easily defeat the monsters. But he chose it not for any other reason. There were simply no better options available. Fortunately, this time luck was clearly on his side. Time's Grasp. Category Extraordinary Artifact. Level 3. Description activates to create an acceleration force field that envelopes the arms, allowing the wearer to strike with the speed of a phantom. With a thought, Lu Xingyuan attempted to activate it. The golden threads inside the bracelet instantly came to life, spinning rapidly and intertwining, as if the dormant precision gears had suddenly been wound up, then hair flowing within. With a thought, Lu Xingyuan attempted to activate it. The golden threads inside the bracelet instantly came to life, spinning rapidly and intertwining, as if the dormant precision gears had suddenly been wound up. Then centered around the bracelet, an invisible force field swiftly enveloped his entire fist and forearm. It did not accelerate his body, but rather created a localized anomaly in the flow of time around his hand. Within this force field, the flow of time was several times faster than that of the outside world. To an outsider, it might have seemed like just a moment, but in reality, he had completed several attacks. I didn't expect my luck to be this good this time. I even randomly received a superior replacement for the attack speed ribbon. Lu Xingyuan was overjoyed. Attack speed is his favorite attribute without a doubt. Whether it's the explosive flame revolver or the purple lightning, they could unleash terrifying power multiplied under the enhancement of attack speed. With this, he felt much more confident in the task of escorting Little Red Riding Hood. He hurriedly disembarked from the train and immediately spotted the other 4 conductors waiting at the platform. For male conductors, all were young men. Big brother. They all stepped forward together, their eyes filled with respect. At this station, we are willing to follow your lead and obey your commands. The conductor with 3 carriages was undoubtedly seen as a big brother in their eyes. The blue platform ahead was certainly fraught with danger, and with their strength alone, it was absolutely impossible to get through safely. The key to breaking the deadlock lay in Lu Xingyuan before them. Shouldn't they express such respect? With the right attitude, they could cling to a strong ally. Lu Xingyuan glanced over the 4 and nodded in satisfaction. Since you are willing to follow my command, then come with me. No matter what they could contribute to the advancement of the task. The 4 were very excited, closely following Lu Xingyuan, and soon they saw a small thatched house at the edge of the platform. Upon entering, a golden-haired girl dressed like an exquisite doll had been waiting for a long time. Dressed in a classic red hood, around 15 or 16 years old, her face still carried a hint of youthful softness, yet her bright eyes were frighteningly alert, flickering like flames. She was the key Little Red Riding Hood of this station. Great conductors, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The basket for visiting grandmother has long been prepared, and Little Red Riding Hood got straight to the point. I hope you can escort me through the dark forest to my grandmother's house. During this time you may encounter dangers, but if you successfully complete the task, I will prepare a gift for each of you. In contrast to Lu Xingyuan's calmness, the 4 conductors behind him appeared somewhat surprised, clearly indicating that it was their first encounter with the task station. However, they all kept their promises and did not cause any trouble for Lu Xingyuan. He glanced over them again, nodding in satisfaction. It was truly rare to come across a few normal people. He recalled the conductors he had met at previous stations, all of whom seemed to have some serious issues, and even if he wanted to guide them, he wouldn't know where to start. Lu Xingyuan did not mind letting others cling to him. After all, everyone was a pitiful survivor, and a little help was still help. But clinging to someone also required the right attitude. He didn't expect them to exert much effort, but at least they shouldn't cause chaos. The 4 conductors behind him had a strong awareness in this regard. The risks of the mission have been made very clear. There will be monster attacks along the way. I am only responsible for the safety of myself and Little Red Riding Hood. Your safety is none of my concern. Lu Xingyuan had to lay down the harsh truth from the beginning, so those who wished to withdraw now still have the chance. The 4 people present immediately felt a tightness in their hearts. They exchanged glances, but ultimately chose not to withdraw. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have a big shot leading the team. If they missed this village, they wouldn't find another shop. Moreover, the rewards from the blue platform were worth the risk. Alright, since none of you are withdrawing, let's commence the mission. Lu Xingyuan nodded solemnly, and then looked at Little Red Riding Hood. Let's set off now. Little Red Riding Hood opened her umbrella, donned her water shoes, and pushed it. Lu Xingyuan followed closely behind. The other 4 train attendants hurried to keep up. Stepping into this dark forest, they realized just how eerie and sinister it truly was. A chilling aura slithered around them like a venomous snake creeping along the surface of their bodies. Lu Xingyuan also steeled himself, not daring to be careless. He led the way in front of Little Red Riding Hood, with steady yet swift steps. Naturally, he wanted to challenge this perfect mission achievement, but he didn't expect the attack to come so quickly. The outline of the thatched cottage could still be seen behind them when a werewolf imbued with a violent aura suddenly lunged out from the forest, transforming into a shadow that charged directly at Little Red Riding Hood. The 4 train attendants behind felt their hearts tighten only to hear a muffled gunshot. Bang! A thick burst of fire exploded in the rain, and the unfortunate werewolf was ruthlessly blasted into fragments before it could even get close to Little Red Riding Hood. Wow, so powerful. The train attendants were all stunned as they watched the scene unfold before them. Is this the power of a big shot? One shot took down the ferocious werewolf. Despite Lu Xingyuan appearing extremely relaxed, they did not dare to let their guard down for a moment. They did not think that they could handle it like he did. It wasn't that the werewolves were too weak, but that the big shot was too strong. Just as they were still in shock, Lu Xingyuan fired several shots in quick succession. His movements were so swift that they left behind. This was the terrifying enhancement of the grip of time. The massive recoil of the explosive revolver was wielded by him, as if it were a submachine gun. The werewolves that had been hiding in the darkness yet to reveal themselves were instantly, mercilessly slaughtered, showing their heads to be taken down. Just kidding. Not showing their heads works too. Wow. Train attendant, you are truly brave. Little Red Riding Hood's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is my duty to protect your safety. In the midst of battle, Lu Xingyuan was even able to take the time to converse with Little Red Riding Hood, showing just how at ease he was. However, soon enough, more advanced elite werewolves revealed themselves. Ordinary werewolves stood about 1.56 meters tall, but elite werewolves reached a height of 2 meters. Moreover, they possessed more robust bodies and sturdier limbs. Roar! It obstructed the road, blocking their path, and unleashed an angry roar towards Lu Xingyuan in front of it. A strong stench rushed towards them, but in the next moment, with a loud bang, the blocking elite werewolf was instantly obliterated. What the hell, don't block my way. I'm in a hurry. One could only say that the explosive revolver was still too supermodel. Even a level 2 monster couldn't withstand a single shot from it. Lu Xingyuan's steps did not halt, he maintained his rhythm. However, more and more werewolves charged in, and the 4 train attendants were forced to join the battle. Fortunately, they were not the kind that only lagged behind. Utilizing their talents in cooperation, they managed to take down several ordinary werewolves. Just then, an elite werewolf attacked, grabbing one of the train attendants by the shoulder. The tremendous force pulled him off balance, causing him to tumble to the ground, barbarically dragged into the forest. Not good. Quick, save him. The remaining 3 male train attendants' expressions changed drastically as they rushed to provide assistance. However, their strength was simply too weak, and they were no match for the elite werewolf, helplessly watching as their recently acquainted companion was dragged into the forest. Fortunately, in this critical moment, a bullet accurately struck the elite werewolf. Boom. Fire erupted, and its powerful body exploded, turning into a rain of blood. The train attendant who had been dragged away was thus rescued, and with the help of the other 3 train attendants, he quickly returned to the group. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. The rescued train attendant's face was streaked with tears as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the other 3. If they hadn't acted in time, he would have likely met his end here. And he naturally wouldn't forget the most crucial. Lu Xingyuan immediately kneeling down and bowing repeatedly. Stop with the nonsense, hurry up and kill the enemies. Lu Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged. The second wave of attacks came. It became even fiercer. The number of elite werewolves noticeably increased, but fortunately his firepower output was fierce enough to protect Little Red Riding Hood, ensuring not a single hair was lost. Little Red Riding Hood's admiration for him grew even stronger. What an extraordinary train attendant. Just then a piercing wolf howl suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest. The werewolves surrounding them instantly became enraged, their offensive suddenly becoming more ferocious. This is... Little Red Riding Hood's expression slightly changed as she shrank her neck. The werewolf leader. The werewolf leader has arrived. It is very powerful. If we don't eliminate it, we probably won't be able to reach Grandma's house. Then let's eliminate it. Lu Xingyuan's expression was cold as he drew the purple lightning with a whoosh, gripping it tightly in his hand. The werewolf leader had grayish-white fur and was even larger than the elite werewolves. Its eyes glowed crimson, and its sharp claws sparkled with a cold light. The 4 train attendants looked over, swallowing hard in unison. Just standing there, it exuded a terrifying aura. Is this the powerful presence of a level 3 monster? Can Lu Xingyuan really defeat it? They couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lu Xingyuan. And just as they were lost in thought, Lu Xingyuan suddenly made a move that made their scalps tingle. His bent knee, like a compressed spring, stored terrifying power, and in the next moment, he straightened his hind leg, unleashing power that shattered the ground. His figure transformed into a shadow, darting through the rain towards the werewolf leader. The dark purple long knife in his hand tore through everything, slashing towards the werewolf leader with an unstoppable momentum. This is madness. Facing the cruel and violent monster, Lu Xingyuan charged forward instead of retreating. Is this what it means to be a true strongman? In fact, not only did the 4 of them fail to anticipate this, but even the werewolf leader was taken by surprise. The lowly humans, instead of fleeing, dared to charge at him with blades drawn. It was utterly a reversal of heaven's will. But in the next moment, a spray of blood splashed in the rain, mingling with the cold droplets. Its massive body gradually stiffened and finally collapsed straight down. Thud. The accumulated water on the ground splattered everywhere, quickly forming a new puddle, yet this puddle was stained red with blood appearing shockingly bright, even in the dim light of the sky. Seconds passed. The four behind him were dumbfounded as they gazed at the scene before them. To them, the werewolf leader was undoubtedly an invincible force. In their minds, even Lu Xingyuan would have to pay a heavy price to achieve victory. Yet Lu Xingyuan simply struck down the werewolf leader in one blow. This combat strength was simply off the charts. Invincible. The werewolf leader's demise greatly invigorated their spirits, causing them to unleash unprecedented potential when faced with the subsequent werewolf monsters. And Lu Xingyuan did not cease his assault just because he had slain the werewolf leader. He continued to fire relentlessly. His resolute face showed no sign. As they pressed forward, the number of attacking werewolves dwindled, and they soon caught sight of their destination. A small wooden house radiating a soft glow. "It's my grandmother's house." Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed excitedly. "Train conductor, that's my grandmother's home." Lu Xingyuan glanced down at the time. It was an ordinary digital watch. He had exchanged for it in the trading channel, spending a train coin in the process. At the very start of this mission, he had pressed the timer. At this moment, 9 minutes and 45 seconds had passed. Only 15 seconds left. The final 15 seconds. Thinking this, he looked at Little Red Riding Hood. "May I hold you up?" Little Red Riding Hood gasped, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her body lighten as Lu Xingyuan had already lifted her into his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Lu Xingyuan's neck, feeling the strong rhythm of his beating heart, her sparkling eyes shining brightly. Little Red Riding Hood gasped, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her 9 minutes and 59 seconds. How thrilling. This was all about the heart racing. By this count, he had completed the escort mission within 10 minutes, right? Can you put me down now?" Just as Lu Xingyuan was lost in thought, a weak voice came through. Little Red Riding Hood looked at him with a flushed face. "Grandma. Grandma is still watching. If Grandma weren't here, you could hold me for as long as you wanted, but since she is, I would feel quite embarrassed. Sorry, I was reckless. Please don't mind, lovely Little Red Riding Hood." Lu Xingyuan set her down and added, "Of course, it might also be that you're too light. Holding you feels like carrying a feather with no weight at all. If you don't know how to compliment a girl, just tell her she's light. Chances are it won't backfire." Little Red Riding Hood's face lit up with surprise. "Really? Looks like my dieting is paying off. It's worth it to only eat 3 werewolves at each meal now." What did you say?" Lu Xingyuan's body stiffened. Something was off. It felt extremely off. He felt like he had overlooked something, and after this reminder, he quickly realized. Assuming that if their escort mission failed, and they were killed by the werewolves, how would Little Red Riding Hood fare? The answer was now revealed. Little Red Riding Hood would take matters into her own hands, exterminating the werewolves with her invincible prowess. No wonder he felt something was strange about those werewolves earlier. They were clearly terrified of Little Red Riding Hood, but still had to attack her. They were all under control. Set up this way. Knowing full well that Little Red Riding Hood was an extremely terrifying, invincible being, yet still compelled to attack her in a futile manner. This was just a part of Little Red Riding Hood's daily entertainment. A joke. I really can't handle this. Lu Xingyuan felt a mix of helplessness and the urge to laugh. Oh well, after all, he was simply here to complete the mission and earn rewards. As for the truth behind it all, it had nothing to do with him. And Lu Xingyuan's suspicions were confirmed by the grandmother's appearance. "Did you just call this muscular 9-foot brawny grandma with an 8-pack abs grandma?" Though she smiled kindly, she still exerted a strong psychological pressure on Lu Xingyuan. To be honest, if she threw a punch, she would definitely make him plead for mercy. The 4 train conductors arriving late were also left in stunned silence upon seeing Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. She was nothing like the grandmother they had imagined. There was no need for pleasantries. Lu Xingyuan just wanted to quickly receive his reward. Right, the reward. Little Red Riding Hood suddenly realized, hastily taking out a 4th-level treasure chest, along with 4 third-level ones. This 4th-level treasure chest was naturally for Lu Xingyuan. The other 4 third-level treasure chests were for the remaining 4 train conductors. They were all dumb. What? A 3rd-level treasure chest? Am I dreaming? The rewards are so generous. Lu Xingyuan said nothing. Taking care of his own reward was enough. As for the others' rewards, that was their business. It had nothing to do with him. He wouldn't harbor any unwarranted thoughts. Those who are too greedy often meet a This is a reward for your ability to escort me to my grandmother's house in such a short time. Please accept it. Lu Xingyuan took the 4th-level treasure chest first. Seeing this, the others quickly reached out as well. They realized that the quest rewards were actually tied to the time taken. One could say they were truly benefiting from Lu Xingyuan's brilliance. If it weren't for Lu Xingyuan, how could they have received such generous rewards? Thank you, Big Shot, for leading us. The few of them were so excited they nearly wanted to kneel before Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. This is all you deserve. Then he turned to Little Red Riding Hood. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Mainly because Little Red Riding Hood's gaze at him was almost tangible. What if Little Red Riding Hood wanted to keep him here and not let him leave? What should he do? Wait. Little Red Riding Hood suddenly grabbed Lu Xingyuan's hand, her eyes filled with affection. I have a special gift to give you. Oh, is this the extra gift that Gu Wanxing mentioned? Lu Xingyuan's footsteps suddenly halted as he turned to look at the brooch that Little Red Riding Hood handed over. The brooch was shaped like a red hat, looking particularly exquisite, made of what seemed to be some special metal, yet it was weightless, offering no sense of heaviness. Grandma slightly raised her eyes to glance at Little Red Riding Hood, seemingly surprised that she would give away such a precious item. However, she said nothing more. It was Little Red Riding Hood's own choice, and she had no right. Lu Xingyuan carefully tucked the brooch away and nodded at Little Red Riding Hood, saying that, I shall take my leave. He'll walk you a bit. Little Red Riding Hood proactively offered to accompany him. This left Lu Xingyuan at a loss. You're walking me a bit. What does that mean for my bringing you to Grandma's? After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her, and nodded in agreement. The two shared an umbrella walking along the forest path. Lu Xingyuan could sense that Little Red Riding Hood was deliberately slowing her pace, and he followed suit. Unfortunately, Grandma's house was too close to the station. No matter how deliberately they slowed down, the moment of parting arrived, all too quickly. You should head back, Lu Xingyuan said, standing by the car door and waving goodbye to Little Red Riding Hood. She stood alone under the umbrella in the rain, saying, I want to see you leave. All right. The clock pointed to 11 o'clock as Lu Xingyuan pressed the departure button. Beep. Accompanied by the clear sound of the whistle, the train slowly started moving along the tracks towards the unknown distance. Lu Xingyuan looked back at the small figure standing in the rain until it became a tiny and finally vanished from sight. He closed the car door with a sigh. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have hugged her. The biggest taboo in our line of work is falling in love with a client. Entering the body is permissible. Entering life is not. Shaking his head, he began to tally the gains from this station. 1 level 4 treasure chest plus Little Red Riding Hood's brooch. Not bad. The treasure chest opened. Gain train coins 20, titanium alloy steel 10 units, bulletproof glass 10 units, universal bullets 100 rounds, electric chair 1, basic gene enhancement serum 5 vials. Truly a level 4 treasure chest. The rewards are substantial. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but cheer. First was the train coins, a full 20 pieces. It should be noted that last time, to fend off those monsters chasing him on the tracks, he had spent nearly all the train coins he had, leaving his pockets almost empty. Now receiving 20 coins all at once greatly filled his deficit. A man must have money in his pockets, otherwise he risks becoming a toy for rich women. Titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass are of course essential materials for upgrading the train to level 4, highly sought after in the trading channels. Various factions are nearly going mad for the demand for universal bullets is likewise immense. After all, the monsters at the station are tough and resilient, truly legendary in their durability. Even an empty magazine might not be enough to take them down. These 100 rounds could easily be split in half for Kai Kai. The remaining half could be sold in the trading channel for a good price. As for this electric chair, Lu Xingyuan wasn't quite sure what it was. Electric chair category, extraordinary creation, level 4 description. This is a chair capable of releasing high voltage currents. When a person sits on it, the current will course through their body, elevating their physical condition in a dramatic way. If paired with gene serums, the effects will be even more. Before Lu Xingyuan appeared a pitch black metal chair. The backrest was tall, and there were several exposed metal contact points embedded in the armrests. The backrest and seat were made of dark conductive leather with thick cables extending from the chair legs converging on the ground like veins. The chair emanated an irresistible sense of oppression, making Lu Xingyuan's eyelid, what the hell, electrocute myself to achieve an all-around enhancement of my body. What kind of perverse person would use such a device to torment themselves? Especially those thick cables, which made Lu Xingyuan's mind race. This might hurt a bit. However, this thing turned out to be a level 4 extraordinary creation. Lu Xingyuan figured that for it to be classified as a level 4 extraordinary creation, it had to be something special. Should I give it a try? He set the level to 1 and the duration to 1 minute. He then sat down in the chair and pressed the start button. Metal chains shot out, instantly binding his hands, legs, and waist tightly to the chair. An intense feeling of unease surged within Lu Xingyuan. Something's wrong, this thing has a problem. Let me go? But it was already too late. A powerful current surged in an instant, forming a blazing white light that illuminated the entire train car. In a daze, Lu Xingyuan's bones were laid bare, the effect surpassing even X-rays by 100-fold. The sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed continuously throughout the train car. The intense current left Lu Xingyuan dazed, his body convulsing uncontrollably while he rolled his eyes, saying, tanks have no rear-view mirrors. Guns don't have eyes. And the language of black folks is incomprehensible. On the bed, a tender arm as white as lotus looked curiously at the ramblings of Lu Xingyuan. Clearly, it couldn't comprehend why someone would seek out such suffering. Could this be the legendary masochist? 1 minute felt so incredibly long. Lu Xingyuan would never again dare to casually mock a man who could only endure 3 minutes. 3 minutes is already quite long and impressive, alright. When the electric shock ended, Lu Xingyuan collapsed face down on the floor, spitting out a plume of black smoke. After a long while, he finally gathered himself, instinctively moving his body away from the electric chair. As if it were some monstrous beast, he feared it even more. I'd rather be stepped on the face by Gu Wanqing than seek out such torment again. It was simply too torturous. But, my body. Lu Xingyuan felt the changes within him uncertainly. It had indeed become a bit lighter, more agile, more powerful. Could this be the change brought by the electric chair? His expression instantly shifted, fluctuating between joy and doubt. The torment of the electric chair was one thing, but the benefits it brought were undeniable. Moreover, it was clearly marked that if paired with gene serums, the effects would be even more astonishing. Conveniently, the level 4 treasure chest contained 5 vials of basic gene enhancement serum. After a long silence, he finally spoke softly. I am a masochist. I guess it's okay to be a masochist. As long as he could become powerful, what did it matter if he became the legendary electrifying powerhouse? However, putting the electric chair aside for now, Lu Xingyuan took out the brooch that Little Red Riding Hood had gifted him. This thing was frighteningly high in level. The Little Red Riding Hood Lucky Brooch. Category Extraordinary Artifact. Level 7. Description: a treasured possession that Little Red Riding Hood cherishes as her life. This brooch embodies an indescribable luck, and the wearer is always gently nudged by fate when least expected. Yes, indeed, it is a level 7 item. At first, Lu Xingyuan thought he was seeing things. After all, he was merely a level 3 trained conductor, and a level 7 item felt like a distant dream. But the reality was just as it was. This brooch is indeed a level 7 item. Luck, huh? Lu Xingyuan murmured to himself. He felt he could use a bit of mystical power. Carefully attaching the brooch, Lu Xingyuan then divided the 100 universal bullets into 2 portions, giving one to Kai, while putting the other up for sale in the trading channel. The price was set at 5 train coins. Unsurprisingly, it was snapped up as soon as it hit the shelves. After all, bullets are currently the most sought-after consumables. Possessing bullets provides the means to confront monsters and better explore the platforms to gather resources. Kai was naturally very touched. Little Lu, you think of me so much, but I have nothing worthy to repay you with. Do I come off as someone who repays favors? However, her words reminded Lu Xingyuan of his explosive chili seeds. They had stopped bubbling, indicating that they had absorbed enough moisture and were ready for planting. Unfortunately, the planting pot in front of him was too small, allowing only 4 plants at a time. Planting them too closely would affect their growth. The production cycle takes 3 days. Lu Xingyuan couldn't wait, and quickly entered the trading channel to search for fertilizer. And he did indeed find quite a few. Beginner Fast Growth Compound Fertilizer 5 units price, 3 train coins. Intermediate Fast Growth Compound Fertilizer 2 units price, 5 train coins. The intermediate version is an upgraded version of the beginner. It is an extraordinary artifact of level 2. Compared to the beginner version, its effects are more pronounced. By mixing a smaller amount into the soil, crops can be matured in a shorter time, further increasing yield. For certain economic crops that originally had a long growth cycle, it can also achieve efficient ripening with minimal depletion of soil fertility. Lu Xingyuan attempted to haggle. Damn it, he failed. The other party wouldn't budge even a single train coin. With no other choice, Lu Xingyuan had to accept it. Spending 8 train coins, he obtained 5 units of beginner fertilizer and 2 units of intermediate fertilizer. Lu Xingyuan went all in. Intermediate fertilizer, pour it on. One could only say that technology and hard work are indeed powerful. The chili seedlings quickly became laden with bright red chilies. Each plant bore about 20 fruits. With 4 plants, that amounts to 80 fruits. Kai needs 5 chilies to stir-fry a plate of dried red flames. This means these chilies can produce a total of 16 plates of dried red flames. Given the current market price, selling a plate of dried red flames for 5 train coins is not unreasonable. For 16 plates, that's 80 train coins. I'm going to get rich. Lu Xingyuan's eyes instantly turned into symbols of gold coins. He hurriedly sent all the harvested chilies to Kai. Kai was dumbfounded. Little Lu, where did you get so many chilies? I grew them myself. These chilies meet the production conditions for dried red flames, right? They do. They fit perfectly. These are even better than the chilies I used before. The dried red flames made from them might have an even stronger effect. What? The effects can be even stronger. Then I have to raise the price a bit. Lu Xingyuan urged Kai to quickly stir-fry a plate to try it out. Soon the dried red flames, which didn't look much different in appearance, reached his hands. However, the buff it carried had changed. Originally, consuming it would only prevent moisture for 2 hours. But now the duration extended to 4 hours. This is truly dried red flames plus. 6 train coins. Lu Xingyuan immediately determined its price, and he couldn't just throw it all into the trading channel at once. Instead, it needed to be sold gradually and in an orderly fashion. The strategy was to create a sense of scarcity. What he wanted to earn wasn't just the coins of those poor train conductors. How many coins could they have? What he truly wanted were the coins of the wealthy conductors. For example, the coins from the Mutual Aid Association, Tianhua Association, Steel Revival Association, Pure Thought Brotherhood, and Crimson Legion. Oh, of course, there's also my good ally Gu Wanqing. This girl must have harvested quite a few train coins at the last station, and how could I forget her? Hey, are you even human? I'm your ally. How can you exploit me like this? Gu Wanqing jabbed her finger, cursing. Come on, quickly give me the contact details of that ordinary leopard print girl. I want to be good friends with her, and don't want to be exploited by you anymore. Trying to skip the middleman. No way. I'm just worried that she might be deceived by you. You're not exactly a good guy. Lu Xingyuan was just teasing Gu Wanqing. After all, she was his good ally, he couldn't be that hard-hearted. Sending 3 plates of dried red flames for free to the other party, Lu Xingyuan then shouted in the chat channel, dried red flames plus version will be available in the trading channel in 3 minutes, limited quantity, first come first served. Once the news was released, the chat channel instantly erupted. Wow, is dried red flames finally going on sale again? Whoa. I finally waited for you. Good thing I didn't give up. What does plus version mean? Does it mean the effects are stronger and more powerful than the regular version? Last time I missed out, this time I must get it no matter what. Why has the seller of dried red flames changed to Lu Xingyuan? I remember it was a girl before. Did they reach a partnership? I have a bad feeling the price might change, right? Lu Xingyuan, if you're human, then sell it for 3 train coins apiece. Lu Xingyuan felt it necessary to give them a heads up. Due to adverse weather conditions, the prices of the main raw materials for making dried red flames have continued to rise, so the price may be slightly adjusted. Slightly adjusted. 6 train coins each. Damn. The conductors instantly exploded. Each one cursed Lu Xingyuan as a greedy merchant without a conscience. They even warmly greeted Lu Xingyuan's ancestors for generations. I knew you were a dog. How could you say 6 train coins each? Brothers, let's unite, but don't buy his stuff, let it rot in the carriage. That's right, as long as we all unite, and don't buy, he will naturally lower the price and beg us to buy. 3 minutes later, the 5 portions of Qianhong Lian were instantly sold out. The transaction took less than half a second from start to finish. After a brief silence, the atmosphere in the trading channel became exceptionally volatile. What the hell, what's going on? Didn't we agree that no one would buy it? How did it disappear in an instant? I'm such a fool. I actually believed your nonsense. Everyone said they wouldn't buy, but their hands must be lightning fast. It's precisely because of you selfish bastards that the profiteers can laugh all the way to the bank. If we had united a bit, would he have been so pleased? Damn it, I didn't manage to buy it. I admit the price is indeed outrageous, but let's not forget this is a crucial item that can save lives. No one can determine when this rainy season will end. If we continue to be entangled in this damp state, we will eventually perish. Lu Xingyuan, please put up 2 more portions. Give me another chance to buy. I promise I won't be slow this time. Paying way from the Mutual Aid Association, you shouldn't keep Qianhong Lian all to yourself. If you are a responsible train conductor, you should generously share it. Wang Tianhua from the Tianhua Association, I need 20 portions of Qianhong Lian. The price is negotiable. Fenghong Corps Wang Rong. Many sisters in my Fenghong Corps are suffering immensely. If you're a man, you shouldn't just stand by. Bai Xiao from the Xingyuan Brotherhood directly sent a private message to Lu Xingyuan. Brother Lu, do you still have Qianhong Lian? I need some. The price is negotiable. Lu Xingyuan thought for a moment and sold all the ordinary Qianhong Lian that Kai Kai had given him for 4 train coins each. With this plus version, he naturally looked down on the ordinary version. It was also a way to return a favor. Thanks, brother. Bai Xiao was very touched. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just say the word. No need to be polite. He then distributed the Qianhong Lian to the team members who desperately needed it to save their lives. The rescued members were all astonished. President, where did you get this Qianhong Lian? Does the president have connections with Lu Xingyuan? The president really is impressive. How could he have such connections? Yeah. The Mutual Aid Association, Tianhua Association, they couldn't get a single portion of Qianhong Lian from Lu Xingyuan, but our president managed to do it. Doesn't that demonstrate our president? Seeing these amazed comments, Bai Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. Share half with me. Gu Wanqing's audacity greatly exceeded Lu Xingyuan's expectations. In this transaction, he had a total of 80 train coins, and Gu Wanqing actually dared to ask for half. Why should I? Lu Xingyuan shot back without hesitation. Because I'm good looking. Looks don't matter when it comes to sexiness. But I have a nice chest too. Sorry, I prefer girls with a big butt. Have you considered that I also have a sizable butt? Do you really think all these train coins belong to you alone? I still have to share half with the leopard print girl. Isn't it tough for her to refine it? Then you still have 40 train coins left. Sharing 10 with me isn't too much, is it? That's very unreasonable. Penny Pincher drinking cold water, turning into a devil in the morning. If I hadn't told you about the hidden egg in the last station, would you have passed that smoothly? Gu Wanqing obviously mistook the seeds of the fiery chili for the rewards given by Little Red Riding Hood. Lu Xingyuan smiled without explaining much, and turned back 5 train coins to her. Forget it, who told me to spoil you? In fact, he really needed the train coins. Although he didn't need to supplement ammunition for his weapons in the trading channel, like Gu Wanqing, let's not forget he still held a world wonder. Go at any time, which requires 50 train coins to activate again. Lu Xingyuan admitted that this thing was somewhat troublesome, almost getting him killed at that abandoned platform, but you can't deny that the platform it takes you to is indeed exciting with high risks and high rewards. Therefore, if possible, he would like to experience another travel at any time, provided he must find a life-saving item like immediate departure. However, Lu Xingyuan also tricked Gu Wanqing. He didn't give half of the train coins to Kai Kai at all. You keep these train coins, little brother. Lu doesn't need them. Look at Kai Kai, her awareness is worth learning from. She worked hard to refine Qianhong Lian. It's not as easy as imagined. She was also exhausted. So Lu Xingyuan planned to wait until tomorrow to refine the second batch of Qianhong Lian. He couldn't let Kai Kai wear herself out. Despite Kai Kai's numerous refusals, Lu Xingyuan still handed her 20 train coins, allowing her to buy whatever she wanted in the trading channel. A girl should have some money in her pocket, otherwise she might be easily deceived by a yellow-haired boy with a cup of milk tea. He shared 5 coins with Gu Wanqing, 20 coins with Kai Kai, and still had 55 train coins left in his hand, in addition to those just opened from the treasure chest and the ones he had left over. The total number of train coins in his hand directly broke the 100 mark. We can be considered wealthy now. An unprecedentedly wonderful start. He raised his arms and shouted. Naturally, when you have money, you need to spend it lavishly. Lu Xingyuan clicked into the trading channel and started shopping. The first items he targeted were upgrade materials. Rubber circuit boards, titanium alloy, steel, bulletproof glass. If the price is right, he could make a purchase. Upgrading is the only way to unlock new HEXTech. Others may not be much affected by upgrading early or late, but he is different. The sooner he upgrades, the sooner he benefits. Next were extraordinary creations. Suitable equipment and items could also be taken. Unfortunately, extraordinary creations are rare in the trading channel, and even if they exist, the prices are ridiculously high. You call this price sincere? Lu Xingyuan had his eye on a level 1 pendant. It could automatically form a shield to protect him when he receives damage. He has a level 3 escape from despair, so he naturally doesn't need this level 1 thing, but Gu Wanqing and Kai Kai could use it. Once he got it, he could even upgrade it with the transformation reorganizer. However, the other party was purely teasing Lu Xingyuan. I need 10 portions of Qianhong Lian plus version plus 20 train coins. Get lost. The farther away the better. Just then his private messages lit up in the background. It was a train conductor with a somewhat familiar avatar. Hey, isn't this the train conductor I saved at the last station? At that time, the other party was dragged into the woods by an elite werewolf, and he shot the werewolf dead in time, saving the other party's life. Big shot him here to repay my kindness. I have an extraordinary creation that you should find useful, and I want to give it to you. Repaying kindness. Should I really receive an extraordinary artifact as a gift? Lu Xingyuan directly expressed a series of question marks. Although he saved the other person's life and successfully helped them obtain a level 3 treasure chest. But to be honest, he never considered the matter of repayment at all. To him, it was purely a matter of convenience. As long as you don't cause trouble and behave honestly, what's wrong with helping you? Lu Xingyuan just wanted to say that the Little Red Riding Hood station was one of the few multi-person platforms that made him feel comfortable. The most important reason was that there weren't too many foolish train conductors. I can take you for a ride, but you'd better not have too many schemes. Yet so many people fail to understand such a simple principle. They always plot behind my back, even trying to take advantage of me. Then all he could say was, I'm sorry. The train conductor in front of him, along with the 3 others, were very obedient, doing whatever was asked without causing any trouble, and occasionally even lending a bit of help, which made things very pleasant. So even though each of them received a level 3 treasure chest, Lu Xingyuan didn't have any major thoughts about it. They deserved it. So, repayment. There's no need for that. But soon Lu Xingyuan was calling it hasty. The other party straightforwardly sent the item over. Purple platform, designated card, level 1 type, extraordinary artifact description. After use, the platform you are about to go to will be forcibly changed to the purple platform, Goblin Camp. Note the Goblin Camp is a slaughter platform, extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Wow, a purple platform. Is this for real? So far, the highest level platform Lu Xingyuan had visited was just blue. The purple platform, being second only to the golden platform, undoubtedly had exceptionally rich resources. However, a slaughter platform, extremely dangerous. No wonder the other party was willing to give it to him. Lu Xingyuan pondered. But as the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. He didn't care about the other party's underlying motives. The fact that they thought of him was already commendable. They'll accept this item. Lu Xingyuan didn't indulge in pretense. He wasn't the type of hypocritical person. Puffed who is secretly laughing behind me. Did I say something wrong? I'm not a hypocritical person. Lu Xingyuan's face remained unchanged as he pressed the accept button. Immediately, he sent a Qianhong Lai Yin to the other party as compensation. Qianhong Lai Yin was a necessary item, currently a more valuable circulating currency than train coins. The other party was indeed very excited, repeatedly expressing gratitude. "You're really too kind, big shot. It's nothing, this is what you deserve." After ending the chat, Lu Xingyuan played with the item card in his hand, thinking to himself that it would have been better if it had appeared in his hand sooner. After all, now that he had the fate switch, even if he refreshed a white platform, he still had alternatives. It wouldn't do to say he was so unlucky that both platforms were white, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But what is this inexplicable feeling of guilt? Lu Xingyuan hurriedly got up and went to the electric chair. He felt he needed to be shocked. Overthinking was no good. Oh, and there was also the beginner's gene enhancement potion. It was said that the effects would be better when the two were combined. This time Lu Xingyuan still chose the first gear. He had just noticed that this thing actually had 5 gears. Wow, if the first gear is this intense, can humans withstand the 5th gear? Setting the time for 3 minutes. 1 minute always felt too short. If Gu Wanqing found out, she would surely mock him. 3 minutes, a real man. Swallowing the potion, start. Ah! The screams echoed in the carriage like that of a slaughtered pig. Lu Xingyuan convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back. Sister Hand, lying on the bed, watched all of this with great interest, but unfortunately, she wasn't in her complete form. Otherwise, she would have been munching on seeds, drinking cola, and enjoying the scene. Nevertheless, Lu Xingyuan had to admit that the electric chair was quite effective, especially after combining it with the beginner's gene enhancement potion. In just 3 minutes, he noticeably felt that his physical fitness had improved significantly. It's all about technology and hard work. Doing push-ups, sit-ups, and squats in the carriage couldn't compare to being shocked in the chair. The pain, however, was somewhat unbearable. But as the saying goes, one must endure hardship to rise above others. 3 minutes. I'm aiming to become a man who can last 30 minutes without falling. Oh, let the shocks come harder. Lu Xingyuan kept tossing back and forth, continuously tormenting himself. After resting, he would continue the shocks. When he got tired of the shocks, he would continue to rest. Repeating this, he went from being able to endure only 3 minutes at first to gradually being able to last 5 minutes. See, I knew I could do it. This change greatly uplifted Lu Xingyuan's spirits. As long as he could see progress, it was enough. What he feared most was putting in a lot of hard work without seeing any results, feeling like he was stuck in place. That feeling was truly despairing. At 11 o'clock at night, Lu Xingyuan ended a day of torment. After wetting a towel to wipe himself down, he dove into bed. Exhausted, but he could definitely sleep well tonight. Only, rumble. Thunder rolled, sounding as if thousands of horses and troops were roaring madly. The sky became even darker and murkier, and the rain turned more violent, hitting the carriage like pebbles, making a crackling sound. The howling wind sounded like the wailing of evil spirits. Even the train slightly swayed. The messages in the chat channel became dense like falling snow. What the hell, why is it thundering? It feels like the sky is about to collapse over here. Oh, you guys are experiencing the same thing. It feels like something bad is about to happen. Could it be the apocalypse? I have always said that humanity has no hope. Over here the rain has become exceptionally heavy and the humidity in the carriage has become extremely thick. I've entered humidity level 3. I've entered humidity level 3 too. Crap. This is bad. Lu Xingyuan, big shot. Do you still have Qianhong Lai Yin? I would be willing to trade my entire fortune for one. Please. Many people were frantically Lu Xingyuan, but his attention was entirely captured by the sizzling warm sunstone. The warm sunstone kept crackling and the flames inside were flickering wildly as if they could extinguish at any moment. The humidity in the carriage is too heavy. Lu Xingyuan's heart sank. Previously the warm sunstone had always been stable. But today such a strange phenomenon occurred. Could something truly bad be happening? At that moment a prompt appeared before every train conductor's eyes. The Mayu season will end in 3 days. What? The Mayu season is coming to an end. It turns out not to be bad news at all, but a blessing. Messages in the chat channel instantly surged tenfold. Holy, did I read that right? The Mayu season is about to end. This is truly magnificent news. At last we will no longer suffer the torment of dampness. So all this was merely the darkness before the dawn. Brothers, we have finally welcomed the dawn. Wait, do you mean that during the 3 days before the Mayu season ends the weather will remain as violently stormy as it is now, eh? Damn, if that's true, will I freeze to death in the darkness before dawn? No way. Whatever it takes I will endure until the Mayu season is over. I absolutely will not perish so easily. Consequently, the train captain's demand for Qianhong Lai Yin crimson flame surged. Before they saw no hope, and therefore gave in to despair. But now hope stands before them. They must take a chance no matter what. After the Mayu season ends, what follows will surely be a beautiful spring. Then they will harvest abundant supplies, discover countless chests, level up, and develop, growing stronger while their days become more prosperous. Gu Wanqing immediately sent a private message to Lu Xingyuan. I think the price of Qianhong Lai Yin can be raised a bit. When the Mayu season ends, won't Qianhong Lian lose its market? Demand is surging right now. If we do not raise the price promptly, when will we? Damn you, unscrupulous merchant. Lu Xingyuan grumbled. For a few train coins, how could one sacrifice reputation? But that was only one piece of major news. There was an even more explosive piece of news. After the Mayu season ends, the first settlement will take place. Each train captain will be ranked by train level and receive rewards according to their placement. After a brief silence, the chat channel erupted again with thunderous debate. What? A settlement? Rewards as well? Holy, this is so thrilling. What sort of rewards will they be? I am so excited. Does everyone get something? Will a small fry like me receive anything? Amazing. I love this game. Are you upstairs an idiot? Those ranked low will naturally receive poor rewards. Do not pin too many hopes on it. The truly good things will certainly go to the top 100 train captains. I do not care. I will upgrade my train. I must secure a good rank and strive for better rewards. I wonder who can become the first. No doubt the first prize must be exceedingly generous. The top spot can only belong to me, Wang Tianhua. Do not even think about it. It do not entertain any unrealistic fantasies. Tianhua Club, are you qualified? My aid guild has not even spoken. Who are you to lecture the world? Why can't the first place belong to my Scarlet Legion? Do you always look down on women so? I think it will be Brother Xiao Lu. Brother Xiao Lu will surely make it. He is the best. That remark was soon swallowed by the endless flood of messages and made no ripple. Gu Wanqing messaged Lu Xingyuan again. Damn, did you see that? There will be rankings, and the first place will receive a generous reward. I saw it, I'm not blind. How likely is it? Any confidence? To seize first place, you must push to level 4 within the remaining 3 days. That hard? Then I think you should give up struggling. Do you have so little faith in your brother? Gu Wanqing was stunned. You don't seriously plan to push to level 4, do you? Why not? Lu Xingyuan looked at the upgrade materials stored in his storage sunflower. Most crucial among them were titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass. These two materials were the keys to upgrading to level 4. The reason no level 4 train captain had appeared until now was largely because of the burden of those materials. They were exceedingly rare. But he was different. Thanks to his Lungtsai Fakeu prismatic orb, his collection progress was in no way slower than the leaders of the great forces. Why should he not contend for first place? Moreover, if someone else sits in that top seat, does that mean I cannot? Damn, I'm fired up. Gu Wanqing's blood boiled. She could hardly contain the urge to charge through walls. Charge into the flames, Brother Yuan. Tell me what materials you need, and I will back you with all my strength. Anyway, I have already reached level 3 on my rank, should not look too bad. For upgrading to level 4, she had no real hope. In that case, I'll lend you my last ripple. Kai needed no further coaxing and supported Lu Xingyuan without hesitation. I plan to produce more Qianhong Lian Crimson Flame and see if I can trade them with other train captains for the materials needed to upgrade. Kai immediately posted a designated trade in the trading channel 1 Qianhong Lian Plus Edition in exchange for titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass. This trade is valid long-term. Other factions likewise began frantically acquiring those two materials. Wang Tianhua will spare no cost to charge for level 4 and seize first place. Whoever is willing to donate titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass will receive the friendship of my aid guild. The Xingyuan Brotherhood is buying titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass at high prices. The price will surely satisfy you. It was destined to be a sleepless night, with everyone caught in an extreme frenzy. Lu Xingyuan, however, kept a calm heart. He lay down and slept soundly until the next morning. 8 o'clock. Lu Xingyuan opened his eyes. Shou Jia was still cradled in his arms. Morning, Shou Jia. He no longer feared that unfamiliar arm. Instead, he treated it as another member of his tribe. Let's simply have a hot spring corn for breakfast. Gnawing on the corn, Lu Xingyuan went over to the planting pot. A new batch of blazing chilies was about to ripen. He could once again make Qianhong Lian to sell. Yet the darkness before dawn proved more unbearable than imagined. Last night, nearly 3,000 train captains were eliminated. Faced with such raging storms, they simply could not hold on. And they still had to endure 3 more days of such extreme weather. It was brutal. What should I transform and recombine today? After breakfast, Lu Xingyuan rubbed his chin and pondered. At that moment, a prompt popped up. The current item's cooldown has ended. You may begin a new round of transformation and recombination. Select. Baoyan's Waluan Blaze Revolver is ready for transformation and recombination. This prompt caused Lu Xingyuan's spirit to momentarily surge with excitement. Is it cooled down? Can it transform and reorganize? That would be wonderful. After all, the explosive flame revolver is merely a second-level extraordinary creation, still with room for improvement. After enduring so many stations, he finally waited for the moment to transform and reorganize. Choosing the explosive flame revolver as the target for this transformation and reorganization, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What would a third-level ranged weapon be like? It shouldn't disappoint, right? Next, he just had to patiently wait until the station arrived. With that thought, Lu Xingyuan gave himself another round of electric shock. It's easy. But Lu Xingyuan had already mastered the art of remaining calm. First gear, 5 minutes, no pressure at all. He felt as if every cell in his body had been activated in a state of heightened activity. I've consumed all the primary gene enhancement potions. I need to find a way to get some more. Lu Xingyuan was calculating in his mind. He had already taken 7, but his body had not yet reached the limit of absorption for the potion. The upper limit should be 10. He judged that he was likely correct. At 9:30, train operation prompt, next stop single platform Rustwater station. This station is white platform. Please prepare. Damn, another white platform. I'm truly fed up. Lu Xingyuan cursed. How could his luck be so bad? The fateful fork in the road before him was slightly warm. A new track had appeared. Train operation prompt, next stop single platform Peach Blossom Park. This station is white platform. Please prepare. Geneva refund. Both are white platforms. What kind of outrageous matching mechanism is this? Lu Xingyuan had been pondering when he would be able to use the purple platform designated card. Now it seemed he would be able to use it soon. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath, adjusting his inner emotions. No need to worry, just treat it as being messed with. Bah. Just treat it as being messed with. It's just a bit of hardship. He took out the item card and immediately activated it, designating Peach Blossom Park as the Goblin Camp. A strong light flashed. The track in front of him changed, yet it also seemed unchanged. However, the operation prompt updated to train operation prompt, next stop single platform Goblin Camp. This station is purple platform. Please prepare. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. I still have tricks up my sleeve. Even if the two platforms you refresh are both white, they won't affect me in the as long as I want to walk, it will be beneath my feet. But it's a purple platform, and it's clearly marked as a slaughter platform. What does that imply? It implies that a fierce battle will inevitably ensue. Good, very good, excellent. I love to unleash a massacre. Compared to those convoluted paths, he actually preferred this straightforward approach. Goblin Camp. I've never been there. Just as Lu Xingyuan thought, Gu Wanqing had never been to such a high-level platform, so it was normal for her not to understand the situation. 10 o'clock. The train began to slow down, gradually coming to a stop at the edge of the platform. A prism orb dropped. He picked it up. Acquired titanium alloy steel 5, bulletproof, glass, 5, one step closer to leveling up to level 4. Lu Xingyuan was actually not too emotionally affected, as all his focus was captured by the transformation and reorganization device. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of light, a silver 6-barrel machine gun appeared before him. Storm Gatling category, extraordinary creation, level 3 description, a weapon characterized by limitless firepower. The thunderous explosive rounds spewing from the 6 barrels not only possess extremely fierce firepower, but each bullet also generates electricity upon impact, chaining electric shocks to the next enemy target. The 6 barrels are arranged in a circular formation, the metallic silver gun body gleaming with azure arcs of electricity. The gun is rugged and heavy, with the barrel assembly capable of high-speed rotation, and the heat sinks have sharp edges, exuding an aura of violent firepower. Lu Xingyuan's spirit surged, instantly captivated by this silver behemoth before him. Wild. It could only be described as too wild. This is truly the kind of weapon a real man should use. With these 6 dark barrels pointed at your face, who wouldn't be scared to death on the spot? Moreover, it also retains the characteristic of limitless firepower. You can fire at will. No need to worry about running out of bullets. Thunder explosive rounds. Each bullet generates electricity and chains electric shocks to the next enemy target. Lu Xingyuan could hardly wait to test its power. Initially, he had some concerns about the Goblin Camp. But now, all I want is to roar. That saying is correct. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. When your firepower is sufficient, the real fear should come from your opponent. However, this thing is a bit heavy. It must weigh over 50 kilograms. Lu Xingyuan frowned slightly. Having endured so many electric shocks, his physical quality had already improved significantly, and lifting this Gatling with one hand was completely effortless. However, the 50-kilogram weight exceeded the carrying limit of his spatial hand ring, which meant it couldn't be stored inside, and had to be carried in hand, making it somewhat inconvenient. Opening the train door, the rain poured down like beans onto him, and the thin raincoat could hardly keep up, plunging him into a damp state in just a second. No wonder so many train conductors were eliminated overnight. Extreme weather is indeed unbearable. Taking out a bottle of dry red flame and consuming it, Lu Xingyuan immediately felt his body warming up, and the icy rain could no longer chill him to the bone. Not far behind the platform was the Goblin Camp. A stretch of thatched huts was submerged in the rain curtain, looking eerie and ominous, with faintly discernible, swaying small figures. Lu Xingyuan was no stranger to dealing with goblins. He had been chased by them when he acquired the fateful fork in the road, this world artifact. Although they are individually weak, they are very cunning, especially skilled in collaborative strategies. I wonder how many goblins are in the camp ahead, and where the rewards are. Lu Xingyuan observed for a while, but couldn't gather too much useful information. Since that's the case, let's charge right in. His gaze turned cold, and his super intelligence told him it was time to unleash his super strength. Kill, kill, kill. Let the blood flow like rivers. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard footsteps and became alert. Turning around, he saw a tall figure not far away, not a goblin but a human. But isn't this a single platform? Why are there other people here? Without hesitation, Lu Xingyuan leveled his cannon barrel at the figure before him. At the slightest rustle of movement, he would pull the trigger without remorse, letting the enemy taste the fury of his thunderclap. You are the foreigner who has journeyed far, solely to rescue the princess. Through the curtain of rain, the stranger's silhouette gradually sharpened. A knight. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure's attire. Gleaming silver armor encased the entire body. An ornate helmet, more decorative than functional, revealed a pair of haughty blue eyes beneath. Strands of golden bangs soaked and plastered flat against his scalp by the downpour lent him no air of dignity, only a disheveled, almost comical vulnerability. Yet Lu Xingyuan had to admit, the man stood tall and imposing, a full 1.8 meters broad-shouldered and powerfully built, bearing at least superficially the commanding presence of a true knight. But rescue the princess. Lu Xingyuan's mind raced. So a princess had been captured by goblins and held captive right here within this very camp. Was she still? His expression twisted into something unreadable. I am Sir Kane, the knight declared, a noble silver knight, and rightful heir to the house of Silver Thistle. Though no immediate threat was apparent, Lu Xingyuan remained vigilant, his guard unwavering. Oomph. Sir Kane halted 10 paces from Lu Xingyuan, exhaling a contemptuous snort through his nose, his arrogance deepening with every syllable. The rescue of Princess Felice requires only me. Your presence, foreigner, is utterly Therefore, leave. Do not hinder me where you do not belong. Lu Xingyuan's face betrayed no emotion. He saw no reason to waste breath arguing with a fool. The princess had been imprisoned in this goblin camp for who knew how long. Surely she had already. Alas! And yet you stand here, naively dreaming of rescuing her, to win her favor. You do well to grow some sense. I have no interest in rescuing any princess. I am here solely to claim what is rightfully mine, my reward. You? Those words struck deeper than any blade. Sir Kane's eyes flared wide, stunned that this foreigner would speak of the princess with such blatant irreverence. In your eyes is reward more precious than the princess herself? That's precisely the point. Lu Xingyuan shifted his gaze back toward the goblin camp ahead. His time here was strictly limited. Even with delayed departure modifications, he had barely 2 hours. And the camp teemed with far more goblins than anticipated. So spare me your empty rhetoric and stop wasting my time. Damn you. You are utterly unworthy of rescuing the princess. Enraged, Sir Kane drew his silver longsword with a sharp metallic ring. He glared at Lu Xingyuan, eyes blazing, until in a flash too swift to evade, an arrow streaked toward him. He failed to dodge. The arrow sliced across his left cheek, blood welled burning with searing pain. A startled cry escaped him, his fury instantly crumbling into panic. Clearly a raw recruit. A goblin scout had crept silently into the vicinity, spotted Kane, and loosed the shot without mercy, ruthless, cunning, and brutal. This scouting party numbered 7, each a level 2 goblin archer. Their longbows appeared crude, yet their destructive force was staggering. Having landed their first strike, they immediately redrew their bows, preparing a volley. Their target, Sir Kane. Kane sensed it, and his heart lurched with alarm, outrage, and terror. Dare you? That first arrow had already taught him the goblin's savagery. These wiry green-skinned creatures were far deadlier than he'd imagined. Perhaps he should have brought his shield, rather than flaunting bravado before the princess. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan moved. His finger pressed the trigger. The 6 barrels trembled faintly, then fired a single round. That solitary bullet surged forward with unstoppable force, shattering the lead goblin archer's torso in a grotesque explosion of green flesh and viscera. Then the round detonated, triggering a cascade of lightning that ricocheted violently among the remaining 6 archers. They shrieked, a chorus of agony, before collapsing lifeless. One shot. With one bullet, Lu Xingyuan annihilated an entire goblin scouting. Truly, the thunderclap Gatling was absurdly overpowered. After all, every one of them was a level 2 monster. Yet against this weapon, they crumbled like tofu, fragile, brittle, and shattered on contact. Sir Kane stood frozen, stunned. He'd expected to be riddled with arrows, grievously wounded. Yet the very foreigner he'd mocked and scorned, with such arrogant disdain, had just saved his life with a single shot. His face flushed crimson. He had no idea how to face Lu Xingyuan now. Just as he finally summoned the courage to speak, Lu Xingyuan cut in coolly. Stay here. Do nothing. I can't afford a useless liability slowing me down, or jeopardizing my reward. You. Kane's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly planning to confront the entire goblin host alone? Madness. This camp housed over 1,000 goblins. It was impossible, absolutely unthinkable. It was precisely this knowledge that had driven Kane to intervene. Yet before he could utter a word, Lu Xingyuan silenced him outright. Close your mouth. Now, can't even lie still like a proper liability. Kane's mouth hung open, his throat-dry voice utterly gone. Then, blaring horns echoed from within the goblin camp. Clearly the commotion had been noticed. What had been a placid encampment erupted into chaos. Torches flared wildly as goblins donned armor, seized spears, and assembled into ranks, coalescing into a surging dark green tide hurtling straight toward Lu Xingyuan. Kane watched the advancing horde, swallowing hard. Individually goblins were weak and diminutive, but this army was colossal, overwhelming, suffocating. In that moment he understood why even the princess had fallen, why she had become their captive. To underestimate goblins was to court catastrophe. And what of this foreigner before him? Would his reckoning be equally devastating? Devastating. I intend only to make them feel despair. The trigger clicked. All 6 barrels spun at blinding speed, whining like the unleashed roar of a hypercar's engine pushed to its absolute limit. Bullets erupted from the dark muzzle of the gun, even denser than the curtain of rain before him. Each bullet accurately struck the advancing goblin army. The explosion of thunderous light illuminated the entire sky, radiating an intensity so fierce that it was almost blinding, evoking a sense of awe. The silver barrel of the gun turned red hot from the rapid firing, and the raindrops that fell instantly evaporated into a puff of steam with a sizzling sound. Yet these faint sounds seemed utterly insignificant compared to the wails of the goblins. They were in disarray. If Kane had to describe everything before him in 4 words, nothing would be more fitting than an utter disarray. The dark green tide remained barred outside, unable to cross that invisible red line and draw closer to Lu Xingyuan. Under the suppression of such high firepower, their bodies splattered everywhere, like rotten watermelons unable to be pieced together into a complete form. The smell of blood in the air was so pungent it could be described as piercing, continually stimulating Kane's brain, telling him this was not a dream. Everything before him was happening in reality, so bloody, so brutal. He shifted his gaze from the endlessly dying goblins to Lu Xingyuan, who was continuously firing the silver machine gun. This foreigner whom he had treated with arrogance now stood in the rain, radiating a wild aura, especially with those bulging muscles that exuded a sense of explosive power. So cool, he thought. Really damn cool. Especially those pitch-black eyes, like charming, yet dangerous black gems, captivating. When a strange cry rang out, Kane finally snapped out of his obsession. Following the sound, he saw a goblin noticeably larger and more robust than the others appear. It was clad in thick armor, wielding a spiked club, each step shaking the ground. This was a level 3 goblin warrior. Not 1, but 10. Their crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Lu Xingyuan, roaring in anger, shaking the heavens. Kane instantly felt his scalp go numb, unable to help but break into a cold sweat for Lu Xingyuan. 10 goblin warriors. How could one person possibly... What to do? What should we do now? But compared to his urgency, Lu Xingyuan appeared remarkably calm, aiming the gun at the 10 goblin warriors charging in with ferocious fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets poured out continuously. Like they were free, they slammed toward the 10 goblin warriors. One could only say that the goblin warriors were indeed tough-skinned, as they were not shattered into bits at the first barrage. But by the second, their bodies began to become a bloody mess. In the 3rd second, 1 arm and 1 leg were blown off. In the 4th second, poof. That sturdy body, like a balloon inflated to its limit, burst open, completely turning into a sky full of blood rain. This scene left Kane behind in a daze. This. Could it be too brutal? And Lu Xingyuan, the architect of it all, slightly curled the corners. This scene left Kane behind in a daze. This. Could it be too brutal? And Lu Xingyuan, the architect of it all, slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Had fully spun up. But he was different. He possessed the infinite firepower Hex, granting the Thunder Gatling the characteristic of unlimited bullets. He could fire freely and recklessly, conserving bullets. Not a chance. If the goblin warriors hadn't died so quickly, he could have kept firing indefinitely. The densely packed bullets formed a still straight line. With the demise of these 10 goblin warriors, the sea of corpses and blood before him seemed to finally welcome tranquility. The sounds of gunfire, charging, and wailing all faded away, leaving only the patter of rain hitting the ground. You? Kane finally spoke, looking at the upright figure before him, struggling to utter a sentence. You were right. I really should just be a good for nothing lying down. Lu Xingyuan cast a cold glance at him. Can I now go and claim my reward? Kane forced a smile. Of course, but why are you so uninterested in the princess? If I were the princess, I would definitely fall in love with you, my heroic savior. Lu Xingyuan's face darkened. Do you also want to taste my bullets? Kane instantly shrank back, not understanding why Lu Xingyuan would get so angry. Perhaps all strong individuals were like this, their tempers always so strange. Just then an invisible force struck. Lu Xingyuan's expression changed slightly, his reaction already fast, but he was still caught off guard, his Thunder Gatling instantly entangled in creeping vines. The trigger was bristling with spikes, unable to be pulled. The barrel was forcefully stuffed, blocked, sealed. The The weapon was sealed, unable to be used. Kane's pupils shrank, seemingly realizing something, and exclaimed, "There are also level 4 monsters, goblin mages here." His scalp felt like it was exploding. It truly felt like his scalp was on fire. He never expected that the goblin camp before him harbored such a terrifying existence. "We're finished. We are truly doomed." Kane hid behind Lu Xingyuan, trembling uncontrollably. Level 4 monsters are inherently so powerful and invincible, and now Lu Xingyuan's most crucial weapon has been sealed. How can they fight back against A fierce gale swept in. In the next moment, a goblin clad in loose black robes appeared suspended in midair. Its face was covered in wrinkles, looking incredibly ancient. In its hand it tightly held a wooden staff, the top embedded with a dark green gem. Goblin Mage level 4 description: an absolute standout among the goblin race, a being that can only be born among every 10,000 goblins. They possess intelligence far superior to their kin and wield magic powers of elements and curses. At this moment the Goblin Mage was fixating its cold gaze on Lu Xingyuan, while completely ignoring Kane beside it. Such a waste was not worthy of its attention. "Damn train conductor. You dare slaughter my kin, I will rip your heart out and swallow it whole." It spoke human language, mocking. "I have long had my eye on your weapon, its power I have already witnessed. It was worth it for me to hide in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to ambush and seal it. Now without your weapon you are no match for me." Kane watched Lu Xingyuan fall silent, his heart plunging into despair. Yes, he surely had no other moves left. So what awaited them was only death. However, in that case I can only unleash my ultimate move. His pitch-black eyes were now even calmer than before. But, a trump card. Kane's mind trembled. Does he still have a trump card? The Goblin Mage in front of him was equally taken aback. Then it seemed to realize something and scoffed. "Are you trying to deceive me? Do you really think you could deceive me?" Kane was stunned. Was he really deceiving the other party? He thought to himself, no matter how strong a person is, they can't be that strong. Lu Xingyuan remained silent and took out a purple lightning from his spatial wristband. He then gripped the knife with both hands, closed his eyes, and calmed his breathing. In that moment the world was silent, and even the falling raindrops seemed to freeze. He could hear only the sound of his own heartbeat. The world was chaotic, yet a glimmer of light flickered. "Now is the time." In a daze, a cool female voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Lu Xingyuan's gaze became unprecedentedly resolute. Heavenly split slash. The long knife in his palm suddenly burst forth with a cold light. There were no complex moves, just a simple casual swing. In an instant a silvery knife, light sharp to the extreme, tore through the air, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. At that moment the countless raindrops bizarrely suspended in midair, as if the world had been frozen by that single slash, and even the sound of the wind fell completely silent. As the knife light descended, the Goblin Mage's movements suddenly froze, and a smooth line of blood split his body from his forehead to his lower abdomen. He had not even let out a scream before crashing to the ground, life extinguished. The suspended rain finally fell, drenching Lu Xingyuan's still figure. The blade was bloodless, while only the raindrops rolled, leaving behind a profound silence. Kane stared blankly at this scene, letting the rain pour down on his face. At that moment it felt as if his soul had been cleaved along with that strike, leaving only an empty shell. How could this be? How is this possible? That was a powerful level 4 monster. How could it be killed with a single strike? Were those words not just to intimidate the opponent? "You were serious? Oh, you really can do it. You're making me look like a clown." Kane stared blankly at the figure with its back to him. That figure stood still and motionless, exuding an intimidating aura of strength. This is the stance of a strong person. Kane was almost overwhelmed with excitement. "You stupid fool, can't you see? Don't you want to come over and help me out? You can be lazy, but you can't lack even the basic perception." Kane was stunned. Then Lu Ming woke up, quickly rushed over, and helped Lu Xingyuan. It was only then that he noticed the horrifying gray pallor on the other's face, as if he had just been pulled from the water, trembling all over. 10 minutes later, after eating 5 hot spring corns, Lu Xingyuan began to recover somewhat. However, he was still extremely weak. There's no way around it. A trump card is like this. If it could be easily executed, it wouldn't deserve to be called a trump card. But thankfully the outcome is satisfactory, right? That level 4 Goblin Mage was thus slain by him. He successfully turned the tables in a dire situation. There can't be more monsters, right? Lu Xingyuan, suppressing the weakness in his body, looked toward the goblin camp ahead. It was eerily quiet, not seeming to pose any danger. "Let's go, it's time to claim the rewards I deserve." Kane held an umbrella for Lu Xingyuan, showing utmost respect. He had only been confused earlier, but that didn't mean he was disobedient. On the contrary, he was quite sensible and compliant. At this moment, all traces of arrogance were gone from him. A strong person deserves respect wherever they go. Undoubtedly Lu Xingyuan was a true powerhouse. "That slash was so cool, you know." Lu Xingyuan remained expressionless. "I know it's cool, but you don't have to repeat it 108 times. My ears are about to develop calluses." "But really?" Kane was still in an excited state, but upon seeing Lu Xingyuan's displeasure, he promptly shut up. However, Even if repeating it 108 times, or even 1008 times, he wouldn't feel tired. In the dungeon of the goblin camp, the two finally met the captured Princess Phyllis. As Lu Xingyuan had imagined, Princess Phyllis looked utterly disheveled, her clothes tattered, hair in disarray, and her body covered in various marks left by the goblins. Upon seeing Cain, Princess Phyllis couldn't help but burst into tears. "Cain, my valiant knight, you've finally come to save me. I thought I would never see you again." Cain awkwardly looked at the princess who had rushed into his arms. "Your Highness, you might be mistaken. The one who saved you is not me, but this train conductor." Princess Phyllis immediately turned to Lu Xingyuan, her eyes flashing with deep admiration. "Great train conductor, you are my savior. Though I haven't witnessed your bravery firsthand, I can fully imagine it. After all, I have experienced the ferocity of those goblins myself. But you were able to single-handedly slaughter them, which is testament to your fierce valor." Lu Xingyuan wasn't interested in the prince's admiration, he just wanted to quickly receive his reward, and immediately signaled Cain with his eyes. Cain understood and hurriedly hinted to the princess that she should properly reward the hero who saved her. Princess Phyllis took out a gorgeous treasure chest from her storage item. "This is a level 5 treasure chest now granted to you." A level 5 treasure chest. Lu Xingyuan's breath became rapid. No wonder it was from the purple platform. The rewards were generous, well worth his efforts. But in the next second, Princess Phyllis took out a pearl hairpin from her head and handed it to Lu Xingyuan. This is the key to open the level 5 treasure chest." Lu Xingyuan's eyelids twitched. "Damn, a level 5 treasure chest requires a corresponding key to open it. This is truly outrageous." Luckily, the princess was kind-hearted, otherwise if she only gave him a treasure chest without a key, he would probably have exploded on the spot. After putting away the treasure chest and the key, Lu Xingyuan looked at Cain. "Cain, you can't just slack off all day. Why not help me look around the camp to see if there are any valuable items?" Cain patted his chest sincerely, saying, "No problem. It's my honor to help you." Lu Xingyuan also began searching around the camp. And he really found something. "Hey, isn't this titanium alloy steel? I didn't expect it to be casually thrown on the table. And this is bulletproof glass." It turned out that the materials needed for upgrades randomly appeared in high-level platforms. By the end of the search, Lu Xingyuan obtained a total of 5 units of titanium alloy steel, 7 units of bulletproof glass, as well as several simple circuit boards. Although the quantity isn't large, it was still an unexpected delight. He was quite satisfied. "I thought there wouldn't be anything else besides the level 5 treasure chest and the key. These are all materials needed for upgrades. With the settlement approaching, every unit of titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass is crucial. Do you really need these items?" Princess Phyllis, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Moreover, the train was traveling on an endless track heading towards the unknown. The rain continued to pour, intensifying as the carriage was pelted with a crackling sound. What should have been a damp and chilly carriage was now warm and cozy. Lu Xingyuan pulled out a can of beer, popped the tab, and white foam surged forth, carrying with it a hint of wheat's fragrance. "Life is tough, let's have some beer to relieve the stress." Lying on the bed, the hand sister, maintaining a relaxed posture, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, rushed over, hovering in midair, curiously staring at the can of beer. Lu Xingyuan surprisingly sensed 2 words from her: "Want a drink?" "What are you drinking for?" Lu Xingyuan felt both angry and amused. "You don't even have a mouth. Who would have thought that the hand sister was actually a drunkard?" Nevertheless, Lu Xingyuan was quite indulgent, pouring a little into a plate for her. Her delicate jade-like fingers gently tapped the liquid, causing it to slide down her finger into her palm. Lu Xingyuan swallowed hard. He inexplicably felt an impulse to take that finger wet with beer into his mouth and savor it. Startled, he quickly slapped his own cheek. Damn, I'm not some pervert. With a sip of beer, it was incredibly refreshing. Lu Xingyuan felt rejuvenated. Outside, the torrential rain resembled the end of the world, yet inside, it was warm like a paradise. Looking around the entire train world, there were probably few train conductors as relaxed and comfortable as Lu Xingyuan. "Are you saying you saved a princess, and after she gave you the reward you deserved upon learning you needed upgrade materials, she voluntarily offered help, but the price was allowing her to do something inappropriate to you?" Gu Wanxing expressed shock upon learning about Lu Xingyuan's previous experience. "Did you agree?" "I did not. I didn't." "Stop talking nonsense." Lu Xingyuan pounded his chest with a serious expression, only for a loud thud to sound as 50 units of titanium. Lu Xingyuan blinked. "Besides, do you think I look like someone who would sell his body for trivial benefits?" Another thud and 50 units of bulletproof glass dropped. "Lu Xingyuan?" Gu Wanxing asked suspiciously. "Really? Why do I find that hard to believe?" Then she regretted. "What a pity. If it were me, I would have agreed. It's just touching your abs, not like touching your little thing." Lu Xingyuan was left speechless. He then informed her that a level 5 treasure chest required a corresponding key to open. "What? A level 5 or above treasure chest also requires a corresponding key to open? Isn't this ridiculous?" Gu Wanxing's reaction was similar to Lu Xingyuan's, both pointing fingers and cursing. There was no choice, high-level treasure chests were already quite rare. Now you've added this key mechanism. It's simply disgusting. Wait. Gu Wanxing finally discovered a blind spot. How do you know that a level 5 or above treasure chest requires a key to open? Could it be that you? Lu Xingyuan tossed his flowing hair. Sorry bro, I just got one. He directly sent a screenshot of both the treasure chest and the key to Gu Wanxing. Ah! You bastard. You actually got a level 5 treasure chest. Woe is me, the highest treasure chest I've gotten is only level 3. Giggling, Lu Xingyuan laughed somewhat wildly. He could almost see a certain angry little girl rolling around on her bed. You can learn from my skills, you won't make a sound when you do. When we meet, split it in half, and remember to give me half of the good stuff that comes out of the treasure chest. I reach out to take him, just that shameless. Someone so shamelessly asking others for things doesn't even know to say something nice. Oh dear, this puts me in a tough spot. Brother Yuan, little Lu. The voice message was sent immediately, and the tone made Lu Xingyuan's skin crawl. Damn, I really want to smash your face in. After putting the upgrade materials obtained through selling male charm into the storage sunflower, Lu Xingyuan focused his attention on the level 5 treasure chest in front of him. A level 5 treasure chest? Oh, I wonder what it will yield. I'm quite looking forward to it. Carefully inserting the key into the lock, it opened with a click without needing Lu Xingyuan to turn it. A burst of intense golden light blinded Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Congratulations on obtaining train coins 30. Congratulations on obtaining titanium alloy 20. Congratulations on obtaining bulletproof glass 20. Congratulations on obtaining simple circuit board 50. Congratulations on obtaining rubber 100. Congratulations on obtaining wood 800. Congratulations on obtaining metal 500. Congratulations on obtaining glass 200. Congratulations on obtaining Star Trek Pulse Earrings 1. Congratulations on obtaining Junior Mental Enhancement Potion 1. Congratulations on obtaining Random Skill Card 1. Oh my goodness. Is this the reward for a level 5 treasure chest? It's even more generous than I imagined. Lu Xingyuan was completely stunned. He thought he was prepared, but the reality proved otherwise. Putting aside the other rewards, just the upgrade materials were so abundant. Now he was indeed just one step away from leveling up to 4. Completing the upgrade before the settlement was a sure thing. After collecting all the materials, Lu Xingyuan looked at the first extraordinary creation. Star Trek Pulse Earrings category, extraordinary creation, level 4 description, triggering a lethal level instant kill damage. Without needing to be actively activated, the earring core erupts, with high-frequency Star Trek particles forming an invisible pulse shield on the skin's surface, allowing it to withstand the full lethal attack, simultaneously releasing chaotic star waves causing a 2.8-second delay deviation in the attack rhythm and skill predictions of enemies within 18 meters, while temporarily shielding all tracking marks and locating spells. Can trigger once per day, and after every 10 times it requires using train coins for recharging. In Lu Xingyuan's hand was a pair of exquisite earrings inlaid with sparkling diamonds. Not only would girls admire them, but even boys felt a bit tempted. It's just a pity he didn't have his ears pierced. Moreover, he already possessed a life-saving item like the light escape from despair. If that's the case, why not give it away to serve its purpose? Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin. Sister Qing has done me a great favor, and I just promised her, so I decided to give it to Kai Kai. When Lu Xingyuan messaged Kai Kai, she was busy stir-frying the Qianhong flame. To be honest, she wasn't interested in train coins, but it was enough that Lu Xingyuan was. You prepared a gift for me. Kai Kai paused her actions and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Soon after, she received the Star Trek Pulse earrings sent by Lu Xingyuan. Incredible. A level 4 extraordinary artifact. The girl felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. How rare an extraordinary artifact is can be gleaned from the chat channel. Many train conductors' greatest wish is to obtain a decent extraordinary artifact before they die. Kai Kai was also interested in extraordinary artifacts. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't that great. Throughout her journey visiting so many platforms, she hadn't seen a single decent extraordinary artifact, which left her feeling regretful. Little did she expect that this regret would be compensated by Lu Xingyuan. He directly gifted her a level 4 extraordinary artifact. She trembled as she pinched her skin, afraid that she might really faint from disbelief, and hurriedly spoke, "Little Lu, did you make a mistake? How could you give me such a precious item? Take it back, please take it back." She murmured to herself, "It must be a mistake, it must be that he accidentally pressed the wrong button. Yes, that's it. How could someone like me deserve such a high-level extraordinary artifact? But, no mistake, this is indeed for you." Boom. Kai Kai's brain felt like it was struck by a nuclear bomb, leaving her in a daze. After a long time, she finally recovered and trembled, asking, "Really? Is it true? This precious item is really for me? Do I really deserve it?" She knew that saying this might sound a bit pretentious, but she was indeed someone with a very low sense of worthiness. When good things appeared before her, her first reaction wasn't joy, but fear. "Lu Xingyuan, the first thought I had when I obtained this item was of you." Wow. The girl wearing thick glasses instantly burst into tears. "Little Lu, you're still so good at making people emotional." "Lu Xingyuan, I'm really at my wit's end. Seeing Kai successfully receive the StarTrak Pulse earrings, he nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't lied, as she was indeed the first person he thought of, not Gu Wanqing. Why? Because Gu Wanqing obviously possessed more self-defense capabilities compared to Kai. Not only did she own several extraordinary artifacts, but she also had the talent for platform intelligence, making it easy for her to avoid danger. In contrast, Kai was different. She was naturally a bit foolish. Her talents leaned more towards support, unable to play any role in platform exploration. Therefore, she was the one who needed a life-saving item the most. With the StarTrak Pulse earrings, Kai's chances of survival would significantly increase. Thinking of this, he asked, "Do you have enough bullets?" "I have 16 left." It seemed Kai had encountered quite a bit of danger at the last station. "Bullets are no longer available now." Kai informed Lu Xingyuan of this news. This was due to the impending settlement. Everyone wanted to strive for better rankings to gain more substantial rewards. Thus, bullets naturally became the most sought-after resource, with prices skyrocketing and eventually becoming unavailable. If one truly wanted to buy them, they would have to seek the Crimson Legion. Only the train conductor from the Crimson Legion could consistently produce bullets. However, the prices they offered were somewhat outrageous. "Isn't that the famous train conductor Lu Xingyuan? You want bullets?" "If it were an ordinary train conductor, we wouldn't want to bother, but since it's you, we're quite willing to trade. However, you would need to exchange something valuable from your inventory. One level 1 extraordinary artifact for 20 bullets is reasonable, right? Of course, if you're willing to continuously provide us with Qianhong Flame, the price can be negotiated. A level 1 extraordinary artifact can only be exchanged for 20 bullets. I finally found someone even greedier than me." Lu Xingyuan couldn't be bothered to look any further and directly closed the chat window with them. On the other side, the leader of the Crimson Legion, Wang Rong, wasn't annoyed. Looking at the abruptly ended chat window, a smirk of sarcasm appeared on her lips. "The only one who can consistently provide bullets is my Crimson Legion. If you don't come to me, who else will you seek? Don't worry, it won't be long before you obediently come back to find me." Then she gave the command to the male train conductor, who could produce bullets to increase output. "Today's target has been raised from 100 bullets to 200. If you don't complete the task, you know the consequences." The male train conductor was already so thin, he looked like a skeleton. He originally thought that joining the Crimson Legion would be like entering paradise. But to his surprise, these women treated him like nothing, squeezing him to the brink. "If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have joined. I was so free on my own with the talent to produce bullets. I wouldn't have become such a miserable being." "Don't worry about the bullets, I'll find a way," Lu Xingyuan reassured Kai. With the StarTrak Pulse earrings, Kai's safety level was on the rise. Even without bullets, her situation wouldn't be too dire. At the next station, he would see if he could find a way to acquire some bullets. As for seeking the Crimson Legion, that's impossible. Turning around, he put the Qianhong Flame Kai had stir-fried up for trade, while also keeping an eye out. Anyone from the Crimson Legion who purchased it would incur an additional fee. The price would be higher than other train conductors. You better believe it, Qianhong Flame is unique. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of others who will. Wang Rong must be furious. One glance at the long list of private messages in the background would reveal that. But Lu Xingyuan didn't care. "Since I've already offended the Mutual Aid Association's Tianhua Club, what's one more Crimson Legion? Awesome as expected of my brother Yuan. So cool. So manly. Just wanted to ask, when will you share half the rewards from the level 5 treasure chest with me?" Gu Wanqing sent a longing emoji. Lu Xingyuan looked at the remaining rewards in the treasure chest, falling into deep contemplation. To be honest, it was really hard to give away. This basic mental enhancement potion is a great item for strengthening the mind. Enhancing mental aspects allows one to better resist mental pollution and see through deceptive illusions. As for this random skill card, Sister Qing, would you believe me if I told you there's nothing in this level 5 treasure chest? Gu Wanqing. She hesitated, wanting to say something, but then holding back. Just kidding. Having underestimated Gu Wanqing and attempted to deceive her, Lu Xingyuan lightly coughed twice before sending her 20 train coins. "Since we're all on the same side, I can't just give Kai a 4th level extraordinary creation and leave Gu Wanqing empty-handed. We must keep things fair. I can't be partial." Gu Wanqing was truly not polite at all and directly agreed to the trade request. "Wow, you're so generous. You're giving me so many train coins. It seems that the rewards in the 5th level treasure chest are extraordinary." Fortunately, Gu Wanqing is not someone without boundaries. Receiving 20 train coins was already enough to satisfy her, and she did not pry further into the other rewards in the treasure chest. "If I knew you would give it to me, why would I need to suffer? The most painful thing in this world is to see something that you cannot touch." This statement could be considered a life philosophy. Successfully sending Gu Wanqing away, Lu Xingyuan then focused his attention on this random 4th level skill card. Random skill card, category Extraordinary Creation, level 4. Description: randomly acquire a 4th level skill upon activation. The description was brief, but enough to make one's scalp tingle. Randomly obtaining a 4th level skill. In this day and age, it's clear how rare skills are. Searching for the keyword skill in the chat channel 1 would find that no one mentioned it at all, because for the current train conductor's skills are simply too advanced. Very few people have come into contact with them, and even fewer have obtained them. Even Lu Xingyuan only mastered a 7th level skill, Sky-Splitting Slash. Thinking of this, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly covered Sister Shou with a soft blanket. This 7th level skill did not come from elsewhere, it was precisely from Sister Shou. Upon learning that he would soon head to the purple platform, Lu Xingyuan felt a bit anxious in his heart. Thus he devised a plan to take Sister Shou along. However, what he did not expect was that no matter how he tried to pull her, Sister Shou just lay there like a lump motionless. Lu Xingyuan was utterly frustrated. I can't do without you, Sister Shou, just like the West can't do without Jerusalem. Just think about it, or what if I were to die out there? Who would continue the journey with you then? You know I'm just a sitting duck, the kind that's utterly helpless. Without your protection, what am I to do? Sister Shou said nothing, only lightly tapped his forehead with her index finger. Instantly it felt as if his mind was about to overflow with information. You have successfully acquired Sky-Splitting Slash. Sky-Splitting Slash category skill level 7 description: condensing sharp energy from around it unleashes a blade of light that tears through the skies, dealing enormous slashing damage with unparalleled power. This skill has extremely high requirements for the user's physical constitution. If forced to activate it without sufficient physical strength, one may suffer from energy depletion or worse, backlash. Holy crap! Lu Xingyuan was completely stunned. He never expected Sister Shou to prepare such a grand gift for him. Skill? What is that? I've never heard of it. Could it be that my level is too low? A 7th level skill should be quite powerful, right? Sister Shou, I really love you to death. Unable to contain his emotions, Lu Xingyuan embraced her arm and planted a flurry of kisses. It was only after her hand was covered in his saliva that he finally let her go. When he executed this move, the cool voice that echoed in his mind was probably that of Sister Shou herself. Still the legendary mature woman's voice. Thinking back to that urgent moment made Lu Xingyuan shudder with fear. Fortunately, Sister Shou granted him such an impressive skill, allowing him to instantly eliminate that goblin mage. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Whoa, I'm Sister Shou's dog. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but want to kiss her again, but he was stopped by Sister Shou. Alright, I won't disturb you further. You continue to sleep, Sister Shou. Lu Xingyuan withdrew his gaze and returned to the skill card in front of him. Ding. Current item potential is exhausted and the benefits of transformation and reorganization are extremely low. Do you wish to proceed? Ding. Current item level exceeds train level. Transformation and reorganization cannot be performed. Looking at the 2 prompts that popped up, Lu Xingyuan blinked. It was expected that transformation and reorganization could not be performed. After all, the item level for transformation and reorganization cannot exceed the train's level. However, the fact that the potential is exhausted and the benefits are low was unexpected. I didn't think there would be such a saying. It seems items cannot be upgraded mindless. That makes sense. After all, you can't still be using items obtained from the novice village when battling the final boss. That would be quite embarrassing. In that case, I will just use it directly. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath and immediately crushed the card in his hand. The card transformed into particles. At that moment, the small red hat lucky brooch he wore on his chest suddenly began to feel warm. Originally, those particles were finely shattered, but at this moment, they suddenly became solid and then entered his forehead. Relevant information surfaced in his mind. Flowing light category skill level 4 description: transform your form into a swift stream of light, executing a short distance instant advance. While moving, faint afterimages will be left behind, allowing for both quick assaults and agile evasions, making it a practical speed type skill that balances offense and defense. Opening his eyes, a hint of joy flashed across Lu Xingyuan's gaze. He never expected to draw a speed type skill. Was it the effect of the lucky brooch? Lu Xingyuan looked down and touched it. He had clearly felt its change just now. Without it, given his luck, the skill he would have drawn would likely have been quite disappointing. Now that I have a new skill, I want to test its effects. Suddenly an idea struck Lu Xingyuan. Got it. He took out the goblin key. He then activated the trial space. At first, everything went dark, but the next second light appeared, accompanied by a strong stench of blood. A massive raging monster lunged at him with an unstoppable force. In the past, even if Lu Xingyuan's mind reacted, his body would not keep up. But today was different. Flowing light. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot, causing the goblin's attack to miss. Good. After experiencing it, Lu Xingyuan was very satisfied with the skill's effect. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate it again in a short time. After all, it was just a 4th level skill, so the requirements couldn't be too high. Now that I'm here, let's see what I can do. Lu Xingyuan aimed the thunder Gatling gun at the goblin in front of him. Fire. The outcome of the final battle was of course a defeat. Despite Lu Xingyuan disregarding the risk of his body collapsing and forcing himself to unleash the Sky-Splitting Slash, he could not slay that gnoll. However, looking at the deep wound on the knoll, a hint of a satisfied smile appeared on his face, at least proving that the opponent was not invincible. Boom. Pain engulfed him like a tidal wave followed by endless darkness. When he opened his eyes again, several hours had already passed. I actually fainted for so many hours. Shaking his swollen brain, Lu Xingyuan only felt an indescribable soreness in his body accompanied by a strong tearing sensation. My physical condition is still too poor. The sky-splitting slash as a high-level skill demanded exceptionally high physical attributes. Even though he had consumed numerous tubes of gene enhancement potions significantly improving his physical condition, it was only barely enough to use it, and he could not achieve the level of seamless execution. As his sister would say, a true powerhouse can use the sky-splitting slash without limitations, treating it as simply as eating and drinking, focusing on a stress-free approach. I just need to practice hard. I must become the strongest among the strong. Lu Xingyuan gritted his teeth. High burst and high endurance are what it takes to create miracles. However, before that he should first consume the primary mental enhancement potion. Unlike the primary gene enhancement potion, it belonged to extraordinary creations. Primary mental enhancement potion. Category: Extraordinary creation. Level 2. Description: the potion contains gentle extraordinary power. Once consumed, it slightly enhances the drinker's mental strength. The liquid in the test tube displayed a dreamy blue and white color, as if it blended with starlight, constantly shimmering. The potion was not viscous, flowing gently like water. Its method of use was somewhat rough, requiring a sharp jab into the back of the neck. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan had endured the torment of the electric chair and had long developed a resilient heart, plunging it into his neck without hesitation. A warm power instantly spread along the blood vessels and nerves in his neck, reaching his brain, as if a switch hidden deep within was activated, causing a wave of refreshing sensation to surge forth. The entire process was not painful. Instead, it felt somewhat pleasant, like downing a bottle of ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day. The effect lasted for 3 minutes before it faded. Lu Xingyuan carefully sensed the changes in his body, first noticing that his vision had become noticeably clearer, with many details previously unnoticed now fully visible. Next, he felt that his brain's thinking had become exceptionally active. If you were to ask him what 877-8096-175-9690 equals, he would answer without hesitation that it equals 4.98843319. Whether it was correct or not was up for debate, but let's just say it was quick. What a good thing. If I encounter a mental-type zombie again, I will definitely not end up so embarrassed. Next was the process of enhancing his physical attributes. Lu Xingyuan approached the electric chair and silently adjusted the setting to level 2. Come on, let the storm come even more fiercely. 3 minutes later. Whoa. Officer, I was wrong. I admit, I am a perverted lowly lover. Please don't electrocute me. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Lu Xingyuan listed another batch of Qianhong flames. The plum rain season was about to end, and he needed to seize the time to earn as much as possible. The listed Qianhong flames were naturally sold out in an instant. The demand remained as high as ever. There was no choice. Every ambitious train conductor wanted to make a final push in the rankings for better rewards. Calculating, I actually have over 200 train coins in my hand. Hearing the crisp sound of silver coins clinking together, his mood couldn't help but brighten. At 9:30, train operation notification. Next stop, multi-person platform. Screaming mind, this station can accommodate up to 5 trains simultaneously. This station is green platform. Please prepare. The destiny fork in his arms was slightly warm, and another operation notification popped up. Train operation notification. Next stop, multi-person platform, Southwater Hospital. This station can accommodate up to 5 trains simultaneously. This station is blue platform. Please prepare. Today seemed to be quite lucky. Neither of the 2 platforms was white. The only regret was that they were both multi-person platforms. Lu Xingyuan hesitated for a moment before choosing the blue platform. Since they were both multi-person platforms, he might as well go for the higher level one, perhaps yielding more rewards. Lu Xingyuan adjusted the destiny fork in his hand, choosing the right track, and then placed it into the storage sunflower. He then sent the information about his upcoming station to Gu Wanqing. I haven't been there. My dear Xingjia, could you please do something useful for once? If you scold me like that, I might cry. He placed the power rune into the transformation reassembler. Yes, that's right, with the cooldown reset of the explosive revolver, the power rune was also ready for transformation and reorganization. At 10 o'clock, the slowing train smoothly came to a stop at the edge of the platform. A prism-colored magic ball fell at his feet. Picking it up, he looked at it. Congratulations, you have obtained Potion Gift Pack 1. Potion Gift Pack. Upon opening, you can obtain 3 tubes of Primary Gene Enhancement Potion, 2 tubes of Primary Mental Enhancement Potion, and 1 tube of Intermediate Zombie Serum. Intermediate Zombie Serum. Category: Extraordinary Creation. Level 2. Description: significantly enhances the medicinal properties based on the Primary Zombie Serum. It can not only neutralize the viral infection caused by ordinary zombie bites, but also has significant efficacy against mutated and advanced zombies. This reward was rather decent. After securing it, Lu Xingyuan turned his gaze towards the transformation reassembler in front of him. Power Rune, Will Badge. Will Badge. Category Extraordinary Creation. Level 3. Effect description significantly enhances the wearer's mental resilience and willpower capable of resisting a certain degree of mental interference and oppression. What appeared before Lu Xingyuan was a palm-sized metallic badge, dark silver in color with fine crack patterns along the edges, as if some power had broken free from its original form, leaving traces behind. On its front, an eye was half open with a faint blue glow slowly swirling in the depths of its pupil. After reading the effects of the Will Badge before him, Lu Xingyuan's eyes brightened slightly. His current physical attributes under the influence of the primary gene enhancement potion and the electric chair had already surpassed the realm of weakness. However, his mental state remained as fragile as an infant. Now, with the Will Badge by his side, he had an additional solid support on the mental level, providing him with ample safety. With the Will Badge pinned to his chest, Lu Xingyuan donned his raincoat and slowly opened the car door. At this moment, 5 trains had already come to a halt at the edge of. What surprised him slightly was that all 5 trains were of the second level. As the journey progressed, an increasing number of conductors had been promoted to the second level. However, the first level conductors remained the largest group within the survival team. Yet now he encountered a rare sight of all upgraded conductors. Even more surprising to Lu Xingyuan was the presence of 5 people at the platform. Including him, that made 6 people. However, this station could only accommodate up to 5 trains. This meant one of the trains had 2 people on board traveling together. Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept over the group, ultimately settling on a pair of siblings. He was quite certain they were siblings because their appearances were strikingly similar, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. At that moment, this pair of siblings stood at the very edge of the platform, appearing somewhat out of place compared to the other 3 individuals. The other 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men looked lecherous, not presenting themselves as good people. More critically, they seemed to be old acquaintances standing together and simultaneously putting pressure on the woman. Are you the little ladies from the Mutual Aid Society? What a coincidence. The 2 men's eyes sparkled with lewdness as they continuously scrutinized the young woman from the Mutual Aid Society. It turned out both men were from the Tianhua Society. As the perennial number 2, the Tianhua Society had always been overshadowed by the Mutual Aid Society, naturally leading to the members harboring deep resentment toward the Mutual Aid Society. Now, encountering a solitary member of the Mutual Aid Society, especially a relatively attractive young woman, was enough to excite them. You members of the Mutual Aid Society are usually arrogant and tyrannical, constantly sidelining and targeting members of the Tianhua Society. Today, we brothers have finally found an opportunity to reclaim our dignity. The woman from the Mutual Aid Society appeared slightly flustered. The sheer number of opponents combined with the presence of a burly man placed her, a weak woman, at an absolute disadvantage. How could she possibly compete? I warn you not to act recklessly. I am a person of Vice President Sun, she warned. Vice President Sun. You mean Sun E from the Mutual Aid Society? Sun E was certainly not a minor character. On the contrary, he held a very high standing in District 11. After all, he was second only to Pan Wei in the Mutual Aid Society, and was responsible for many matters conveying the Mutual Aid Society's views in the chat channels. Seeing that her mention of Sun E successfully raised their caution, the woman felt a surge of joy and continued, hoping to thoroughly deter the 2 men. That's right. I am indeed a person of Vice President Sun. My relationship with him is extraordinary, unlike that of ordinary members. If you really lay hands on me, he will definitely not let you off. If you stop now, I can pretend nothing has happened. However, if you spoke a little more politely, there might still be a chance for us brothers to let you go. But the 2 men stepped forward in unison, their gazes turning fiercely malicious. You should never have dared to put on such a lofty demeanor in front of us. That really annoys us. How go? Why waste words with her? Just take her down. I want to see if she can still maintain that lofty demeanor in bed. The other urged, excitement intensifying in his eyes. A person of the renowned Vice President Sun must be quite tender, right? In that case, our brothers would also be considered kindred spirits with Vice President Sun. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. Just as Li Hao was nodding and preparing to take action, he suddenly heard the pair of siblings speak up. Enough. Stop messing around here. The elder sister's face was cold, her expression haughty as she swept her gaze over the 2 men, ultimately landing on Lu Xingyuan, who stood in front of the train. Did you not see someone approaching? Li Hao and the other one were momentarily taken aback. Who gave this little girl the courage to act so arrogantly? However, their attention was successfully drawn to Lu Xingyuan. 3rd level conductor. Their expressions changed slightly as they recognized Lu Xingyuan's identity. You are Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan was wanted by Wang Tianhua, and the bounty of 100 conductor coins had yet to be revoked. As members of the Tianhua Society, how could they not recognize Lu Xingyuan? The 2 men instantly panicked. After all, as members of the Tianhua Society, they were undoubtedly on the opposite side of Lu Xingyuan. The woman from the Mutual Aid Society's eyes brightened, as if she had found a backing, and directly extended an invitation for alliance to Lu Xingyuan. They are from the Tianhua Society, your sworn enemy Wang Tianhua's people. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you want to explore this platform safely, you must form an alliance with me. Only by joining forces can we contend with them. Otherwise they will eventually take us down one by one. Then she looked at Li Hao and his companion with a smug expression. Now that the situation has reversed, it is you who should be afraid. Li Hao and his companion instinctively took a step back. If anything fell off, they would promptly flee. Li Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Bro, it's not as simple as that. Although we are members of the Tianhua Society, your grievances lie with President Wang Tianhua, not with us. We are entirely in our own lanes with no need for conflict. At this point, a trace of cruelty surfaced in his eyes. Moreover, we brothers are not easy to deal with. If you truly want to fight us to the end, we will have to accompany you with our lives. These half-threat and half-warning words caused the woman from the Mutual Aid Society to change her expression slightly. Especially as Lu Xingyuan remained silent, it only heightened her inner anxiety. Lu Xingyuan couldn't possibly be such a foolish pig, trusting their words so easily, right? Thinking this, her heart raced, almost breaking through human limits. Finally, at this moment, Lu Xingyuan spoke, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the woman from the Mutual Aid Society, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful smile. Must I form an alliance with you? As soon as those words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence. Whether it was Li Hao and his companion Wang Yan from the Mutual Aid Association or the pair of siblings, they were all stunned by such a remarkably arrogant statement. Waste is what needs to band together. This statement is indeed valid, but why does it sound so harsh? Especially Wang Yan, whose face turned crimson. After all, she was the one who just suggested an alliance with Lu Xingyuan. His words were a complete slap to her face. You don't want to ally with me. She trembled with anger. What? Should I make my words clearer? Lu Xingyuan cast an indifferent glance at her. Someone like you, a waste, will only hold me back. Wang Yan nearly bit her teeth to pieces, her eyes filled with rage. Li Hao and his companion breathed a sigh of relief, though they still felt some resentment. This guy is truly insufferable, completely pretentious. As for the siblings, the sister's eyes flashed with a cold light as she whispered, Little Tiger, arrogant people are foolish and will definitely pay a painful price. You must never learn from him. Little Tiger obediently nodded. Don't worry, sister, I will never become like him. But since he is so arrogant, why is he still ahead of us, becoming a level 3 trained conductor? The sister snorted coldly, her tone filled with disdain. It's just luck, nothing impressive. Little Tiger nodded, somewhat understanding. Just then a low growl echoed from the hospital in front of them. A shadow rushed towards Lu Xingyuan at an alarming speed. It was a zombie dog. Everyone was startled, but upon seeing that the target of the attack was Lu Xingyuan, they all revealed expressions of glee. We are the waste, you are the strong. Now please, strong one, begin your performance. However, whoosh. Before the zombie dog could get close to Lu Xingyuan, it was sliced in half. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, and the zombie dog twitched on the ground twice before completely ceasing to exist. What the hell? Everyone who witnessed this scene felt their scalps go numb. What just happened? Why did that zombie dog suddenly die? Did Lu Xingyuan make a move? Yet they didn't see how he did it. Was that speed too fast? Those who originally wanted to see Lu Xingyuan's misfortune now felt a burning pain on their faces. They were thoroughly slapped in the face. But soon their attention was drawn back to the hospital in front of them. Boom. The ground shook as if a mountain flood had erupted, and countless zombies poured out of the hospital, a scene enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Not good. This number of zombies is simply too many. Li Hao and the others' expressions changed hastily, pulling out their weapons and assuming combat stances. Several zombie dogs lunged at Wang Yan with incredible speed. Gritting her teeth, her face revealed a vicious expression. Die for me. The Desert Eagle in her hand fired repeatedly. The bullets accurately hit the zombie dogs mercilessly, sending them flying. Oomph. Wang Yan let out a cold snort, slightly pleased. Am I a waste? You better see clearly whether I am a waste or not. But in the next second, more zombies charged towards her at an overwhelming speed. The smugness on her face quickly vanished as she fled in a slight panic. The battle in another area was equally fierce. 3 level 2 zombies fiercely attacked Li Hao and his companion, who pushed their talents to the limit just to barely hold them off. With one punch, Li Hao smashed the head of a level 2 zombie, breathing heavily, yet his eyes shone with fierce intent, saying, we are waste. That guy should really take a good look at how skilled we are. But just as he instinctively glanced in Lu Xingyuan's direction, he froze in place. Before Lu Xingyuan stood even more zombies, roaring, their numbers exceeding 10 times theirs. However, in the face of such a situation, Lu Xingyuan appeared so calm and composed. His right hand held a silver Gatling gun, bullets pouring out the roaring barrel, proving just how terrifying its firepower was. Yet Lu Xingyuan stood there like a towering mountain, utterly unmoved. What kind of terrifying physical quality must one possess to ignore such a horrific recoil? However, that was not what made Li Hao's scalp go numb. It was Lu Xingyuan's left hand, which was holding a can of cola. Yes, that's right, cola. The man was firing the Gatling gun with one hand, blasting the zombies in front of him into pieces, while the other hand leisurely brought a can of cola to his lips. What the hell is he doing, killing enemies, or on vacation? Li Hao was completely stunned. How can he be so elegant? Why can he casually drink cola? Others also noticed this scene. Wang Yin, who was being chased by zombies with her head in her hands, froze, instantly drinking cola. Is this guy still human? The pair of siblings, the sisters' eyes flashed with a cold light. Little Tiger, don't be fooled by his seemingly handsome appearance. He is actually just an idiot. Little Tiger hesitated. Sister, didn't you say we shouldn't use foul language? The sister's expression stiffened slightly, and she coldly snorted. This isn't foul language, it's the most accurate evaluation of him. Just watch, he will die in a very ugly way soon. She possessed sharp eyes and had never been wrong. Since she said Lu Xingyuan would die in a very ugly way, it would definitely happen. There was no way it would go wrong. At that moment it seemed as if the sister sensed something, and a cold smile crept upon her lips. Look, his time of death is approaching. Little Tiger followed the direction pointed by his sister, and saw Li Hao, who had taken out a device at some point. The bait bomb. The released dense smoke contained a powder highly attractive to monsters. Once contaminated with the powder, it would completely attract hatred, making it the primary target for the monsters. I will show you just how ridiculous you are. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with madness as he pulled the ring and threw it towards Lu Xingyuan's direction. Boom. The strange dense smoke instantly exploded, engulfing Lu Xingyuan, covering him in white powder. In an instant, the zombies that were previously attacking Li Hao immediately changed direction and charged towards Lu Xingyuan, becoming even more ferocious. Li Hao coldly watched the scene, a smirk creeping onto his lips. I want to see you make a fool of yourself. In fact, Wang Yin and the siblings also became the actual beneficiaries of Li Hao's maneuver. The power of the bait bomb was immense. Almost all the zombies on the platform restarted their hatred mechanism, choosing Lu Xingyuan as their target. Even the zombies at the farthest reaches of the hospital were awakened. Roar! A roar echoed, sending shivers through one's soul. Soon a crimson figure flashed like lightning, appearing before everyone in just a few blinks. That is a level 3 zombie, Zombie Dog King. Zombie Dog King level 3 description: a grotesque beast born from an unknown mutation within the zombie dog species, typically serving as the core and leader of a small group. Its size far surpasses that of its kind, with bones and mutated muscles twisted in an unnatural manner, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression. The most threatening aspect is not its enhanced biting ability, but rather its capacity to emit a high-frequency piercing pack howl. This howl can induce a temporary frenzy in all ordinary zombie dogs within range, greatly increasing their desire to attack and speed, causing them to indiscriminately pounce on the target locked by them. As described, the Zombie Dog King emanated a strong sense of oppression. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere around became extremely tense. What truly moved them was that on the back of the Zombie Dog King there was actually a treasure chest embedded. That is, a level 3 treasure chest. The treasure chest was integrated with its body growing within its flesh. This meant that to obtain the treasure chest, one must first take down the Zombie Dog King. However, this was clearly not an easy task. The oppressive aura emitted by the Zombie Dog King left Li Hao and the others trembling in fear, completely losing their courage to fight. Fortunately, at this moment, all the hatred of the Zombie Dog King was directed at Lu Xingyuan, and it did not pay them much attention. Otherwise just a glance would make them pee their pants on the spot. It's good that I acted decisively. Li Hao's face twisted with malice. Initially, he was worried that taking action against Lu Xingyuan so rashly would bring trouble. But now it seemed that his choice was incredibly correct. Even if I can't get this treasure chest, as long as I bring your head back to see the president, the reward of 100 train coins will be mine. Li Hao sneered twice. Meanwhile, Wang Yin was shaking her head furiously. I asked you to ally with me, but you refused. Look at the situation now. You've gotten yourself killed. If you had allied with me, would he dare to treat you like this? Although she said this, her eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Someone as arrogant as Lu Xingyuan deserves such an ending. Little Tiger, did you see that? I told you he wouldn't end well. The sister, protecting her brother in her arms, coldly watched the scene, her eyes glinting with disdain and contempt. To put it bluntly, she disliked Lu Xingyuan. He was too arrogant and proud, and most importantly, from start to finish, Lu Xingyuan never even looked at her once. So ignorant, so arrogant, he doesn't understand what I have. Little Tiger obediently nodded. MHM. Since sister said he would die, then he will definitely die. So the treasure chest is on you. Looking at the Zombie Dog King before him, Lu Xingyuan smiled. It saves me the trouble of searching for it. Oppression. What oppression? Why doesn't he feel anything? As for the so-called inevitable death, are you referring to the Zombie Dog King? That is indeed its inevitable demise. The Zombie Dog King before him seemed to sense the disdain emanating from Lu Xingyuan, and its red eyes immediately flared up, letting out a howl to the sky. Instantly, the surrounding zombie dogs entered a frenzy, becoming restless. Lu Xingyuan smirked and directly responded with an attack. The trigger was pulled continuously, and a dense rain of silver bullets ruthlessly pounded against them. Each bullet emitted a chain of lightning, striking the next target in succession. The blazing lightning illuminated the sky brightly. The wails echoed continuously. Those weak zombie dogs were as fragile as paper before the thunderous Gatling gun, unable to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, they were blasted into pieces, bursting apart. By the time Li Hao and the others reacted, a large number of zombie dogs had been exterminated. Only a few scattered ones remained, hiding behind the zombie dog king, whimpering in fear. Yes, that's right, it was fear. The intelligence of zombie dogs is very low, and normally they should not be capable of emotions. But facing Lu Xingyuan's overwhelming ferocity, they instinctively felt fear. Thighs. They were all dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out. This was a full 100 zombie dogs. Yet in one encounter they were all blasted into pieces. Is Lu Xingyuan way too strong? They swallowed hard, their hearts sinking into turmoil and unease. Especially the siblings. The expressions on their faces were incredibly grim. Little Tiger, held by his sister, wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained from asking the question that would embarrass her. His sister, sensing this, turned a few shades grimmer. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment. Damn it. Why does this guy refuse to die? I have already condemned you to death. You should follow the script I said, and die quickly. What are you still resisting for? Do you want me to feel embarrassed? Although Lu Xingyuan sensed the hatred in his sister's eyes behind him. But, does he care? It's your turn. Lu Xingyuan lifted his gun, aiming at the zombie dog king. Go to hell. Bullets poured out more densely than raindrops falling from the sky. The zombie dog king realized something was off, and let out a mournful cry, rapidly pouncing towards Lu Xingyuan. Escape. Escaping also means death. Only by taking down this human in front of it could it have a slim chance of survival. But, it was too fast. Lu Xingyuan's reaction speed was too quick. While others' brains might still be in chaos, Lu Xingyuan clearly tracked the movement trajectory of the zombie dog king. Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Continuous bullets accurately struck the zombie dog king's body. It couldn't even get close to Lu Xingyuan before being blasted into pieces. The thunderous Gatling is a level 3 extraordinary creation. Its power is immense. More importantly, it possesses the characteristic of unlimited firepower. Lu Xingyuan didn't have to worry about bullets at all. He could fire freely and recklessly. Thud. The treasure chest integrated with the zombie dog king fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, this also signified the danger of this battle was lifted. Then, Lu Xingyuan turned to Li Hao. No. Li Hao let out a mournful cry and turned to escape wildly. However, no matter how fast he couldn't outrun the bullet. Boom. A bullet accurately pierced through his chest, blowing his body into a pile of fragments. One of Li Hao's companions rolled and crawled away. As for Wang Yin, who realized the situation was dire, she also fled. Only Lu Xingyuan and the siblings remained. What surprised the sister was that Lu Xingyuan once again ignored her. He treated her like a transparent person, an existence like air. Bastard. A rush of shame and anger surged in her heart. She trembled with rage. Stop. Do you have any idea of the huge secret I carry? She felt it was time to give Lu Xingyuan a scare. She couldn't let Lu Xingyuan ignore her any longer. She hated this feeling of being overlooked. She should never have been treated this way. However, what her sister never expected was that Lu Xingyuan showed no sign of stopping, continuing to pick up the treasure chest, as if he hadn't heard her at all. Damn. This guy must be doing it on purpose. She felt so embarrassed that she could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Stop. As Lu Xingyuan was about to leave, her sister quickly stepped in front of him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Li. This is my brother Zhao Hu. Don't you find it strange? How could we as siblings survive such a fierce assault? The first wave of zombies was incredibly fierce. Both Li Hao and Wang Yin were looking rather disheveled. Yet they managed to remain unscathed, not even losing a single hair. What does this indicate? It indicates that the two siblings are extraordinary. However, Lu Xingyuan showed no signs of awareness. This guy truly isn't a qualified strong fighter, not even noticing such a detail. Zhao Li snorted coldly in her heart. But, I noticed. You noticed? Zhao Li's expression froze. She saw Lu Xingyuan's lips curve into a slight smirk, which was scornful and dismissive. But I don't care. Boom. Zhao Li's mind exploded in an instant. He doesn't care. This is the utmost humiliation. You think you are impressive, but in the eyes of others you are merely an insignificant character. If you stop me without a proper reason, I believe you wouldn't want to bear my wrath. Zhao Li took a deep breath, her face regaining its previous arrogance. I not only have a proper reason, but I also have a reason you absolutely cannot refuse. She thought this would pique Lu Xingyuan's curiosity and take control of the situation. But what she didn't expect was that Lu Xingyuan remained completely calm, utterly. Zhao Li clenched her teeth. Very well. She was still the passive one. She was still under Lu Xingyuan's control. Of course she could turn away proudly. But she couldn't do it. Today she must make him see and open his eyes, so he wouldn't look down on her anymore. She took a parchment scroll from her brother Zhao He's arms. This is a very rare item called the Abyss Scroll. I can guarantee that not only have few seen it, but even fewer have even heard of it. Lu Xingyuan's attention was successfully drawn to the scroll in front of him. The scroll emitted an eerie glow looking extremely extraordinary. Clearly this was no ordinary item. Yet he remained silent, merely raising his chin to signal her to continue. By tearing the scroll, one can summon the legendary Abyss Gate. As long as you can kill the abyssal monsters that come through the gate, you will receive unimaginable rewards. I want you to join forces with me to seize the opportunities within the Abyss Scroll. When the time comes, well, split it 70-30. Lu Xingyuan frowned. You want me to give you 30%? Wrong. Zhao Li let out a cold snort. I take 70%. You take 30%. Lu Xingyuan laughed. Since when did I become the one begging for scraps? Zhao Li sneered. In my eyes, you are the one begging for scraps. Being given 30% is already a great grace. After saying this, she patted the head of her little brother. Let's find a place to sit. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? The abyssal monsters will naturally be left for you to slay. Zhao Li said with a face full of certainty. We siblings only need to watch your performance from the sidelines. Otherwise, why should you get that 30%? Lu Xingyuan pondered. So you mean, I work hard for you, and I can only take 30%. Perhaps I was too generous. I should only give you 20%. However, before Zhao Li could finish her words, a flash of cold light flickered in front of her. She froze for a moment, then reached out to touch her neck. Looking down, she saw a shocking crimson. You? She trembled as she looked at Lu Xingyuan in front of her. He was actually this ruthless, directly killing her. As her consciousness faded, she glanced at her brother beside her. The result. In her brother's bewildered gaze, a line of blood shot out. Am I not righteous enough? Sending you siblings on your way together. Lu Xingyuan looked expressionlessly at the two cold corpses before him. Sorry, but I don't have the habit of begging for scraps. Either take it all, or leave nothing. 30%. I have a big appetite, and cannot be satisfied. Picking up the Abyss Scroll from the other party's hand, Lu Xingyuan tore it apart directly. Instantly, the scroll transformed into silver particles, constructing a pitch-black door on the ground. The door loomed tall and imposing, emanating a chilling sense of oppression, its entirety dark as the abyss with twisted and bizarre runes engraved on its surface, exuding an ominous aura that was thick enough to cut. On the door, a layer of shimmering curtain gathered the color in eerie crimson, as if the door directly connected to an endless purgatory. Deep, low growls faintly echoed, sharp and grotesque, making one's scalp tingle. Lu Xingyuan felt his heart tremble violently, as if his very spirit was ensnared by this sinister force, showing signs of being contaminated and eroded. At that moment, the crimson curtain rippled, and a slender pale hand first reached out, followed by the full figure of its owner appearing in Lu Xingyuan's view. She was a tall woman with a curvaceous figure, her attire extremely daring, only covered by fine scales in front, large swathes of her snow-white skin exposed, glinting seductively in the light. On either side of her cheeks were black scales, and her pupils were golden, flickering with an eerie light. The woman took a deep breath, her face uncontrollably revealing excitement and eagerness. The air of freedom is always filled with sweetness. Lu Xingyuan sniffed. Sweetness? Why didn't he smell it? However, he had just let out a silent fart. Could it be that he ate too much corn? In any case, this woman was very off. Just then, two pairs of eyes met. A look of surprise flashed in the golden-eyed woman, trained conductor. Then she smiled, a dazzling and enchanting smile. Are you interested in gaining more powerful strength? As long as you pledge yourself to me in the abyss, I can easily make you the supreme trained conductor. It's impossible not to be moved. After all, who wouldn't want to become the supreme conductor? But what is the cost? What is the cost of becoming a pawn of the abyss? Lu Xingyuan's finger was already on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. You don't have to pay any price. The voice of the golden-eyed woman continued with its usual seduction. The abyss is willing to accept anyone who is loyal to it. Without any cost, one could control the supreme power. Surely no one could resist such temptation, right? The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly. What a load of nonsense. The woman's expression froze. There is no love without reason in this world. Unless what? Unless you let me call you mom. Only a mother would love her child unconditionally. The woman pinched her own philtrum. Her family suffocated. This was too suffocating. Is this guy really human? Why do I feel he is even more sinister than us, the abyss? However, the golden-eyed woman showed a shy expression. If you were willing to call me mom, I wouldn't say I can't agree. But before she could finish her words, a series of bullets came rushing at her like a storm. Lu Xingyuan in front of her had a mad expression. Sorry, but I still prefer being someone else's dad. The golden-eyed woman, however, was not one to be trifled with. She shook her head helplessly. Why go to such lengths? Isn't it good to accept and embrace the abyss? Why must you seek your own death? With a gentle flick of her jade finger, the incoming bullets exploded in midair. However, she clearly did not expect that these bullets were so special. The moment they exploded, they formed a chain of lightning targeting her directly. Her expression slightly changed, her body stiffening. It's a pity that this clone cannot unleash even 1,000th of my power. Her true body was trapped in the deepest part of an endless purgatory. Her power was too tyrannical. If she forced her way through that abyssal gate, it would instantly turn to ashes. But if it's only to this extent, it cannot defeat me. Her eyes gleamed with coldness as she pointed into the void, a dark beam surging towards Lu Xingyuan with unstoppable force. Lu Xingyuan's scalp tingled. A sense of death suddenly enveloped his heart. If he got hit, wouldn't he be torn to pieces? It hit. The golden-eyed woman watched the scene unfold before her, a faint smile appearing on her lips. But in the next second, her expression suddenly changed. What had been hit was a mere afterimage. Not Lu Xingyuan's true body. Is this a skill? How could a mere third-level conductor possibly master skills? His methods might be a bit exaggerated, right? If the afterimage was hit, then where did his true body go? The golden-eyed woman suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind. She was momentarily taken aback. This guy knew just how terrifying she was. Instead of choosing to flee, he actively approached. Should I say he is foolish, or should I just... However, in the next moment, her expression changed immediately. Sky-rending slash of fate. Lu Xingyuan gripped the purple lightning, his eyes flashing with brilliant light. Then he swung out this strike. Sky-rending slash of fate. The golden-eyed woman's pupils trembled slightly. Isn't that her technique? Poochie. Her form was instantly split in two, but no blood flowed out. This made the exhausted Lu Xingyuan's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. No way, dude, is she not dead? Can I still call you mom now? I'm willing to be your good baby. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan's heart could finally settle, for the body that had been cleaved in two began to spontaneously combust. After a few breaths, it was completely reduced to ashes and swept into the abyssal gate. Lu Xingyuan only remembered the complex emotions reflected in her golden eyes staring deeply at him. He shook his hair and said, "Just kidding, I'm not used to calling anyone mom." At that moment, the abyssal gate closed as if it had never appeared. But what about the promised reward? Lu Xingyuan was left bewildered. He exerted all his strength to slay this terrifying woman, and in the end, nothing. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was cleared. He saw a box falling from the closed abyssal gate. Abyssal magic box type, extraordinary creation, level none, description. This object materializes after the abyssal made forcibly opens the abyssal gate. If her clone is slain, an abyssal magic box will be dropped, and the opener can obtain a powerful abyssal item type, random, with unpredictable fortune. Oh, so the cost of opening the abyssal gate is so great. She likely never considered that someone could be strong enough to slay her clone. However, she turned out to be just a mere maid. No wonder she is so useless. Lu Xingyuan muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the endless purgatory, eternal darkness surged and enveloped everything with not a glimmer of light in sight. Behind the thick curtain of darkness, thunder roared and tore through the sky, flames surged and burned through all things, while extreme cold frost instantaneously extinguished all heat. Various calamities intertwined, collided, and annihilated here, cycling endlessly, resembling an eternal chaotic tribulation. On the cold throne, the abyssal maid slowly opened her eyes, various calamities ravaging her, yet she remained unyielding. Though named an abyssal maid, she was the supreme existence within the abyss, for she served the great master of the abyss. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at the altar standing before the throne. On the altar lay an egg shimmering with 7 colors. The surface of the eggshell was covered with dense ancient runes, each rune containing the power of destruction. This is the ruler of their abyssal clan. It's a pity that it is still in reincarnation, yet to descend, otherwise their abyssal clan would not have to suffer such torment. Sky-rending slash of fate. The abyssal maid's finger gently tapped on the throne. How did she escape? Even torn apart like this, she still isn't dead. Truly tenacious vitality. But to fall at her hands, I count it as a worthy death. But this abyssal magic box. I wonder what treasure it will take from our abyssal clan. Thinking of this, the abyssal maid couldn't help but rub her swollen brow. Fortunately, I did some tricks on the abyssal magic box. Strangely, she felt a bit eager for Lu Xingyuan's reaction. It should be quite spectacular. After putting away the abyssal magic box, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly returned to the platform, only to see a cold corpse lying there. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed another member of the Tianhua Society who had slipped away. At that time, Wang Yan from the Mutual Aid Society had also escaped alongside him. However, Lu Xingyuan had been stopped by that pair of siblings, thus unable to deal with them immediately. But now it seemed that they, or rather he appeared to have encountered an accident. The bite mark. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. The wound seemed to have been inflicted by some wild beast, deep and evidently malicious, as if meant to torment the victim deliberately. But hadn't I cleared out all the zombies that should have been on this platform? He was certain he had not overlooked anything. So what was this situation before him? Before Lu Xingyuan could contemplate further, a sudden gust of wind rushed from behind. He reacted swiftly, swinging his blade directly. A muffled grunt was heard, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Turning back, Lu Xingyuan was astonished. The one who had ambushed him from behind was none other than Wang Yan. One of Wang Yan's arms now lay in the muddy ground. Yet she made an extremely bizarre motion, picking up the severed arm and pressing it forcefully against the stump. Countless flesh buds surged from the severed end, remarkably restoring it to normal in just a few breaths. She moved her arm, still as agile as ever, as if she had not suffered any harm at all. The look of astonishment in Lu Xingyuan's eyes intensified. However, upon seeing Wang Yan's current state, he already had a sense of understanding. At this moment, Wang Yan's skin exhibited an eerie blend of gray-blue and pale hues, with veins protruding beneath the surface resembling a black spider web. The left side of her cheek still retained a human outline, while the right side had rotted and collapsed, revealing the stark white of her cheekbone and the writhing dark red. One of her pupils was murky and yellow, while the other had oddly contracted to a pinprick, with mucus seeping from the corner of her eye. Yes, the Wang Yan before him had turned into a zombie. At this moment, the characteristics displayed by her were indistinguishable from those of a zombie. Yet what puzzled Lu Xingyuan was, when had she been infected by the zombie virus? Although he had not paid her much attention, under the influence of his powerful mental strength, he still maintained control of the situation. He could be certain that Wang Yan had not been bitten by a zombie. However, none of this mattered anymore. Lu Xingyuan tightened his grip on the purple lightning, his gaze icy as he stared at the zombified Wang Yan before him. It seemed that this member of the Tianhua society had been harmed by Wang Yan. Only she would harbor such deep-seated hatred towards him. You guessed correctly, his flesh was indeed devoured by me. Suddenly Wang Yan spoke up. Lu Xingyuan's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Normally, a human infected by the zombie virus would lose their rationality, transforming into a mindless monster. But what about the Wang Yan before him? She was able to converse with him and exhibited such clear logic. What was going on? Had some unknown transformation occurred within her? I escaped the battlefield with him. At that time, it was still not time to depart. We were both panicking, fearing you would catch up and take our lives. But after waiting for a long time without seeing any sign of you, our anxious hearts gradually settled down. But it was at that moment that he suddenly turned violent against me. When Wang Yan reached this point in her story, she grinned. Her rotting half-face, smiling, was so eerie and chilling. Honestly, I really don't understand you men. Even when chased like a stray dog, you still have the mood to bully others. So in my fury, I retaliated and devoured his flesh. When the freshest and still warm flesh was brought to my mouth, I suddenly felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Wang Yan smiled, her body trembling uncontrollably, a tremor named excitement. So this is the taste of revenge and vengeance. It was truly exhilarating. So thrilling. He did not die at that moment. While still alive, I gnawed away at his flesh inch by inch. You have no idea how piercing his screams were. I could fully empathize with the pain he endured. But the more he suffered, the more excited I became. The more he suffered, the more satisfied I was. Saliva dripped continuously from the corners of her mouth onto the ground, and her body shook even more violently. But Lu Xingyuan looked at this scene with an expressionless face, unable to empathize. So what? He asked flatly. You want to find that same thrill of revenge and vengeance on me, don't you? Wang Yan shook her head. It seems there isn't much deep-seated hatred between us. After experiencing it, I suddenly understood what you meant. Yes, only the weak need to cling together for warmth. True powerhouses do not need to rely on others' strength. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Lu Xingyuan's mouth. Are you saying you are a true powerhouse? I believe I am. Wang Yan nodded. I know you look down on my current appearance, neither human nor ghost. But what I want to say is, compared to the power I possess, this appearance is nothing at all. Becoming stronger always comes at a price, doesn't it? Lu Xingyuan smiled slightly. So what? What do you want to do? I formally invite you to join the glorious evolution and grasp supreme power. Wang Yan extended her claw-like hand with curved nails that resembled talons towards Lu Xingyuan. Being bitten by ordinary zombies will turn you into a mindless monster. But the zombie virus I control is of a higher order. It will only grant you incredible power without affecting your sanity. You can still operate like a normal train conductor, traveling across various platforms. And, don't you think a zombie train conductor is quite cool? Lu Xingyuan pondered. Where does this higher-order zombie virus come from? As long as you accept this glorious evolution, I will naturally tell you. Lu Xingyuan gently shook the purple lightning in his hand. Droplets of water gathering at the blade's tip exploded like mercury. His demeanor suddenly turned icy. What if I refuse? Wang Yan was not surprised by Lu Xingyuan's response. Then I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the time. It was 10:57. In other words, there were still 3 minutes until departure. 3 minutes should be sufficient to dismiss. He nodded, then looked at Wang Yan. I've decided to waste 3 seconds on you. Wang Yan exploded in anger. Having already completed my glorious evolution, I am not as weak as you imagine. She transformed into a shadow piercing towards Lu Xingyuan like a sword. But the blade flickered. Puffed. Her body instantly split in two. Just kidding. I only wish to waste 1 second on you. Lu Xingyuan slowly sheathed his blade. I am already so powerful, why would I need to become neither human nor ghost for that trivial power? Isn't that foolish? Disintegration transfer. A total of 4 trains were successfully disassembled by Lu Xingyuan. After accomplishing this, he returned to his own train and pressed the departure button, not lingering too long. Returning to the carriage where the warm sunstone was located, the dampness on his body was instantly swept away. Nothing beats the comfort of my own den. Lu Xingyuan instinctively wanted to strip off his clothes. He had already fallen in love with this feeling of being unrestrained. But Shou Jie shouldn't be able to see right. Lu Xingyuan glanced back at Shou Jie, who was curled up in bed, tightly wrapped in a small blanket. How could it see without eyes? Thinking of this, Lu Xingyuan relaxed and stripped off all his clothes. Refreshing. However, Shou Jie, who was originally lying down, had somehow sat up, and although it had no eyes, Lu Xingyuan felt as if it were surveying him in all directions. So much so that he instinctively covered his little bird. Shou Jie even displayed an expression of stifled laughter which made Lu Xingyuan's face flush. Damn, I'm not small, I'm quite cute, what's there to hide? He put his hands on his hips, exuding confidence. If you want to watch Shou Jie, go ahead, and watch as much as you like, I won't lose out anyway. Shou Jie 0. Not bothering with Shou Jie anymore, Lu Xingyuan meticulously counted the rewards from this station. First, there was a level 3 treasure chest. Secondly, there was the abyssal magic box. Lastly, there were several materials obtained from the disassembled 4 trains. Let's open the treasure chest. With a click, the chest opened. Congratulations, you have obtained train coins 10 Universal Bullet Manufacturing, Table 1. Looking at the only 2 items before him, Lu Xingyuan directly let out a series of question marks. Is this all there is? Isn't it a bit too simple? After all, this is a level 3 treasure chest. But Universal Bullet Manufacturing Table. Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin. Could it be what he was thinking of? Universal Bullet Manufacturing Table, category Extraordinary Creation, level 3 description. By inputting the specified basic materials, it can automatically synthesize bullets of the same model. The streamlined refining process significantly reduces material waste. Lu Xingyuan's face immediately brightened with joy. As expected, it was just as he thought. Fully automated production of universal model bullets. Although he had infinite firepower and didn't need bullets, other train masters did. Especially Kai, who mentioned during the last stop that she had very few bullets left. But unfortunately, the only stable source of bullets was the Crimson Legion. He had already experienced how ugly the Crimson Legion's face was. At this moment, she must still be looking at him with a condescending attitude. Sure enough, in the private chat messages, there was a message from the leader of the Crimson Legion, Wang Rong. She asked if he had thought it over and whether he was willing to engage in deep cooperation with them. You wouldn't want to be in the awkward situation of facing monsters without bullets, right? Her arrogance was almost spilling out of the screen, making Lu Xingyuan feel nauseous. Sorry, I didn't need your bullets before, and I certainly won't need them in the future. And just as described, the streamlined refining process made its production cost lower. Take the male train master from the Crimson Legion, who could produce bullets as an example. He needed 3 units of metal and 2 units of gunpowder to make 10 bullets. And there was also the risk of failure. However, the manufacturing table in his hand only required 2 units of metal and 1 unit of gunpowder with a success rate of course, the most crucial point was that the manufacturing table could operate 24 hours a day without rest. In contrast, that male train master had to work manually, and he would get thirsty, hungry, sleep. There was simply no way to produce continuously for 24 hours. As for gunpowder, the price isn't too high. Lu Xingyuan searched the trading channel. He found that he could exchange 10 units of gunpowder for just 1 train coin. 10 units of gunpowder could produce 100 universal bullets. However, currently in the trading channel, due to the Crimson Legion's monopoly on universal bullets, there was simply no way to trade at a normal price. Lu Xingyuan flipped through the chat channel and found that someone had once exchanged 30 universal bullets from the Crimson Legion for a tube of primary gene enhancement potion. Yes, that's right, 30 bullets. That's way too greedy. Lu Xingyuan thought he was already quite greedy, but compared to the people from the Crimson Legion, he realized he was completely a rookie. He purchased a batch of gunpowder from the trading channel. Lu Xingyuan then began the production of bullets. Just as described, it was fully automated. He put metal and gunpowder into the feeding port in proportion, and a faint sound of gears turning came from the workstation. In just 1 minute, the bullets were completed. Continue. Lu Xingyuan kept feeding materials and soon produced 200 bullets. He transferred all these bullets to Kai. Kai was stunned. Little Lu, where did you get so many bullets? I was just about to tell you that I ran out of bullets, but unexpectedly you. Are we two in sync? Lu Xingyuan sent a screenshot of the Universal Bullet Manufacturing Table to Kai. Since they were comrades, there was no need to hide anything. The main purpose was to assure Kai Kai that she wouldn't need to worry about bullets. Little Lu, you are simply awesome. Lu Xingyuan, your way of complimenting someone is quite rough. Immediately afterward, he listed the batch of bullets he produced on the trading channel. He divided them into several packages based on quantity. There was a trial package of 30 bullets. There was a sufficient package of 50 bullets. There was a satiation package of 100 bullets. And a fun package of 200 bullets. After completing the listing, Lu Xingyuan shouted in the chat channel, "In the trading channel, there is a new batch of bullets I listed reasonably priced honest trade. Any train master in need, please trade freely." In the chat channel, the train masters instantly exploded with excitement. What? Luda has also started selling bullets. It seems Luda's harvest from the last stop was considerable to even have surplus bullets to sell. Wow. I thought the bullets Luda would sell would at most be 50 or 60, but I didn't expect him to list several packages, with the most being the fun package containing 200 bullets. Where did Luda get so many bullets? This price is much more reasonable than the Crimson Legion. These bullets are mine, don't even think about competing with me. On the other side in Wang Rong's train, she was elegantly sipping coffee at that moment. As the leader of the Crimson Legion, her life was so exquisite, far exceeding others' imagination. There was no way around it. She monopolized the bullets. To purchase bullets, one must come to her. During this period, she had amassed quite a fortune. Just in train coins alone, it had reached nearly 100. Lu Xingyuan, you must have consumed quite a few bullets at the last stop, right? I don't believe you won't come looking for me. Wang Rong gently sipped her coffee, a glint of sharp light flickering in her eyes. She didn't like Lu Xingyuan showing off. She felt it was time to put him in his place lest he forget who was the true king. Just then the private chat messages in the background kept flashing as if reminding her that something bad was happening. Pooh. The coffee instantly splattered everywhere, and at that moment Wang Rong showed no trace of her usual elegance. Her expression was utterly disheveled. What did you say? Lu Xingyuan has put bullets on the trading channel, and there are a lot of them. Bastard. Where did he get so many bullets? It was no wonder she was so flustered. Mainly because just a second ago she was happily imagining Lu Xingyuan bowing to her under pressure and accepting her guidance, but in the next moment Lu Xingyuan slapped her face with reality, shattering her fantasies. Opening the trading channel, Wang Rong happened to see the 200 bullet package being purchased. Thus all the bullets Lu Xingyuan had put up were sold out. Wang Rong clenched her fists tightly, her teeth grinding. Where did this guy go to a military factory to get so many bullets? The fact that Lu Xingyuan has enough bullets to sell means he must have kept plenty for himself. This also meant that she could no longer control Lu Xingyuan with bullets. The most critical point was the attacks from other train conductors in the chat channel. The members of the Scarlet Legion should really learn from Boss Lu, see how reasonable his bullet prices are, and then look at you, it's simply shameless. Once this was said, it instantly garnered everyone's approval. One after another they voiced their harsh criticisms. In an instant the Scarlet Legion's reputation plummeted, resembling a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting. Wang Rong took a deep breath. To put it bluntly, they just want to use public pressure to force us to lower our prices, right? But that's impossible. Lu Xingyuan's bullets are limited. But we are different. As long as that guy can keep going, we can continuously produce bullets. When the time comes, won't we monopolize everything? She immediately posted in the chat channel, any train conductor who purchases bullets from Lu Xingyuan will find it much harder to buy bullets from the Scarlet Legion in the future. Threatening me. I can threaten you too. Once this was said, the original curses suddenly diminished significantly. What the hell is it that's sinister? The Scarlet Legion can reliably provide bullets, but Lu Xingyuan cannot. Once these bullets are sold out, who knows when he can get more. Fortunately, I hesitated before and did not buy the bullets from Lu Xingyuan, or else I would have been in trouble. All these statements were noted by Wang Rong, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just then, I have put various bullet packages on the trading channel again. Train conductors in need, please purchase accordingly. Lu Xingyuan. It's Lu Xingyuan. He has put bullets up on the trading channel again. How is this possible? Wang Rong's pupils trembled. Where did he get so many bullets? The newly listed bullet packages were quickly sold out. Lu Xingyuan directly issued a notice. A new batch of bullets will be listed in half an hour. Still the same packages, still the same quantities. Please look forward to it, train conductors. Boom. Wang Rong's mind was in chaos. The information in this statement was too vast. What did it mean that Lu Xingyuan said he could continue listing in half an hour? It meant he was likely to have mastered the method of making bullets, and the ability to produce bullets would no longer be exclusive to her Scarlet Legion. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Scarlet Legion. It's over, it's really over. Wang Rong's lips trembled as she hurriedly found Lu Xingyuan and sent a private message. What? What do you mean? Where did you get so many bullets? You can't have found a way to produce bullets, right? I advise you not to mislead yourself. Stop immediately. There is still room for maneuver before irreversible consequences occur. Lu Xingyuan's response was simply a short sentence. What if I say I don't want to turn back? Wang Rong's eyes turned blood red as she slammed the remaining half cup of coffee on the ground, shattering the porcelain cup, and coffee flowed continuously on the floor. Bastard. You are determined to go against my Scarlet Legion, aren't you? You have already offended the Tianhua Society. Do you want to offend my Scarlet Legion as well? I advise you not to mislead yourself. Hand over the method of making bullets right now, and I can still forgive you. Lu Xingyuan's answer this time was even more concise. The sound of frenzied barking echoed throughout the carriage. In the chat channel, the other train conductors became restless due to the hidden implications in Lu Xingyuan's words. Wow, Boss Lu is amazing. I didn't expect him to find a way to produce bullets. That's great. Now I won't have to suffer under the pressure of the Scarlet Legion anymore, finally able to buy reasonably priced bullets. That's not the key point. The key point is that there is finally competition and the monopoly is finally broken. Doesn't this mean that the price of bullets will gradually return to a normal range? I believe we can fully expect a hand. Anyway, I don't care anymore. I plan to take out my long-preserved primary gene enhancement agent to exchange for bullets. I think no matter what, it can't be absurd enough to require 1 tube of medicine for only 30 bullets, right? Lu Xingyuan has never been this busy before. There were too many trading requests to keep up with. Moreover, these train conductors are quite wealthy. Usually they all complain about being poor in the chat channel, but when it comes to spending money, they are absolutely unyielding and generous. Train coins flowed into his pockets like water, and there were all kinds of extraordinary items. For example, this level 2 extraordinary item pistol. Although it uses universal bullets, it has tremendous power, while the recoil is negligible, perfectly suitable for delicate girls. The pistol he had given to Kai Kai was, after all, just a standard item, and it was only level 1, which was somewhat lacking. Now it was time to upgrade her equipment. After all, let's not forget that Kai Kai is still constantly frying and selling Qianhong Flame. Now he is flourishing with both bullets and dishes. Never has there been such a wonderful experience. Of course, he also obtained many good items for himself, such as various types of potions, among which there were even mental enhancement potions. Boss, can this be exchanged for some bullets? The other party directly threw out a primary mental enhancement potion. Lu Xingyuan nodded furiously. Yes, absolutely. He directly offered a price of 400 bullets. Wow, really? It feels a bit like taking advantage of the boss, but still thank you, boss. No, the one taking advantage is me. After all, I only need to pay some simple metal and gunpowder, which is quite cheap. However, the mental enhancement potion is a priceless good. After completing this series of transactions, he received order requests from various major forces. For example, the Pure Thought Brotherhood. As long as the price is right, Lu Xingyuan would naturally not refuse. After all, he didn't have to do it by hand, he just needed to put in the materials and leave the rest to the crafting table. During this period, something very funny happened. That male train conductor who joined the Scarlet Legion and could produce bullets threatened Lu Xingyuan in private messages. I advise you to stop the production of bullets immediately, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Why did he threaten like this? Because the bullets Lu Xingyuan listed put immense pressure on him. Wang Rong of the Scarlet Legion issued several commands in a row demanding him to increase production, and now his hands were almost smoking. Ironically, he didn't blame Wang Rong, but blamed Lu Xingyuan. It's because of you that I'm being squeezed like this. Lu Xingyuan laughed. If you say it like that, I might have to enter production mode crazily. After confirming that nothing was overlooked, Lu Xingyuan finally stretched lazily. However, the private messages in the background kept flashing non-stop. It was easy to guess that it must be from Gu Wanqing. This girl, seeing that she had earned so many train coins, must be feeling quite eager. Upon opening the message, he saw the content sent by Gu Wanqing. I am very cute, please give me money. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel amused. He promptly sent her a train coin. Gu Wanqing, my cuteness is only worth 1 train coin. What else? Fortunately, Gu Wanqing wasn't the kind of girl who lacked sense and didn't continue to pester him for more train coins. After all, she understood how hard it was to earn them. How many train coins do you have now? Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. He hadn't counted them. He had accumulated nearly 200 before, and with this batch, he had directly surpassed 300. In fact, it was mainly because several conductors chose to trade bullets with him in exchange for goods. Therefore, the number of train coins wasn't as many as he had imagined. Instead, he had quite a lot of materials. Over 300. You damn rich guy. Gu Wanqing initially thought that having 60 train coins made her quite wealthy, but compared to Lu Xingyuan, she felt like a child. Do you really need so many train coins? If not, should I help you share some? Gu Wanqing said while rubbing her hands. Lu Xingyuan directly declined. While there were many train coins, he would definitely use them all up. Moreover, I have many places where train coins are needed. This was something he said casually, but unexpectedly it turned out to be prophetic. When he took out that abyss magic box, he was completely taken aback. This thing requires train coins to open. He hadn't noticed this when he first got it. Now, upon careful examination, he was dumbfounded. Moreover, the most crucial part was that it didn't specify how many train coins were needed, only prompting please insert train coins to open the magic box. This. Geneva refund. This is too ridiculous. If he had known he might as well have been a dog for the abyss and called that abyss made Mama toiling hard for such a pitiful thing, he was crying out. However, what made him cry even more was yet to come. He saw that the hand sister had somehow started inserting train coins into the abyss magic box. In the blink of an eye, over 100 train coins were consumed. Hey, Lu Xingyuan was shocked. Every part of him stood on end. He let out a near-invaded scream. Sister hand. No. He hurriedly protected his small fortune, ready to fight to the death. If you want to touch my money, you must step over my dead body. Ouch, ouch, don't step on my face. Lu Xingyuan had no idea how he was knocked down. His body lay sprawled on the floor, unable to move, helplessly watching as Sister Hand stepped over his face and reached for his train coins with her merciless hands. He could only watch helplessly like a powerless husband as the criminal did whatever they wanted to his beloved. Tears streamed down his face. Don't use so much force. Stop. It will break. I've never experienced spending money like this, you bastard. Whoa. Fortunately, Sister Hand wasn't entirely devoid of humanity and left Lu Xingyuan with 30 train coins. 30 train coins. Damn. While having 30 is better than nothing. Finally, Lu Xingyuan could move freely. He also finally understood his position in the carriage. Sister Hand was first, and he was merely second. Whether the second can hold firm, or when it can hold firm at all, depended on the first. Lu Xingyuan approached the abyss magic box, which had been fed a massive amount of train. His face instantly turned green. Damn it. The prompt above remained as usual. Please insert train coins to open the magic box. Damn it, nearly 300 train coins. Do you know what an incredible number this is? It's a fortune that other conductors could never accumulate in a lifetime, and now it was all fed to you, yet you still can't open it. No way out. Lu Xingyuan could only hope that when the magic box opened it would give him a surprise. Setting the abyss magic box aside for now, he turned his attention to the upgrade options. His previously low mood suddenly lifted. Yes, that's right. After his unremitting efforts, he had successfully gathered the materials needed to upgrade to level 4. His previously low mood suddenly lifted. Yes, that's right. After his unremitting efforts, he had successfully gathered the material wood, 2500 metal, 2500 glass, 500 rubber, 300 simple circuit board, 150 titanium alloy steel, 80 bulletproof glass, 30 train coins. 10 instantly, a large number of upgrade materials were deducted, transforming into dazzling beams of light that directly entered the train. The train trembled slightly, and after a while a new carriage appeared behind the third compartment. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded to level 4. Ding. You have new train modifications available. Ding. You have new HEX TECH talents to draw. A series of prompts continuously rang in Lu Xingyuan's mind. After digesting all of that, he finally focused his attention on the personal information panel. Conductor, Lu Xingyuan, level 4, current sector 11 ID 00110-215, train durability 610, completed modifications, delayed departure green, external armor plate green, comfortable sleep white, compartment modification warehouse green, door reinforcement green, automatic. Repair blue. The most eye-catching was the 610 points of durability. He remembered that when the train was at level 3 the durability was only 310 points. As a result of upgrading to level 4 it surged by 300 points. It must be due to the titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass. And this point could also be discerned through the train's appearance. The train body integrated with titanium alloy steel glimmered with a liquid silver cold light on its metallic surface, each structure like a poured steel mountain, unbreakable. The bulletproof glass windows looked like solidified amber, thick enough to withstand any gunfire, providing a clear view inside, while blocking all external danger. The overall weight of the train surged, yet due to the lightweight properties of the titanium alloy, it maintained its original speed, rumbling like a giant beast. The sensation of trembling over the tracks had vanished. If the previous train was merely a simple train, then the upgraded level 4 train resembled a giant beast, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Cool. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Next, it was time for train modifications. He hoped to refresh with some good upgrades. Thinking of this, Lu Xingyuan sent messages to Gu Wanqing and Kai Kai. Suck my lucky energy, Sister Qing. Kai Kai. Gu Wanqing. Here we go again. Kai Kai, lucky energy. We're on your body. How can I let little Luga suck it? Then Lu Xingyuan thought of something and picked up Sister Hand, who was lying in a small blanket, bringing her close to his nose and taking a deep breath. Let me also inhale my Sister Hand's lucky energy. Disclaimer: I am definitely not a pervert. Feeling full of lucky energy, Lu Xingyuan finally felt bold enough to open the modification page. 3 dazzling beams of light flickered. They were blue. 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 Sanlong. Lu Xingyuan stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Could he be seeing things? Even the unlucky ones have their moments of fortune. Or could it be that he truly absorbed some luck from Gu Wanqing and the others? If that's the case, he wouldn't mind absorbing it again next time. However, he didn't notice the little red cap lucky brooch on his chest, which seemed to be hesitant to say something. With a heart full of excitement, Lu Xingyuan hurriedly checked the modifications he had just unlocked. Delayed departure blue, 8 train coins after modification, the train's maximum stop time at the station increases by 2 hours. You may still choose to depart at the original time, 1100. First up is the blue version of the delayed departure. This modification directly extends the stop time by 2 hours. Coupled with the green version he originally had, this means he can stop at the station for 3 extra hours. As the journey progresses, the station environments encountered by the conductors will become increasingly complex. Just a couple of hours of stop time is hardly enough to explore the station thoroughly. He could easily miss out on opportunities. But now he's got a full 4 hours to explore. No matter how complex the station, he can fully explore it. 8 train coins deducted, and the delayed departure blue has been successfully modified. Next up is the second blue modification. Decomposition and reconstruction blue. 10 train coins decomposes any collected materials into standardized modules, unifying their volume for efficient storage and use. Oh, Lu Xingyuan's eyes brightened. This is a very useful function. The materials he had previously collected were all odd-shaped and a jumbled mess, taking up space in the warehouse with extremely low efficiency. But now with this decomposition and reconstruction device, he can standardize the collected materials, greatly improving space utilization. 10 train coins deducted. Soon this device was installed in the fourth carriage. The size of the decomposition and reconstruction machine was far larger than he had imagined, nearly occupying the entire space of a carriage. It resembled an industrial monster welded to the floor of the fourth carriage. Its core consisted of a set of exposed cast iron gears of various sizes, slowly meshing and turning their edges gleaming with worn metallic luster. The feed inlet was an open steel jaw plate, its inner surface covered in scratches as brutal as a garbage recycling station shredder. The outlet, however, was much more organized, spitting out standard modules neatly arranged on a lower tray. The entire device was coated in a dull titanium gray paint with patches of rust and welding scars seamlessly blending with the train's armored style, resembling a moving silent industrial. Lu Xingyuan felt a bit eager. He immediately tried out the device's effect by pushing an electric bike into it. The machine quickly roared to life, sending waves of slight tremors through the floor to Lu Xingyuan. Before long, the electric bike that had been pushed and transformed into a stack of neatly arranged metal blocks. Following that, Lu Xingyuan also tried wood, waste glass, and so on. The materials thrown in emerged, all transformed into standard brick shapes. This will make it much easier to stack neatly. Returning to the first carriage, Lu Xingyuan looked at the third blue modification. Temperature-controlled carriage blue. 15 train coins upgrades all carriages with a universal temperature control module, allowing each carriage to support independent and precise temperature adjustments. Energy consumption. Each carriage requires 1 train coin per day to maintain operation. Lu Xingyuan's heart raced with joy. A temperature-controlled carriage. He never expected it to be a temperature-controlled carriage. Now he wouldn't have to worry about seasonal changes anymore. Although during the rainy season, he had the sunstone to dispel. However, the sunstone only worked in the first carriage. The latter carriages could not be covered. This had led to the wood stored in the warehouse carriage continuously being corroded. Though he could withstand this level of consumption, it still bothered him. Now with the temperature-controlled carriage modification, he wouldn't have to worry about materials being corroded anymore. But each carriage requires 1 train coin daily to maintain operation. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but rub his forehead. As expected, enjoying benefits comes at a cost. However, that's fine. Anyway, the train coins I have now come quite easily. With income from bullets and Xianhong's blazing flames, a daily consumption of 4 train coins was nothing to worry about. But now, Xingyuan, please get me 10 train coins first. Sister Hand had only left him with 30 train coins. The previous 2 modifications had already cost him 18 train coins. This meant he only had 12 left. The temperature-controlled carriage required a whopping 15 train coins. He couldn't even afford the modification. Gu Wanqing sent a series of question marks. Didn't you say you had over 400 train coins? How did you become so poor now? You aren't secretly keeping a mistress behind my back, are you? Lu Xingyuan's face darkened. Good men don't keep mistresses, you know. Does he look like that kind of person? Though he grumbled, Gu Wanqing obediently gave him 10 train coins. Okay, the temperature-controlled carriage is secured. The control panel unlocked new functions. He could freely control the temperature of each carriage. Damn, what a scam. Does the activation of the temperature control function require all carriages to be activated together? Originally, he wanted to exploit the system by only activating the temperature control for the third carriage, since the first carriage had the sunstone, the second carriage was empty, and the fourth carriage housed the decomposition and reconstruction machine. However, he didn't expect that once the function was activated, it would directly deduct the corresponding train coins based on the number of carriages owned, leaving him no choice. At this time, Gu Wanqing finally noticed the changes in Lu Xingyuan. Wow, you leveled up to level 4. Awesome. You truly are my little brother. I just checked the chat channel and found that you're the first to level up to 4 in our district. Aside from you, I can't find another level 4. Oh, no wonder you wanted to absorb me earlier. It turns out you were leveling up your train modifications right. She realized it belatedly and was suddenly enlightened. So how was it? Did my luck help you unlock good modifications? Lu Xingyuan didn't hide it, and shared all 3 modifications with Gu Wanqing. Wow wow wow. Gu Wanqing was completely stunned. 3 blue modifications. Isn't my luck a bit too incredible? Next time you want to absorb me, you better pay up. Sai also promptly sent her congratulations. Wow. You really are amazing, little Lu. Next time I also want to absorb little Lu. I hope I can also unlock 3 blue modifications. Responding simply to the 2 of them, Lu Xingyuan was not cold-hearted, he just had more important matters to attend to. That was the extraction of the 4th colored hex. The first 3 hex decks are incredibly powerful, no need to elaborate. Lu Xingyuan's journey to this point, aside from his own efforts, certainly benefited from the small assistance they provided. It is precisely because of this that he holds high expectations for the upcoming 4th hex deck. The wheel spun rapidly, and the pointer quickly settled on a certain area, which boldly stated 4 large characters Yordle. Lu Xingyuan immediately let out a series of question marks. Yordle? What on earth is this nonsense? What does it mean that I am regarded as a Yordle? Have I turned into a little person? He examined himself from top to bottom, and there was no change in his body. This is ridiculous. You owe me a colorful hex deck. Lu Xingyuan was completely taken aback. This chaotic mess is also called a colorful hex deck. He felt someone must have taken a bribe. After researching for a long time, without results, Lu Xingyuan ultimately had to give up completely. Damn it, forget it, let it be. Rubbing his messy hair, Lu Xingyuan soon received a private message from Gu Wanqing. Quick. You need to check the chat channel. Oh, everyone is discussing you. It turned out that news of him leveling up to level 4 had spread to the chat channel shortly after. Brothers, guess what I just discovered? Lu Xingyuan has leveled up to level 4. He is now a level 4 trained conductor. No way is this real. You're not joking, right? I just leveled up to level 2 and he leveled up to 4. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The first level 4 trained conductor must be the president of our Tianhua Association. How can you not check the online list for yourself? The online list is ranked by level, and the first is none other than Lu Xingyuan. I saw it. He really leveled up to 4. What the hell, this is too explosive. How did he do it? Is this speed a bit too outrageous? If that's the case, won't he definitely take first place in the settlement tomorrow night at 12? That's inevitable. Interesting. So interesting. The Mutual Aid Association, Tianhua Association, and the Crimson Legion aren't they all clamoring to take? Now they must be dumbfounded, having been overtaken by someone else. Why does seeing this result make me so happy? I just don't like the faces of those big powers. Seeing them get slapped in the face makes me so pleased. Mutual Aid Association. Pan Wei glared at Lu Xingyuan's avatar. The number 4 in the lower right corner of the avatar was glaring. He never expected that despite all his hard work, he would still be overtaken by someone else. How on earth did he do it? Where did he get so many high-level materials? I clearly have so many subordinates collecting materials for me, yet I still can't compete with him. He immediately sent a message to Sun E. Sun E, President, don't worry, he is only temporarily ahead. It doesn't mean anything. You must believe in us. We are destined to become the rulers of this world and the ultimate winners. Pan Wei frowned. To be honest, he has been somewhat perplexed by Sun E lately. This guy seems to have become a bit obsessed and crazy to the point that he is somewhat afraid. Mutual Aid Association. Inside, Wang Tianhu is train. Bang. The young man, full of brilliance, slammed his fist hard against the train compartment. A beast-like roar came from his throat. That damn guy actually leveled up to 4 ahead of me. It must be due to that treasure. He thought of the rewards from the empty magic box. That must be an extremely precious and powerful item. It was supposed to be mine. It was meant to be mine. But it was snatched away by that damn brat. Unwilling. He was 1,000 times unwilling. Crimson Legion. Wang Rong, who was already annoyed by Lu Xingyuan's ability to mass-produce bullets, felt even worse upon seeing him level up to 4 in one go. It must be because of the bullets sold that he harvested a lot of upgrade materials, which is why he leveled up to 4 so quickly. Damn it, is he intent on opposing my Crimson Legion to the end? Her face twisted in rage. She gritted her teeth and said, I won't let you off so easily. Ooh, just wait. She immediately issued an order: double the bullet production. I don't care what methods you use, you must surpass Lu Xingyuan. Sleep. What sleep? How can someone your age sleep well? No. On the endless tracks, it seemed as if someone had completely shattered. Pure thought brotherhood. Bai Xiao stared at Lu Xingyuan's avatar number 4, stunned for a long time, before finally revealing a helpless yet admiring smile. Previously, the guesses in the chat channel about who would be the first to level up to 4 mostly revolved around Pan Wei and Wang Tianhua, with very few mentioning Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue, deciding to let the facts speak for themselves, keeping this feeling bottled up inside, ready to surprise everyone. But unexpectedly, the first person to level up to 4 was neither Pan Wei nor Wang Tianhua, nor was it Bai Xiao, but Lu Xingyuan. You truly deserve it. He was thoroughly convinced. The private messages in the background exploded. Lu Xingyuan couldn't be bothered to respond. Some sent blessings trying to get familiar. Some sent recruitment messages hoping to bring him under their wing. Some continued begging, asking for anything from him. Others directly sent provocative photos. Cough cough, I must criticize each one. How can they do this? It is simply indecent. Lu Xingyuan wiped away a drop of blood slowly dripping from his nose, exclaiming about malnutrition. Too direct, too explicit, too stimulating, too overwhelming. Of course, besides all these, the private messages in the background also included threats. You shouldn't have leveled up to 4 so early. Do you know what this means? It means you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Sun E from the Mutual Aid Association said it's best if I don't see you again. Otherwise I will gnaw on your flesh inch. Lu Xingyuan SB. So you want to take my first place, huh? You dare to steal my first place. Now I can only get second place. What exactly are your intentions? Wang Tianhua was furious. Lu Xingyuan, you're also SB. But how can you be so sure you're second? He had a temper that no one wanted to spoil. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Xingyuan immediately sent a message to Gu Wanxing. Are you interested in leveling up to 4? Gu Wanxing immediately sent a series of exclamation marks. Yes, I really want it. It's easy to say online, but in reality, who wouldn't want to level up to 4 quickly? Later, Lu Xingyuan sent a message to Kai Kai. Thinking about it. Definitely thinking about it. Good. Since you're showing off like this, I won't even give you the opportunity to be second or third. Electric chair. The data from this session is clearly recorded. Level 3, 5 minutes. After constant practice, Lu Xingyuan is no longer just a fast. He has finally succeeded in breaking through his limits, reaching a height that many men cannot attain. Only a true man can understand how long 5 minutes can be. My physical fitness has improved significantly. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling the changes within himself. The basic gene potion and the electric chair are truly a perfect match, unleashing unexpected power. More importantly, the electric chair greatly enhances the dosage limit of the potion. Normally, a trained conductor would find the effects of 10 doses of the basic gene potion somewhat unsatisfactory. After all, it is just a level 1 basic creation, one cannot expect too much from it. Strangely, the electric chair seems to have activated some switch in his body, greatly enhancing his ability to absorb the basic gene potion. While others can take a maximum of 10 doses, he can take 20. It is precisely because of this that he can use the basic gene potion to continually enhance his physical fitness. However, even so, he is nearing his limit, having injected nearly 18 doses. If he takes 2 more doses, the basic gene potion will be completely ineffective for him. It's time to look for intermediate gene enhancement potions. Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin. He would check the platform or trading channel. If all else fails, he might gamble on a transformation reassembler. After resting for a while, Lu Xingyuan took out a vial of the basic mental enhancement potion and without hesitation injected it into the back of his neck. A refreshing sensation surged through his brain, clarifying his thoughts. Though both are basic potions, the fates of the mental potion and the gene potion are starkly different. The former is clearly more precious, nearly impossible to find in the trading channel. However, the latter frequently has successful trade records. Once his brain had fully absorbed the effects of the potion, Lu Xingyuan returned to the goblin's trial space. He is now level 4. He is just 1 step away from level 5. The goblin had previously stated that it is crucial to return before reaching level 5, otherwise the key would be meaningless. Therefore, he has little time left. He must quickly enhance his strength to possess the power to eliminate the goblin in 1 blow to successfully obtain the goblin's opportunity. However, looking at the goblin before him, which seemed to be in a rabid frenzy, Lu Xingyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Are you sure I can do it? Why do I feel like you have too high expectations of me? Sigh. Let's just finish the training. The next day, Lu Xingyuan woke up early. Because today is a special day. The plum rain season will end tonight at midnight, and the first wave of settlement will also commence. Settlements are based on the level of the trained conductors, and among those of the same level they are sorted by their upgrade times. Lu Xingyuan habitually glanced at the number of online users. Among the 100 trained conductors in Zone 11, fewer than 5000 remain. The survival rules of this world are truly harsh. Only a few can live comfortably. Immediately, he saw his own avatar still ranked first. In second place is Pan Wei from the Mutual Aid Society, level 3. Third is Wang Tianhua from the Tianhua Society, also level 3. Fourth is Wang Rong from the Crimson Legion. Gu Wanxing is ranked 501. Kai Kai is ranked 509. The number of trained conductors who have leveled up by 3 levels is not as few as imagined. It seems they are all hidden talents. The chat channel is lively at this time. Like Lu Xingyuan, many trained conductors have woken up early. There's no way around it. This is a big day, a monumental day. Finally, this damned plum rain season is coming to an end. Yeah, that's fantastic. I can't buy Qinhong Liuyin, and I've been using makeshift methods to suppress the dampness on my body. While it won't cost me my life, I feel miserable all over. Once the plum rain season ends, I will be able to live again. Hang in there, brothers. In just a few more hours, we will welcome the light. To be honest, I am now damped to level 3. The only reason I haven't collapsed is that I know if I hold on a little longer I can survive, so let's get through these few hours quickly. Come on, we are doing great. The fact that we have made it this far is already quite remarkable. I wonder what rewards the settlement tonight will bring me. I'm looking forward to it. I just need a little more material to reach level 2. I hope the station I arrive at today is one that is safe and rich in resources. I'm ranked outside the top 0, so I don't expect any good rewards. They will surely be garbage, so I'm not holding my breath at all. But I am very curious about what kind of reward the first place Xingyuan will receive. I hope that when the time comes the boss can reveal it to us, so we can have a good look. Upvote for the person above. I'm also very curious. I hope the boss can fulfill our small wish. What if it's possible that the first place has nothing to do with him? Could a mysterious expert suddenly jump out and directly level up to level 5, completing and overtaking? Bro, do you think this is a novel? Suddenly leveling up to 5, wake up, this kind of plot only happens in feel-good stories. It's impossible in the real world. The identity of the first place has been established, but what about the second and third places? I see that whether it's Pan Wei from the Mutual Aid Society or Wang Tianhua from the Tianhua Society, they are both striving to reach level 4, but I don't know which of them will take. Damn, why do I suddenly feel a surge of motivation? Pan Wei from the Mutual Aid Society. Humph, I may not get first place, but the second will definitely be mine. Wang Tianhua from the Tianhua Society. As long as today's station is not white, I will definitely be able to smoothly reach level 4 and secure second place. Wang Rong from the Crimson Legion. I still need 3 units of titanium alloy steel. Listen up, everyone under me. I don't care what methods you use, you must get me those 3 units of titanium alloy steel. I must secure second place. No one can compete with me. Brother Xingyuan, the world only knows about the Mutual Aid Society, the Tianhua Society, and the Crimson Legion, yet completely forgets about my Xingyuan Brotherhood. It's time for the name of the Xingyuan Brotherhood to resonate throughout the entire Zone 11. On the other side, Gu Wanqing sent a message to Xingyuan. Damn, they are all eyeing me, and it's causing me a lot of pressure. Maybe I should just forget it and not push myself too hard, putting too much pressure on myself. Xingyuan remained silent, watching the operation prompt that appeared. Train operation prompt, next stop single platform, Longhua Avenue. This station is green platform. Please be prepared. Such a small green platform actually has a level 3 psychic zombie. The spacious street was no longer shrouded in gloom as before, and the rain had gradually lessened, though the surroundings still presented a damp scene. In front of Xingyuan, various zombie corpses were piled up. He had cleaved his way through without blinking an eye. The hidden boss had finally appeared. An old acquaintance, the psychic zombie. But this time I won't be as helpless as before. Facing the psychic attack from the zombie, Xingyuan's lips curled up slightly. One could only say that the psychic potion wasn't consumed in vain. He could clearly feel his brain experiencing only a slight sting, no longer the unbearable pain of the past. The thunderstorm Gatling in his hands continuously spewed out dense bullets, leaving the psychic zombie no place to hide, as it was directly blasted into a pulp. From the moment he got off the vehicle until now, no more than 10 minutes had passed. Xingyuan perfectly exemplified what it meant to speedrun. Digging out the treasure chest embedded in the stone pillar, Xingyuan retrieved a pocket embroidered with a small yellow flower. This was a level 4 extraordinary creation formed through the transformation of a spatial ring. Honey pouch. Level 4. Description: a delicate cloth bag embroidered with honey-colored flower petals featuring an exclusive independent space with a weight limit of 100 kilograms. It comes with layered storage and shockproof preservation functions, which can delay the spoilage of fresh items. Overloading will automatically seal and refuse acceptance, and it cannot store living entities. Transforming into such a soft and adorable pouch, Xingyuan could only say, it was just perfect for him. A real man should use such adorable things. Who said pink is exclusively a color for girls? Between a tough guy and pink, there's no reason they can't create a unique blend of colors. Compared to the spatial ring with only a 20 kilogram storage weight, the honey pouch's weight limit reaches an impressive 100 kilograms, making his travels significantly more convenient. The 50 kilogram thunderstorm Gatling could easily be stuffed inside. He no longer had to carry such a huge object around at all times. Today the prismatic sphere dropped a seed named Vitality Eggplant. Vitality Eggplant Seed. Category: Extraordinary Creation. Level 2. Description: appearing no different from a regular eggplant, it has a faint golden sheen on its skin. It takes about 15 days from sowing to maturity. After consumption, the eggplant's vital essence will be absorbed permanently, providing a slight increase to the consumer's physical limit. Being able to permanently enhance the consumer's physical limit, this was undoubtedly a rare treasure. After speedrunning this platform, Xingyuan boarded the vehicle without lingering. It was 1012, with 48 minutes remaining until the 11 o'clock departure, yet the train was already moving along the tracks. Watching the ever-changing scenery outside, Xingyuan felt a surge of emotions. This truly deserves to be a level 4 extraordinary creation. In his hand, he held a train ticket. This was not an ordinary train ticket, but an item called Short Distance Travel Ticket. Short Distance Travel Ticket. Category: Extraordinary Creation. Level 4. Description: a degraded imitation of the World Marvel travel ticket, forged from the train's void energy. This item is only bound to 3 isolated high-risk platforms, allowing the user to select one destination, pay the specified amount of train currency, and instantly set off to traverse there. This was the real protagonist of the day, crafted by a certain train conductor. He was in terrible condition. Entering a damp state, his bullets were all expended, perfectly exemplifying what it meant to be at the end of one's rope. It was precisely for this reason that he would take out his precious item for trade. 3 servings of dry red flame, plus 1,000 universal bullets. Lu Xingyuan did not haggle and directly agreed in one breath. This was a level 4 extraordinary creation. He even felt that the other party's demands could have been more excessive. Once the ticket was in hand, Lu Xingyuan immediately began to study it, quickly noticing one of the 3 selectable platforms was called the Giant Shipbreaking Yard. It was a purple platform. It was clearly marked that the shipbreaking yard contained a large amount of high-grade steel. High-grade steel? Titanium alloy steel. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Thus, after receiving a provocative private message from Wang Tianhua, he immediately made what seemed like a mad, yet incredibly rational decision. He wanted to upgrade Gu Wanqing and Kai Kai to level 4. And to complete the upgrade before Wang Tianhua. The only way to achieve this goal was the upcoming purple platform, the Giant Shipbreaking Yard. And this was also the last stop of the short-distance travel ticket. The other 2 stops were the abandoned schoolhouse on the green platform and the desert on the blue platform. Traveling to the former required 15 train coins, while heading to the latter necessitated 30 train coins. With such exorbitant fees for the first 2 stops, one could imagine how high the cost for the final destination, the Giant Shipbreaking Yard, would be. 60 train coins. Yes, a full 60 coins. The reason the conductor decided to trade it was probably due to this aspect. The risks were great, and the starting capital was so high. Let it be. It's just a purple platform. Oh, I've cleared it before. Lu Xingyuan was not too flustered. His hard training during this time had significantly improved his strength. It was just right to test the fruits of his cultivation through the perilous high-level platform. As for the expensive ticket fee, it would naturally be covered by Gu Wanqing and Kai Kai. After all, this was for them. Moreover, they had expressed very actively that if they secured 2nd and 3rd places and received the corresponding rewards, they would willingly contribute this reward to Lu Xingyuan. Among them, especially, Gu Wanqing's performance was very proactive and very voluntary, worthy of special mention. Gu Wanqing. What did she say? Lu Xingyuan. Oh, she said she's a local. 1 minute later, the first stop, the abandoned schoolhouse, arrived. Lu Xingyuan did not get off. The train doors slowly closed, and the train continued its journey. Lu Xingyuan widened his eyes in confusion. Wait, what about my prismatic sphere? Where's my transformation reconfiguration device? Why is there not a single sound? Doesn't this count as arriving at the station? He originally thought he could exploit a bug, but it seemed he was overthinking. 1 minute later, the desert arrived. Lu Xingyuan remained seated. The doors closed again. This time they finally headed for the ultimate stop, the Giant Shipbreaking Yard. 1020. The shipbreaking yard has arrived. As Lu Xingyuan stood up, the prismatic sphere also fell down. Congratulations on obtaining Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion 3. Intermediate Gene Enhancement Potion. Category: Extraordinary Creation. Level 2. Description: based on extraordinary energy to modify the genetic core, it significantly enhances the 3-dimensional attributes of strength, agility, and physical stamina compared to the primary potion, permanently solidifying extraordinary physical qualifications and unlocking basic evolutionary barriers that mere mortals cannot reach. Good, very good, exceedingly good. This was precisely what Lu Xingyuan desired. Such a perfect beginning is enough to prove that today's journey will surely be exceptional. Lu Xingyuan then turned his gaze to the transformation reconfiguration device. What he chose to place inside was none other than Xidian. As the pinnacle creation of a level 3 extraordinary artifact, Xidian was actually quite usable, and, however, who wouldn't want to experience a new weapon? So after hesitating for merely 0.01 seconds, Lu Xingyuan decided on it. A burst of intense light flashed. A silver-long knife quietly lay before him. It did not possess the ostentatious sharpness of Xidian, nor did it have intricate carvings, but instead exuded a rustic simplicity. Only by focusing intently on the blade could one catch a glimpse of an elusive wind pattern. Gongxia category: Extraordinary Artifact. Level 4. Description: an extraordinary power condensed from the long winds of the mountains and fields, akin to a brisk wind sweeping over the mountain ridges, its sharpness hidden within the gentle breeze, rending obstacles with the force of the wind, embodying both agility and lethality. The shape of the weapon before Lu Xingyuan greatly relieved him. As for its attributes, they were no longer of great importance. After all, it would be quite disheartening if it randomly turned into a frying pan, or perhaps a wrench or hammer, that would truly leave him in the dark. Imagine wielding a frying pan, wrench, or hammer while executing a sky-splitting slash. How beautiful that scene would be. Reaching out to take the Gongxia before him, Lu Xingyuan attempted to swing it. An invisible gale wrapped around the blade. If it struck an enemy, that repressed wind-based power would surely surge into their body, tearing through with abandon. One could only say that a level 4 extraordinary artifact was indeed incomparable to a level 3. The only regret was that this weapon had already reached its limit and could no longer transform. A notification regarding its potential depletion appeared before Lu Xingyuan's eyes, visible only to him. Upon reflection, it was actually quite impressive. After all, it had only been a level 2 extraordinary artifact at the start. The reason the Thunder Gatling remained unaffected was likely due to its infinite firepower, granting it limitless potential. In any case, it won't be possible to level up to 5 anytime soon. Therefore, there was no need for too much pressure. Firmly gripping the ganxia, Lu Xingyuan stepped out of the vehicle. At this moment, the rain outside had transformed into a fine drizzle. This signified that the plum rain season was truly nearing its end. A gust of sea breeze blew and carrying a salty dampness. Before Lu Xingyuan lay an endless expanse of ocean. However, the seawater presented a chilling dark blue hue, as if terrifying monsters lurked beneath. The giant shipbreaking yard could be called giant for a reason. Its area was truly impressive. Standing before it, a person felt infinitely small. However, it was now completely abandoned, with the remains of 10 Santon vessels stacked like the bones of a deceased giant beast, rusted, and forming mountains, cranes, broken dry docks, desiccated seawater, seeping through shattered embankments, pooling into dark water pits among the abandoned hulls. The air was thick with the smell of rust and decaying flesh. Beneath the water's surface, a glimmer of scales flickered and vanished. Lu Xingyuan squinted. He had already caught the scent of tension and unease in the air, and the purple platform was bound to be perilous. Just then, a fish spear covered in moss tore through the air, hurtling toward him at incredible speed. He swung the blade in his hand, transforming it into a stream of flowing wind that cleaved the spear in two. And Lu Xingyuan also caught a clear glimpse of the attacker. The upper body, formed from a fish head, fish body, and fish fins, was connected to a pair of human legs. The scales thinned from the waist down, revealing grayish-white skin with large feet and webbing between the toes. Ordinary merman, level 1 description, a common aberrant creature found in aquatic areas and abandoned coastal zones, known for its violent and bloodthirsty nature, possessing exceptionally developed biting muscles and formidable tearing capabilities, easily capable of inflicting severe injuries. This ordinary merman fixed its fierce gaze upon Lu Xingyuan, its eyes gleaming with a vicious light. Behind it, more mers appeared abruptly, all displaying the same vicious expression. Lu Xingyuan had no time to waste on them and directly pulled the trigger. Silver bullets poured forth like rain towards them. The foremost merman was instantly pierced, exploding with a splatter of thick blood into the air. Poor thing, it didn't even have time to let out a cry of despair. The bullet that penetrated its body crackled with a sound, transforming into merciless chain lightning that spread towards the other mers behind. They were unable to mount any effective counterattack. Their feeble bodies in the face of such powerful bullets were no different than tofu. In the blink of an eye, over 100 mers before Lu Xingyuan were completely annihilated. Lu Xingyuan held the Gatling in one hand and advanced into the shipbreaking yard. Many mers lurking in the shadows attempted to launch sneak attacks, but no matter how fast they were, they could not outpace the blade in Lu Xingyuan's hand. The bisected corpses had smooth, even-cut surfaces akin to mirrors. The level 2 monsters were elite mers. They possessed stronger bodies and more terrifying power and speed. The interior of the shipbreaking yard was not particularly dark. Holes bored by monsters allowed external light to stream in, and thanks to this, Lu Xingyuan soon clearly saw the ultimate boss he was about to face. Level 4 monster, Captain Octopus. It stood atop a throne of decaying steel, its 8 robust tentacles coiling like giant pythons, with 2 transformed into arms, one wielding a rusted steering wheel curved sword, and the other holding a tattered pirate flag. A drooping triangular hat obscured much of the octopus face, revealing only 2 eerie yellow vertical pupils. Beneath the brim, the writhing tips of its tentacles could be vaguely seen. Damn train conductor, how dare you slaughter my kin? I will make you pay with your life. Lu Xingyuan stroked his chin. If I remember correctly, it was your underlings who first threw a spear at me. Captain Octopus fell silent for 2 seconds, clearly not expecting Lu Xingyuan to give such a response that left it speechless. That was your fault. You shouldn't have appeared here. Kinsman, charge with me. Let's chop him into mincemeat. Countless hidden mers in the shadows revealed themselves, following Captain Octopus in a fierce assault against Lu Xingyuan. 3 minutes later. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The octopus captain, bruised and battered, immediately became obedient. I sincerely suggest you chop off your third leg. It's tender. Whether stir-fried with chives or grilled, it's absolutely delicious. Oh, you ask why I know this so well. That's because I once cut it off and ate it when I was starving. As he spoke, a nostalgic expression appeared on his face. It was so bouncy and fragrant. With a face full of black lines, Lu Xingyuan kicked him in the rear, saying, "Don't be so grotesque." Hurry and take me to the place you mentioned that has a lot of steel. In just a minute, the octopus captain realized he couldn't win against Lu Xingyuan, so he sincerely chose to surrender and mentioned he knew where to find what he wanted. Lu Xingyuan was not one to indiscriminately kill. After confirming that the other party was a genuine coward without much cunning, he put away his weapon. After all, the shipyard was so vast that wandering around alone would take forever to find the materials he needed. Having a local to help made things much easier. This is the place. The octopus captain suddenly stopped pointing ahead. Lu Xingyuan looked over and was instantly frozen in place. Titanium alloy steel. Dense titanium alloy steel. They piled up like a small mountain, shimmering with an intoxicating glow. Next to the titanium alloy steel was neatly stacked bulletproof glass. The quantity was equally exhilarating. He quickly stepped forward and detailed quantity information appeared before him. Titanium alloy steel 1,000 units. Bulletproof glass 1,000 units. Yes, that's right. A full 1,000 units. Previously, he had to work hard to obtain just 1 unit. To suddenly acquire 3 to 5 units would be considered an incredible stroke of luck. He had even sold his own appearance for just a few units of materials. And now here appeared 1,000 units of titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass. One must know that to upgrade the train from level 3 to level 4, only 80 units of titanium alloy steel and 30 units of bulletproof glass were needed. In other words, this huge pile of materials in front of him could at least upgrade 10 trains to level 4. Seeing this scene, the octopus captain couldn't help but show a helpless expression. Oh, if I had known these materials were so important to you, I would have just moved them for you directly. Was it really necessary to fight so hard and hurt our feelings? My poor fisherman subordinates haven't even had the chance to marry your sister before they died. Oh, it's truly heartbreaking. What are you still dawdling about? Hurry and have your people move these materials to the platform. Lu Xingyuan kicked him in the rear again, causing the octopus captain to yelp in pain. He quickly called his fisherman subordinates to transport the materials. Be careful. Don't drop them. With their help, Lu Xingyuan had it much easier, and in no time all the materials were moved to the platform. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the time. After all this fuss, it wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. One could only say his efficiency was indeed a bit too high. The octopus captain gazed at the black train before him, his eyes sparkling with amazement. He rubbed his octopus tentacles, looking a bit shyly at Lu Xingyuan. Great train master, I have an unreasonable request. Since you know it's an unreasonable request, then don't make it. Lu Xingyuan cast him a glance. Aye. The octopus captain's face turned red. Don't say that, aren't we friends? Huh. Which friend beats each other up like this, almost knocking each other's brains out? The octopus captain steeled himself to speak, disregarding Lu Xingyuan's feelings. Actually, I hope you can take me. What do you mean? Lu Xingyuan squinted his eyes. I wanna board your train and travel with you. The octopus captain had a look as if he was going all out. I don't want to be trapped in this small pond. Ooh, I want to go to a broader world. The platform is a pond, gets stagnant and lacks hope. The train tracks are a rushing river leading to an infinite future. More importantly, the train master is the protagonist of this realm. He saw limitless potential in Lu Xingyuan, which is why he took the initiative to cease fire, surrender, and admit defeat. Otherwise, did he really think it would be so easy to pass this platform? This is a purple level platform. He was merely trying to be friendly. Let me say one more thing that interests me. Lu Xingyuan raised his chin, signaling him to continue. Each platform is an independent world. But these worlds vary, some are complete while others are fractured. The octopus captain pointed at the giant ship dismantling factory behind them. The platform we are on now originally came from a complete world, but due to changes in world rules, it was unfortunately torn apart into a fractured little world. Everything you see before you is all this little world has to offer. It is so narrow and cramped that it's suffocating. It tried to dive to the bottom of the sea to reach further places, but crashed mercilessly against the cold edge of the world. The world rules are constantly changing, and no one can guarantee that in the next moment the little world I reside in will be completely destroyed. The octopus captain looked up at Lu Xingyuan, his eyes filled with fervor and hope. The reason I hope you can take me away is simply for self-preservation. Lu Xingyuan slightly frowned. Then do you know how the train world is formed? Why did we become train masters for no reason and embark on this adventure? The octopus captain shook his head. That is beyond what someone of my level can know. He was merely a small 4th level monster. Not some world-class boss. After a long silence, Lu Xingyuan slowly uttered 2 words. I'm sorry. The smile on the octopus captain's face gradually faded, but he quickly forced a smile. It's alright. It's alright, haha. Actually, I know my request is too abrupt. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so rude and caused you trouble. Although I can't take you away, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I can help you fulfill them. Lu Xingyuan looked deeply at him. The octopus captain was taken aback, then revealed a helpless smile. Did you see through it? Truly worthy of the train master who rose to level 4 so quickly, indeed extraordinary. With a fierce thrust, Wang Tianhua, plunged the healing potion into his arm, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he watched the wounds on his body gradually heal. Today's journey was far from smooth. He was headed to the multi-person blue platform. To his surprise, he encountered members of the Mutual Aid Association here, and to make matters worse, they were elite members. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. He directly engaged in combat with them. With the spatial power he wielded, he naturally secured victory, however, he overlooked the danger lurking deep within the platform. It was a shadow cat demon known for its speed that tore a massive gash into his back. The excruciating pain surged through him, and he shouted, "Damn it, you bunch of scoundrels. They'll kill all of you." He was already feeling annoyed and frustrated. Lu Xingyuan had taken his first place, leaving him fuming, and now these beasts had made him look so miserable. Unbearable. Drawing upon his versatile spatial power, he successfully cleared all the monsters within the platform, and also obtained a level 3 treasure chest, but it had taken him a long time. He should have just taken the treasure chest and left, ignoring those monsters. Fortunately, the rankings hadn't changed. Only Lu Xingyuan had been promoted to level 4. He'll let you enjoy your moment of glory for now. Pulling his gaze away from Lu Xingyuan's avatar, Wang Tianhua opened the treasure chest before him. It contained the materials he wanted: titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass. Wang Tianhua couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. He increasingly felt like the protagonist of this. Otherwise, how could everything be going so smoothly? And Lu Xingyuan, he was merely a stepping stone on the protagonist's path to success. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Soon a brand new carriage appeared at the back of the third carriage. Wang Tianhua couldn't contain his excitement and raised his arms in triumph. Second place. However, at that moment, a private message notification began flashing frantically in the background. It was from members of the Tianhua Club. Dozens of avatars kept popping up, causing Wang Tianhua to raise an eyebrow. Is this congratulatory speed a bit too fast? He casually clicked on one avatar, but the message that greeted him made his pupils constrict. President, something's wrong. That bastard Lu Xingyuan is actually selling titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass in the trading channel. What a... Selling titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass. Is this a joke? How could he have so much of such precious materials to trade? When he opened the chat channel, he indeed saw Lu Xingyuan frantically shouting, "I've listed a batch of titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass in the trading channel. Trained conductors in need can trade as they see fit." He hurriedly entered the trading channel and immediately spotted the two types of materials listed by Lu Xingyuan, and the quantities of these two materials. 300. Wang Tianhua's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. He had only obtained 10 units of materials from the treasure chest, and was already overjoyed. But Lu Xingyuan had listed such a terrifying amount of materials. Now he truly felt like a fool. No, wait. Something's not right. At this moment, Wang Tianhua suddenly realized something, and involuntarily swallowed hard, then checked the online user count. The one ranked first was indeed Lu Xingyuan. However, the second place was an avatar of a girl, not him, not Wang Tianhua. Gu Wanqing, where the hell did she come from? How did she rank second? And the third place was also not Wang Tianhua. Instead, it was a trained conductor named Kai Kai. Who the hell is Kai Kai? Where did she come from? How did so many formidable competitors suddenly appear in the blink of an eye? Fourth place, Oi Bai Xiao. Fifth place, Pan Wei. Sixth place. Seventh place. Wang Tianhua's face turned pale as he trembled, searching for his name. Finally, he found himself. 11th place. Yes, that's right. He had been directly pushed out of the top 10. Not to mention the top 3, he hadn't even made it into the top 10. Wang Tianhua, furious to the point of blood spitting, had no choice but to accept this result, which was simply too hard for him to bear. He had been thinking about how Lu Xingyuan would take first place, and he would take second, which would just be a bit of hardship for him. But now was this just a bit of hardship? This was clearly an avalanche. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Soon Wang Tianhua realized something, and a name popped out from between his teeth: Lu Xingyuan. The reason he had been pushed out of the top 10 must have something to do with Lu Xingyuan. He must be behind this. Suddenly sneezing, Lu Xingyuan rubbed his nose. Someone must be praising how handsome I am behind my back. Upon returning to the train, the first thing Lu Xingyuan did was contact Gu Wanqing and Kai Kai, transferring the upgraded materials they needed and urging them to upgrade quickly without hesitation. Only after seeing their rankings closely trailing behind him did Lu Xingyuan's anxious heart finally settle down. He then took out some of the upgrade materials and listed them in the trading channel. At this moment, these upgrade materials were sure to fetch a good price. After all, who wouldn't want to compete for a good rank to obtain better rewards? Before long, all the materials were sold out. The train currency flowed in abundantly, much to Lu Xingyuan's satisfaction. As the plum rain season was about to end, the market for Qianhong Flame was gradually diminishing, and the demand for bullets had also dropped significantly. Thus, this operation of selling scarce materials to reap train currency proved to be particularly important. Sister Show, stop. Please stop. As he saw the train currency he had just received still warm from his hands being tossed into the abyssal magic box, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but let out a cry akin to a pig being slaughtered. Yet he was ultimately too late. All the train currency had already been fed into the magic box. Lu Xingyuan, urgently seeking 100 ways to cook pig hands online waiting. Sister Show, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this broken box is completely a bottomless pit. After devouring so much of my train currency, do you see it reacting at all? I think I should just throw this disaster off the train. Lu Xingyuan felt exhausted, powerless, and helpless, wishing to lie in the embrace of an 18-year-old within a cup figure and soft black silk, and cry. However, at that moment the magic box suddenly emitted a clicking sound as its mechanism turned. What the hell? Is it about to open it? I wish I could lie in the embrace of an 18-year-old within a cup figure and cry out loud. I wish I could lie in the embrace of an 18-year-old within a cup figure and cry out loud, uniformly converting numbers to Chinese expressions. Lu Xingyuan, who was originally lying on the bed and crying loudly, suddenly heard a noise coming from the magic box and instantly sat up straight. Sister Show looked at Lu Xingyuan, who had stopped crying in that moment, and fell into deep silence. Could this be the legendary veteran actor? Wow, it's really opening. Lu Xingyuan, completely detached from his emotions, pointing at the abyssal magic box, which was slowly cracking open, and exclaimed, Sister Show, look. It's really opening. From the crack of the magic box, a ghostly light surged like a living being, spilling forth bizarre cold flames. An invisible pressure descended, shaking every inch of air in the compartment. His internal organs felt tightly clenched, as if they would be crushed in the next moment. Damn it! Lu Xingyuan widened his eyes, suddenly recalling the description on the magic box. Powerful abyssal items, random categories, fortunes, and misfortunes are hard to predict. What if it opens up something disastrous? Lu Xingyuan frowned silently, protecting Sister Show in front of him. I'm not afraid. I have Sister Show to protect me. The light spewing from the crack became more ferocious, tearing apart the confined space like a blade. A whirlwind roared with lightning, the compartment wailed in tremors, and every inch of air was compressed by an invisible force. The space began to collapse inward as if to grind everything into dust. Oh my god, I can't take it. Lu Xingyuan cried out. He felt like a solitary boat on the sea, utterly alone, with the potential to capsize at any moment. Fortunately, at that moment, the little Red Riding Hood brooch on his chest suddenly radiated warmth. Immediately after, Sister Show in front of him also burst forth with a sacred white light. When Lu Xingyuan came to his senses, the magic box in front of him had vanished, and what appeared before him was a little lowly dressed in a magnificent black silk lace-trimmed dress. She looked like a delicate doll that had stepped out of a fairy tale, her skin as white as mutton fat, jade her round little face, glowing like pearls, her amber eyes clear like stars, and her slender limbs resembling jade branches carved from fresh snow. However, when she tilted her head slightly, the ancient and eerie ghostly light flowing in her golden vertical pupils and the delicate scales spreading across her cheeks shimmered with a dark blue cold gleam under the light. Lu Xingyuan let out a series of question marks. Is this for real? How did they just create a person out of nowhere? Is it because the compartment was too quiet and not lively enough? Lu Xingyuan felt his head spinning, scratching it wildly, then looked at Sister Show. What do we do now? Unexpectedly, Sister Show appeared to be utterly exhausted, lying on the bed with no intention of acknowledging him. Fine, those who can help you are the nobles, but those who can help you repeatedly are only yourself. Lu Xingyuan decided to face it bravely. He looked at the little lowly. Who are you? To his surprise, the little lowly suddenly hugged his thigh and called out in a babyish voice, Daddy. More question marks floated out of Lu Xingyuan's head. When did I become your dad? Please don't make such jokes. To say something embarrassing, I'm 18 years old and still a virgin. I don't care, you're Alice's daddy. Don't leave Alice behind, okay? Alice doesn't want to go back to that dark room anymore. Lu Xingyuan clenched his fists. Damn it, this is just too cute. This is the kind of cuteness that deserves a reward. Gu watching, please stop saying I'm cute, please give me money. You don't deserve it. He steeled his heart and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Since you insist on calling me daddy, then I can only accept it. He picked her up, and as he got closer, he could see how fair and tender her cheeks were. It made him feel an irresistible impulse to kiss her. Your name is Alice, right? Yes. The little lowly nodded obediently. Who gave you this name? The little lowly bit her finger and thought hard. I don't know. All right. Lu Xingyuan didn't want to dwell on such trivial matters. Can you tell me where you came from? Unexpectedly, upon mentioning this, Alice reacted a bit too strongly, nervously burrowing into Lu Xingyuan's arms, burying her head into his chest, her soft voice laced with a hint of fear. Alice doesn't know. Alice only knows that she was locked in a small room, dark and lonely, with no one to accompany her. Please don't leave Alice behind, okay? Alice doesn't want to return to that scary place. Lu Xingyuan felt his heart ache almost to the point of tears, repeatedly patting the little Lola's back, soothing her in a gentle voice. All right, I promise you I won't leave you behind, and I will never let you go back to that terrifying place. Sigh. What a pitiable little girl. She must be one of those abandoned girls, unloved and uncared for. Damn the abyss. How could you bear to bully such a little lowly? I will never rest until I make you pay. Meanwhile, in the boundless purgatory, the abyssal, made suffering various punishments, suddenly opened her eyes. Why did she feel that something ominous was happening? Where did this strange feeling come from? Forget it, it's too confusing. The abyssal maid shook her head and looked at the altar before her. In the next second, she froze in place. What the hell? Where did the abyss lord I served go? Why did he suddenly disappear? This is going to be a big deal. Kai, hurry and stir-fry some dishes quickly. One little lowly statement of being hungry had Lu Xingyuan running around in a frenzy. He didn't even know what kinds of dishes he could make with the ingredients he gathered, so he could only shove everything into Kai's hands. Kai didn't ask questions, only focused on cooking. He didn't even know what kinds of dishes he could make with the ingredients he gathered, so he could only shove everything into Kai's hands. Kai didn't ask questions. If it's so fragrant, then hurry up and eat your fill. Can daddy feed me? Because I'm still a child. The little lowly blinked her big eyes eagerly. Of course I can. Lu Xingyuan displayed a gentleness and tenderness that even he found incredible. So much so that when Gu Wanxing sent a message, he only replied when he found a moment. Don't disturb me, I'm taking care of the child. Taking care of a child? Where did you get a child? Lu Xingyuan directly sent Gu Wanxing a photo of himself with the little lowly. Wow. Gu Wanxing sent a sharp, explosive response. Where did this little girl come from? She's too adorable, too cute. As for the human next to the little girl, well, no need to show me someone with 2 eyes and a mouth, you're just lowering the little girl's beauty. Don't you think that the two of us, father and daughter, are carved from the same mold? But to be fair, Lu Xingyuan's appearance is certainly impressive. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his facial features are sharp and striking, exuding an inherent charm that is far beyond mere handsomeness. He is truly unforgettable. As she looked on, Gu Wanxing let out a giggle, almost like a lovesick girl. Upon realizing that the little lowly was taken by Lu Xingyuan, she rolled around in jealousy and envy on the bed. It drives me crazy. Why can't I get such a cute little lowly? Because you are ugly. After satisfying his own vanity, Lu Xingyuan no longer paid attention to, have you eaten enough? Wiping the grease from the little lowless mouth with a tissue, Lu Xingyuan asked gently. Lu Xingyuan was taken aback, pointing at the pile of empty plates, somewhat incredulous. Was that not enough to fill you up? They are not filling. The little lowly tilted her head. Lu Xingyuan blinked as if he understood something. The energy contained in these simple foods was too low. While they could satisfy human needs, the little lowly being from the abyss and a higher being required food of equal rank. This is troublesome. How could Lu Xingyuan bear to let such a little lowly go hungry? He hurriedly entered the trading channel, and after some searching indeed found something. Shadow moss paste, category extraordinary creation, level 4, description: a gelatinous substance condensed from the shadow moss at the edge of the abyss, containing a terrifying chill. Can this thing fill your stomach? The little lowly nodded obediently. All right. Lu Xingyuan immediately contacted the seller. The seller was a straightforward person, and upon hearing Lu Xingyuan wanted to buy, promptly reminded him, big shot. I'm not trying to scam you. If this thing is really strange, you must not impulsively drink it. It turned out he obtained it from a dark, ancient castle. The castle's owner was an evil witch. At that time, they had 10 trained conductors who arrived to explore together. But in the end, only 2 conductors escaped, while the rest perished at the hands of the witch. He and another conductor each obtained a shadow moss paste. Upon seeing it was a level 4 extraordinary creation, he felt he almost lost his life, but it was not without worth. Only after they boarded the train and studied it carefully did they realize it was not as simple as it appeared. It seemed this thing was not as straightforward as it looked. At least that description of terrifying chill made him hesitant to act rashly. However, the other conductor, unwilling to let the item they risked their lives to bring back become mere decoration, disregarded his warnings and resolutely chose to drink. Maybe I can gain extraordinary power from this. Naturally, the result was disastrous. He watched helplessly as the other person's avatar faded away, never to light up again. This deepened his awe for the shadow moss paste. Helpless, he could only turn to the trading channel to see if he could exchange it for something of value. After all, it was a level 4 extraordinary creation. It couldn't just rot in his hands. What if he couldn't recognize its worth, but someone else could? However, after waiting and waiting, he did not find a suitable buyer. It's not that no conductors were interested. After all, it was a level 4 extraordinary creation and quite attractive. But the crux of the problem was that when they asked him what it was useful for, he couldn't answer. Wang Tianhua from Tianhua Society also asked me about it. He said that since I couldn't tell him what it was useful for, he could only offer me 2 train coins. Lu Xingyuan's mouth twitched. 2 train coins. Wang Tianhua is really something. There was also a conductor named Gu Wanxing who asked me. She was even worse, offering me only 1 train coin. Lu Xingyuan. Sister Qing, please don't be such a beast. Gu Wanxing. I don't even know her. How could she be so unreasonable? After teaming up with the seller to denounce Gu Wanqing Lu Xingyuan got straight to the point, wanting the other party to give a reasonable price. 50 train coins is too expensive, give me a reasonable price. If it's suitable, I'll buy it on the spot. The other party hesitated for a moment, then. 45, I'll give you a maximum of 30 train coins. Lu Xingyuan was bold in bargaining because only he knew what this thing was truly capable of. 40, 35, that's my bottom line. Alright, 35 it is. The other party sighed helplessly. Selling it for 35 train coins is not bad, it's better than letting it rot in his hands. Perhaps it is quite useful, but who knew how to utilize it? He had to relent. Soon Lu Xingyuan held a spherical glass bottle in his hand. Inside was a semi-transparent dark gray paste glimmering faintly and sticky in texture. One could see tiny shadowy light spots floating within as one drew near. The little lowly sensed the special aura and her eyes brightened. Here for you. Lu Xingyuan uncorked the bottle and handed it over. The little lowly tilted her head back and gulped it down, then let out a satisfying burp. The so-called chill seemed to not exist for her at all. How about it, are you full? I'm full. The little lowly nodded obediently. Good. Lu Xingyuan reached out to ruffle the little lowla's golden hair, then picked her up and placed her on the bed. Play on the bed for a while. He was about to begin his training. Although the little lowly was an abandoned child from the abyss, unloved and uncared for, he needed to work hard to enhance his strength in order to protect her well. The little lowly obediently took off her little shoes, revealing small feet wrapped in pure white cotton socks with delicate lace trim around the cuffs, making them look particularly cute. She was very obedient. This way she wouldn't be abandoned by her father. But the little lowly tilted her head, looking at the arm lying under the small blanket. Why does it feel so familiar? Just as she leaned in closer, the arm pushed her away. Don't get so close. Intermediate gene enhancement agent. Let's see how powerful your effects can be. Lu Xingyuan drank it all down while seated in the electric chair. Level 3, 30 minutes. After the electroshock was finished, Lu Xingyuan felt an intense soreness all over. However, he could distinctly feel his physical qualities had improved significantly. It can only be said that the effects of the intermediate gene agent were indeed quite powerful. But taking 1 tube a day was already the limit for his body. If he took more, his body might explode. A delicate little hand held out a cup of water towards him. It was the little lowly. Daddy, drink some water. While saying this, she carefully wiped the sweat off Lu Xingyuan's forehead with a clean towel, her eyes filled with concern and affection. Lu Xingyuan felt warmth in his heart. Is this what a little cotton-padded jacket feels like? Love it. It was 1130 p.m. with less than 30 minutes left until the first round of settlement. In the chat channel, the remaining 50,000 train conductors are filled with excitement, chattering endlessly, creating a lively atmosphere. Finally, we've made it to the settlement. Do you know how I've managed to get through these days? I've finally succeeded in leveling up to 2nd tier. I've caught this last train. You're so happy just for leveling up to 2nd tier, yet I, a conductor who has leveled up to 3rd tier, have nothing to say. A 3rd tier conductor is indeed a rare find. I calculated carefully, and the 1st tier conductors still make up the overwhelming majority, around 60%, while 2nd tier conductors account for 30%, and 3rd tier conductors only 9%. 4th tier conductors make up just 1%. Damn it, I really don't know how these guys managed to reach 4th tier. They're simply not human. Yeah, especially that Lu Xingyuan who leveled up to 4th tier early on. I seriously suspect this guy is cheating. If we're talking about this, I have to mention Wang Tianhua of the Tianhua Society. I nearly died laughing. He kept claiming he would become the 2nd conductor to reach 4th tier, but unexpectedly, he was pushed out of the top 10. Isn't it that Lu Xingyuan is behind the scenes causing trouble? If he weren't selling titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass in the trading channel, there wouldn't be so many conductors promoted to 4th tier. Moreover, I heard that the 2nd place Gu Wanqing and 3rd place Kai Kai seem to have intricate connections with Lu Xingyuan. What the hell is this guy treating the survival game as? Is it a joke? Damn it. I warn you not to go too far. Wang Tianhua was of course hiding in the shadows watching. When he saw many conductors treating him as a joke, his face instantly turned red. Damn Lu Xingyuan. He'll kill you sooner or later. But Gu Wanqing, Kai Kai. This indeed reminded him. Perhaps he couldn't find a way to regain his honor from Lu Xingyuan for now, but he could certainly target those around Lu Xingyuan. I must make you feel pain. On the other side, Gu Wanqing was fuming. What do you mean I have become a member of your harem? What do you mean I'm your subordinate? Please clarify. I have every reason to suspect that you're the one spreading these rumors behind my back. Lu Xingyuan glared angrily. I'm way angrier than you, alright. This is an insult to my character. It's even an insult to my taste. Gu Wanqing, why do I feel like there's something hidden in your words? Are you ready? Don't embezzle the settlement rewards later. Remember to deliver them to me at the first opportunity, Lu Xingyuan reminded. If it weren't for him, could Gu Wanqing have smoothly leveled up to 4th tier and ranked 2nd? So her reward should belong to her alone, right? Why do I feel like I've lost out? Gu Wanqing grumbled. I could have received a 3rd tier reward. But now, I can't get any benefits at all. Only holding the title of 2nd place, but receiving no substantial reward. Who can bear that? Lu Xingyuan lightly coughed twice. You really should learn from Kai Kai. She never complains. Gu Wanqing, can I bypass you and add Kai Kai as a friend? Lu Xingyuan, that might not work. I'm afraid you'll lead her astray. Oh, it's a pity you said that too late. Ooh, I've already successfully added her as a friend. Lu Xingyuan, oh, damn it. Why do I smell something fishy? There's something shady going on. Kai Kai also sent a message. Little Lu, that girl named Gu Wanqing added me as a friend, and I accepted. You won't be mad, right? Lu Xingyuan instantly switched to a righteous persona. Of course not. Do I seem like the kind of narrow-minded person who would interfere with others' friendships? Oh, then I'm relieved. Lu Xingyuan, however, I hope you can screenshot your conversations with her and send them to me every day, not for any other reason, just worried she might. Alright. Even though she felt something was off, if it was little Lu's command, then it was definitely not a problem. Soon after, Kai Kai sent over a chat log. Gu Wanqing, hello leopard print girl. Kai Kai, hello strawberry girl. Lu Xingyuan. That's it. After adding each other as friends, they just greeted each other and had no further conversation. Fine then. The Minotaur alert was lifted. No bull, it was safe to enter. While chatting with the two, he quietly waited for midnight to arrive. Finally, at the moment the clock struck 12, the leaderboard showed no changes, which meant that the kind of plot from novels, rising to 5th tier at the last second to achieve a comeback and seize first place, did not occur. Lu Xingyuan remained in first place, while Gu Wanqing and Kai Kai stayed in 2nd and 3rd respectively. The rankings of the top 30 remained unchanged. The subsequent rankings might have changed, but that had nothing to do with Lu Xingyuan. A notification popped up. The Plum Rain season has officially ended. A new season will begin in 3 days. Oh, a new season will only arrive in 3 days. This means there will be a buffer period in between. Lu Xingyuan did not exhibit any significant emotional fluctuations. Because he had modified the temperature-controlled carriage, the temperature change did not significantly affect him. However, the majority of conductors were visibly excited. Their tense nerves could finally relax a little. Immediately after, a second notification popped up. The first round of settlement is being conducted based on rankings. Our rewards are being distributed. Here it comes. The thrilling settlement had finally arrived. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his hands in excitement. He can't wait. Alice was still awake. If Daddy doesn't sleep, then she won't sleep either. She wants to sleep with Daddy. So she stayed by Daddy's side. Upon learning that Daddy was about to receive rewards, she immediately clasped her little hands together and seriously prayed for him. It must be a very, very good reward. As a strong golden light flashed, a spiral vortex silently appeared before Lu Xingyuan. Then a drop of golden blood slowly floated out from within. Huh, what is this? Golden blood category. Level. Description. Looking at that string of question marks, Lu Xingyuan was left utterly bewildered. Damn it. What kind of joke is this? Why are there all question marks? Only then did he notice something was off. In that instant, when the drop of golden blood appeared, both Alice beside him and Sister Hand, who was lazily lying on the bed, could no longer remain calm. Especially Alice, whose golden eyes became entranced, instinctively reaching out her little hand, wanting to grasp that droplet of golden blood. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, retracting her hand as if shocked. She shook her head furiously, her little face contorted in pain. No, Alice must hold herself together. This is a reward that belongs to Daddy. It was evident that she truly desired it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such agony. Meanwhile, Sister Hand floated in front of that droplet of golden blood. After a long silence, she patted Lu Xingyuan's head, seemingly urging him to hurry. Lu Xingyuan's expression was serious. He realized that this thing was extraordinary. The reward from the first round of settlement was far more generous than he had imagined. However, he glanced at the little lowly. Alice seemed to sense something and spoke first. No, you can't give it to Alice. Daddy, hurry and absorb it. If you don't hurry, something terrifying will happen. Something terrifying. Lu Xingyuan was taken aback, then quickly sensed something and looked out the car window. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, and a one-eyed giant was running through the wilderness. Where it passed, the ground cracked and mountains collapsed. Yet the sky continually struck down bolts of lightning, mercilessly bombarding the one-eyed giant. The dazzling electric light illuminating the entire. The one-eyed giant's skin was torn, and it constantly shed scalding blood, each drop containing boundless power, directly corroding the earth and drying up rivers. Even so, the one-eyed giant was still determined to charge towards the train, its wide eye revealing a greedy desire and madness. Above the skies, a terrifying giant bird with a wingspan of 100,000 meters appeared out of nowhere, its wings seemingly forged of molten iron, shimmering with a cold luster. It stirred up endless storms, as if the entire world was about to be overturned, stones and trees flying into the sky. Even space couldn't withstand this power, creating fissures. However, chains engulfed in flames twisted towards it in a wild manner, piercing its wings and body, the flames continuously scorching its flesh, eliciting a mournful wail, but even so it still aimed for the train. In front of the train, a creature that was half human and half deer appeared on the track, radiating a sacred white light, looking like a creation from mythology. In its hands a golden longbow materialized, needing no arrows, simply pulling the bowstring lightly would conjure a shining holy arrow. With sharp eyes it released the bowstring, and the arrow shattered the surrounding space, hurtling towards the train with unstoppable force. However, an invisible force stood before the train's front. The arrow rebounded, piercing the chest of the half-human, half-deer creature with a hiss. The half-human, half-deer creature trembled, raising its hand towards the train, ultimately transforming into specks of starlight, vanishing into the void. Lu Xingyuan stared wide-eyed in terror. He saw a giant snake with 100 heads, a colossal figure forged from gold mechanical spiders. But they were all being severely punished. How do I consume it? Before Lu Xingyuan could react, the droplet of golden blood enveloped his entire body, forming a gold. Lu Xingyuan scratched his head in frustration. He felt he had underestimated this droplet of golden blood. Daddy, hurry and consume it. Alice urged. Only after consuming it will they calm down. How do I consume it? Before Lu Xingyuan could react, the droplet of golden blood enveloped his entire body, forming a golden cocoon. What the hell? Lu Xingyuan's vision went black, and he fainted. When he woke up again, he found that it was already bright outside. Daddy, Daddy, you're awake. A concerned voice sounded beside him. Alice, what happened to me? Lu Xingyuan struggled to adapt. Finally, he successfully powered on. It was still the same carriage, the same unchanging environment, and his memories gradually returned, recalling everything that happened last night. Golden blood. So many monsters. Then that droplet of blood wrapped me up. So, does this mean I have absorbed this droplet of golden blood now? Lu Xingyuan observed his own changes, realizing he was completely naked. His clothes had mysteriously disappeared. Damn. He quickly shielded his vital parts with one hand, while covering Alice's eyes with the other. Can you not mess around like this? This is going to get me locked up. Daddy, Alice didn't see anything. You don't need to be nervous. I believe your nonsense. Looking at the little Lola's flushed ears, Lu Xingyuan rolled his eyes. He quickly took out a new set of clothes to wear, finally feeling a bit of security. Afterward, he distinctly felt that his body had become more than twice as strong. Moreover, his thinking became exceptionally sharp. He could see the dust slowly drifting in the carriage clearly, as if in slow motion. Is this the effect of the golden blood? No, far from it. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his heart stirred. Boom. A golden light erupted from him. His pupils turned into sparkling gold. Additionally, golden patterns appeared on his body. What the hell, Super Saiyan? Lu Xingyuan looked at himself in confusion. In this golden state, his strength increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, he could clearly feel that this was not the limit. He just couldn't fully control this power yet. If he could completely master it, not just a 10-fold increase, even a 100-fold increase would be easy. In this state, even Alice took a few steps back in fear. It was as if this power had a suppressive effect on her. Lu Xingyuan quickly turned it off. Alice, are you okay? I'm fine, Daddy. The little loli gently patted her chest, then shook her head. I just think Daddy's current state is a bit scary. Lu Xingyuan rubbed the little Lola's head. It's fine, don't be afraid. How could I harm Alice? The little loli tightly hugged Lu Xingyuan, closing her eyes, her little face beaming with a smile. Approaching the control panel, Lu Xingyuan noticed a series of private messages in the back. Among them, Gu Wanqing sent 123 messages, and Kai Kai sent 122 messages. He had suddenly fainted last night, and hadn't moved since, evidently scaring them quite a bit. The feeling of being cared for was quite nice. Lu Xingyuan hurriedly replied to both, indicating that he had encountered a little unexpected event last night, but it was a good thing. Gu Wanqing, damn, you scared me to death. I thought you had fainted last night. Kai Kai, if it's a good thing, then I can rest assured. By the way, I've already sent you the reward for third place. Take a look. Gu Wanqing's reply made Lu Xingyuan's head heavy with black lines, while Kai Kai's reply warmed his heart. Look how considerate and proactive she is. However, golden shovel. What Kai Kai sent over was surprisingly a golden shovel. Golden shovel category, extraordinary artifact, level 9 description, a shovel imbued with mysterious power said to carry part of the food deity's divine power, a legendary artifact that countless chefs dream of possessing. Lu Xingyuan blinked. I think there's no need for this. Although it's an impressive level 9 extraordinary artifact, it's clear that it can only exert its proper effects in Kai Kai's hands. Thus Lu Xingyuan decisively chose to decline. Little Lu Gu, are you being too good to me? She got wet again. I have to admit, Kai Kai is indeed a very sweet girl. Allowing Kai Kai to continue being touched, Lu Xingyuan switched to Gu Wanqing's chat page. Hey, did someone forget something? Do I have to urge you? Gu Wanqing cursed. Could you check the trading window yourself? I sent it to you long ago. Oh, is that so? Lu Xingyuan only then noticed there really was a trading message from Gu Wanqing. The initiation time was at 12:05 a.m. In other words, right after the settlement ended, she threw the item over. Alright, he had misjudged her. She was indeed quite proactive. Lu Xingyuan decided to forgive himself and not dwell too much on it. The reason he had such thoughts was not because she habitually wasn't honest. Clicking into a more specific page, Lu Xingyuan was instantly stunned. The world. Wonders. Yes, that's right. The item displayed on the transaction bar is indeed a world wonder. It is a rusty pocket watch with only one hand on the dial slowly rotating counterclockwise. Anchor point pocket watch. Category world wonder. Description: can bind a dedicated spatial anchor point in any area of the train. No matter where you are, you can instantly teleport back to the anchor point. Each activation consumes 1 train coin and can only be used once per day. I can't believe it. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. This is simply a divine artifact. With it, I will never have to worry about missing the train again. Moreover, it can also save my life in times of danger. Sister Qing, are you really willing to give this to me? Lu Xingyuan touched his nose, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. This item must have tempted Gu Wanqing greatly, but she still resolutely gave it to him. This truly brought tears to one's eyes. What are you being so sentimental for? If you don't want it, just hurry and return it to me. Gu Wanqing was still in a state of scolding. The reason she threw this powerful item to Lu Xingyuan at 12:05 was that she was afraid she couldn't resist the temptation. Lu Xingyuan quickly accepted it, as accepting it would completely cut off his yearning for it. You dog thing, you dog thing, you dog thing. The girl jumped onto the bed and began to punch and kick the pillow she was sitting on. Well, forget it. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have leveled up to level 4 so quickly. Moreover, this item is definitely more useful in his hands than in mine. The girl lay on the bed staring at the ceiling and murmured, after all, I have the station information to avoid danger, but he doesn't. His chances of encountering danger are certainly higher than mine. You dog thing cannot die. If you die, I will shed tears like little pearls. Indeed, as Gu Wanqing said, being sentimental about it was somewhat unreasonable. Lu Xingyuan immediately pressed the agree button, and a heavy pocket watch appeared in his hand. He chose to set the anchor point in the first carriage. This way, no matter where he was, he just needed to press the pocket watch to teleport back instantly. Calculating, I already possess 3 world wonders. Lu Xingyuan murmured to himself. They were the ability to leave at will, the fate divergence, and the newly acquired anchor point. I just wonder how many world wonders there are in total. Besides these 3 in his hand, he also knew of another one, the travel ticket. However, the specific functions are probably related to the station. There are a total of 12 world wonders. At that moment, a little lowly beside him suddenly tilted her head and spoke. You know, Lu Xingyuan had overlooked Alice. Though this little girl was an abandoned child of the abyss, she certainly knew more than he did. I only know there are 12, but I forgot what they are. The little lowly scratched her head a bit shyly. It's okay. Lu Xingyuan ruffled her hair. The information you provided is already important enough. 12 world wonders, huh? I have already obtained a quarter of them in such a short time. It seems these world wonders shouldn't be particularly difficult to obtain. Little lowly. Sister hand. Huh? Did I say something wrong? At this moment, Lu Xingyuan noticed the message sent by Gu Wanqing. If the rest station we are heading to is the same, you should treat me to a meal. Rest station. Lu Xingyuan was confused. It seemed he missed a lot of news last night when he passed out. It turned out that while he was unconscious, a new announcement was made. Tomorrow, all trains will head to the rest stations. There are a total of 10 rest stations. Among them, 3 can accommodate 1,000 people. 3 can accommodate 3,000 people. 2 can accommodate 5,000 people. 2 can accommodate 10,000 people. The rest stations are absolutely safe, and the train can stay for up to 72 hours for rest. I see. Lu Xingyuan suddenly understood. But it is worth mentioning that the rest stations are also random. They may not necessarily meet. There are only 10 stations in total. If we can't meet, it just means we are fated to be apart. Oh, do you look forward to seeing me? The girl bit her finger. With such a direct question, how should I answer? She looked at the sailor suit that Lu Xingyuan brought from home, already ready to change into it. After all, Lu Xingyuan had said he wanted to see her wear it. Oh right, and suddenly remembering something, the girl felt her heart skip a beat, and a shy blush crept onto her face. Though the plum rain season has ended, the thick clouds have not completely dispersed. But looking at the girl outside the window, one can still clearly feel a glimmer of brilliance. On the way to meet you, even the wind is sweet. At 9:30. Train operation reminder. Next stop, multi-person platform development village. This station can accommodate up to 3,000 trains at the same time. This station is rest station. Please prepare. Gu Wanqing quickly sent a message to Lu Xingyuan. I'm going to development village. What about you? I'm going to Silverthorn City. The girl's sky suddenly darkened. That glimmer of brilliance was merely an illusion. There was no sweet scent in the wind, only a faint smell of rainwater that had not yet dissipated. What a drag. She hung the sailor suit back up and gently patted it. It's not yet your time to shine, just wait a bit, there will be an opportunity. 10 o'clock. The train arrived at development village. Gu Wanqing directly pressed the departure button. The rest station can choose to dock or not. If the person she wanted to meet didn't come, what was there for her to stay for? 9:30. Train operation reminder. Next stop, multi-person platform, Huangsha City. This station can accommodate up to 5,000 trains at the same time. This station is rest station. Please prepare. Seeing development village sent by Gu Wanqing, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but blink. It seems that they did not randomly end up at the same place. Fortunately, he still had the fate divergence. Train operation reminder. Next stop, multi-person platform, Silverthorn City. This station can accommodate up to 10,000 trains at the same time. This station is rest station. Please prepare. Lu Xingyuan was truly speechless this time. Twice he had not been sent to the same place as Gu Wanqing. What a truly fated separation. But, little Lu Gu, the rest station I am about to go to is Silverthorn City. What about you? In light of this, Lu Xingyuan could only seek out Kai Kai. As for Gu Wanqing, there was simply no way. Lu Xingyuan gently stroked the little girl's head. He didn't want to bring Alice out of the car. However, the problem was that Silverthorn City had natives, and as someone from the abyss, Alice would inevitably cause panic. Thus, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could only make do with the situation. The little girl pouted, looking aggrieved. Unfortunately, she still couldn't conceal her abyssal aura well. Otherwise, she could have gotten out of the car to play with her father. Wiping away the little pearls that slid down her face, Alice decided to be brave, so as not to be disliked by her. Alright, I'll wait in the car for you to come back, okay? You must come back soon. Sure, definitely. Lu Xingyuan affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. He was determined to bring a gift back for Alice. 10 o'clock. The train gradually slowed down, coming to a stop at the edge of the platform. A prism magic ball fell. Alice quietly picked it up and handed it to Lu Xingyuan. Congratulations, you have obtained Precision Gear 3. This was one of the essential materials for upgrading the train from level 4 to level 5. It was far rarer than titanium alloy steel and bulletproof glass. Immediately afterward, the transformation reorganization device erupted with brilliant light. It was the abyssal light escape that had been placed within. Light Shadow Illusionist's Cloak, category Extraordinary Creation, level 4, description: activate to leave an optical illusion for 3 seconds to attract enemies while your true self enters a light speed displacement state for 1.5. During this period, you can move at incredibly high speed up to 40 meters in a specified direction. After the displacement ends, if you are behind an enemy, your next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Spatial blockade will significantly reduce displacement speed, but will not completely prohibit it. What appeared before Lu Xingyuan was a cloak with a deep black base, shimmering with intricate light patterns. As the breeze brushed by, the light and shadow distorted, and the edges of the cloak blurred into a hazy shadow. The effect is quite good. Lu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Just then a prompt popped up. The potential of this item has been exhausted. Another item has burned out. Lu Xingyuan lamented this loss. Putting on the cloak, he opened the car door, and the magnificent scene before him greatly exceeded his expectations. The potential of this item has been exhausted. Another item has burned out. Lu Xingyuan lamented this loss. Putting on the cloak, he opened the car door, and the magnificent scene before him greatly exceeded. The train conductors, having safely docked, opened the cabin doors and stepped off the train with excitement in their hearts. They looked around, searching for familiar faces in the continuously flowing crowd. Upon finding someone, they would embrace, tightly cheering, and then shedding tears. It hasn't been easy. Our journey here has not been easy. After facing death countless times to arrive here, we can be considered someone now. Is that you, oldly? You look way older than in the photo. Resting at the station. I must take a good rest here to soothe my weary and wounded soul. Are there any conductors wanting to travel together? I could disassemble my train and travel with you. One person's solo efforts cannot match the cooperation of two. I really don't want to bear it alone. Whoa, hubby, where are you? Speak to me. Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath and stepped off the train. However, compared to the other conductors, he was clearly very eye-catching with his 4-carriage train. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 carriages. What the heck? He actually has 4 carriages. Without a doubt, that's a big shot. So cool. 4 carriages are really impressive. How envious of this big shot. If only I could be as powerful as him. Who is this big shot? Does anyone recognize him? Why does he look somewhat familiar? This should be Wang Tianhua from the Tianhua Society, right? He looks a bit like him. What kind of vision do you have? Wang Tianhua is not this handsome. This is clearly the great Lu Xingyuan. You kid can speak a bit. Just then a commotion suddenly broke out among the onlookers. What do you mean, kid? Our president is nowhere near as bad as him. Exactly. Our president is a true dragon among men, definitely a handsome guy. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe we will tear your mouth apart? Members of the Tianhua Society had already formed a group of 30 to 50 people. As a major force second only to the Mutual Aid Society, the Tianhua Society now had over 2,000 members. And now with a crowd of 10,000 at the platform, the chances of members encountering each other were naturally greatly increased. What surprised Lu Xingyuan was that Wang Tianhua was also among them. Are we two fated to meet? If it weren't for the strict ban on fighting at the rest station, he really wanted to chop off this dog's head and kick it like a ball. Wang Tianhua certainly noticed Lu Xingyuan, as well, his eyes flickering with a cold light. It was thanks to this guy that he had been pushed out of the top 10 in the first round of calculations. Although the rewards he received were quite good, he couldn't help but wonder if he would have received even better rewards had he been second. Human hearts are always greedy. Having something good, they want something even better. Moreover, he was very curious about Lu Xingyuan's rewards. Ranked 11th, he still received such high-quality rewards. So the first-ranked Lu Xingyuan must have received something incredible. With Wang Tianhua saying this, the onlookers all looked curiously at Lu Xingyuan. I almost forgot what could his reward be. Ranked first, he's definitely received an exceptionally generous reward. So enviable. Wang Tianhua continued. You've seen it, everyone is very curious. So there's no need to hide it. Why not generously reveal it to let us all see? This naturally provoked agreement from others, all nodding enthusiastically. Unfortunately, Lu Xingyuan was not someone who buckled under pressure. Why don't you reveal your reward and show it to us too? Exactly. A small hand suddenly linked with Lu Xingyuan's arm. It was Kai, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She had clearly dressed up a bit today. Compared to their first meeting, when she was a bit silly and naive, she now appeared adorably fierce. Adjusting her glasses, she glared at Wang Tianhua like a... If you want others to reveal their rewards, why don't you reveal yours first? Wang Tianhua's expression stiffened slightly. The onlookers had already shifted their gaze to him. The pressure had successfully shifted. After 2 seconds of silence, Wang Tianhua took a deep breath. Sure, I can definitely reveal the rewards I received. It's not a big deal. The reward I received is a purple modification card. During the next upgrade, I can designate a specific upgrade modification to be forcibly corrected to purple. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Purple modification? Wow, that's too awesome. Most of the modifications I've received are white with only one being green. So don't even mention purple modifications. Oh, I've never seen a blue modification. Incredible.